What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Tuesday? Tuesday, right?
Yep, that's what it is.
Thank you. January 30th, 2024. And the Buck and I are with you until 10 o'clock this morning. On today's show, Texas basketball dropped a heartbreaker to Houston at the Moody Center last night. What does that loss mean for the Longhorns' tournament chances here in 2024? Plus, a lifetime Longhorn who we thought was going to be participating in the Super Bowl will no longer be participating in the Super Bowl. We've got an injury update on Charles Omenihu of the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll talk about that. A look at some NFL mock drafts. Pro Football Network has a new 7th-round mock draft out there with one Longhorn going very high in the first round. We'll tell you who that is and where he is projected to go. And we will also do some power rankings today. We will rank the football coaches in the new look SEC. Where does Steve Sarkisian fit in amongst the top coaches in the top conference in college football as Texas makes the transition to the Big 12 into the Southeastern Conference next year? All of that and plenty of fun along the way over the course of the next 2 hours. What's going on, Buck?
Oh, another beautiful day in paradise yesterday. It was just absolutely gorgeous yesterday. You know, it said it was 70 degrees. Boy, it felt more like 75 going on to the 80s yesterday. It was nice. You know, big man went for a walk, got some cardio in there. But I thought it was a fantastic day, and looks like we're going to repeat that again today. So that's exciting. I mean, I'm not a fan of the cold. I mean, I can jump on a plane and go back to Pennsylvania right now and get all the cold I want, but I'd rather travel to get to cold weather. I don't want to live in it. You know what I mean? I've lived in it before. Like when it gets warm in May.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is good. This 68, 69 degrees at this time of year is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it's
We've
gorgeous.
had our cold. We've had cold. We've had some rain, right?
Yeah, I'm ready to be done with all that.
I don't want to see creeks and ponds in the fairways.
We usually don't have a spring here in Austin.
No.
It's nice to have some semblance of a springtime right now, right? It usually goes from just winter Armageddon to 100 degrees with no in between. So when we get these 60s to 80s days, we absolutely take them. And we had one yesterday, and it seems like we're going to have a few more of those this week, which is great.
Yeah, I'm ready to get to the gardening part of, you know, I've been prepping stuff and trying to do a big garden where I'm going to actually can things, learn how to can tomatoes and different things like that. I'm going to venture into that. I've never gone that far before. You know, I've never slaughtered or hogged before. No, I'm not going to do that now, but I like to get into some of that kind of natural stuff. You know, I do gardening, but people don't understand. I do more like rose stuff and Gerber daisies and things. I'm more of a florist than an actual gardener. People must think that I'm in there growing corn and stuff. I'm a gardener, but I'm more of a flower gardener.
Are you bringing back the naked gardening this year?
I'm going to come with some loincloth stuff that I may put out there. How's that? Some Tarzan type loincloth gardening? No, you're not going to see the entire deal. That show's just for special people, special someone. Okay, not for you people.
Your neighbors, huh? Those are the special ones. They're walking by or they're driving by, and they've got to see.
The ones with the binoculars. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. To you and your families, thank you very much. And do be careful out there.
You're giving everyone a full moon, huh?
Yeah, nothing like a dark side of the moon every once in a while, you know?
It's a good album. That's
a great album.
About all I care for when it comes to that reference. But
we will have, we'll have the big eclipse here, I think in April, is it? Or March? It's one of those months. I don't do that. Remember, I just do rain. I don't do eclipses because I don't buy into it, because the next one we see, somebody will tell you, you'll never see anything like it again. And I always say, yeah, until next year.
Dude,
there's another one.
Eclipses are the biggest crock of shit in the history of the world.
I
I mean,
know.
you described it perfectly right there. Like every eclipse is an eclipse that we're not going to see for another 554 years.
Why is
And
that? Then I see one next year. They'll say, "Hey, don't forget the one that comes back next March." Really?
yeah. Oh, it's different. No, the sun is like an inch over to the
Yeah.
left this time. This one's even crazier,
Oh
dude.
yeah.
Like,
I've been
God.
told that since I was a kid. Hey, check it out. Don't look directly into it because it's the last one you'll see, and your eyes will never work again. Okay,
Yeah.
I've now seen 50 since the day somebody told me that I'll never see another one.
Yeah. There's been about 65 eclipses
Oh
that
yeah,
I'll never see again that I've seen in my life.
we saw a little bit of an eclipse last night at the Mood. Oh, what a game!
What a game. What a game. Heartbreaking loss for Texas. That would have been a huge win for the Longhorns. It would have been the biggest win of the season for the Longhorns, a top 5 win that would have really bolstered their NCAA tournament resume. And unfortunately, they came up short. They forced it to overtime. They had a great second half to get back into the game when they looked kind of lost at times in the first half last night. But at the end of the day, it was Houston who gets the 76-72 win in overtime at the Moody Center.
Yeah,
The
I
Cougs,
definitely was. I definitely was one BK into the moral victory. As we talked about it, I didn't say anything about Texas is going to win yesterday at all, or they've got a chance. But I was into the moral victory part of it going into the game yesterday. Just don't get run out of your own gym, and they did. And they were right there. They had an opportunity to actually win that basketball game. But the 4-point loss. Sorry about being part Aggie here, but I was into the moral victory, and I thought they played pretty well. They're not going to all of a sudden turn into a physical team like Houston. It's just not that. Houston has worked hard to be that team that they are. That kind of, that's what they're constructed of. Texas is not, and they're not all of a sudden going to become a physical group of players. They're just not. They're not as physical as that group last night, but they hung in there with them. They fought as hard as they could. They lost by 4. I don't mind the moral victory there. I mean, I'd rather have the win, but sorry, I'll take it.
You know what moral victories don't do, Buck? They don't get you into the NCAA tournament.
No,
So enjoy your moral victory. But, at the end of the year, if Texas is on the outside looking in on Selection Sunday, you're going to be going back to that game on January 29th
no, I'll
saying,
be going
damn.
back to games like Kansas State saying, no, you better beat teams like Kansas State that are pretty good. No, you better beat teams like Iowa State that are pretty good. They're not as good as Houston. So your moral victory of 4 points means you hung in there with one of the best teams in the nation. And these other teams that, even though they're in the Big 12 and everybody can beat everybody on any given night, you better beat those teams. That's how I'm going to feel about it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say Texas is going to win against teams like K-State and maybe even Kansas.
Going on the road.
I don't care. After last night's moral victory, to me, there's not another team in this conference that they should be losing to, whether it's home or away. They should be in the thick of things with all the rest of these teams. That was a fantastic showing last night. They had an opportunity to win that game, and in my mind, they didn't get blown out. Now they got out physical, but I think we were expecting that to happen against Houston. But they hung in there, to the bitter end. You get an overtime game at your own place with an opportunity to win the game. I thought that was pretty good display of basketball by the Longhorns last night.
Yeah.
Not good enough. Not good enough. Okay, I know, not good enough, but
they fought hard to the very end.
Yes.
Houston's a better team right now. There's no doubt about that. Houston might be the best team in the country right now. They're obviously ranked number 4 in the AP poll. Ken Pom has them as the number 1 team in the country. So we're talking about a legit national championship contender that you played tough for 45 minutes last night. Not a lot of shame in that. But
no.
Once again, you're a Texas team that's on the bubble. Now, look, the Longhorns have 10 more regular season games left, and then they'll have the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City. So the sky is not completely fallen. There's still plenty of opportunity for the Longhorns to get some resume-boosting wins, but that maybe was their best chance, right? And that would have been the best resume win that they could get. Obviously, they have a trip to Allen Fieldhouse in a couple of weeks. If they go beat a top 10 Kansas team on the road in one of the toughest venues in college basketball, that's a big one. The Longhorns.
Now you got to go to Texas.
Hold on. The Longhorns will get the chance to go to Houston and play that same Houston team on the road. If they can win that game, that's a huge chance to bolster the resume. But to get that good of a team at home, like that was a great chance for the Longhorns last night, and they were right there. and they had opportunities. They had a 6-point lead with less than 5 minutes to go last night, despite how bad they played in the first half. They obviously had chances down the stretch in the final minute. They had chances in overtime in a game that stayed close throughout the 5-minute extra window, and they just couldn't make the plays that they needed to make. So that's
and they needed that game at home because they're not winning that one in Houston.
No,
I'm not even looking for a moral victory there. They're not beating Houston in Houston.
No.
So they needed to win that game last night. They got the moral victory, but they needed to win that game. You're right. But when they start playing teams like K-State that can beat you, the TCUs that can beat you, the Iowa States, they have to win those games now. They're good enough to win those games, not close, but good enough to win them. And they got to win them. As you said, that's going to come. It's going to come down to those games like that they have to win. They can't get beat by a K-State. They can't get beat. They got to go to Tech and win that game.
Yeah, well, up next for the Longhorns is a trip to Fort Worth to take on a TCU team that crept back into the top 25 in yesterday's poll. They are ranked number 25. So the Longhorns still in the middle of this 6-game stretch against ranked opponents. They're now 2-2. They started with 2 wins, the thriller against Baylor here in Austin, and obviously the blowout road victory in Norman against Oklahoma. That was great, but now it's back-to-back losses for Texas against 2 teams named Cougars. The disappointment on Saturday against BYU, and obviously the devastation last night against Houston. So you've got TCU on the road this weekend. That one won't be easy. And then Iowa State, the team that you just mentioned a moment ago, comes to town next Tuesday, so a week from tonight. And then you get a little bit of a reprieve with the West Virginia game coming up after that. But it's a huge stretch for the Longhorns. 4-2. That's what we talked about. If they could somehow go 4-2 in this stretch, this gauntlet against all of these ranked opponents, that would feel like a huge win for Texas. 3-3, I guess you would sign up for. Anything less than that would feel like a disappointment. Obviously, the Longhorns have to find at least one win to avoid that disappointment category.
Yeah, a lot of positives out of that game. They understand. I think they understand just how physical they have to be. I mean, not just against Houston, but for the remainder of the seasons against everybody. Because if they can get towards of how they played against Houston, those other teams shouldn't beat them. And that whether it's on the road or not. Kansas, Allen Fieldhouse will be a bitch for them there. It just is for anybody that plays them. So that may be another one of those. I mean, that should be a nail biter. But these other teams, Iowa State, that are coming to your place, you can't have games that take you to overtime. You should be able to beat those teams. And you have to beat those teams, and get yourself off the bubble. You have to win those games. Nobody's expecting you to go to Kansas and win that game. But you can't have 4 or 5 more three or four more losses for the rest of the season. You've got to have maybe losing 2 more maybe
to get into the tournament.
Yeah.
Well, Texas is 3-5 right now in the Big 12, which is third to last in this conference. Remember, this team was picked to finish third to first in this conference going into this year.
This conference is still going to take a lot to the NCAAs. They're going to just have to look at the conference and go,
they could lose. They could for sure lose 4 more and make it to the dance. If they go 9-9 in the Big 12 this year, they're going to make it. Okay. They could still make it at 8-10. Like, they could lose 5 more. And because this league is as good as it is, we've seen teams finish 8-10 in the Big 12 and still find their way into the big dance. If you lose any more than that, if we're talking 7-11, which I think there has been a team or 2 in the recent past because of how many teams make the tournament now. I think we have seen a couple of 7-11. Shout out to them, one of our great sponsors.
Big shout out. Thank you very much.
7-11 teams make it to the big dance. So,
but it can't be to the K-States of the world. It has to be, you have to be losing to Kansas, Tech on the road. People will understand how hard that game will be, but it can't be to Iowa State at your own place. It can't be to K-State, no matter where you play them. Yeah. You know what I mean? There's another Baylor game, correct?
Yeah, you got the Wackos in Wacko towards the end of the year. That's the second to last game of the season.
Which may end up being a huge game. The Oklahoma will be huge. Baylor and Oklahoma are going to be huge for the Longhorns as you look at the way the season's going right now. Those 2 last games will be unbelievable, and it may get them into the tournament.
Yeah. The problem with Texas when you're comparing this year's Longhorns to some of those 7-11, 8-10 Big 12 finishing teams in the past, Texas doesn't have any good non-conference wins. They have 0 good non-conference wins. The best non-con win the Longhorns have is against an LSU team that's like just a couple of games over 500 right now, and they're not going to make the tournament. So, Texas has not fared well against teams that actually will be in the big dance this year. They've got a couple of nice wins. Obviously, the Baylor win, that's a ranked win. OU win on the road, a nice win. Those are a couple of Q1 wins. That's great. But the Longhorns, they didn't play a lot of good teams in the non-con, and the two really good teams that they did play in Marquette and UConn, they lost to. So that's the thing. Like, Texas needs to win. They need to stack some quality wins in this league because they don't have that non-con victory that they can hang their hat on that, normal Texas teams have and a lot of other college basketball teams have. So,
well, a lot of guys played well last night. There's
Sure.
some that, the old war horse that they have that comes in there with the bad back. It's just, dude, that guy's going to be hurt all year. He came into this deal hurt. He's not, every game he gets just a little bit more banged up. He's not getting healthier. I can tell you that. It doesn't look like whatever they're doing with heating pads and shoulder pads and everything else, he doesn't get better by the game. He really doesn't. He gets more banged up. And during the course of a game, when he goes down onto the ground, that's a slow climb up for him. It just is. When he went down last night, I'm looking like, wow. That is he going to get up or is he not? When he grabs his back, I'm thinking, know that pain, brother.
Oh, yeah. He looks like you out there.
I may even get up quicker than that, dude.
Yep. I was at the game last night. Hell of an atmosphere, by the way. Major tip of the cap to all the Texas fans who showed up to the Moody Center last night. I mean, God, just the night and day difference between the Flan, a.k.a. the Frank Irwin Center, and what we've got now at the Moody Center is crazy. Big time atmosphere last night. The fans brought it. Kelvin Sampson and the Houston players in the post-game press conference, they talked so highly about the atmosphere and how, Texas fans showed up and how it was one of the toughest places those guys have ever had to play. It was a great crowd.
No horns down talk yesterday.
No, I didn't see too many horns downs. I mean, there were some Houston fans who made the trek up 290 or I-10 to 71 to attend the game last night. And they were dropping some horns downs, but whatever, to be expected. There were no post-game handshake line incidents.
Oh, good.
Thankfully. But, look, Caden Shedrick, I mean, at the game, they don't show this on TV because y'all are watching the commercials, but during every single TV timeout, Caden Shedrick has like a heating pad around his back. And that's been a thing for a lot of games this season. He's obviously missed a couple of games with that back injury. The guy had shoulder surgery on both shoulders this past offseason. So It was a great get, but unfortunately, the transfer from Virginia he started the year banged up, obviously missed the first couple of games recovering from those shoulder injuries, and now he's got back issues on top of it. He isn't the player that Texas was hoping to get when they scooped him out of the portal.
No, he's just not healthy. I mean, he can't stay on the court. And he doesn't, when he's in there, because of his health issues, he's slow moving. I mean, he moves slowly. He doesn't have that quick twitch to him right now. And when you got a bad back, hard to have quick twitch going on. And you've got bad shoulders. He's just beat up. I mean, he adds a presence, every once in a while he'll block a shot, but offensively, he doesn't give you very much. He can't.
No, he can't. And there were a couple of Longhorns who were no-shows last night. I mean, Tyrese Hunter, another milk carton game for him. And he's just had way too many of those. And when he goes up against great competition,
oh my goodness,
he's a non-factor way more often than not. And he did nothing on either end of the floor last night. He played 42 minutes. He played more minutes than everybody except Max Asmus in the game last night. He had just 5 points for Texas. And he was the primary defender on Jamal Shedd, who was the leading scorer last night. By the way, Jamal Shedd, the former Mainer graduate from the Austin area, he was phenomenal last night. Had a group of about 10 friends and family sitting right behind the Houston bench. You talk about a homecoming. Obviously, his first chance to play the Longhorns here in Austin in his college career with Houston making the leap to the Big 12. He showed up and showed out last night. Yeah, Tyrese Hunter, the primary defender on Jamal Shedd, couldn't stop him. And Tyrese Hunter didn't do anything offensively. So, you needed your guards to hang with the guards of Houston, and Tyrese Hunter.
They can't hang with those guys. Those guys are hard. There's nobody hanging with those two.
No, look, Houston's got great guard play. I mean, really, they've got three with LJ Cryer, the Baylor transfer, who didn't play that well last night.
No. But early, I thought he was going to light it up. It looked like he was He was hitting he hit a couple jumpers, then he kind of faded away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But man, it's disappointing. It's been the same narrative with Tyrese Hunter for the entirety of his Texas career. There are some games he looks like he's an NBA player, and there are some games it's like, God, is this dude really helping our team win? And last night was unfortunately.
Yeah, I did like the way Mitchell played last night. You finally saw him. Every time he'd get a one-on-one, he was going to pull up, take his jumper, feel confident about his jumper, or he was going to take the guy to the hole. And then his athleticism really showed last night too. That's the kind of guy he should be every game. That should be his every game right there. What we saw against that kind of competition. When he plays to a competition that's not quite like that, he's just kind of around. This is that performance last night should be the performance that you see. 16 points, 10 rebounds. That should be him every night.
Yeah. Speaking of NBA, he looked like a first-round pick last night. Like, that's what he was supposed to be coming out of high school when he was a top 10 recruit in the country, right? Like, there's I'm sure a big part of him and a part of me that's disappointed that he's still in college because he didn't live up to the hype last year. Right. Waiting for him to consistently live up to the hype. And last night was one of those games that NBA scouts salivate over. And it's like, but you're right. Like, we need to see that more often from him. What we don't need to see more often from him is those missed dunks. He had 2 or 3 of those last night. And when you lose a game by 4 in overtime, obviously every point is critical. And there was one early in the game, one late in the game on a putback, and he missed another easy lay-in from like 3 feet away. Like, those hurt, but for the most part, Dillon Mitchell showed up. He was one of your best players, maybe your best player.
What was the free throw? How did Texas do at the free throw line, BK? I didn't pay much attention to that.
Now, I'm glad you brought that up. There were 2 things that killed Texas more than anything else last night: free throws and rebounding. And the Longhorns were 14 of 20 from the free throw line last night, which is 70%. Now, they made a lot of them in overtime, right? Max Asmith was pretty good at the line, but I think Texas at one point was 5 of 10 from the charity stripe. So they missed a lot early. They left a lot of points on the board. And Houston was 12 of 16. Texas was 14 of 20 from the charity stripe. Some of those missed free throws were huge. Dillon Mitchell was one of those guys. He was just 2 of 4 from the free throw line last night. And then the rebounding. Like, we'll hear from Rodney Terry in a moment. Got a couple of cuts from the coach, and then we'll get into the Rodney Terry discussion, which seemingly has to be had after every single Texas game, win or lose. But the rebounding was a problem, and it's been a problem for the Horns this year, Buck. Texas was out-rebounded 47-36 last night. Houston out-rebounded Texas on the offensive glass 15-8. The Cougs had 19 second chance points.
And they went into the game being one of the best in the nation at offensive rebounds.
Yep. Well, they are, if there's one word I would use to describe Houston basketball under Kelvin Sampson, it's relentless. They are relentless. They do not take plays off. They go after every single rebound, every single loose ball.
They stop your fast break.
Yep.
They stop it.
It's the Energizer Bunny. It's a whole team of Energizer Bunnies. They just do not stop ever. And if you take one play, if you take 1 second off against that bunch, then you're going to get beat to a loose ball, to a rebound, to the spot, whatever. And that's what happened last night. I mean, Houston, the frustrating part about Texas's rebounding struggles, Texas has 3 significant players who are, 6'8", 6'9", or taller, right? Dillon Mitchell, 6'8", with crazy athleticism and a super long wingspan. Dylan DeSuze, 6'9", Caden Shedrick, 6'10", 6'11". But nobody on Houston is over 6'8".
Oh no, but their wingspan is 7-footers. They go to the hole and they're aggressive. They don't play around. If that ball gets to that rim and it comes off, they don't miss very many shots, but when they come off, they're right there to get the rebound, and they'll kick it back out or they'll put it back up. Texas doesn't have guys that are ferocious like that to the boards.
Bingo. You know how critical I can be of Rodney Terry. Like that's not a Rodney Terry issue to me.
That's a player issue.
These kids have been taught how to box out since they were 5 years old.
Yes.
They know what they're supposed to do when the ball goes up. There's too many times you go back and watch the game last night. There are too many times where guys are just standing around waiting for the ball to come to them instead of putting a body on somebody and boxing out and actually trying to go up and get a rebound. And that's one of those things that I'm talking about. If you take a second off against that team, they are going to beat you because they don't do that stuff. They don't sit and hope and wait for the ball to come to them. They go and get the
Well,
ball.
Brock Cunningham will take his body and push you into the crowd in order to get a rebound, but there's not enough. But he does some other things that he doesn't do well, but he'll box out and he'll go for rebound. But a bunch of them don't. Their guards aren't going to get rebounds. Those guys aren't getting rebounds because the guards from Houston are going to get the rebounds. They're going to go to the hole. They're going to go to the boards because they can jump, they can leap. I mean, Shed and the rest of those guys are physical guys that will go to the boards. They like to start fast breaks, and they also like to get back on fast breaks. If you think you're going to outrun them back down the court, they stop you at half court. They don't let you get past half court where you think you got a break going on. They stop the break.
They do. Yeah.
They stop it. They'll make you pass it off to somebody, but there's nobody behind them. Nobody gets behind those guys.
No, you're right. Neither team could really get out in transition yesterday. And I'll credit the Texas team. You know, Texas didn't turn the ball over a lot. They did a good job playing some half-court defense, especially in the second half when they got back into the game. But I'm glad you brought up Houston's guards and their constant effort on the glass.
Yeah,
Houston had 2 guards with 8 rebounds last night. Like, Dylan DeSue had 6 boards. Caden Shedrick had 4 boards. Those guys are 6'9" and 6'11", respectively. 2 of Houston's starting guards had 8 boards each. Like, everybody is going after rebounds for them. And this is not a one-time thing, right? It's easy to say, oh, Houston's a top 5 team in the country and whatever. No. They out-rebound most teams. They do. But this is now 6 of the last 7 games where the Longhorns have been out-rebounded by their opponents.
Well, they had to against BYU, too. I mean, that game
they got crushed on the glass by BYU. You think of the UCF loss, right? Probably the worst conference loss of the year for Texas, losing that one at home. That obviously started the whole horns down controversy that caused a lot of people to change their minds on this head coach. They got out-rebounded by 15 in that game. And, like, Texas is far from the biggest team in the country, and their guards obviously are very undersized. But there aren't a lot of teams that have 2 to 3 guys on the floor who are 6'8" or taller at all times. And Texas's bigs aren't good enough on the glass. And
they're not quick enough, no.
Yeah, that's frustrating. So the rebounds and the free throws were 2 huge factors in why Texas.
I believe that for this team, the fact that when we talk about Mitchell not being able to get his offense, he has to do so many different things when it comes to rebounding. He has to be a part of that rebounding scheme that, you know, he doesn't have the time to be working on his offensive game when he knows I got to get on the boards. We don't have anybody else that'll get up here athletically and get on these boards if I don't do it. If that guy doesn't go to the boards, DeSue's not a board guy unless it bounces close to him and his height just does it for him. He's not an aggressive offensive board guy. Now, he's an offensive player, I believe, but I don't think he's an offensive. I don't think they take the rebounds too serious. You know?
Doesn't look like it, right?
If it comes their way, they'll get it. They're not going to scrap for it. Their guards aren't going to get it because their guards going to get out physical by everybody that they play. It just is. And that's a shame for Hunter because that guy looks like the kind of guy that can – hell, he's not shooting that well. He ought to be able to at least go to the boards and get on the boards, but he's always in a back pedal because of the other teams that'll get out and run. But they did a good job not letting Houston get out and run on them last night, I thought.
Yeah,
they
did a lot of things really well last night. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough, and there were a few things that they did not do well that cost them what would have been the biggest win of the season. Let's hear one from Rodney Terry. We'll save the other one. We'll get back into this in the 9 o'clock hour for the later arriving crowd. But here's the opening statement from the post-game press conference from the head coach.
Level Big 12 game tonight. I'd like to thank our students for coming out. Our students came out in a big time way for us. They were huge tonight. Overflow section up top made a great environment tonight in terms of having a home court. Longhorn Nation came out tonight and really supported us tonight in a big-time way. I thought our guys gave a great effort tonight against a really high-level team in our league and in the country, well coached. We have a lot of respect for, and again, it's not enough for us trying to come close or have a moral victory. We're not in it for moral victories. We compete at the University of Texas to win, and I know our guys tried to do that tonight at a very high level. No disappointment in their effort and their want to win tonight at home. But again, we'll keep working hard and keep trying to get better in this league.
Hey, I wanted that moral victory. What are you talking about? Don't knock me for wanting that moral victory. You got that last night. You took that team to overtime. They could have run you right out of the joint. And you got a lot to work on. It's not like you got a couple little things to work on. You got to, if you're looking for wins over teams like Houston and K-State and Kansas and Iowa State, you got more than one thing you got to do, Coach.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and your team played well, but, you know, at the end of the buzzer, you're losing. You lose by 4, you lose by 1, you lose. The moral victory, I enjoyed the moral victory last night. That's right. I was looking for a more – I didn't think they were going to beat Houston at home or away because I know they're not going to beat them in Houston, but I wasn't expecting them to win last night. But you know what? There were certain things that they should have done better.
Yeah.
They just should have done some of the basic stuff. They should have done better. You know, that once again, BK, forget about rebounds by Asmus and Hunter. It's just not going to happen. They're just not big enough. They're little guys and thin guys. Maybe Hunter should be more of everything for them. He's just not. But forget about the other guy. The other guy who's going to score 20 points for you, don't expect him to have 5, 6, 7 rebounds. He's not going to get that. That's not him. And don't expect him to finish around the rim when you got those other guys. When Shed and those guys are covering you, you're not finishing on them. First of all, you're not going to finish on their 6'8" guys because they got that reach. You know what I'm saying? That's going to slap the ball back into the stand. So might as well shoot your jumpers all you can get because you're not going to the free throw line and you're not going around their guards because their guards are going to physically push you out of the way. They did that again last night. Those guys are big.
You're not going to finish on them?
Yes. Just a term.
What game are you watching last night?
Come on, man. The Game of Thrones. Come on.
Skinamax? Is that
no.
You're watching the game on?
They're just tough. That's just the way it is. I know what you want. Wouldn't you like to see Hunter have 7 rebounds in a game?
Yep. It's going to be a rough film watch for Tyrese Hunter. Like I'll go ahead and say it right now. There are going to be some moments in film study today that he is not going to be happy to watch again because he got worked in his one-on-one matchup on both ends.
Does that dude really think he's an NBA player? That's not an NBA player.
Not right now. Maybe I'm moral victory guy.
Yeah, you're more of a moral victory guy than you think.
Well, here's why. When I was leaving the Moody Center, they give out those 5 free wing coupons from Pluckers.
Did you go get a bunch of them from people again?
Well, after a win, right? They only give them out if Texas wins. And I was walking out. Of course, the ushers, they weren't handing out the coupons because they lost. But I was like, come on. We
went to overtime.
No, I said we covered the spread. We went 1-0 against the spread tonight. You're telling me I don't get a Pluckers coupon for this? We beat the spread. That's the name of the game. We made people some money tonight. I don't get these coupons. They said no.
Moral victory guy. You like that moral victory last night.
I'm just trying to get free food. That's really what it comes down to. I thought that would have been enough to sway.
Terry pretending like he didn't enjoy that moral victory last night. Come on now. You can't say – we know you can't say it, but I guarantee you looked at your coaches when it was just you and your coaches and went, whew, man.
We covered.
No,
boys.
No, they don't say that.
Nice cover.
They're just saying there's nobody else in this league that should beat us. We're good enough to beat everybody else in this league. We're not going to beat that team. We're not going to beat them once because you're not going to Houston. I'll give you another moral victory. If you can stay within 15 in Houston and this next time you play this team, there's another moral victory.
Yeah.
Because that group is going to run you out of the place the way they play. And that wasn't their best game they played last night. They messed around with you and didn't get some things done. They'll get it done in their gym. But you can't lose to Iowa State. You can't lose to K-State. You can't lose to the West Virginias of the world anymore.
You got to start winning games at home, Buck. Like this team lost 1 game in the first 2 years of the Moody Center. They've lost 3 in the last 2.5 weeks. And like Houston is one thing, but they also lost to UCF at home. Like
that was just a flopper. You're going to have one of those a year. You just can't have any more. You know that that they were much better that night. That was the one. That was the shitty game for them right there. Yeah. The other ones are competitive games that every once in a while you lose, but you can't lose anymore. BK, I'm when you said you can lose 4, I think that this group right here, 2 more will hurt them badly.
Dude, they're not only losing 2. Like I would love it if you were right. I'll give you all sorts of praise if you're right. This team is losing way more than they got at Kansas, at Texas, at Houston. Just right there. I don't think they're winning any of those 3. They've got at Baylor still. They've got Iowa State at home. They got at TCU. Like,
okay, let's go 3. I'll say
okay, they're not losing only 3 either.
no. Come on.
This team is 3-5 in the Big 12, and they've played most of their easy Big 12 games.
Dude, after that trophy winner last night, they're ready now. They're ready to go. I don't care if the big man's got a heating pad on or he's got shoulder pads on. They're ready. They played okay last night. They didn't play great. Some of the fundamentals were missing, but that's a group that could have beat them by 20 last night. Anywhere they play them.
Yep, it was looking like it for a while because the first half was
not
good.
I was worried. I was worried in the first half.
Yeah, Texas was down 8 at recess, and like they scored.
And you
40.
thought it was going to be more. You didn't feel like it was going to be a comeback. You felt like it was going to start getting stretched out a little bit.
Yeah, I did. Well, I'll give the Horns a ton of credit. They fought back. They forced overtime. They played well. But
there you go. That's what I want to hear. What you're talking about right now. That's the kind of victory, moral victory we wanted right there. You're talking about it right now.
They played well. That ain't a moral victory. They did play well, but
the little things are the little things really big things when it comes to playing. Well, it's big things when it comes to playing teams like that, getting victories against teams like that. But some of these other, best conference in the country by far, week in, week out, night in, night out, you can get beat by anybody that's left on your schedule. Any of them.
Any of them, yeah. And just remember this.
Okay.
Texas
moral victory guy.
Texas was picked to finish 3rd in this conference, not by Texas Sports Unfiltered, not by the Austin American Statesman, not by any Austin media. They were picked to finish 3rd by folks all around this conference and national college basketball analysts, okay? That's what your expectation for this team should have been. This was a preseason top 20 team. That should be your expectation.
Okay, right now they're going to finish 5th.
Right now, Texas, they're 3rd to last, Buck. They're 12th out of 14. So that's where we're at right now.
Like we're finishing 5th, BK.
That'd be great. If they finish 5th, they'll be in the tournament. And, hey, we'll all be feeling pretty good about their chances to win a game in the tournament. Because if they finish 5th, that means they're going to go on the road and beat one of those 4 teams that I just mentioned. But the reality of the situation right now is, regardless of how close some of these games have been, this team is 3rd to last in a league that they were picked to finish 3rd in. So
the other ones weren't moral victories when they lost. They were just losses. This is a moral victory. Yeah. Last night's a moral victory. Come on. Join in with me. Join in with me and my Aggie friends of the moral victory crowd.
Come on. Aggie Buck today. Show it up.
Come on, man. I didn't say they were going to win. I didn't think they were going to win that game last night. And I know they're not winning the game in Houston. I don't care if they win every game until they play that game. When they go to Houston, they're getting blown out by at least 15. That line better be 10 or more. And it's going to be.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. So
we'll get that one. Can you get one at Allen Fieldhouse? Can you beat that group possibly?
I mean, Kansas has some flaws. Kansas hosts Houston this Saturday in the biggest game of the conference this year. That's must-see television this Saturday afternoon. Probably not. I mean, look, Texas has won at Allen Fieldhouse. They've had more success against Kansas in the last 3 years than just about anybody in this league. Kansas is not unbeatable by any stretch of the imagination, but they're going to be, 5 to 10 point underdogs in that one.
Yes, and I've seen the rest of the group and the Iowa States, and I've seen them play pretty good. I've seen Kansas State hang in there with a lot of teams. I mean, all those teams are good enough, They can't sneak up on you. I don't care where you play Kansas State and Iowa State, BK. They have to win those games. Those have to be – you can't – that's not – if you lose by 1 and you lose by a buzzer beater, you lost. I know you'll say, well, you lost last night. Oh, no, they did not lose last night. They're winners. They're holding their head. You heard Rodney Terry say, hey, I'm proud of the way they played.
Yep.
Right?
He did. I'm looking at Ken Pom right now. Ken Pom projects 6 more losses for the Longhorns in their last 10 games. That Houston game on the road, which is Saturday, February 17th. So 2 weeks from Saturday, that's projected to be a 14-point loss for the Longhorns.
15. Oh, it's going to be in there.
The Kansas game right now is projected to be a 6-point loss for Texas.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go. We'll get back into Texas basketball. We'll let you hear more from Rodney Terry. I've got some RT thoughts, and I know some of y'all do as well. So keep the text coming on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328, and the YouTube comments as well. Make sure you like this video if you're watching on YouTube this morning. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet, and please continue to share and spread the word about Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right, we'll get into some Texas football. I want to get your power rankings for the best coaches in the SEC going into the 2024 season. But before we get to that, Buck, how about some love to some of our sponsors?
Love our friends at Texas Orthopedics. And after my walk yesterday, I may have to go over there and check them out. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, my joints, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Love Dr. Christopher Daney and Dr. Christopher Stockton. They are dedicated orthopedic surgeons. The goal is to get you back into good health and that great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Texas Orthopedics. Shout out to our friends at centextickets.com. They had tickets to the game last night. If you want to be in the building for any Texas men's or women's basketball game, you can find them at centextickets.com. If you're planning a trip to Vegas for the Super Bowl, you guessed it, centextickets.com. All the concert tickets you could think of. The Eagles are coming to town Friday and Saturday night at the Moody Center. If you want to be in the building for that one, I believe it's their 44th reunion tour and their 32nd farewell tour. They've got those seats for you online right now. It's simple. You just pull out your phone or your computer, you log on to centextickets.com, and just like that, all of the tickets to any live event you could think of are right there at your fingertips. As the Buck says, get them to me and get them to me quick.
Heck yeah. And big shout out to our friends Mike and Troy over at Big Hat Spirits and bighatspirits.com. Had their mocktail yesterday. As I came off of my cardio walk, I said, let me try this and see is this the type of drink I want to drink after a good walk. Well, obviously it has no alcohol in it, but it's got ginger, it's got orange, lemon, it's got lime in it. And I do love that hint of ginger that it has in it. But I put a little water in there. I added water in there with ice. And boy, what a great drink after a nice workout. Good stuff. That ginger, love that ginger taste. And I love it, the fact that, hey, it's thirsty. It quenches my thirst, but it doesn't have any alcohol in it whatsoever. So loving the mocktails. HEB is loving it too, because they're all over HEB right now and getting in the stores. And you'll love it too. I mean, if you want to be at a party and you're not interested in having a Coca-Cola or sugary iced tea with you, and everybody else is having their Allstat or some of the other fine drinks that Big Hat has, get yourself one of those mocktails. You'll enjoy it. You can drink more than one of those things. And it is absolutely fantastic after coming off the golf course and your buddies are slamming them like BK slamming those All-Stats the other day, getting rid of that six-pack while playing. You get yourself a mocktail, and the taste, you're going to absolutely love the way it tastes. I loved it yesterday. It was great because big boy's getting big, going big now. Don't forget that.
Big boy, you're doing cardio. What do you mean? You're losing weight by doing all that walking.
No, I've got to get the hamstrings ready. Got to get that back ready. Because I'm going to start stretching out before I play golf from now on, too. Next year, 25, I'm going to start my stretching routine.
It's January 24, and you're saying next year you're going to start? You're going to push this off 11 months before you
Yes, I'm going to just go out there right out of the car and onto the first tee until 2025 when I really get serious.
Well, that is awfully lazy on your part.
Thank you very much.
You're already making New Year. It's either lazy or it's innovative. Maybe you're
my New Year's resolution has always, over the last 15 years, been the same. I'm going to hit the lottery this year. This is my year.
There you go. This is the year?
This is the year.
We're playing the lottery like every week?
No, I mean, only when it's over 30, 40 million. Because anything less than that, I don't want that. That's just a problem. You know what I'm saying?
You wouldn't take like 10 mil?
No. That's only going to get me mad and the government mad at me. So no, I need it to over 30 million.
Okay, over 30 million. Yeah, I love how progressive you are, making New Year's resolutions for next year already too, with your stretching plan.
Very smart on my part.
Yes, indeed. Our guy CB asked earlier if we're wearing matching hats. Yes, we are.
Yes,
We are wearing matching hats from our friends at Covert BK, and I don't think Dan or Hayden are wearing these hats in the commercial, but we'll let you see them because they look a lot better than we do.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Thank you, Covert family. I'm going to go over there and look at a used Caddy very soon. I need a little hatchback. You know, my Subaru is starting to get some miles on it. Now, I don't play around with the car now. You know me. I travel a lot. I drive a lot. My wife thinks I'm a professional trucker who drives a Subaru. So I'll put 45 to almost 50,000 miles on a car a year. That's just me. I got to get out and go.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stay in one place too long. I got to be on the move. So got to go see the folks over at Covert BK's about one of those caddies. I like those caddies with the hatchback. I like those. I don't know. What are they? 1, 2, 6. They go all the way up to like 6. They had all these different numbers. That's why I need to go out there on a Sunday and jump the gate and check them out, you know?
Why can't you go when they're open?
No, I like to look at things for myself first. I like to view the product, and then I'll come over and ask for help. I don't want somebody talking to me immediately. Now because you people don't understand cars, need to go out there and have somebody help you. They got plenty of salespeople awaiting you. Me, I got to get the feel of the car. You know what I'm saying? I got to eyeball it, like a slot machine, put my hand on it a little bit, you know?
You can do that with somebody else there. You know that.
Anybody watching me while I fill up the cars.
Oh, what are you doing to those cars?
Come on, man. Come on.
Where's your other hand during all of this?
Tailpipe or something?
Oh, yeah. Where's your other hand during all of this stuff? Gross.
Oh, boy.
You just said you know all about cars, and then you're like, yeah, what is it? The Cadillac 1, 2, 4, 6? Come on, man. Oh, God. All right. Our shout out to our guy, Steve Peters, the best photographer in the game. He took all of the Texas Sports Unfiltered photos at the Capitol a few weeks ago. Might need to hit Steve up for some new photos at some point soon.
Heck yeah, man.
He's the man, but he is a U of H fan, so he gets to rub it in a little bit today as his Cougs down to victory last night. We'll get back into Texas basketball in hour number 2. Spent plenty of time talking about that to start the show. That is the biggest Longhorn story of the day, of course. But let's talk some Texas football here, Buck.
All right, buddy.
And I asked you before the show to do a little homework assignment. And I wanted you to come up with your power rankings for the best coaches in the SEC in 2024. Now, obviously, Nick Saban would have been number 1 on everybody's list in every other year except this one, but he is now gone. So just curious your thoughts on the top coaches and maybe where Steve Sarkisian fits in amongst the best coaches in this conference as the Longhorns make the move to the SEC.
Well, he fits right behind Kirby Smart at number 2.
Really?
For me, yes. And then Josh Heupel at 3 from Tennessee. Number 4, Drinkowitz from Missouri. Number 5, LSU's head coach, Coach Kelly. Sorry, Lane Kiffin, you didn't make the top 5 at Mississippi. Until you do something outside of the regular season, I don't think so. And I'm not a big Shane Beamer fan at South Carolina. I think South Carolina will always be South Carolina. They're not going anywhere. They're really not going to threaten anybody in the SEC for, playoff. I just don't. I just don't think they're going anywhere. I don't think they've jumped. I mean, for them, they're already past what they used to be, but I don't think they go any further under Shane Beamer. I just don't think so. I think they'll just level out, win 8 games a year, maybe one year win 9. But other than that, I just don't buy. I just don't buy South Carolina at all. I have a hard enough time buying Tennessee and Heupel, but I just think he's done some things over the last couple of years, and with his recruiting and his quarterback play, they've done pretty well. And so I've got Heupel as 3. Now, some people may say, really? Why is Josh Heupel number 3? I just think that the Tennessee program is still on the rise. I don't think they've leveled out. I think they're more on the rise from what they used to be. Remember, they had those down times, and it seemed like forever. I think he's done a great job at Tennessee, really. But they're going to start getting on his ass, too, about not winning championships in the SEC or being in Final Fours,
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be long before they're on him. Joey Freshwater, he just seems to get a pass when he goes to places like Mississippi that weren't any good, and he makes them good when they win 8 or 9 games. So they'll keep him around. But I don't buy his coaching.
Okay.
Now, Drinkowitz, he had a hell of a year. He's had a hell of a 2 years, as a matter of fact, at Missouri.
Yeah,
And-
Mizzou this year won 11 games. They won the Cotton Bowl against Ohio State. Great year for Mizzou.
Yeah, and I've got Kelly at 5 at LSU because they have too much talent for them to stay number 5. They're just, their recruiting is too high powered. They got the Heisman Trophy winner. They're supposed to be a defensive team more so than an offensive team, and they just were horrible on defense this year. And I mean, they've got studs. They got athletes. I just don't know if they've got the coaching on the defensive side right now. So,
Yeah.
Now that they got a defensive line coach, I want to see how that changes this year for Coach Kelly, or
Sure.
he start coming under fire.
Yeah, maybe. It was a really good year one for Brian Kelly in 2022, and LSU had big aspirations this past season, and they came up short. They had the Heisman winner, but because their defense was so bad,
Right.
They were nowhere close to the SEC championship and nowhere close to the college football playoff. So,
Is Sark okay at 2? Do you think that's okay at 2? Or you thinking 3 or 4?
Yeah, so I'll read you this article. This is what spurned this homework assignment. This comes from Saturday Down South, which is an SEC publication. Some Texas fans probably already know what this is, and I think a lot of Texas fans will read more of their content going forward as Texas jumps to the SEC. But they ranked all of the coaches in the SEC, and they kind of did it into tiers. So not only do they have your traditional, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Right.
5, they also tiered these guys as well. And the first tier is Championship Elite.
Oh,
And there are 2 coaches that they have in this Championship Elite tour. Number 1 is Kirby Smart. And
Yes.
any SEC coach power ranking that doesn't have Kirby Smart number 1 is
it's not
wrong.
legit.
Yeah, you should be reading the rest of the article. Number 2, and the only other coach they have in that category is Brian Kelly.
Mm.
And a lot of it has to do with just what Brian Kelly has done in the past, right? I mean, had a lot of success at Notre Dame, played in a national championship game one year, or I should say coached his team to a national championship game one year.
Winningest coach in the history of Notre Dame, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he's got plenty of skins on the wall. So I have no problem with Brian Kelly being number 2. I would also have Brian Kelly number 2. Did he do the second best coaching job in the SEC this past season? No, not even close. He's probably outside of the top 5 if you just look at some of the other jobs that coaches were able to do in that conference. But I'll side with the resume, putting Brian Kelly number 2. But then you get to the second tier. It's one step away. And Saturday Down South has Lane Kiffin as its number 3 coach.
Yes, of course. Why are they so enamored by that dude?
They won 11 games last year, which is a school record. They've won double-digit games in 2 of the last 3 seasons, which, you got to remember Ole Miss is not a blue blood, right? They play in the SEC West, so they get lumped in with the Alabamas and the LSUs of the world. But they don't have the history that any of those programs have, nowhere close to it. So I would not have Joey Freshwater this high either, but that is the argument that Saturday Down South is making in favor of having Lane Kiffin there.
I mean, Feinbaum doesn't like him, but in a way he does like him just because he's in the SEC. He wants to tell you that he sucks, but he won't actually really say that. He only sucks when he plays against Alabama. That's when Feinbaum gets on Freshwater. Other than that, he's one of the best coaches in the nation, and Mississippi's one of the best. Yeah, I'm like, come on, man. Do you like him or don't you like him? You like him when he's not playing Alabama, but when he's playing somebody else, he's one of the best coaches. He'll beat Tennessee. He'll beat Missouri. He'll beat teams like that, maybe.
Yeah, he's got that James Franklin to him.
Yes.
Not personality-wise, but like he's done a great job of beating the teams he's supposed to beat.
Yes.
But when he goes up against the best teams and the best coaches, it's not good enough.
No.
That's where Joey Freshwater is. And the question for him is that going to be enough? Or at some point, do Ole Miss fans say, like, hey, you've been great. You win more than most of our coaches win, but it's not good enough for you to just win, 9 or 10 games every year, but lose to Alabama.
Games did you win last year? 11?
They won 11 games.
That's going to be good. That'll be good enough to get you in the playoffs this year.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, if they go 11-2 this coming season, obviously you had a bowl game in there. So speaking of Penn State, they beat Penn State in that Peach Bowl, one of the New Year's Six. Yeah. If they go 10-2 in the regular season in the SEC, then they'll make it to the 12-team playoff. So, I think Joey Freshwater is a very good coach. I think a lot of people hold his personality against him. I think a lot of people remember what he did at Tennessee and how bad of a coach he was in the NFL, and they just, still hold that against Freshwater. So I would not have him ahead of Steve Sarkisian right now, who is number 4. He's number 4 on this Saturday Down South coaching ranking.
So I'm not totally ridiculous for having him at number 2.
No, I don't think so. I mean, last year he did a tremendous job. He did a better job than Brian Kelly did last year, and look, Texas made it to the playoff, and Ole Miss didn't. So you could put him ahead of Lane Kiffin in that regard too. It feels like he is building a monster, and I think a lot of Texas fans and a lot of national people want to make sure that it can happen 2 years in a row.
Yeah,
right?
And especially in that conference right there. Yeah, you're right.
Sure, because I think after Tom Herman's second year, we all felt really good about where he was and where the program was going. And then, he wasn't able to put it together in back-to-back seasons, right? Texas took a step back after their really successful year under the previous head coach. I think, if Texas is 11-1 again this season and they're in the college football playoff again, then I think, Sark's going to continue to rise on rankings like these. But he is number 4 on this list. Number 5, Kalen DeBoer. Making the jump from Washington to Alabama. He was not in your top 5.
I almost put him at 5. I almost didn't have, because of the miscues by Brian Kelly last year. I almost didn't have Coach Kelly in there at all in the top 5. That was just such because when it comes to recruiting, when it comes to having the Heisman Trophy winner, when it comes to always having a running back, a couple wide receivers at LSU. They had 2 of the best wide receivers in the nation too last year at LSU. Well, that's why that's what helped get that kid that daggum Heisman Trophy too, throwing to the guys that he threw to. It's just the defense was so bad. Coach, how did you let that defense that a year before that with Perkins was unbelievable? How did it turn around and be so bad the following year? That's just such a big jump the way they played D last year, I guess. I blamed it on the head coach, but I probably should have blamed it on the defensive coaches, which he got rid of a bunch of them. Mm-hmm. So, I see that. And DeBoer's coming in there. Yeah, I mean, he's going to the right place. That guy can coach.
Yeah, he can. And, I mean, it's weird seeing him ranked below Steve Sarkisian on a coaching power rankings list because Kalen DeBoer has gotten the better of Sark 2 years in a row. They played twice, and DeBoer's team is 2-0 against Sark's team. But obviously, Sark is at Texas. He's been at Texas. DeBoer is, going to Alabama, and it might take him some time to really get things ramped up. Although I will say this about Kalen DeBoer, he's not Nick Saban. He won't be Nick Saban. Of course,
he's not going to hurt that quarterback though.
But Nick Saban's second year as a major Division I head coach at Michigan State, he was 6-6. This past season was Kalen DeBoer's second year as a major college football head coach, and Washington played in the national championship. So, Kalen DeBoer he's a phenomenal coach. He's won at every level he's been at. And I thought it was a really good hire by Alabama. Obviously, people are worried about the fit, and it's never easy to follow a guy half as good as Nick Saban, let alone Nick freaking Saban. But I feel like Alabama did a really good job with that hire, and I think Kalen DeBoer is going to have a lot of success in Tuscaloosa. So,
he's going to help. He's going to help their. It took them a while to get their quarterback all settled and set. And is he a backup? Is he the starting quarterback? I think Kalen DeBoer's do a great job with him at quarterback. Yeah. That's the scary part for me.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Alabama still has talent. They obviously lost a bunch of guys to the portal when the Saban news dropped, but they still recruit really well. They still have a lot of talent, and they've got their quarterback back, most importantly.
Yes.
And you look at what Michael Penix was able to do in his time with Kalen DeBoer in that offense. Jalen Milroe, I don't think he has the arm that Michael Penix has, but Michael Penix ain't the athlete that Jalen Milroe is.
No.
So that's a scary thought about what Jalen Milroe could turn into with Kalen DeBoer as his head coach. So there's the top 5 for them. We'll round out the top 10 on these SEC head coach power rankings. Once again,
because I'm real interested in seeing where Josh Heupel, what they think of him at Tennessee.
They've got Hugh Freeze at number 6.
Really?
The Auburn head coach, who hasn't been there long. I think last year was his first year. They went 6-7. They obviously almost beat Alabama. Bama had that miracle 4th and 31 on that 4th and goal to win that game.
They didn't get blown out by anybody. They were in just about every game, weren't they, last year, Auburn?
Yeah,
Are there any games that they got just hammered?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not going to pretend like I do. I know they played Georgia close.
Mm-hmm.
I think they played Ole Miss close, and obviously they played Bama very close.
Yeah, the real meat of their schedule, they were right in the thick of things. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Hugh Freeze has obviously been an SEC head coach before and had some success in that league. Cheater.
They love cheaters. Cheaters are champions.
Of course. It just means more over there. Like,
yes.
Ole Miss hired Chris Beard right away. You can win. It don't matter. That's all we care about down here. Your boy Josh Heupel is number 7.
Wow.
Followed by Brent Venables at Oklahoma. Eli Drinkwitz at Mizzou.
Nobody likes Mizzou, do they? They just look at that program and go, it's Mizzou.
Yeah. I mean, I hate Mizzou.
They had a fantastic year. I know everybody hates Mizzou. They had a fantastic year last year.
Sure. They won 11 games.
It's been 2 years, I think.
They were 6-7 2 years ago.
6-7 to 11 wins last year?
People were ready to fire Eli Drinkwitz. Like, last year was a massive year for him. He relinquished play calling duties, right? He was their offensive play caller. Right. He hired somebody else to do it, and it worked. So maybe that's that was clearly the right move for Drinkwitz last year. Maybe that's something that can keep Mizzou relevant in the SEC moving forward. But yeah, no, it was a struggle for him his first few seasons there. He's a likable guy. He's got a little riverboat gambler to him. I think his players love him. But can he put it together in back-to-back seasons? That's sort of the big question there. And then Mike Elko, number 10, first-year head coach at Texas A&M. He rounds out the top 10. He's ahead of Mark Stoops, who, of course, A&M almost hired. Well, they hired that guy for like 3 hours, didn't they?
A little less than that. Once they found out Stoops, they said, nope, he's out.
Yeah, once they realized how much the fans hated that decision, they couldn't do it. And then the back end, you've got Sam Pittman at Arkansas.
That guy was a rock star 2 years ago.
I wonder if he coaches against Texas. That game is November 16th. I think it's the third to last game of the year for the Longhorns.
He may be gone by then.
Might be gone by then. Or that could be the game that gives him another year. We've seen that before.
Yes, we have.
Your boy, the tossed salad, Cliff Kingsbury.
That's right.
He won a game against Texas Tech when he was about to get let go. And
my boy's not getting a job. What's the deal about? Is he just not a good coach? He's just a good-looking coach? Is that what it is?
Cliffy?
Yeah. Nobody's hired him for any. Why isn't he on somebody's staff as a, analyst?
Well, he's been getting some offensive coordinator interviews around the NFL.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's hired him yet. I don't know if anyone's even offered him yet. But he's been getting some looks. He was at USC this past year as an analyst, as you like to call it. Did we forget about the board? No, he was number 5. We talked about him for like 3 minutes. He was number 5 on this list. Sam Pittman, number 12. Shane Beamer at South Carolina, number 13.
So at least they're not buying like I'm not buying.
Billy Napier at Florida, another coach who could get fired by the time Texas plays them this year.
Yeah, somebody can go in and make that program the real deal. They've been the real deal before, so.
Of course. Bring back Urban Meyer.
Urban Meyer once said, hey, what did Urban Meyer say about his players? He said, I'll come up with it. Just go continue on. There's something he said about a player that's the funniest deal. All my
never have the flu.
No, he didn't say I never have the flu. He said that there's nothing to fear but fear itself or some weird stuff.
Well, that's not him. What is that? He's stealing lines.
No, I'll get it. It's pretty good. It's a good one, BK. I had it last week. I had all those coaches. Remember all those little coaches sayings I had?
Yeah. No, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. What is he, FDR? No. Urban Meyer, no surprise that scumbag is taking credit for quotes from former presidents.
I'm pretty sure this one he got from somebody else too.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Wait, what did he say? I have a dream? He's taking
No, he
credit
didn't
for
do
that one too.
No.
4 score and 7 years ago.
We
He's
the
taking credit.
people. He did
Yeah,
we the people.
Oh, man. Come on,
Love
Urban.
him, man.
God bless it. So Napier, 14. Jeff Lebby, 15, the new head coach at Mississippi State. Of course, the Longhorns will see the Bulldogs this season. Lebby was the offensive coordinator at OU this past year. And then
no, he said of his players, listen, he said of his player, he goes, he said this of one of his players. He said,
there's nothing to fear but Aaron Hernandez. Well done, Gabe.
He doesn't know the meaning of the word fear. And then he said, I just saw his grades. He doesn't know the meaning of a lot of words, he said. I just saw his grades. He doesn't know the meaning of a lot of words.
That's the quote?
Yes. He says he doesn't know the meaning of the word fear. He goes, yeah, he doesn't know the meaning of a lot of words. I just saw his grades. Thanks, Urban.
Aaron Hernandez doesn't know the meaning.
They need him back at Ohio State. Bring him back. Get rid of that other guy.
They would take that dude back in a heartbeat.
You think so?
Oh, my God. Yes. It's not like they fired him. He just left because his head started.
He had a heart condition or something, didn't he?
And whenever he realizes things are starting to unravel or he's about to get in trouble, his health issues pop up.
No different than Harbaugh and Pete Carroll. Let's get out while the getting is good.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Those guys don't make up a health issue, though. They're just like, see ya.
There's nothing wrong with their health. They're just leaving because we're cheating.
Stop going to the NFL. I'm going to take a better job.
Cheating. We're out of here.
Yeah. Oh, someone caught us cheating. We better leave before we get
Oh, my goodness.
They can't punish us in the NFL. And then another coach that Texas will see. This is what, like, Texas has – you hate to use the word easy when you're ever talking about the SEC, but Texas has about as easy of an SEC schedule as you could possibly get. Because the 16th and final coach on this ranking is Clark Lee at Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt has been the bottom feeder of that conference for a long time. So the fact that Texas gets coaches 14, 15, and 16, and also 12. So 4 of the bottom 5 coaches on these coach power rankings are on Texas's schedule this coming season. You can't ask for much more than that, can you? Like, it's not, you still got to go to Michigan and play the defending champs. You obviously have Georgia, too, so you're playing the last 3 champions of the sport. So you've got some hard games, and OU, at whatever, still the SEC. But this is about all you could ask for if you're a Texas fan. Like, this needs
year
to be.
Year number 1, yes.
This needs to be a good year. If Texas takes a big step back, it's going to suck for a lot of reasons, but the schedule, I don't know if the schedule is ever going to be this easy in the SEC for the Longhorns.
What's a big step back?
Man, I mean, anything under 10 wins would feel like a big step back, I think.
Yeah, I
We're
think
talking 9-3, like 8-4 is probably a big step back.
Yeah, 9 wins is okay. 9 wins is not a big step back.
9 wins is disappointing.
Yes, but it's still in the SEC. 9 wins your first year in, yes.
And it's a step back, but big step back, you might have to go down to 8 wins because that's 3 fewer wins than what you had in the regular season this year. Like that qualifies as a big step back, especially when, you went from 8 to 11. So you took a big step forward.
Sure.
You go all the way back down to 8 the following season.
No, you can't go back to 8 anymore.
That's a big step back right there. So there you go. Those are your SEC coach power rankings. And another reason why I think, expectations are already high, even before we talked about this article. Now, Texas might be the number 2 team in the country in the preseason AP Top 25 poll when we get there.
What was the T-shirt group? Where were they? Number 10?
Venables, the T-shirt model, he was number 8.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, jury's still out for me on Venables.
Yeah, this is you think it's a big year for Texas. OU, this is a big year for both teams walking in there, especially for Venables.
I mean, Venables,
the T-shirt king. I mean, wow.
He bought himself. Look, he had a great year too. Like year 1 was not good. They were 6-6 in the regular season. Worst record in a long time for the Sooners. But year 2, they beat Texas. Obviously, huge win for them. They won double-digit games. They had 2 losses, which kept them out of the Big 12 championship, but they were, on the road by a combined 8 points. So,
hey, they played the Alamo Bowl though. That was cool.
Yeah, clearly they lost the Alamo Bowl.
Oh,
couldn't be us. Clearly, they're moving in the right direction, but they had the cupcake schedule last year, right? Like they had about as easy as a Big 12. Not that the Big 12 was that good anyways, but they had as easy of a Big 12 schedule as you could have. And they didn't even make it to the conference championship game.
Yes.
Now you look at their slate compared to Texas's in 2024, dude, they got
away with it last year.
Yeah, they've got some tough ass games coming up. I'll
and that the young quarterback that ended up playing towards the end of the season, I was fearful of the lefty. Now that he's gone to Oregon, that's fine because I'm not so fearful of the kid that came in last year late in the season. I thought he was above average. I know he's a great recruit, and he's not started, the season, and he'll be better as a starter probably. But I wouldn't fear him as much as I did that dude last year. That guy was scary good.
Yeah, and obviously he had the Longhorns number. Jackson Arnold, who you're talking about. Yeah, this is OU schedule. So
they play Temple.
Not a lot in the non-con. Yeah, they get Temple.
The hell?
Stan Drayton.
Temple.
I would love to play Temple. My God, they get Stan Drayton, the former Texas running back coach, in week 1. They've got Houston in week 2, in which will be a non-conference game. Which help me, it's going to take a long time to figure out what conferences are next year. Tulane in week 3. Tulane's been solid, decent non-con game, the toughest non-con game OU has. But yeah, look at their conference slate. I mean, Tennessee at Auburn, obviously Texas. They've got a trip to Oxford. They've got a trip to Columbia. They've got to host Alabama. And then the last game, let me scroll down on the screen. Their last game is at LSU.
Yeah, that's a good 7 or 8-win season.
So dude, you compare that to what Texas has, and you're thankful. The SEC schedule makers did you a favor in the first year. And oh, by the way, yeah, OU is considered a road game for Texas this season. So the Longhorns only have 3 true road games in the SEC.
Yeah, they have to win all 3 of those non-conference games. As good as Tulane has been, Oklahoma can't lose to them being an SEC team. That can't happen.
Yeah, if they don't start 3-0, that's scary for them because there could be a few L's.
Wow,
in conference play. So that's what they've got. You feel good about what the Longhorns have. Yeah, they have Maine on there.
What do you got? The Black Bears? What is that? Week 11?
Not that late, but pretty late in the year, November 2nd.
Wow, the Maine Black Bears. That game is definitely at home. They're not traveling. Nobody's traveling to Maine then to play.
How many seats do they have at Maine's football stadium?
37,000, something like that.
You think it's that many?
I think so. I think they're just a little smaller than BC. Yes, the Maine Black Bears. Wow.
Dude, 37,000. I just did a quick Google search. Alphon Sports Stadium is where the University of Maine plays football.
Did I give them too many?
10,000.
Sorry.
Well, I'll be rooting for them on November 2nd. I can tell you that. Go Maine.
I want that game to be on TV so bad and see how cold it is. And oh my God, with Oklahoma kids, when they come through that stadium, when they break through the paper mache, when the cheerleaders are holding up the paper as they go through it, the team runs through it, like the little Pop Warner teams, and the parents are standing in the line. That's going to be great. Good luck.
OU will never play Maine at Maine.
Oh, come on.
Will never happen, and you know it.
Got to have that.
Oh, man. Yeah, that would be fantastic.
No, I think BC's holding about $60,000.
So a little bit more than Maine, huh? You're telling me an ACC school holds more than an FCS school?
Yeah, but at one time, BC was, before they built the Conti Forum, built into the stadium, the basketball and hockey facility, it was about 40,000 when I went there. It was about 40,000. Never had a 50,000. You had to go play at Schaefer Stadium, the old Schaefer Stadium in Foxborough, in order to play games like that, the Notre Dames of the world. Those games couldn't be played at BC. I don't think BC's ever played Maine. I don't think even then we played Maine, the Black Bears of Maine. We played them in baseball. That was about it.
Yeah, I don't Maine. I know nothing about them. All right, I'm trying to pull up this graphic. One final Texas football thing here to show the people. Another reason why you should be confident that the Horns are going to make some things happen in their first year in the SEC. Here's this. Here's a chart. Returning head coaches and quarterbacks for Texas opponents in 2024. So green means yes, they are returning. Red means no, they are not returning. And these are Texas's opponents this year. I mean, look at all of that red on the quarterback side of things. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 new quarterbacks. Texas plays 12 games, obviously, next season. 8 of those 12 will be against first-year starters at quarterback. Then you look at the head coach category, not as drastic, but 4 of the 12 games that the Longhorns will play will be against first-year head coaches. So It's pretty good, isn't it? I mean, there aren't a lot of contenders. We've talked about it, right? Texas, the only team that made the playoff this past season that returns its coach.
Are you sure UTSA's quarterback's not back again?
I don't think Frank Harris can play till he's 52.
Come on, Johnny U.
I think he might be older than Johnny U.
Wow.
Right now. I don't think Frank Harris can come back for another season. But yeah, there you go. I mean, Texas has coach and quarterback returning. I don't know how many other contenders can say that. I don't know if any other contender can say that. Like Michigan can't, Ohio State can't, Alabama can't, Georgia can. That's why Georgia's preseason number 1, and that's they're the favorites to win it all next year, and they should be. But like most of the other teams, LSU's replacing its quarterback. Most of the other teams that are expected to be in the mix for the CFP in 2024 are replacing either their head coach or their starting quarterback. Texas has both of those guys back for year 4 for the head coach and year 3 for the QB. That's good. That is good. All right, we'll take your thoughts.
Good stuff. I like the coaches. I like that coaches, top 5. That's good stuff. It's good. I mean, I still believe. I think Sark is number 2, and I think he'll show that this year.
Yeah, I think he's got a chance to be the second best coach in this conference. So to overtake Kirby Smart, you're going to have to win multiple national championships.
Yes, you will. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's going to take a while there now.
It will. And that guy's done an amazing job, and he's now the best coach in college football. That Nick Saban has hung him up. So that will be a fun one, but a tough one, of course, on October 19th, and it will be tough competing against that dude in the foreseeable future. Okay, before we I got to show you what Kim Mulkey, your girl, was wearing.
I saw her last night. I watched about 5 minutes of the game again.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Dude, you are the Title IX king.
Yes, sir.
I mean, God, I've never seen a supporter like you.
I'm unbelievable when it comes to women's college basketball. I am in there now. I'm sorry. I better not say that because you'll take it a different way too. I'm involved now. How's that? Is that better?
What way would I have taken it?
If I said the word in there and I'm waiting for you to go something else. I'm involved. That's what I mean when I said I'm in there. I'm involved now in women's college basketball.
I'm just trying to figure out what you think I was going to say. What?
Women in there? Or if I would have said up in there, that'd have been different.
Up in where?
Forget about it, will you? Let me tell you about my friends. That relax the back. I was talking about my back and how it's feeling today after getting out there in the pavement, getting my cardio in yesterday. My back is really jacked up, and it's been jacked up for over 20 years now. But I'll tell you what, since I found the folks that relax the back, it has been magnificent. The chair that I'm in right now, I've been in this chair for about 15 or so years, and it gives me all the support in my thoracic back area and my lumbar area that I really, really need. And you can do the same. They've got numerous chairs over there for you. And folks, they've got not only that, they've got the recliners that you're looking for, Tempur-Pedic mattresses that you're looking for, the pillows, all the accessories that you want to make your life better for sure. 2 great locations in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back.
How about our guy Tom McKay with a Facebook comment? Yeah, we stream live on Facebook as well. Make sure y'all like us over there. He's at Dr. Eckert's office right now.
Tom's going to get my deal done? Yeah, he wants to be that pretty man too. Yeah, he wants to have that pretty smile with those veneers. I love that. Love Dr. Eckert. He's going to the right guy. And Tom, He always has a smile. He doesn't need a frown. He doesn't need to turn it upside down. But he can use those veneers, get that Denzel smile. Because Tom's got that Denzel money too. You know what I'm saying? Buck's the only one with the smile without the cash. Tom's got the cash, and now he's going to get the smile. And no better way to get it than with Dr. Greg Eckert. 512-345-3166, folks. He's the guy you want to go to. If you're thinking that, well, maybe I can't afford those veneers. How about dental implants? Turn that frown upside down in just one day, one tooth or many teeth. Dr. Eckert can do that. Find out if you're a candidate. Go in and check out your insurance. See if your insurance, Dr. Eckert takes most insurance. So find out if your dental insurance is going to work with him and get all that new work done in the new year. Don't wait till December, late November next year. Get it done today with Dr. Greg Eckert and his wonderful staff.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Doc. You also shout out to Tom McKay. We'll let you hear from Tom McKay. This is live before he's going in for his dental work. Here he is.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audiovisual Consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
And I may have to hit your folks at cover 3. I may need to do that maybe after a round of golf today.
Come on.
By there, I'm going to be out that way. Maybe I need to stop by and have myself a little bit of dinner. You know what? I tried to do some clams the other day. And so I didn't, real clams, like steamed clams. Well, of course, I left the refrigerator for 2 days and now you can't mess with them. So I'm going to think about having somebody else make the meal. I always pretend I'm the chef. I'm a better gardener than I am a chef. I leave stuff in the refrigerator, BK, that after about 3 days, my wife goes, "Are you ever going to cook this?" And I've got to throw the clams away now. Just wasting money. That's why I have to hit that lottery. That's why my goal for 2024 is to come up. I can help the kids with their education because the lottery is about education. You know what I'm saying? That's why I play, to educate the youth of the state of Texas. So
yep, same reason you go to the Yellow Rose.
I mean, I've got to pay for somebody's education. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
Got to do it, man. Got to do it. But I need to go to cover 3. Give me a nice sandwich there today.
There you go. Yeah, great burgers, great sandwiches, great wings. So many great options at cover 3. It's sports bar food, but it's elevated. Like they've got the sports bar classics, but they also got a filet mignon on the damn menu. Yeah, they're not messing around.
A little filet there, nice.
Get a little steak. You get some good salads, good burgers, sandwiches. The Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, one of my favorite items. Got the brig chicken mac and cheese. It's stupid good. They've got a lot going on at cover 3, and of course all the TVs that you could ask for. Big night of college basketball. Obviously no Texas game, but you've got some great matchups this evening. If you're looking for a place to watch any of the games tonight or any night, cover 3 is the place you need to go.
I see my guy Doc Rivers in his debut with the Bucks lost. Way to get them to D up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Denver took care of that. Jokic took care of that D me up deal.
Right. Yeah, we don't talk a ton of NBA on this show, but that was obviously a big storyline in the association last week, is that the Bucks, who were 30-13, sitting at number 2 in the Eastern Conference, decided to fire their coach in the middle of his first year.
I know. I mean, 30-13 they were, and he's got to go.
You got Texas fans with Rodney Terry at 13-7, like, he needs like 5 years. It's like, look, I thought that was an overreaction for the Bucks, and I do think it'd be an overreaction to fire Rodney Terry right now. Let me just set the record straight on that. But
they didn't win last night.
They did not. No, Longhorns did not win, despite your moral victory that you were claiming, because they took Houston to overtime.
Hey, they took them to overtime. They only lost by 4. They covered.
They covered the 4.5.
Yes, they did.
They did.
Unless
Vegas
you had a cousin
knows.
that I had who had made it 6.
Oh, 6?
Yes.
I saw 5, but 6?
Yes. Yes.
Jeez.
Absolutely. I'm
That
dealing
is
with the
rough.
wrong people. That's what I'm dealing with.
Yeah, you are. You need to deal with BetUS, dude. I got to
Yeah,
get
for
you
sure.
set up over there. That's our new gambling sponsor. We got to get you and your cousin over there. And if you're watching on YouTube, just click the link in the description below.
I've been there and done that. They make it easy for you too.
Yep. If you're listening on the app, make sure you click the Explore Our Socials tab and then click the link to BetUS. You deposit $50, they're going to match it. They're going to give you free stuff. And they've got a casino on there too. If you're trying to play a little blackjack, if you're trying to be a little Dan Campbell and hit on 18 when you're at the table.
Come on, Campbell. Why are you going for every 4th down? This isn't the regular season. You're trying to get the Lions into the Super Bowl, but you got to go 4 out of 4. I'm going for on 4th down. You know why? Because we did it during the regular season. It only makes sense when you're in the playoffs to do it, right? No, knucklehead. It doesn't mean that. It means your team is looking at you like, and believe me, if you think his players after that game didn't sit down and go, really, Dan? Really, coach? We love you, but really, you're going to go for this many 4th downs? We're up 17. Can we kick and make it 20? No. We need to get 7 points out of it because we did it during the regular season.
Yeah, what do you think the kicker was feeling after that game?
Like, why did I even dress up? Could have stayed in my sweats.
Free day of work for him.
No kidding. I mean, absolutely.
Yeah.
He was under no pressure whatsoever in that game.
Did get Dan Campbell on BetUS.
Oh, my goodness.
He can riverboat gamble over
Hit
there.
on 18. Yeah, give me another hit there, dealer.
Yeah.
I think I got it. I got a 3 in me coming up. Really, Dan?
God, there's your NBA. Yeah, the Bucks made the move to Doc Rivers, one of the biggest chokers in NBA playoff history. He obviously did win a title with the Celtics back in 2008. It's been a while.
What a team that was, by the way.
And that's a team that probably should have won 2 or 3. And then he's just had, perennial playoff failures with the Clippers when they had their studs.
Sixers.
With the Sixers when they were always in the mix in the East. I mean, that's Doc Rivers has turned into playoff choker. So, I feel worse about the Bucks' chances to win. I don't know much about Adrian Griffin. The players clearly went to ownership and were like, "This guy ain't the guy." Like that's why the move got made. You don't,
of course,
fire
it always is. Yes,
30-13, unless the players are like, "Dude, this guy sucks. We don't get along with him, and he's not going to help us get to the top." Which that's one thing, but Doc Rivers, that's the guy you're going to bring in now. I get it, midseason there aren't a lot of options there, but
no,
I feel worse about the Bucks' chances to win another championship now because they have Doc Rivers than I did with Adrian Griffin, even though that was a first-year guy. So
there's no doubt about it, man.
Mm-hmm. All right, BetUS, by the way, make sure you go support them.
Please do.
Tease this at the start of the show. Big injury for the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll continue to preview the Super Bowl. We've got a while before the game actually gets here. Of course, it comes a week from Sunday. But lifetime Longhorn, Charles Omenihu, tore his ACL in Kansas City's AFC Championship win over the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday. So Omenihu, needless to say, will not be able to participate in the Super Bowl. He obviously had a huge play, the strip sack fumble of Lamar Jackson. Had a career-high 7 sacks this season, despite being suspended for the first 6 games of the season. He was having his best year in the league, and he was a big part of that Chiefs pass rush. That is a big loss for Kansas City.
Yeah, it really, really is. I mean, especially when you're playing against Brock Purdy in this group for the Super Bowl, that's going to hurt a lot. I mean, I saw him stretching and trying to do things on the sideline. I didn't think it was anything but a sprain, but he tore that thing, and the things he was trying to do in order to get back in that game was incredible, BK. There's no chance. You're not running back in there with a torn ACL. You're not going to move like that. I didn't think he could move like that when I saw him on the sideline. I'm like, how's this guy moving around like this, trying to get like he's going to get back in the game? After I heard he had torn the thing, I'm like, damn, that's a hell of an effort right there. Now, generally with those, you go sit down and they either put you in a cart to put you back inside or you limp off, but he was doing everything he could to get back. He wanted that one badly.
Yeah. And Omenihu, the former San Francisco 49er, obviously former Houston Texan and lifetime Longhorn, would have been cool for him to get to go up against his former team in the Super Bowl. And yeah, look, Brock Purdy's like any other quarterback. You get pressure on him, he's a hell of a lot worse. So Amina, who has been one of the most consistent pass rushers that the Chiefs have had all season long, and him being absent for that game a week from Sunday, that's a massive, massive loss for him. So, yeah, feel for him, man. He's worked hard to get to this spot in his career. Big time year for him, and unfortunately, he will not get to participate in what would have been the biggest game in his career. So,
yeah. And vice versa on the other side, if Bosa doesn't get the pressure like he did later in the game the other night, I mean, in the beginning he was a no-show in the first half of that game against Detroit. He didn't do anything. Once he started making tackles and getting into the flow of the game and got pressure and got to golf, he's an animal. I mean, really, if he gets controlled, Kansas City will win that thing by a touchdown. I believe he's the guy, because Chase Young, I don't care who you got against him, you can handle him. Yeah. They spent a lot of money on that dude. He hasn't been the same since he got his knee busted up. He's not the same guy. He's almost better against the run than he is as a pass rusher. But Bosa's the one who can wreck your game on that defensive front for San Francisco and give Patrick Mahomes a lot of problems. And he can give you problems in the run game too. But he's one of those momentum guys, Bosa. If you keep him down early and keep him away from your, especially off your passer, you can win. They'll win that game by a touchdown, I believe. But if he starts wrecking your home early, I mean, that's a problem for Kansas City too.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes, you look at the 3 Super Bowls that he's been a part of, and he's 2-1 to this point. The one Super Bowl that he lost, that beat down to Tampa Bay, it's because the Chiefs O-line just got bullied for 4 quarters against Tampa Bay. Everyone talked about Tom Brady, and obviously it was an amazing story for Tom, and he played well all season long, and he was great in that Super Bowl. But the story of that game was the Bucs D-line just dominating Kansas City for 60 minutes to the point where the Chiefs basically got rid of all 5 starters they had on the offensive line and said, we're starting from scratch because this isn't good enough. So that goes to show you, like, yeah, the Chiefs, the Super Bowl, they got worked up front. The Super Bowl they could not win on the line of scrimmage was the one that they lost.
Right.
If those guys are able to win against the very strong pass rush of San Francisco, then, Kansas City is going to be hoisting the Lombardi Trophy again for the third time.
And Chiefs are going to try to take Pacheco and run it against that defensive line, which I think they'll be okay. But when they get to that linebacker area with Warner and those guys play, they hit for keeps. So all that high stepping that he does, you got to be careful. You got to be aware of that. Those guys will hit you and hit you hard. So I don't worry so much about San Francisco against the Chiefs run. I think the Chiefs will still be able to run the ball because I'm not quite sure the fat guys in the middle for San Francisco. I haven't seen them do anything in 2 playoffs. Number 99, that big dude, he's just in the way. He just takes up space, but he hadn't got any push in these playoff games. And their run defense, not that good. Linebackers still good in the pass and good against the run. So Pacheco will get his. It's what they can't let Patrick Mahomes get his. And that guy, no matter what you say, is going to take off and run and get some things done in the run game. He just is. He's just that kind of quarterback. So
yeah, I think the running backs are going to be a huge factor in these games. Like,
you think Pacheco will against that defense?
Yeah, I mean, San Francisco did not do a good job of stopping the run at all in either of their playoff wins, right? Green Bay had some success running the football, and Detroit had a ton of success running
and
the
football.
Know
how good they are with their linebackers at San Francisco. It's the front 4 that were really disappointing, I thought.
Yeah, and then you look at Kansas City, like the biggest criticism of Baltimore in that game on Sunday is that they didn't run the ball enough.
Right.
Like, it was a joke. I mean, Baltimore only had like 8 running back runs in the game. Let's see if I can find it. Sorry, 6 running back runs in that game. And, Gus Edwards had 3 carries and averaged almost 7 yards a clip. He had 1 carry in the first half. It went for 15 yards.
Then they stopped giving him the ball, yeah.
But you think of Buffalo for large portions of that game against Kansas City were able to run the ball pretty effectively.
By the way, did they have any set runs for Lamar in that game? They didn't run any like quarterback counters, did they?
Maybe not 1 really. Or 2, not enough. They didn't run it. There were way too many drop back passes.
Yes.
In general. I mean, that was a silly game plan considering the Chiefs had a top 5 pass defense in football this year and a bottom 5 run defense in football.
I'm on the Chiefs early. It's early. I'm on the Chiefs now. I just okay. I mean, can we get to a deal where we're going to have the San Francisco 49ers favored by 2.5, maybe.
Well, they opened up as a 2.5-point favorite. That would have been your time to pounce.
Now it's, what is it, 1 now?
I think it's down to 1.
It'll be come on, don't be a pick 'em at game time.
I'm seeing 1.5 right now.
It's going to end up being that stupid hook.
I got down to 1, and then hook doesn't matter that much when it's 1, right?
No.
It matters when it's 2.5 to 3.5, but if it's 1,
what matters is there'll be a punt return for a touchdown, so it'll be 50-1, so I can win that again.
That's the call.
That is the call.
Who's
Somebody's
doing
taking one back to the house. Yeah.
You won't tell us which team, just somebody.
Yeah, I mean that's all I need is somebody. Punt return to the house is generally about 50-1.
I like that.
I did that when who was it? The guy that was for the Bears was a punt returner.
Oh, kickoff, Devin Hester.
Devin Hester. He wasn't with the Bears then, was he?
Yeah, it was the opening kickoff of the game when the Colts, Peyton Manning won a Super Bowl.
Yes,
for Indy.
That's when I was standing up in my house running with him when he was running down the sideline. Nobody touched that dude. That paid me 50-1 on a $50 bet. That was great.
29-17, maybe the final. Colts over Bears in Miami. Peyton Manning with the win there. Yeah, it was a great start for the Bears, and then it's like, oh, shoot, we have Rex Grossman at quarterback. We're not doing shit in this game.
We're about to have another one of those this Super Bowl.
All right, I like it. I wonder if has there been one since that game?
I don't think so.
God, that's 20 years, man.
I'm thinking, and the kid that's for the Chiefs, number 17, the kid who comes in as wide receiver but is a punt returner.
Yeah, the fumbler, Cole.
No, there's another one that's been playing some wide receiver for him, number 17.
Is that not me?
No.
Who's 17 for the Chiefs?
I know who number 1 is. Number 1's the fumbler.
Yeah, that's Cole Hardman.
Yeah, 1 is that dude.
You're calling a punt. Okay, punt return touchdown, not a kickoff return touchdown.
No, punt return.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who 17 is. I'm not going to look that up. James,
don't worry about it.
Richie James.
Yeah, that dude.
Okay, yeah.
He's my guy. He's my guy. Going back to the house.
We'll go with that. I like that. All right, bold pick right there. How many units are you putting on it?
On the game for Kansas City?
No, on the punt return touchdown.
Oh, I'll put 50 bones on that.
Okay. 50 at 50-1.
Yeah, I'll take that return.
There's your lottery.
There you go.
Close to it. All right, let me show you what your girl Kim Mulkey was wearing last night. By the way, since you are the Title IX expert now on
Yes, I am.
Sports Unfiltered. What's going on with the LSU women's team? That's back-to-back losses.
I don't know. They're still I don't know. It's too much about the coach.
That's your analysis, huh?
It's always too much about the coach.
Well, here's your substitute teacher-looking ass coach.
What?
This is Kim Mulkey's get up last night for LSU's loss to Mississippi State. Not sponsored. Remember last time she was wearing a Coca-Cola sponsored jacket. This time it literally looks like a 2-year-old made this.
Maybe one of her grandkids.
Maybe. She looks like, the teacher.
Come on, Meemaw. Come on, Meemaw.
The teacher that, you're like, can I go to the bathroom? She's like, I don't know. Can you?
Come on, Meemaw.
She looks like one of those. Meemaw.
Yeah, look at Meemaw. She is something else. She's a great wife, great mother, great basketball coach, and stylish too.
This is stylish? She's wearing a button-down shirt underneath, and it's untucked. And she's wearing a
vest, sweater vest.
Yes, I guess a sweater vest with.
She's wearing one of the pom-pom dancers from LSU's jersey.
She is making this all about herself with the outfits every night.
Yeah, I'm not down with all that me there, Kim.
Don't like that stuff?
I don't like it. Now, if she's going to wear that, she should come to the court and do a cartwheel. A
cartwheel?
Yeah. Guaranteed she can do a cartwhel.
You think at her age she can do a cartwheel?
What do you mean at her age? She's only like 37, isn't she?
Okay. All right.
Well, she looks like she's 37.
You and I have different definitions of 37, I guess. Kim Mulkey is 61 years young.
She's damn near as old as I am.
I do love that you said she'd make a great wife, considering she's been divorced, which it happens. Divorce happens.
Sure. Absolutely.
I do find that funny. Yeah.
Where's
there
her
she was
son at?
last
Where's
night.
that dude? Isn't he on the? I saw him shaking hands. I didn't see her shaking hands last night. I saw that dude. Is he the first one in line? Is that his job? Is to be first in line to shake in the handshake line?
No, her coach isn't on, or her son's not on the staff. Her son's a baseball player.
Baseball player, really?
Yeah, Kramer Robertson is her son's name. Are you talking about Joe Schwartz? There's a former Texas basketball player who's on her staff. It's a good buddy of mine, Joe Schwartz. He wears pretty flamboyant clothes too.
And he has to be first in line. I think that's his deal. You've got to be first in line.
How about this picture?
What the? Is that the one from Vegas?
That's the one in Vegas right there. Yep. There's the eyes of Kim Mulkey. Those are terrifying, man.
The university has to pay for all her outfits anyway.
Those are real. Those
Those are real eyeballs.
Yeah, nothing's photoshopped about this picture right here. Let me tell you.
Oh my God. What's missing from there? Ed Orgeron. That's the only thing missing from that whole university. That used to be great. That was a great university until they got rid of Eddie O.
Now they're not a great university?
No, not anymore. Brian Kelly, come here, break.
Yeah, Ed O won a championship there.
That's right.
I think the last 3 LSU head coaches have won national championships there, right?
Ooh.
Am I missing somebody? It's Saban, it's Les Miles, and it's Ed O.
Ed O.
Is there someone else there?
No.
Okay, because Les was there for a long time. I don't think there was ever anybody between Les and Ed O. Maybe, Brian Kelly. A lot to live up to for that dude. And obviously the Les Miles era and the Ed O era did not end well.
No, she needs to quit making it about her and her outfits.
That's her problem? Well, that ain't going to change. It's always about her. It's all about her.
Oh, my goodness.
That's why you love her. That's why she's your hall pass.
She's lost 2 in a row, I believe. Big games.
2 in a row, yep. Lost to South Carolina, which everyone loses to South Carolina, but lost to Mississippi State.
Wow, that hurt.
And then dressing like that? Come on, coach. What's going on there?
Good Lord. Come on, Kim.
So there's
your make a phone call down there and see what's going on.
Are you going to ask her on a date?
No, I'm going to ask her. She looked like one of those people in the tent city that I saw last time I was in.
Do you think that's going to work as your pickup line? You're going to say you look like a homeless person who pees on the street?
Wow.
That's good. You're going to try that to woo your lover?
Of course. She'll fall for it.
She'll fall for that?
She'll look at it. With that outfit, she'll fall for any line.
Oh, my God. I don't even know what that means. What are you saying?
That's a bad look right there. That's way too much purple.
Yeah. Here's your girl. What would your pickup line be if you ever saw Kim Mulkey? Like, let's say you just walk into a coffee shop and all of a sudden right in front of you in line is Cruella de Mulkey. What are you saying to her?
You're the best, coach. You're absolutely the best. Nobody can coach it like you can. One of the greatest coaches of all time.
All right, you're just going to start praising her for her coaching accolades?
For sure. I'm going to say Ariema has nothing over you. None of them do.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. There you go.
That might work.
Now she's interested, right?
You think so?
Yeah, I'm going to say, but you can't be what's her name down in South Carolina, so you need to get ready to hang it up. It's almost time to retire, Kim.
Okay, well, that's not going to work.
No?
You're going to hype her up and then tear her down in the span of 5 seconds?
She's going to punch me in the face then? Am I going to get hit in the... You think she'll physically...
You hope it's just a punch in the face and not a stab to the gut.
Oh.
You pull out a switchblade and off you right then and there.
Good
the
Lord.
Coffee shop.
Good
I figured
Lord.
you would go with the you would act like you don't know who she is kind of thing.
Oh, just pretend? No,
Yeah.
she'd be dressed like that in a line.
Just tell her she's beautiful. Like, oh my gosh, you're the most beautiful woman that I've ever seen. And
Nice
then act like
line.
you have no idea. Like, what is your name? What do you do?
I'm not going to lie.
You're a
not
women's
the most-
basketball coach? What, like high school or something? What do you? Oh, college? Oh, no way.
No, I'm not going through all of that with her. Just going to grab her by her hair and take her to her dorm.
Oh. God.
Where's your old dorm here, coach?
You're gonna grab her by her hair and take her to her dorm. She's not coaching at Baylor anymore, dude.
No, come on, man.
Come on, man, to me. Come on, man, to you.
She's a mess. She's a mess.
She is indeed. All right, we'll get into Texas basketball to wrap up today's show. Of course, we talked a lot about the game at the start, but we'll let you hear more from Rodney Terry here in a second. But first, Buck, who do we need to give some love to today?
We got them all. And in one shot, we got them all.
There you go. Yeah, I'll give a shout out to Altstad Beer. Real quick.
And of course, yes,
that you could find. And then
Woods Comfort Systems, our guys at Wood Comfort Systems, dude. Air conditioner jumped on them yesterday.
No way.
I'm telling you, it had to be 80 degrees up in here yesterday.
Inside?
Yeah, it got warm in a hurry yesterday.
God.
System's great. Woods Comfort Systems, those folks are fantastic, man. They're trying to keep an old man warm because it has been cold. And I'll tell you what, I'm glad I got the contract with them too. You don't just get the system, you get the contract and everything that goes with whatever they present to you. Take it. Take that contract so they can come out there twice a year, make sure everything's running smoothly. Don't take it upon yourself to go up and start checking. If you've got water in the pan underneath your air conditioner, don't you do it. You know what I'm saying? Don't you try to do it, wags. Let somebody else do it. If you need your plumbing, now that they're doing plumbing, wags, make sure you call Woods Comfort Systems to get your plumbing done. Don't try it yourself. Don't be reaching behind, picking up the back of the toilet, playing with the little ball in the back. Let somebody else do that. Okay. Once again,
Woods Comfort Systems. Yeah, I know. You've never had problems with your plumbing, even though you ate clam chowder, Girl Scout cookies, and bacon and eggs in like a 3-hour span.
I still got to roll those cookies. You know what? I'm taking those to the course and offering it to the guys today.
There you go. That's nice.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm going to charge them $3 because half of the roll costs $3.
Inflation has hit the troops. The Girl Scouts are upping their prices this year.
Wow, man, oh man.
Used to be kind of nice, right? Like back in the day, you said it was what, $1.50 a box?
Yeah, dude. I remember when it was $1.50 or $1.25 for a box of those things.
I mean, even
I do have to get those mint deals to put in the freezer, though. I don't have any of those.
No, the thin
I'll pay
mints.
$6 for those thin mints.
Yeah, those are elite. The freezer thin mints are strong to very strong. But yeah, even the last few years, right? As prices have continued to go up, they used to be $5 a box. So it's like you just have a 20, you get 4 boxes. There you go. That's easy. Yeah, you always have a 20 on you. But now $6 a box.
Yes.
$20, you only get to 3, and then you got change, and you're like, should I ask the troops for change or no? I want to support.
Hard to ask the troops for change. Now just keep it.
I know.
And then it's like my wife says, go just walk right up there, give her $6, tell her keep the cookies, sell them to somebody else, and then go to your car. And hopefully they don't chase you down and tackle you by the legs and bring you down.
Be banging on the back of your car like that homeless guy did to us in New Orleans. Hey, mister.
Maybe I should take some cookies to those folks. Never thought about that.
You're going to drive back to New Orleans to give them some Girl Scout cookies?
Not those people. Those people were trying to murder us, I believe. They were trying to rape me. I believe. I had that funny feeling. That guy had that look in his eye when he's running at me.
Come on out, you rapist!
I haven't forgot about that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's in my nightmares.
Ooh. You're seeing the angel of death?
Yeah, the hooded guy. I never saw his face.
Yeah, he wanted it that way. I don't know if he wanted to see yours either.
No.
Oh, man. All right. Shout out. Yeah, no, Girl Scouts. If you want to buy some Girl Scout cookies, how about a trade with the Scouts? Some Altstadt beer. No, don't do that.
No, you can't trade that for cookies.
See if the dads who are there will take some Altstadt beer.
Oh, yeah, because they're bringing dads now. It's not about dressing mom up, making her look nice, and then you'd buy the cookies for the daughter. It's dad, big dads.
Now they're threatening you. Yeah, that's like, oh, shoot, I'm going to
buy. You want to buy my daughter's cookies? Are you going to buy Girl Scout cookies this year? Well, you need to buy them from this little girl right here. Okay, Pops, I got you.
Yeah, or I'll beat the shit out of you if you don't.
Yes.
That's what they're doing.
Intimidation factor.
Yeah. No, get you some Altstadt beer, not for the kids, for yourself. The best beer that you could find anywhere in the state of Texas. It's brewed in Fredericksburg, but all over Austin, Dallas, Houston. You can buy it wherever you buy your 6-packs. And it's popping up more and more at your favorite bars and restaurants throughout Central Texas and throughout the great state of Texas as well. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. It's a beautiful week. If you're hitting the golf course, bring you some Altstadt. If you're hitting the lake, get some
the lake
Altstadt.
and the golf course at the same time.
At the same time, if you're staying at home, like I'll probably be doing to just watch sports all week, they've got the Altstadt beer for you too. I'm telling you, it's the best beer you're ever going to find. One sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It's Altstadt beer, no impurities, no regrets.
I'm going to take a guess that there won't be any lakes in the fairways that I'm going to today.
Where are you playing?
You hobo golfer.
Where are you playing?
I'm playing at Twin Creeks.
Okay. Yeah.
There'll be some creeks that my ball will sneak into, but believe me, there won't be any lakes in the middle of the fairways.
No.
That's only the places that you decide to roam.
Yeah, those are the munis that I go to right there because I'm a man of
You
the
are
people.
a man of the people.
Mm-hmm. Unlike
and
you.
A man of the munis. I'm a country clubber.
Yeah, but after that round on Friday, I have changed my stance from save muni to pave muni.
Pave muni. That is great. That is great. Okay, you can now tell where you played. You can tell it. It's a couple days after. There's nothing wrong with it.
I won't do it.
It used to be one of the all-time great places. It's where it all began, by the way.
You could say it. I'm not going to say it.
You know what? I played there one time in my life. There's a couple places I played, and I only played once and never played again. When I first came to Texas over 30 years ago, the first golf course I played was Blue Bonnet. And I don't even remember if it was Georgetown, Round Rock, where Blue Bonnet was. But I was told that it was a goat patch before I even got there. And for me, I was coming from University of Illinois. So one goat patch to the next, I just wanted to play golf. And dude, I got out there and it had just got through flooding here in January. I mean, this whole city was underwater. So I then waited till it got hot. Only about 2 weeks later, it was so hot. And it was so dried out. There was cracks in the earth. And my ball would get stuck in the crack. But you could hit a ball 300 yards, BK. For me at that time, 300 with the roll.
Oh, yeah.
There was nothing to stop it. There was no grass in the fairways of that place. And seriously, they had a driving range. I remember hitting downhill. But on the other side of the road there was actually a goat patch where there were goats on the other side of the road. And I don't know. I guarantee you they're condos or homes now at that place, Blue Bonnet. Somebody tell me if Blue Bonnet is still in existence. I can't believe it can be. That property is probably grade A now, you know. I hate to see if you're trying to grow grass in your backyard if you have a place there, but it was so rock hard. Never played it one time in ACC, the old ACC. I played there one time.
Do you ever hit one of the goats?
No, I couldn't hit it that far. Blue Bonnet was northeast Austin. Oh, goodness. Oh.
That's what you're thinking of?
Yeah, that was the place, Blue Bonnet. Man,
yeah, no.
Man.
I played on Friday. You would have hit the ball about 130 yards, and it would have just stuck in a puddle. You ain't getting a roll out of that little lake.
Oh, my goodness. That was the old ACC.
The old ACC. That's all I'll say about that. Oh, God.
I love
all
you.
Right.
Love you.
Me too. Just not a great day for the course on Friday, but great week to go play some golf. Get
Absolutely, man.
Altstadt beer too while you're out there. All right, we'll wrap it up with some more Texas basketball thoughts, and we had some comments earlier about Rodney Terry. Look, I honestly thought Rodney Terry coached a pretty good game last night. There were a few things that he did that I disagreed with. There were a few things that I wish he changed earlier than he did. One of those things, look, I think a big adjustment that Rodney Terry made was putting Kendall Weaver on Jamal Shedd. I mean, Jamal Shedd was having all sorts of success against Tyrese Hunter and Max Asmus, two undersized guards. Rodney Terry, with about 5 or 6 minutes left, made the switch and put Kendall Weaver on Jamal Shedd, and Shedd struggled the rest of the way. He really did in regulation and in overtime. Like, he just could not get the clean looks at the hoop that he had been getting for the first 35 minutes or so of that game. So I like that move by Rodney Terry. You can be critical of the fact that Texas only made one basket in overtime, and there were some struggles in terms of late game execution on offense, but it's not like Houston, who's coached by one of the best coaches in the country, and Kelvin Sampson was super efficient down the stretch too. So I don't think like Kelvin Sampson came in here and coached circles around Rodney Terry, which I was definitely worried about that going into the game. But there were
that had a lot to do with the players who want to, last night.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things that like pissed me off. In overtime, Dylan Dessou had 4 fouls, and Rodney Terry kept going offense, defense substitutions in overtime. And there were a couple of possessions where there wasn't a stoppage. So like Texas would get a rebound after a missed shot. They'd go back down the floor on offense, and he didn't have Dylan Dessou on the floor. And it's like, Coach, it's overtime. Like, leave your best players on the floor. All right. If he's going to foul out, it sucks, but like trust your upperclassmen to not pick up that 5th foul. Leave him out there on the floor because you need offense. You got to score. You can't have Aiden Shedrick on the floor on the biggest offensive possessions of the game with Dylan Dessou on the bench. Like, no coach does. I was so dumb in overtime. I get if you're doing that with like 5 minutes left in regulation and you're trying to monitor your guy just to make sure he doesn't foul out. But it's overtime. If the guy fouls out, it sucks. But okay, it's go down swinging. Don't go down with like your best or second best offensive player sitting on the sideline because you don't trust him that he can't play defense without fouling. Like that's bad. That is horrible coaching right there from Rodney Terry. He knows better than that.
Yeah, that wasn't good. No, and the other thing to me was that whole not rebounding. I mean, he's got big enough guys that can rebound. Guards, forget about the guards. Once again, as you said, their guards had what? 8 rebounds apiece?
Yeah, 2 of their guards
had 8 rebounds, folks. I mean, the bigs for Texas, the best was what, 6? I mean, that can't be. I mean,
Dylan Mitchell had 10, but Dessou had 6, and I think Shedrick had 4.
No, and once again, it's not like the guards are going to grow for Texas and you're going to get a bunch of rebounds from them. But some of these other guys need to box out, and they just wanted the ball more. They just look like they wanted it because that's how they play. That's their culture. That ball hits that rim, they're all going. Their guards are going. None of them are running back for defense. They are all hitting the boards. They get a lot of offensive rebounds. If the ball doesn't go in and it's up on that rim, they all go to they're all on the loose balls. They play a different brand of defense too, because if you think you're getting out on fast breaks, when your ball comes off and you get it to your guards, and a lot of guards will push it up the court, they stop you by half court. They stop the break at half court. They don't let you get past half court and think you're going to break and get easy buckets against them. They don't give up easy buckets.
No, that team is so well coached. They're so disciplined. They do all of the little things right. But you're right. Like they are relentless, man, for all 40 minutes. And last night, obviously, it was 45 minutes. And, Texas.
They knew they were in a game last night. And they played. Houston played. They didn't play their best game, but they played like they knew they were in for a battle in the mood last night. They really did. That's the thing about seeing a team like that, because teams like that, a lot of times will say, we just have better players. We'll find a way to win anyway, no matter what. But they knew they were in a battle, and they played that way. They fought pretty hard.
Yeah, they did. Absolutely.
So, and Houston fought hard, and they just have that culture right now. As I said, from Texas, from this point on, they're not going to beat them in Houston. I don't care what they do. If they go undefeated from this point on, that game in Houston, they're losing that game by double digits. That's just how good they are, because that wasn't Houston's best game. That was just a very good game by a team that has a culture of playing very, very hard. For Texas, that was one of their better games, and they still lost. But Buck right now, of course, Buck Aggie is taking – I'm taking that as a victory for Texas. Sorry, NCAA. You can say what you want to in the loss column, but I'm taking that as now from this point on, these other teams, these Oklahoma States, Iowa States, Kansas States, they shouldn't be beating Texas, home or away. The Longhorns should win those type of games. Sorry, even Texas Tech, even going there, they should be able to win those games on the road. The way you fought last night was a sign of things. What?
You think this team's beating Texas Tech on the road? They lost by double digits to Tech at home. How do you expect them to win that?
Yes, I expect them to win those games. I think they've been in that battle last night proved an awful lot, and it should have proved a lot to the team. See, don't
forget about some of their bad games though too. Like they've lost to, West Virginia and UCF. Those are two of the worst teams in the league. Like I know they played the best team in the league really close, but it's like they've played like shit against some bad teams also.
Don't expect
I can't just sit here and be like, I expect them to win all of these games against good teams because of last night. It's like, yeah, I guess you learned a little bit more about what they're capable of, but they've been so inconsistent this year that it's like I can't expect them to win against Iowa State and K-State and Texas Tech on the road. Like, no chance.
Winning those games.
All of them?
Victory. We can only lose 3 more. That's it.
Yeah, I hope
That's
you're right.
Only can
There's
lose
no
3
chance.
more. That's it.
I'll give you $50 if they only lose 3 more.
Come on, we're on that wagon. Get on the bandwagon. Hey,
we'll make a little wager.
On that moral victory bandwagon with me.
Yeah, I mean, Texas just lost their 7th game before February. This was a preseason top 20 team that had a non-conference schedule that ranked in the 300s in terms of strength of schedule. And Rodney Terry, he's 15 and 11 in Big 12 games as a head coach at Texas.
They didn't realize they were getting a 7-foot old man in the sea from Virginia either. You know?
Who recruited that guy?
Who did recruit that guy with the bad back and shoulders and arms?
Who put if you're mad about the roster construction, then that's a Rodney Terry thing.
Well, that's some bad luck for Texas right there. That guy was,
he got hurt last year at Virginia. Like they knew he was coming off of surgeries when they got him. It is bad luck. It's bad fortune, but like
that back deal is it's not getting better by the game. When I watch that guy, he looks like he's getting slower by the game.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you there, Shedrick.
And he's not Wemby. He doesn't get the chance to stay in the middle and put his arms up and block everything that comes through there. Doesn't move quick enough.
He's definitely not Wemby.
With his arms stand and all that. Maybe he could just stay in the middle, and when guys blow by the guards, he can be there to slap it off the boards. He doesn't move like that.
Here's your Bluebonnet update before we bring on Chaos Theory, and they've been closed since 2017. Sorry about that.
Sorry about your new homes out there.
Oh, man. And Gregory says, I get a kick out of Bucky being an overly optimistic homer. Nice. We don't get that from you that much, Buck. This is
you got it now. You got it. I'm telling you that game proved a lot there, Rodney, last night. You know what? It's a moral victory because the Aggie in me has come out, and that's a moral victory game last night because I never said one word about them winning that game last night. I just didn't want them to get blown out at home, and they could have got blown out at home last night.
Yeah, they could have. But I kept seeing last night it's all Shaka Smart's fault for the whole Shed thing. He should have had Shed here.
Yeah. The many unforgivables for Shaka Smart is not even offering Jamal Shed, who obviously played at Manor right up the road. So
yeah, it's
that's almost as unforgivable as letting Deuce Vaughn get out of the city too. So
everybody was crying about that.
On and on.
Hell, I was screaming from the mountaintops, man. Anyways, how you gentlemen doing this morning, man?
Doing good, buddy. Doing good.
Guys, look, I went back and forth a couple of weeks ago with Jeff about who I thought the best team in the Big 12 was. I thought it was the Houston Cougars, and they looked pretty damn dominant last night, man. Speaking of which, the aforementioned Shed probably going to be Conference Player of the Year. But it's not just that. It's like Francis doesn't even do that much offensively except for just pound glass, right? Like, he's not like contributing, getting all the baskets or whatnot, but he just does so much else off the stat sheet that allows them to get second chance points, tip backs or whatnot, to get back out to the perimeter so the damn guards can reset the play and maybe get up another shot. Cryer was off last night, and we barely were able to stay in touch with the damn Cougars, man. They're a great team.
They're well coached.
Away last night, I was very disappointed. I thought we were up 7 at one point. I mean, shit.
Well, they're well coached, and they don't take a play off.
They don't take any plays off.
And that's,
there's no such thing as 50-50 balls with them, man. It's usually just 100. Like, anytime a damn ball goes up, damn well Houston's gonna, or it feels like Houston's gonna get it, man. They're a good team, and like Buck said, they were off last night. That's
and the thing about it is they went to the boards last night. Everybody, all 5 guys go. They don't worry about getting back because you're not going to get any fast breaks because you're not going to get any rebounds on them. They're guards. Those guys, like they play on the playground, they go up above the rim and while your guards are running down the court looking for a fast break, they got 5 on 3 while your other 2 guys are going down there. Their guards get rebounds. And BK's stat of 2 of their guards having 8 rebounds. Are you kidding me?
That's crazy. That's what I got written down on the sheet. Nobody watches shots. No shot watchers. Everybody that puts up a shot, even the shooter follows the shot.
Yeah.
I like the way they play. But you know what? For Texas, for that victory they got last night, these other teams, they when they get on the road, I don't care home or away, the Iowa States of the world those shouldn't be overtime games. Texas should be outright winning those games. And I'm not afraid of this team going to play Tech at Tech. Forget about what Tech did to them at home. Last night should be a real nice wake-up call for Rodney Terry and his basketball team, that they can play, they can get into those kind of games. Like you said, they had an opportunity in overtime. What did they score, BK? The one basket?
Yeah, they made just one.
Well, they didn't get it until
shot.
3 minutes into the damn game, or whatnot, or 3 minutes into the stands or half court.
Yeah.
I thought they tried to. It looked like they wanted to attack Shed. It looked like they wanted to attack Francis and get the guys with 4 fouls out of the game and see if they can maybe make a run at this thing. But I thought they tried to battle with that way too much. I thought they had easy baskets, or they had a few easy look shot, or a few chances that they could have scored from the other side swinging the ball. But they were too busy focusing on Dessou and Mitchell trying to get the 5th foul on Francis. So, I mean, don't go out of your offense to try and get that.
What did you guys think of Mitchell? Let me ask you something before I go. What about Mitchell last night? If you can get that kind of performance out of him from this point on, he did some one-on-ones. He rebounded. I thought he played great.
Very aggressive.
Is that what you need from him every game right now?
You're gonna have to, man. You're gonna have to have a guy that's gonna be an X factor besides Dessou, right? Or somebody that's gonna be able to copy what Dessou does a little bit. I love the ball fakes. I love the fake screen coming off of it, working that 2-man game, and then he accelerates to the cup, right? That's gonna keep the defense honest. They can't be sitting there and try and stack. You know what I mean? And whatnot, trying to straddle the damn defense and hedge up on them, right? You're gonna have to actually play that smart and not be over aggressive and take the guard, right? You're gonna have to play both guys in the 2-man game. You can't just overstack on one.
Big man got to go stretch.
What are you stretching? That Stretch Armstrong. That's what you call it now. Big man
got to stretch. Yeah. Hey, we're getting close. We're not far away from what season.
There it is.
Nope, I'm not letting him show it. Y'all have a good show, guys.
Later, bro. There he goes. Yeah. So BK said it best, man. Houston just does all the damn little things right. That's what. And I know I'm coming in hot. I'm a little animated, but damn, guys, like I love basketball. I love hoops, and that's a damn game that I thought we could have had. And I have it written down. I was like, I was about to buy in. I was really about to buy in and go in on the Longhorns and say, look, you beat the number 4 team. I was also about to text you guys and say, I can't do this shit all year. You know what I mean? I can't go back and forth all year with this team. Give me the identity that I know we're going to have with this team. Look, they're tough. The tenacity was there last night. They were tenacious. They were getting after it. But you got to be able to finish. You got to be able to put teams away no matter how big they are, right? When you have a moment that when they're down on the ground and you got the foot on the throat, you got to be able to apply the pressure and take out the life in the in the player or whatnot, or in the damn team. You have to be able to be a killer, man. Yep. You had him down, you let him get back up. And the thing was, man, I don't want to say that they didn't want it last night, but the will to win, the will to get every second chance opportunity was there for Houston more than it was for the Longhorns last night, Rodney. And the Longhorns played pretty damn good defense.
Impressive game.
Weaver, I think in overtime, Weaver hardly let Shed breathe.
Yeah. Yeah, no, very, very impressive game. I mean, you didn't get the win. I mean, I totally get what Bucky's saying right there. I didn't expect that performance, and I'm with you. When we got to the end of this thing and they pulled themselves back into the ball game, I'm like, well, shit, okay, maybe we got something here. But this really comes down to like what you're talking about, and we can go back to the Tyrese Hunter thing. The identity of the team, the consistency of this team is what we don't get, and we don't see that. And like what the other thing Bucky's talking about right there, when you start going on the road with these games that you should win, I mean, what team are you going to get? I mean, that's my concern right there. As we go deeper into the conference schedule, it's like, man, if you have this hot or cold, and who's it going to be today? I mean, who's going to be the guy today? Right. I mean, that's really the problem where we don't see that. And Houston, I mean, look, Kelvin Sampson. I mean, what can you say about that dude? You can see the stamp on that. That dude right there. He has that team humming, and I do agree with you now that I've watched them more. Houston, man, they are unbelievable. Good, man. They're gonna be fucking hard to stop, dude, brother. They're real hard to stop.
They're big. They're fast. I mean, hell, the guys that rotate in off the bench are huge and athletic too, man. They got fast big men. They got athletic big men. And when you not just 2 athletic big, they got 4 athletic big men that can dominate you. And when you're rotating your tough guys out, your alphas out, and bringing in the supplements, the 7 and 8 to come off, or excuse me, maybe it's the 6 and 7 to come off the bench to kind of sub a little bit, dude. They are dominating you on the boards. We saw it last night, man. Like even when, and again, we're gonna have to talk about this. This is gonna be an uncomfortable conversation about Cedric. Exposed one. I mean, I don't know if he's banged up that bad to where his back is just bothering him that he can't get up and down the floor, or if he is banged up that bad, he shouldn't be out there. I know he re-aggravated his back or whatever in the Texas Tech game, or excuse me, BYU game. But if that's the case, don't even have him out here on the floor. Let him get healthy. Let him get fully healthy. He's coming off an injury from Virginia anyways, as it is. He's a defensive stalwart. He can be fantastic, but again, the speed's not going to be there for him. And when you're going up against athletic bigs like that, you're just going to be dominated and thrown all over the place.
Yeah, when you got a dude like that, I mean, it becomes more of a liability, honestly. I mean, when you have somebody that you're rolling out like that. And really the stat line is, I mean, because the boards, blaring problem right here for this Texas basketball.
Houston has more than Houston might compete for the championship. Like I've been saying, like back and forth between Kansas and the Big 12. No. Like Houston is the dominant Big 12 team, I think, man.
But when you look at the Houston stat line, you got 4 dudes with 8 rebounds. 2 of them are guards. I mean that's
going to hurt you. Dude, you can't allow that.
That tells you the style of play right there. And I mean, a lot of that right there, with allowing that, I mean, a lot of that is they're going to do that to a lot of other teams as well. And that's where, kind of the compliment back to Texas. Yeah. I mean, it really was. I mean, I guess it's a morale builder, but I mean, how do you, I really thought at one point that there was an opportunity here. I really thought, man, but then you get into overtime. And like you said, the style of play right there, with the offense, defense, and then you just go cold. And I mean, that's where that championship team stepped up, man. And Houston shined when they needed it the most. And you get into that overtime stanza, man, and they just took control, put the foot in the throat.
They got one of the best backcourts in the nation. And not last night, Cryer wasn't even on. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, Shed's not really the offensive, from what I've seen so far out of Houston, right? Shed can get you your shot. Shed's a clutch dude, but Shed's really not the offensive scorer that we saw kind of last. Like Shed's the 3-and-D lockdown guy, right? Like I wouldn't even really call him the 3-and-D. He does so much more than that. But hell, like I said, man, he might be conference player of the year. Like, and that's not. I'm not just placating to that because we got people from Maine are watching and shit like that. He's that good. He really is, man. His defense is solid, locked down, and the dude, like I just said, can hit clutch shots at any moment, man. His whole damn bag's unlocked. He can drive and get to the cup and force fouls, and then he can also knock down the perimeter 3. That's what you need, Rodney. That's what you need. And Hunter's fan, you saw a little bit of that last night with Hunter too. When Hunter's able to drive and get to the basket and use his speed and keep the defense off balance, it's so tough for the opposition to stay with the Longhorns. If you can get that kind of performance night in and night out, damn, this team could actually compete and make a run for a conference player or dance. Maybe get into the NCAA tournament, man. I was hopeful, but shit, that would have helped. That would have helped last night. That would have really helped last night.
That one last night, Wags. I think that one last night would have. I'm not gonna say it would have sealed it, but shit, man, you could have taken care of that right there. But I mean, yeah, exactly right there. 11 offensive rebounds, 16 points for Houston. They were all over the boards. They don't take a play off, and that is so fun to watch. And
BK said it best too. Like you guys know, I talk about this too, right? Doing the little things.
Oh yeah,
but BK nailed it, man. Houston does all the little things.
They do.
Right? They do all the little things right. They get that big victory.
They do. I mean, they really do. And that's 47-36. Texas out rebounded. I mean, that's unacceptable. And it's not the first time. It's an ongoing.
No. Texas usually gets beat on the boards.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, still, man, we got to see some consistency here, man. It's just, and again, I know. I think a lot of folks are going to be thinking that maybe we're overreacting to this because Houston is so good, but quality loss. I guess if you want to call it something, call it a quality loss.
So,
but here was your chance, because when you play them again over there, and like you said, I don't think they were at full capacity last night, man.
No, I don't think they
Not
were
at
firing
all.
on all cylinders, man. I think we got spurts of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Spurts of it, but nah. And also, you know, I would have liked to seen a little bit of a better play at the end of the game, or at the end of regulation. I know that's set up to where we always have like for the half court, or the full court press or whatnot, right? Guard comes up, or the inbound guard usually receives the ball off of a handoff screen and tries to weave his way through the full court to try and make the shot. Well, Asmus puts up a half court shot. Granted, there was only 2 seconds left. There wasn't much that we could have actually done. I don't know. I didn't want to see it. Once it went into overtime, man, I knew that we kind of didn't have it.
Yeah.
I thought we had a chance to seal it at the end of regulation there. But I thought if it went into overtime, we were gonna. Sure, you had a chance to maybe get Shed and Francis out of the game, but and it happened. But they both fouled out with only like 2 seconds left. Or Shed fouled out with like 2 seconds left. Francis went out with like 2 minutes or maybe 90 seconds left in the game. But anyways, I thought he tried way too hard. That was a good plan to expose them and get them out of the game and make Houston a little bit more vulnerable. But I mean, think about it. Like you only have 5 minutes in the overtime stanza, anyways. I won't say wasted. You focus 3 of those minutes in trying to get those 2 out of the game, because they were, especially Francis, they were dominating on Francis, and they were trying to work and get one-on-one screens with Cryer and Shed too, to try and force them into bad situations and have Shed foul out. So that is the right play. It just took way too long to try and get that to actually execute. But other than that, man, they played pretty damn good. I'm proud of how they performed. It just sucks because they were so close to
you could kind of taste it. You could kind of taste it might happen. Yeah.
Bucky said it could be a moral victory, but here's the thing, man. Moral victories aren't going to get you into the tournament. It's not going to punch your ticket into the dance. It's just not get you into the NIT, right? But I mean, hell, that's not exactly the hardest feat in the world, right?
Yeah, no.
That dance that isn't exactly sold out. There's still capacity.
Right. Yeah, that's the VFW dance. No offense to the VFW dances, but it's one of those things, Wags, like where you're talking about.
Did you say VFW dance?
Yeah, the VFW, they always have like a one.
Yeah, I know the VFW.
One-man
I've never
band
gone, but I mean, I know the VFW dances.
But and like trying to get those dudes to foul out. I mean, this just goes back to how good those dudes are, how well they're coached, that you couldn't execute that plan. I mean, that just falls back to everything right there, to just how good they are and what Kelvin Sampson has done right there. And man, they're going to be a tough pill, man. They are going to be a tough pill. Like I said, I really hadn't, after you mentioned that day with Jeff, I'd kind of seen bits and pieces of the Cougars, but I hadn't really honed in until after that. And then sitting there watching that entire thing last night. And it was, for me, a lot of it is, man, okay, I like this Texas team. And I still like this Texas team, what I saw last night. But damn it, man, if you can button this thing up and just get a little bit of consistency in here with some of these guys, where you're not drawing the short straw as who's going to be your catalyst at every damn game, man, I think it's there for them. But now, I mean, with the loss last night, I mean, you better get going, because you're near the bottom. We've been talking about mid-tier of the Big 12. They are right at the bottom right now, dude.
No, I'm with you, man. And what I saw out of last night with Mitchell, good hopes there, putting up a double there. But it wasn't just the double that, lit up the lights for me for Mitchell, right? He just his aggressiveness. And I talked a little bit about this when we were doing a little bit of crosstalk with the guys, but he was so aggressive last night. To the point that you saw the level of aggression that you saw Dessou in the conference championships and the the run to the Elite Eight last year, or Final Four last year, right? Hell, dude, when you can when you can keep the defense guessing on what you're going to do and not just be a center stone piece on the chessboard, right? When you can actually have a moving piece instead of a pawn, like move like the rook instead of the pawn, right? If I'm using a chess analogy here.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is be optional, right? Don't just be the statue that's going to set the screen and not move off the give and go or on the 2-man game or on the pick and slip, right? There's so many ways that you can affect the basketball game if you're a big man, and it's not even just by scoring. Hell, it's just by having a presence. Look at what Francis did last night, man. Don't get me wrong. Like he's getting you on the boards, right? And you get him around the cup, he's going to be able to score and put it down. But that's not the role, right? Usually the points are coming from the backcourt here, from the Cougars, man. And I don't know. It's just they're one of my favorites to watch. I've been watching them for a while now, and they just have big athletic players, and they're fast. They play great defense. They're well coached. They are my pick to get to the Final Four. And hell, man, with a down Gonzaga year,
might win the whole damn thing, dude.
With a down Gonzaga year and Kansas playing down a little bit too. I don't think Purdue's the stalwarts. I think Purdue can get got because they're slow. Mm-hmm. They're huge, but they're slow. Yeah, I think Houston can do this thing, man.
Yeah, I think they can too. And I mean, you just look at the blueprint. I mean, you look at the blueprint of what they do. I mean, you had 4 dudes in double figures. And going back to what we're talking about with Texas, it's like, okay, which one is going to give it to it?
Weren't they in double doubles? Didn't they have 4 guys in double? No,
No. They had the 4 guys with 8 rebounds, and then you had 4 guys in double figures. Sharp.
They didn't have any Robert with a double.
But I mean, how does that keep a team off balance when it's like that? You know, we're talking about, well, maybe in one game it's going to be Hunter, maybe it's going to be whoever. These dudes, it's like they're all on. They are all on. They can win this, Wags. Man, I really think you have to throw some units on this bitch right here.
Oh yeah, no, I'm telling you. So you got the 4 guys that had 8 rebounds, right? Yep. But you also had another guy that had 5 rebounds.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like there's we talk about 47 rebounds, but it's distribution, right? It's not just 2 guys battling and corralling all the boards and knocking you off the glass. It's everybody. Everybody hustles. Everybody rebounds. Everybody goes after the ball. Like I was saying, it's not a 50-50 ball. It is 100 ball. Like they are going to get, if it's up in the air or it's on the floor, Houston's going to come away with it, man. And until you develop that mentality, that's why I kept asking, what's the identity of this team? Where are we going? Are we a havoc team like Shaka thought he was going to bring in here? Are we a lights out shoot 'em up team? Or are we, a 3-and-D, or are we going to get most of our points, off the damn press? What type of identity are we, man?
Yeah,
I'm still struggling to see it.
Yeah, the identity of this team is inconsistent. That's the identity that they have, and that's not the identity that you want to have, especially in this league, because now, I mean, pressure's on now. Pressure is really on now. And that's the other part with Houston, 15 offensive boards, dude. And that's, sitting right there to tap them things back in, get ball movement, reset the shot clock, all of that. God damn, dude. Can you, like I said, can you have a better blueprint than what they're doing, dude?
No,
that was fun. Even though that was my team that lost, it was fun to watch.
It was a fun game to watch last night.
Yeah,
but I don't know. You go up 7, you got to be able to put it away. You go up, it's you know what it felt like? Do you know what it felt? It felt like back in the 90s. Watching a promising, I won't say ultra talented, watching a promising Maryland Terrapin team play a star-studded Duke team.
Yeah,
that's what it felt like. That's what it felt like watching last night.
Yeah,
and of course, to make the analogy complete, Texas looked like Maryland last night back in the 90s.
And I think what has to happen here, I mean, Texas put this one in the rearview mirror. I mean, you got to keep moving. Don't sit here.
Do it quick because
yeah. Don't think about what could have been, because what could have been is gone. Yeah. Find the positives in it, because there were positives here. I mean, we're pointing out all the negatives. I mean, you just took number 4 to overtime, and that's great. Maybe that does factor in. I see Longhorn Bear saying there, about the quality loss than a moral victory. I mean, maybe that is something that's going to factor in. But I mean, at this point, dude, you just fucking got to win games. I think.
Yeah, you got to get over it quick, because there's, like we said, there's no break with this schedule, right? You got TCU next, and then I think they're ranked, aren't they? Yeah, they're 25. I mean, so they're right in the damn numbers. Then you got Iowa State, right? And hell, Iowa State, we know what happens. Thankfully, we got Iowa State at home. You know, that's the one little bit of reprieve there, is that you don't have to go up to Ames, man. But like, they're just, I won't say classless in Iowa State, but you know, they don't really have much to do in Iowa State, so they're passionate. They're very passionate in Iowa State. Anyways, guys, go ahead. What's up?
I think, Wags, you know, these next two games, I mean, TCU and Iowa State, you got to find a way to win these. You got to keep putting these feathers in your cap, man. You got to build that resume, because slowly the resume is dwindling. It seemed like it was one loss. This was one loss last night, but it wasn't really one loss. It's another loss is the problem.
No, I got you. No, yeah, hopefully the lights stay on when we do have to go up to Ames, Ike. Hopefully they do, bro. And no, I didn't go up to Eagles. I went down to the American Legion, you dumbass.
Yeah. I've been
to Eagles is a little place that all the old people go up there and do their little dance or whatnot and have drinks. Have a lot of drinks, as a matter of fact. It's like one of the only bars that we have in our hometown back where
were they done. Is it like done at 9:30? Done by 9? Start early, done by 9.
Usually it turns into a after hours bar, a lot of drugs, coke, you know, cut it up. I mean, hell, go back, Rodney. There's not much that comes out of where we're from. You know what I mean? Like, usually we don't say the town that we're usually from. We say like Baltimore or something, because no one knows where Actually, have you seen the Blair Witch Project?
I have.
All right. So Brunswick they show the sign in the beginning of the movie of the Blair Witch Project, Brunswick and Burkittsville. And of course, Blair Witch supposedly happens in Burkittsville. Well, you can't even get lost in the South Mountains where Burkittsville is. It's like one little town that you can basically, from where you're standing at, you can piss at the other end, and the end of your piss trail will be the end of Burkittsville. Basically,
we got some of those here. Yeah, we got some of those.
100%. It's that small. It's a small, little country township. Not even a town. Or a city. It's a township, right? Anyways, so the whole cusp of the Blair Witch Project is that these people get lost in the woods, right? Where me and Dave Ziddick, you see him in the chat. The chat text here, where we're from, there's literally like Burkittsville is maybe an hour hike to get up and through the mountains, and they spent a week trying to find this witch or whatnot, and they all die. No, it's a great low budget movie that made millions of dollars for those kids, and fantastic. It shows it's probably the pioneer of what we see now with like documentary films or docu-films and stuff like that, man. Yeah. I don't know, a little bit of success. I'm not a movie cinema critic or nothing like that, or a cinephile, but I don't know, I just thought it was pretty crazy to see that, a little small town where we're from can actually make a highlight reel like that. So,
oh man, that I have,
that's what he's referencing when it comes to Brunswick.
All that I have from Lockhart movie. Well, there've been some movies over there, but
is there a Lockhart movie?
Oh, there's a couple of them.
Wasn't the Texas Chainsaw Massacre filmed around here?
They did one a long time ago called Small Town in Texas. That's when I was a kid, because we watched them flip a car on the square there in Lockhart. I remember I was a kid, man. I was like 6 or 7, and my aunt took me over there, and they flipped a car over and did all this shit. But probably the most famous one, a most famous one. Did you ever see the movie with Natalie Portman where she had the baby and lived at the Walmart? Did you see that?
Whoa.
It's called oh fuck, I don't know what it's called, but she has a baby. She's a young.
It had Stockard Channing in it too, right?
Yes. So
why the hell do I remember Stockard Channing?
Well, she was in Grease.
Yeah, that's what it was. Grease,
Rizzo.
man.
That was
Rizzo and Grease, baby. Rizzo and Grease.
The pink ladies. So that Walmart movie, I don't know.
Out.
I don't exactly know whatever, but it was filmed. The Walmart she was living in was the Walmart in Lockhart. And my dad's house is like right across the creek. I mean, right there. It was right there. My buddy.
I know what movie you're talking about. I can't think of it. Though.
Yeah. I'll have to look up what it's called. Maybe somebody.
She has the baby. It's the Walmart baby.
Yeah. Yeah, and she lives at the Walmart. That was the Lockhart Walmart where that was filmed. And my buddy, one of my best friends, rest in peace. So his mom lived on the backside of the neighborhood right there that was right up against the Walmart. My dad lives on the other side of the street. For some reason, Natalie Portman ended up in my buddy's mom's house eating tortillas and shit with his family. It's like she'd never had homemade tortillas. So they got to rub elbows.
You guys gave Natalie Portman homemade tortillas?
My buddy's parents did. I had no idea about this. I asked my buddy, I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I just sat there. I'm like, well, that sounds about right. That sounds about right.
We talk about very talented and beautiful women on the show a lot. Natalie Portman is probably one of my top 5
she all right,
serious crushes. Like she, and I don't know if it's the fact that I kind of grew up watching her grow up on screen or not. You know what I mean? But I feel like we're very similar in age. But they I think I really. Mars Attacks is when I really started getting a crushy vibe on Natalie Portman, man. It's when she, started, I guess, becoming a woman. I mean, I remember Natalie Portman in The Professional, but hell, she was a little girl. I was a little boy when I saw that movie. So, anyways,
and it's weird,
and then seeing her fully develop into the character that she. Have you seen Closer?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I have.
I mean, she range for Natalie Portman. Once I saw her do Closer, I was like, holy shit.
That's right.
Little Miss Pure Natalie Portman doing Closer, just kind of.
She's one of those ladies, Wags, where you have you have sex symbols, whatever you want to call them. I mean, you've got the girls with the boobs and all the. There are women like Natalie Portman, and another one that I put kind of in that category with her is Jennifer Garner. I just love Jennifer Garner because she's cute, she's pretty, she seems nice. I mean, she doesn't have to have all her shit flopping out every which way. It just seems like a girl that you would want to hang out with, a girl that you'd want to date, a girl that you'd want to do things with. You know what I'm saying?
She seems quirky to me.
Yeah, it's like there are different. I guess beauty is in the eye of the beer holder. I guess they say. But Morgan Fairchild. Hey,
I read this wrong. I thought Sal said Morgan Fairchild always had a huge crush on me. I read that wrong. So.
Yeah, well, at least it didn't say Morgan Freeman. But yes, Morgan Fairchild. Yeah, Morgan Fairchild was one of those. Yeah, that was.
She wasn't a Charlie Angel though, right?
No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. That was because you had Farrah Fawcett, Kate Jackson, and Jackie.
Yeah, that was
Jackie
Farrah Fawcett.
Smith.
That was Miss 40 Acres herself, Farrah Fawcett, right?
I remember Morgan Fairchild in I think the first time I ever saw her was like Flamingo Road.
Yeah,
it was
Portman's 42. Portman's my age. We are the same age.
Yeah, with Mark Harmon was in that Flamingo Road thing. That's where I remember
Mark Harmon. He's speaking of hot girl. I don't know. Is Christy Alley still with us?
Remember
the movie Summer School?
Yes, dude. I love that movie, man. I don't get
Chainsaw Dave and Chainsaw.
Man. And the dude that would never go to class, it was a stripper.
Because he was a stripper. Yeah. I wanted to be Larry. Man. And then his aunt finds him by sticking a 20 down his G-string or whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Oh, man.
Okay, Christy Alley did pass. All right. So she's no longer with us. But, man, Christy Alley in Summer School, man, when she's on the beach in that sweater.
Yeah.
Just headlights on, making you focus, baby. Woo!
Yeah. That's
sorry.
Great
we're way off topic. And you know what? I blame David Ziddick for this. So anytime we stop talking sports, guys, you blame this guy in the chat called David Ziddick, right? It's the guy that's back there behind the arcade unit by Tom, or actually probably a good time to talk about our partners and everything. But yeah, that asshole right there, the cutout back there that I hide, that's the guy that gets me off topic and changes. I got ADHD like a motherfucker, guys. We all know this, right? So shout out to all your illnesses and your your damn disorders or whatnot, if you want to call,
I'm starving
What's that?
I'm starving right now, dude. I was telling you yesterday, I gotta go have a physical as soon as we're done. And man, I haven't been able to eat. All I've been able to have is water. I haven't even been able to have my morning beer. It's like shit, man. I'm over here.
You're not bullshitting. You really do drink a beer in the morning every day?
after our show, maybe around 1 o'clock. I'm just kidding about the morning. I might have a beer in the afternoon, kind of depending what's going on.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I was just curious, you know.
And so I sent Bucky a picture last night because I've got 6 boxes of Girl Scout cookies sitting on my cooktop over there, and I sent Bucky the picture because he was on and on about that. I haven't been able to touch him yet, and I'm not a big sweet guy. But that shit just dangling in front of me is like a starving dog. But Wags, you know, we talk on here all the time. The Super Bowl is here. The Super Bowl is set. If you're looking for a place to make some money, well, twofold. If you're looking for a place to make some money, you need to check out the Wagner Wire Sundays at 10
I did
a.m.
not make money this week.
But if that's not the place that you're going to do it, you go to BetUS. BetUS is the best online sports game and casino out there. Sports lines, props, over-unders, you name it, they got it. Plus, it's not just the NFL. You can win big on college basketball, the NBA, NHL, and more. The Clash at the Coliseum is coming up as NASCAR fires off Sunday evening. I'll be watching that in prime time. I'm sure you can bet on that bad boy as well. If you're watching on YouTube, just click that link in the video description to sign up. If you're listening on the app, just click explore our socials, check out our socials, and the app is there for BetUS. The BetUS link is there. Once again, the best place to bet on sports is BetUS, my man Wags.
Yes, it is. And of course, when I am trying to tune in on those bets and hone in on those bets and get all the research that I do to make those bets on BetUS, I do it with audiovisual consultations because I get the best setup in the world, man. For the past 35 years, AV Consultations have been providing the standard in audiovisual automation, man, for Austin, Central Texas, and this also Austin, Central Texas area. You see the televisions behind me, you see the arcade cabinets, you also don't see the Dream Theater system that I tell you about every day as well. But if you have an idea or you don't have an idea of what you want in your house, go to the gallery of projects that they got on the website at avconsultations.com. And then maybe you'll have the best setup in all of the world, like myself, like Jeff, like BK, like Trey, like all of us that use audiovisual consultations have. Give them a call, 512-255-8678. Now's the time to do it. Like Rodney said, you got the Super Bowl coming up, and you heard from Tom on Sunday, if you watched my show, The Wagner Wire. Tom can get a crew out there to your house in time for the Super Bowl, man. It's 2 weeks away. He will put the crews on hot order, man. They are busy. They got a lot of guys that are able to help get installations up and in your homes. So make sure you get it ready. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
That's right. And lastly, a word from Mr. and Mrs. Covert from Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
There you go. Covert.
Yes,
BK.
they are, man. You said you were in the catalog to get a new car. Did you guys settle on one?
We haven't yet. My kiddo is doing extensive research, and it's one of those things where I'm like, hey, when you're doing all that research,
looking for the perfect color.
Look, perfect color, perfect all that other shit that kids worry about. I'm like, hey, don't forget your budget because you're doing this. You're doing this, and your dad don't have any money. Your dad is broke. So you need to your mom, you might ask her for some money, but speaking
of stuff that's broke, let me ask you guys this, all right? Is the NBA broke? Is the NBA actually broken? And I say this kind of with tongue in cheek, right? But were you guys watching the NBA Friday?
No.
Something pretty damn big happened on Friday.
They fired
Especially
the Bucks.
if you're a Dallas Maverick fan.
I thought when you fired when I was driving, I was surprised to hear that the Bucks coach got fired at 30-13. I thought that was something that I'm like, oh, why?
Yeah, and of course Giannis said he had no idea that anything was bad with that, but no, that's not what I'm referencing though. But yes, Doc Rivers does assume the position for Aiden Griffin there. and we'll see how far Doc Rivers can take the Bucks into the. They're obviously going to the playoffs here, but if you ask me, man, I think the best team in the East right now for me is Boston, dude. I love what Zinger's being able to accomplish up there, and the presence. We talk about rim protectors and dominant presence, for a big man or big men for Houston or whatnot. Hell, look at what the hell the Boston Celtics are able to do with Christian Porzingis, man, or Kristaps Porzingis, man. And a good thing too, because like when he was drafted by the Knicks, he was drafted as this unicorn. This guy's going to be sensational, and he was fantastic. And then he got hurt. He had some setbacks. It didn't really work out the way that we thought it would with that in Dallas for him. And then he finds his way to Washington, and with the disparity that comes to Washington, you thought maybe he'd be the saving grace, but you knew damn well that it just wasn't going to work for him there. Zinger is now in Boston, where he's actually able to thrive, and he's making the Celtics thrive, or he's helped making the Celtics thrive too. Thrive as well. Really excellent complimentary play for Brown and Tatum as well, who Tatum might be touted as one of the highest talented players in the NBA at the moment. So anyways, I think Boston's a team to beat. It's not really the Bucks, but no, that's not what I was alluding to when I was talking about what happened on Friday. Anybody in the chat know what happened on Friday?
I don't.
Hayden is fly? Okay.
Yeah, well, she is. Seems like a nice lady. Good folks.
Luka went for 73. Luka Doncic went for 73 points. And 70 points in the NBA used to be one hell of a feat.
I did see that. I'm sorry, Wags. I saw that.
Okay.
I wrote that down, but I don't know where.
So Luka went for 73, and this is a week after, not even a week after, Joel Embiid went for 70. All right?
Yes, that's right.
I flirted.
There's no defense.
Yeah, I flirted on the show on TWW. After Joel Embiid had done that, I said, hey, is the NBA kind of just like offense only and no defense anymore, and just maybe just padded defensive stats? I mean, what the hell? Now we have. I think with Luka, I think within the past 2 years, we've had four NBA players hit 70 points or equate to, or get, over 70 points in a damn game.
That
hardly ever happened in the history of the game. And now it's happened 4 or 5 times, 6 times in a generation. If you want to go down and go from 2000, or 6 times in this, millennium or century, if you want to call it that, if you want to go from 2000, right? That's pretty damn, that's a lot. 70 points in 20 years, 70 points 6 times in 20 years. That's pretty damn lot. That's a lot.
Well,
I can't even talk today. I need sleep, man.
I think a lot of you need sleep, and I need food or something. I think look at the NFL. I mean, the NFL has changed drastically to with the spread offense and all of that. So I think these leagues evolve, but the whole thing is with the NBA. I'm not really sure. My flavor of choice, if I'm going to go for basketball, is college basketball, and I like college basketball a lot.
The NBA's got a problem. Like, the NBA's dying. I won't. No, I'm walking that back.
No,
the NBA's not dying.
It's not dying, Wags. I actually I relate the NBA a lot to NASCAR. I think they're in very similar situations to where everything, like a NASCAR, the car has changed. It's different drivers. The NBA, like you're talking about, the style has changed where it's all defense, and there's a lot of new players coming in. But you know what? That's what happens. Guys can't play or drive forever and ever and ever, and that's what people don't understand. But it's like the entire game is different to me. It seems like a lot of times I turn an NBA game on, or the times that I've been to an NBA game, more recent, I mean, I feel like I'm more at a party, you know what I'm saying, or at a concert. I mean, it just doesn't have that same NBA feel that I'm used to. But I know that the shit changes.
It's soft as shit, Rodney. It's I would say it's soft as shit, and
it is
one of the things that really makes me feel and kind of like reinforces the fact that it's soft as shit. Did you see were you watching the NBA last night at all?
No, I was all straight.
Are you familiar with the Cleveland Cavaliers? Do you know who Max Strus is?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So Strus, very animated with the play, right? Very passionate with the play. I'll just use passion as the adjective to describe it, right? Grabs the ball with emphatic fashion and hands it to the referee. Okay. Doesn't say a word. Doesn't even stare the ref down. Just grabs it really, really fast and hands it to the referee and gets in line and waits for the free throw or waits for. It wasn't even a free throw. It was supposed to be a possession play.
Yeah.
But my point is because he grabbed the ball so fast and handed it to the referee with a very intense, very, very, decisive and intent is the only way I can actually describe it because nothing went wrong. There was no malice in it. He was just very intent at getting the ball to the referee.
Yeah.
They called a technical on Max Strus for handing the fucking ball to the referee. It was, it was fast. It was not aggressive. It was fast. And if you guys have no idea what I'm referencing, just Google Max Strus technical referee and it will pop up. It was God damn. So to me, you're asking if the NBA's got a problem. Yeah, it's a little soft. It's soft as shit. It's almost Charmin soft. But that's why I'm with you, man. I love college basketball. I watch college hoops a lot more than I watch. No, that's not true either. I watch NBA every night too. So
well, it's like taunting in the NFL.
It's tough for me. It's tough for me to watch the NBA a lot these days just because of how soft the shit is. So
well, and kind of to your soft point right there. I mean, when we see these scoring numbers that you're talking about, I mean, a lot of it is, you can't play defense. I mean, you can't do anything. I mean, it's one of these things with flopping and I mean, everything. I mean, that right there, you can't rub up on anybody. You're going to get a foul. I mean, that's a big part of it is, and like you're talking about right there with the taunting in the NFL, I heard some discussion about all of that. It's like, come on, let's let this get back into a game. They ain't hurting nobody. They're not hurting anybody. They're just talking a little bit of shit, getting a little pissed off. Just let them. This is a fucking game, right? This is a game.
No, I'm with you, my man. I'm with you. What else you want to talk about? Anything sports related you want to talk about? You got anything crazy that's out there in the wide world of the interwebs?
So I wanted to ask you this. So if you're Jalen Hurts, Philadelphia Eagles quarterback, and you see your brand new offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, come rolling into Philadelphia, are you like, holy fuck?
We have a problem. If I'm Jalen Hurts, I'm saying,
I've been struggling, and this dude's coming in.
This the guy you're bringing in here. I mean, I don't know what the hell is going on with the Eagles, right? They bring in Matt Patricia, who's had somewhat of, I would say, a failing ride the past couple of years. I'm sure you tried to shore the ship up by getting back to New England and making things feel a little bit warm and cozy before you went and ventured off again, but damn, he's not the guy. Patricia's not the guy for the Philadelphia Eagles defense. And now you're bringing in another questionable coordinator. I won't say failed coordinator. I'll say questionable coordinator because he can scheme. You just don't know if
his trends are not good.
What's that?
His trends are not very good.
Yeah, you don't know if he calls the right plays at the right moments or if he's just got a good pulse for the game flow, right? So he's able to generate and get some great plays, drawn up and conjured, but it's just the execution part or maybe it's just dialing up at the right times, right? Or calling it at the right times.
Yeah.
And, the aforementioned mentioned Kellen Moore coming over to Philadelphia as a Giants fan.
Oh, I love it.
I absolutely love it. I think that this is the piece that Philadelphia needs to start to break from the inside, right? To actually start to make this thing kind of implode, right? That's what we're how the hell do you break, Philadelphia's defense, man? How do you get in there and kind of crack them up and break everything up from the inside, dude? Now you really couldn't find a way to do that, and now you do, man. Now you got the guy that can insert and get in there, and it's Kellen Moore. It's going to be done from the own front office itself. Kellen Moore gets in there. Yeah, so I if you're a Giants fan or a Cowboys fan or anybody that knows the bad trends of the past couple of years with Kellen Moore, I think that you're kind of like, all right, let's see where the hell this goes. This is an interesting hire. I don't get it. I thought things were working okay for Philadelphia. I don't understand the knee-jerk moves or the knee-jerk decisions in the NFL. But hey, I'm sitting here in a chair talking to you on Texas Sports Unfiltered, man. So
yeah, and the way Philadelphia kind of fell apart right there at the end of the season. I mean, obviously there was something that was going on, so you had to make some changes. But I mean, you have to think right now, if you're Sirianni, it's like, man, is this? There was going to be a question if he was even going to be back. I mean, but with just all the folks and what they've added right there, I'm like, and again, we can only base this on past history, but it's like, God damn, was there not?
I mean, you need to supplement. You need to find a new center. There's some things that are going to have some setbacks for the Eagles, and personnel is one of them, and then having Kellen Moore come in and trying to, I guess, gel and congeal with his quarterback, a new quarterback is that I mean, Herbert struggled to find success with Kellen Moore. Dak struggled to find success with Kellen. Look, man, I'm not trying to beat up on Kellen Moore, but you remove Kellen Moore from the equation with Dak, and Dak's an MVP quarterback.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Justin Herbert was an MVP quarterback before Kellen Moore got there. I'm not trying to put the spotlight on Kellen Moore and say that he's doesn't know what he's doing as an offense coordinator, but we might want to question some of the decisions that he makes.
I mean, it really is. I mean, that's where, I mean, we can only base it on that. And the whole thing is, I mean, if you're Nick Sirianni, you've got to be wondering, man, am I going to make it through the season? Because we've watched the Eagles in the past. I mean, Doug Peterson, they ran his ass out of town, very recently removed after the Super Bowl. I mean, so I think that's one thing there to where, I mean, is this Philadelphia trying to find his replacement?
I have no desire to go to Philadelphia ever in my life. Ever. I don't want to see the Liberty Bell. I don't need to see the Liberty Bell.
I don't care about any of that.
Show me a damn picture. Philadelphia is what they say Philadelphia for a reason. It's disgusting. It's gross. Clean your damn city up, Philly. Clean it up, man. Seriously, make it a safe place for people to go. Like, no one's going to
it's those fans, dude. Those fans just drive me up the wall. I mean, a lot of it because it's been directed to my team. I know. But, there's one thing. You look at the Bills Mafia and you look at the Cleveland fans, the dog pound and all that. I mean, yeah, man. That's that they fucking love their team and all that shit. You get these Eagle fans
throwing
and the Phillies fans.
Santa Claus. Putting rocks and snowballs and throwing them at Santa Claus. I ain't got time for it, man.
Dude's paralyzed.
Philadelphia's trash.
Dude's paralyzed on the floor of that cement Veteran Stadium, and you're fucking booing him and throwing snowballs at Michael Irvin. Take it. I don't care if he's on my team or not. Come on, man. I've just
Double D. Let's talk about Wawa. You want to go to Wawa? Bring me back a footlong from Wawa, baby. Wawa and Sheets, dude. Wawa and Sheets. Nice. You guys, if you guys are from the Northeast, you know what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah.
So look, man, Kellen Moore going to Philadelphia. I don't think he's going to be able to fix Jalen Hurts. I don't even think Jalen Hurts needs fixed, honestly, man. I think they need to address the personnel issues that they're going to have, shore up that offensive line a little bit more. But I didn't think that they needed the knee-jerk reaction necessarily to bring in Kellen Moore when he hasn't proven himself in the NFL yet. That's just me. I mean, he's had a couple of flashes in the pan, but he hasn't been consistent enough to be deemed a guru offense coordinator, if you ask me.
Yeah. Along the coaching front, I mean, Belichick and Vrabel.
I try to spit facts. I try to just tell you what's in front of me, man, and give you a little bit of reinforced opinions.
That's what you get right here. You get
like just try to keep it real. I just try and keep it real as shit, dude. That's all.
You get the truth right here. I don't think Vrabel and Belichick.
Truth hurts, though. I will say that
because Seattle hadn't hired a coach yet, have they? And I know the Commanders haven't.
No.
What the hell's well?
I'm feeling Bill Belichick to Seattle, even though I just thought Bill Belichick would want to stay on the East Coast. Rodney, I'm feeling Bill Belichick to the wherever the next position is. That's where I'm feeling Bill Belichick. I can't believe that Bill Belichick doesn't have a position yet.
Isn't that crazy?
I just don't. Like, maybe it is done. Maybe it is over. If there is I never thought I'd be in a position to where I'd be saying that no team, no franchise in the NFL is willing to take a risk? Is it
flyer?
a risk?
Take a flyer on this guy.
Is it a risk to hire Bill Belichick?
I think it is, because like we talk about how the game has changed, and Bill likes to do things his way. And the thing that I go back to, Wags, I mean, I know probably the greatest coach of all time. There is absolutely
It's not I'm sitting here are we really having this conversation?
Yeah. But you know, the one thing that I keep looking at, it's like his coaching tree. It's like, God dang, all of them have sucked. Failures. I mean, yeah. And I mean, I am totally surprised. I mean, I think that maybe if this Eagles job would have come open, or maybe the Cowboys job, although I don't know how Jerry and Bill would have been able to work, but I mean, maybe something like that. But it really is weird that we're sitting here January 30th, 2024. Bill Belichick has been employed, how long? Unemployed for what, a month? And nothing at all. That's really weird. That is really weird to see. Same thing with Vrabel. I mean, that dude was as a hot commodity.
No, I think Vrabel is. I think they're shoring up his contract. I don't know where he's going to land. How you want to talk about who would be fantastic in Seattle? Vrabel. Yeah. Vrabel would eat in Seattle, man. That could probably turn into a damn tenure for Vrabel. You know what I mean? Like that could be a 20-year gig if Vrabel actually fell in love with the Pacific Northwest or whatnot. But I mean, I feel that way about, like, Vrabel's one of my favorite coaches. You want to talk about you can't really call Vrabel a Belichick disciple, right? He just played for Belichick. He didn't really coach under the wings of Belichick, but damn, dude, and I've referenced this before, man. The acumen of Vrabel, where he took a penalty on purpose to save 50 seconds on the clock to allow him to be able to get his Titans in better position to score. It worked out for him, and they got the win. Like that's the type of mindset and just the type of intelligence that you need as a head coach in the NFL, man. If you want to be consistently winning and doing stuff with as minimal resources as you can, because you could argue that's what, I mean, if the Titans are giving away AJ Brown and all other pieces and Vrabel's still able to win in spite of that, you could argue that Vrabel does the most with the least amount of personnel or resources that he can have. So I'm a huge fan of Mike Vrabel. I always will be until he proves me wrong.
Hey, speaking of the Titans, did you realize, I always check in the morning to see on this day in sports history, on this day in 2000 was the infamous pass from McNair to Dyson, 1 yard short. With the Rams winning the Super Bowl on this day in 2000, Wags, 2000.
Where does that Super Bowl rate for you?
That last drive was pretty good.
Yeah. But other than that, like that Super Bowl was kind of like lackluster, right? Until that last drive.
It's one of those games to where, you know, it goes down in history as one of the most incredible endings and so forth. But when you go back and you really watch the nuts and bolts of it, it's like, it's all right. I mean, it was close to the end, so I guess it tells you that, you know, that there was obviously something going on right there. But yeah, it's one of those where, you know, I don't compare it to when Pittsburgh, the catch in the end zone at the end there. Who was that made that catch in the end zone to beat? I don't remember.
Holmes, San Antonio Holmes, man.
San Antonio Holmes. That's right.
That was one of my favorite Super Bowls to watch. To be a fan from watching it from outside in of no teams, you know what I mean, to not have any skin in the game, to watch that go down, that was probably one of the best Super Bowls to actually watch. One of the worst bowls that I saw, one of the worst Super Bowls was probably Chicago and Indianapolis, Peyton Manning and Rex Grossman, with the rain coming down in Miami or whatnot. That was awful. That was, and maybe it was because the weather dictated that, but that was just bad football, sloppy football, man.
Yeah, and that's where it gets down to, like the game that we're going to have here in a week and a half. You know, it's like if you're not for either one of these teams, I mean, this is the matchup nobody wanted, is what I keep hearing. Nobody wanted this thing, but you know, as a football fan, you just want a damn good game. I mean, at this point, I don't care which one of them wins. I really don't care. I mean, it makes no difference to me. But man, if this is a good football game, we get down to the end. God forbid this thing go into overtime or something like that. That's what I want out of the Super Bowl. Because like I was saying yesterday, dude, growing up as a kid, I watched 38-9 games. I watched 55-10 games. I mean,
what was the San Francisco versus the Chargers? when they had Stan
that?
Humphries and Natrone Means.
God,
you know what I mean? The Chargers were supposed to be, a juggernaut or whatnot, and they definitely weren't that day.
Dude,
What was Jerry? I think Jerry Rice had 4 touchdowns, or 5 touchdowns. I don't even know.
Only reason that I even care about that game, the only reason I can remember that game, I won $2,800 that day. That's really the only just in
time.
So, yeah, I won $2,800 that day, just on random bullshit, squares into the quarter, all that shit. So that's about all that I take out of that one. I mean, I just want a good game at this point. That's all we can ask for.
100%. So to Longhorn Bears' point, me neither, dude. I did not think that Belichick would have to interview for any position. I thought maybe his pedigree would speak for itself. Steve Young, 6 touchdowns, monkey off the back game. Yeah, thank you, CB. I couldn't remember if he threw 5 or 6, but yeah. 6 touchdowns in the Super Bowl, man. That's fantastic. I guess you could say that it was the monkey off the back, but I thought that the monkey was off the back a long time ago for Steve Young with Montana. Like as soon as Steve Young stepped in there, he started having success, and you could see the wheels of Steve Young, right? I mean, hell, he was Tony Romo before Tony Romo. You know what I mean? But I mean, way more.
Oh yeah,
wherewithal, I would say. And by the way, you want to
make mistakes.
You want to talk about Team Olsen, Team Greg Olsen, or Team Tony Romo. I used to kind of straddle and not really know, maybe have one toe on the line of Greg Olsen. Dude, I'm all the way. I'm doing backflips on Greg Olsen's side, man. I can't stand Tony Romo on the damn air anymore, dude. I don't know what it is.
Pretty good. He's pretty good. I got to say, I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
With Greg Olsen or Tony Romo?
Yeah. No,
Greg Olsen's fantastic.
Yeah.
Greg Olsen explains, at least Greg Olsen will tell you what 22 personnel or 13 personnel or 11 personnel is. Greg Olsen actually goes through those types of definitions and descriptions to explain to the fan that's watching, right? Tony Romo gets out there and talks all types of NFL jargon that only if you watch the NFL or have been in football for 20 years, you know what the hell he's talking about. Hell, and to Nance's credit, Nance does a good point at trying to draw that out of Tony Romo. Like, well, what do you mean here, Tony? You know what I mean? Jim, there he goes.
Yeah, starts drawing shit. And
like he's trying to be John Madden and shit. You're not going to be John Madden, bro.
Yeah. Well, one of my homeboys called me a little bit earlier in the year during the Romo game that he was calling. It wasn't even a Cowboy game, but my buddy calls me up and he's like, "Why couldn't that some bitch see that shit when he played?" You know how he sees everything.
No, hold on. To that point, though, it's a lot like when Romo's behind the center, and it's hard to get pre-snap reads and doing that instead of when you're in the eye in the sky. I mean, hell, that's why the coordinator is always so pissed off at the quarterback. Like, why do you see that? Well, dude, I ain't got the bird's eye view that you do.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
And hell, as a broadcaster and as a play-by-play guy, you know that too, right? You see the hole open up, and you're like, well, why in the hell didn't the kid cut that?
Why'd you do that?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
So,
I totally get it. That was funny though. That was funny. I'm like, good point, but it's a little bit harder than it may appear.
Yeah. Anyways, man, I mean, so to recap on Chaos Theory, I know we got Jeff coming on right now for it's only an hour. Jeff, how are you, sir?
I'm good. Why the hell is CB in the chat referencing Steve Young's Super Bowl against the Chargers?
Oh, we were talking Super Bowl before you got on here.
Man, I wanted to have a good day. Why the hell y'all got to remind me about Now I'm just gonna
damn, Jeff. Well, sorry, we'll have to have CB bring up conjure up a nice memory for you.
It's only an hour is canceled today.
I told y'all, man, when I saw Merton Hanks at the Sugar Bowl, that stirred something deep inside my sports loins that had been there since I was about 12. Dude, I hated Merton Hanks with every fiber of my being.
Hanks and Dion were on the same team, weren't they?
Yeah, 94.
At one point, they were in the same secondary.
And see, people bitch about the Cowboys going over like this, like when the salary cap first got introduced, and like the Cowboys, dude, the 49ers bought a Super Bowl.
Right.
Like they were the original NIL team. Like that defense. Dion, Toy Cook, Ricky Jackson, like there were like 3 Hall of Famers on that freaking
Norton too. Wasn't Norton?
Ken Norton, yeah. They signed Ken Norton in free agency.
Yeah.
Which that one hurt, man. That hurt. Like to watch Ken Norton doing the boxer punch after like
dude.
I'm like, dude, this is just like, why don't you just like let me lay down and just take a Big Bertha driver right to my nuts. Like that's what
no kidding,
like.
man. Yeah. Jeff, did you watch some basketball last night, buddy?
No, Grant, it's not really canceled. Rodney was just
I got my Merton Hanks figurine on my desk. You like that?
Merton, what do you look like, man?
It's even the right color, gold.
Yeah.
I don't know if Charles Haley was on that team, that specific team.
No, Charles Haley was still with the Cowboys at that point.
Yeah, I thought so. And then after that, Dion came over to the Cowboys
the next year. Yeah.
So it was a very well manufactured team, not grown team. That
Rodney, you remember the Dion contract? That was when Jerry and Steven had a fist fight at Valley Ranch over the Dion contract.
Did either one of you guys ever go do the Texas Stadium tour? Maybe back in the day.
No, I only went to Texas Stadium once. It was for a high school football. I think it was either triple header or quad header. I don't remember, but yeah.
So the guy that used to do the tour, old country guy, and he starts doing his tour or whatever, and he would always say, because I would like go just to hear this, he'd say in 19 whatever it was, the stadium was built and it cost $25 million, the exact dollar amount that it cost to get Deion Sanders in the Dallas Cowboy uniform.
So two things on that. One, Keith Moreland told me one time, because Keith, before he went to play for I think it was the Orioles or the Tigers. I think it was when he got traded to the Tigers. He was a National League guy for his whole career, right? The Phillies, Cubs, Padres. So the first time he goes to the American League and he plays the Yankees, he does the Yankee Stadium tour, like just with Gen Pop, right? Like he buys his ticket, does the tour. Well, at the end of the tour, like they're at the locker rooms, he just starts walking into the visiting locker room and they're like, wait, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm a player. I'm here to play for the Tigers later today. They're like, what are you doing on the tour? It's like, I've never seen Yankee Stadium before. I wanted to see it. So there's your deal on stadium tours. But no, Wags, the Dion contract at the time, Steven saw the particulars and he was like, this is going to put us in salary cap hell. Like we got to restructure this. And Jerry was like, no, this is what it's going to cost. And Jerry and Steven had fisticuffs at Valley Ranch over the Dion contract.
I never knew that Steven had that big of a set of testicles to go up against Jerry, man. Like usually I thought, Steven might, put a little sweet nothing in Jerry's ear or whatnot and try and get, some of the better players. But usually I thought Jerry was calling all the damn shots, man. So I mean, if you're a Cowboy fan, I think you're reeling at the bit for Steven to get in there and get his grub and meat hooks on this entire team instead of Jerry kind of being the puppeteer, right?
Yeah, of the kids, like Steve, what's different about the two is Steven graduated from Arkansas and went right into the front office, so he from a young age, that's pretty much all he knows is the salary cap and free agency and the draft and how to run a franchise. Like that's pretty much what he's done. But of Jerry's kids, Jerry Jr. seems to be more on the financial side of things, and it doesn't seem like Charlotte really wants to have anything to do with personnel. So I would imagine whenever Jerry goes, it's going to be Steven and Will McClay that are running the team.
I think it's imperative they keep Will McClay around. I think that's a damn good cog in the wheel right there. Yeah, Charlotte handles all the the public, the charity stuff. That's kind of her bit right there. Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, I hate to kind of cut this short, but I got a meeting in about 20 minutes, so I got to get ready for that. Jeff, you cool with hanging out with Rodney? I swear he ain't gonna make a move on you or anything.
Actually, I got to run too. I got to go get my testicles felt up. I'm going to get a physical. It's right up the road.
I won't leave. I won't leave Jeff by himself. I'll stay on here for a little while, man.
Is it just you got to turn your head and cough, Rodney, or is this like Dr. Jellyfinger?
Yeah, this is the turn the head and cough, I believe. So that nothing to it.
Playing like some semi-pro football this weekend, or what?
Old age, brother. Old age, and it's bad when they call you and say, "Hey, you need to come in." I'm like, "Damn, you see my recycling bin or what?" Jeez.
When do you get that one, Rodney?
It's probably going to be soon. It's probably going to be soon because I haven't, and I'm about to be asked, "Have you gotten that done yet?" So
I feel like I need to go in and get it done before it's time for me to get it done. I don't know why. Like I don't have an urge to get. Let's not confuse that. I don't have an urge to get that done. I just feel like there's something that I need to get checked down there.
How old are you, Wags?
42.
I think they said now 45 is when you need. It used to be 50, but I think it said now 45 is when you need to have the prostate exam.
I'm just longing for that sensation, boys. I don't know what to tell you. I just can't wait. Just can't wait.
I'm sure I'm about to book it. I'm sure I'm about to book it in about 10 minutes.
Rodney, thank you for your service today, sir. Everything you got to do.
I'll catch you later. I'll report in tomorrow how the nut job goes.
He is a damn nut job. Did you watch any basketball last night, dude?
Yeah, I watched the whole game. Yeah, I think the frustrating thing is when you look at, Texas pretty much had that game go the way they needed it to go to have a chance to win. It came down to missing free throws. The rebounding edge, I expected that. I expected that to go Houston's way.
It's gonna go the opposition's way most nights, anyways, right?
The disappointing thing is that it's twofold. If you get that version of Texas the rest of the way, which it's rough to expect that from any college basketball team, but this team should be an NCAA tournament team. If you get that kind of effort the rest.
I agree with you.
And the possession that I really think Rodney Terry and everybody on that side of the floor wishes they had back was Tyrese Hunter pushing the ball after a missed shot, and it's almost like he rushed it, got caught in no man's land, and then you had the turnover. Yeah, and he didn't need to rush it. The clock was under, or you're like 20, 24, 25 seconds, something like that.
Oh yeah, so, you could easily brought the ball out, reset, and then work from there, man. This is this one that got away, it slipped away. With this win, would have been one hell of a docket push to get us into the damn to the dance for the Final Four. But you needed this one on your pedigree for sure.
Because, dude, I'll tell you this, man. I still don't know, Wags, if Houston's the best team in the Big 12 when you just stack everybody up, all things
they're just
equal.
so fat. Like they just got it's. Remember how Baylor was, not with just their backcourt, but when they had their front men that were just so big and athletic. That's what these guys have, man. They're just so good.
Yeah, when they had like Mark Vital and those cats that just really pissed you off, that could just rough people up down low and spread things out for the guards. But dude, Jamal Shed took, even though he was in foul trouble, took that game over as best he could. Like, LJ Cryer after halftime couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat last night.
Yeah, he had an off night.
Yeah, and there were times where with Emmanuel Sharp, he had 13 points. There were times where I was like, dude, is he even in the game right now? Like, I thought the one thing that I really, other than the effort that I really hope carries over, man, Kendall Weaver's defense on Jamal Shed in the second half and in overtime.
Couldn't breathe.
It was like, dude, it's almost like, and by the way, I think Jordan's in the waiting room now, Wags.
Pull him up.
I can't.
Oh.
It's almost like they just said, hey, if somebody's going to beat us, it's not going to be Jamal Shed and Kendall Weaver. You've got Jamal Shed. You stick to him like flies to crap. And he did, dude. Kendall Weaver was tremendous last night.
Shed didn't have much breathing room, man. That's for sure. And it looked like in the OT stanza, man, we talked about it. It looked like, they were trying to get Francis fouled out. He had four fouls going into it, and they wanted to force Shed into some bad situation to try to foul out too. Too little, too late, man. They didn't get a bucket until like 3 minutes into that stanza. But anyways, what's up, Jordan? How you doing, brother?
Man, not too bad. Moving tomorrow, so been in the kind of the process of that. So yeah, that's why I was late getting on. I was setting up my Wi-Fi. So.
Well, everything gets better for you, man. You guys have a great day. Enjoy the show. I got a meeting to get to, man.
All right, Wags. Thank you, Wags. All right, it's only an hour. It's going to be less than an hour today with myself and Jordan. Jordan, did you get to watch any of the Texas-Houston game last night?
No, that's why I was kind of happy y'all were talking about it. I didn't watch like a single minute. I was just, man, I don't know. I look at ESPN, the app, and I see number 4 Houston. I'm like, all right. All right, I won't be watching that. So, but I did see it was close with like 10 minutes left, and I'm like, I doubt they end up winning this. I bet the final score ends up like what it is now when they're down by 4 or whatever. So yeah, I didn't watch at all. So.
It's a shame that Tyrese Hunter last night, he only took 4 shots. they didn't really need him on offense. I mean, between Ace missing so much goes through Dessou. Dylan Mitchell took 13 shots. That might be a career high for him. I got to go back and look at that. But Tyrese Hunter, Jordan, 5 assists, only 1 turnover. It just sucked that the 1 turnover he had was at the point in the game where you couldn't turn the ball over with less than 30 seconds on the clock, and you've got the potential. I think if Texas made a shot late in the clock, Houston would have probably had about 8-9 seconds, something like that left to try to go down and get something. But that needed to be a possession where you took care of the ball, you really set something up, and for Tyrese Hunter to just rush it, and as experienced as he is, to just get in a hurry and, pick up his dribble and get caught in no man's land in midair. That's, Ricardo's right. It was an ugly turnover. And it sucks because other than that, I thought defensively and the way he distributed the ball, I thought Tyrese Hunter was really good. I thought Max Abmas as a distributor in the second half. Max Abmas had 5 assists last night. I thought he was really good. But Dylan Mitchell, Jordan, I don't know if you got any opinions on Dylan Mitchell, even though, I ran down some of his numbers one of our shows last week. He's averaging damn near a double-double for the year. 16 points, 10 rebounds in 33 minutes last night. I'm now wondering, I wonder what he would test at, the NBA Combine, how he would test, vertical jump and all that stuff. Is Dylan Mitchell athletic? I feel like his role in the NBA would be as an off the bench energy combo forward that just messes stuff up, just goes in there. And, you don't need Dylan Mitchell to play 35 minutes a night in the NBA. Just give him 20 minutes a game where all he's doing is he's crashing the boards. If you surround him with shooters, he can be, I don't know if he can be a small ball 5. I don't know if I think he's maybe a little too slight a frame for that, but he could be a guy that's a rim runner, a guy that can catch a lob in the half court and be a dude that can rebound. And he's shown the ability, at least a better ability this year to protect the rim. I'm starting to kind of see where Dylan Mitchell's NBA future is, even though I think at this point he'd be really well served coming back to Texas, I think, for another year and just improve his stock a little bit more. Unless he wants to, develop in the G League, which, hey, you're more than welcome to do that and get paid. But I would like to see Dylan Mitchell, what he looks like at this point next year after another summer and another offseason at Texas and going in, what he looks like midway through year 3.
Yeah. I don't know about all the turnover stuff because, again, I didn't watch it. But it sounds like Dylan Mitchell. It seems like maybe you're looking to project maybe a little Jackson Hayes career, it seems kind of like. I don't watch a ton of NBA, but I assume Hayes is coming off the bench now. And I know in college he kind of – obviously with the player he was at the college level, he was a star or whatnot. But the type of guy you described seems similar kind of player profile.
He's with the Lakers now, and I went to when I was at the Lakers-Pelicans game in New Orleans on New Year's Eve. Pretty much Jackson Hayes, the only time he gets in the game is when Anthony Davis kind of looks over at Darvin Ham and just kind of taps out. And it's like, all right, Jackson Hayes, get your warm-up off, get in the game. So, that's pretty much Jackson Hayes' role now. But, from that standpoint, Jackson Hayes is like the perfect he's the perfect modern day center in the NBA. He can give you a little bit of defense. He can protect the rim, but you don't need him to shoot. Just if he's surrounded with shooters, just let him be a guy who can catch a lob or whatever, get a putback. Don't need to be too terribly skilled. CB with an interesting one. Tomorrow night, it's Greg Brown against Serge Abari Rice in Austin for the Austin.
At what? The Cedar Park Center?
That'd be the HEB Center, sir.
Whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The home of every North Austin school's graduation. Yeah. No, I did see the Darvin Ham videos on Twitter. I'm on NBA Twitter. It shows up in my feed or my algorithm. So, I'll see the funniest stuff in the NBA every night. So, I did see what CB's talking about. But I don't know. And this might be a casual take. Or it is. It's not might be. It is a casual take. Just because, again, I'm not watching a ton of the Longhorns basketball. But the type of vibes I get when I do watch them and, how they're losing these games and the way they're playing in these games kind of feels like Tom Herman, Texas, where it's like they're not going to get blown out. They're going to play their ass off, but like they're going to lose. They're going to lose in an ugly way. And it's like you have talent, but it's like the puzzle pieces like don't fit together or something. Or it's like, the old games, whatever you play as a kid, where it's like you're trying to put the circle in the circle, the square in the square. It's like the square's trying to go in the circle, and it's like, why isn't it working? You know what I mean? Yeah, it feels kind of just like Tom Herman-esque of his era, but the basketball version.
I mean, it's just I understood the direction when they put this roster together. I understood what they were trying to do. I got it, right? Like the pieces that they were putting together. But it's almost like you've gotten pretty much the worst of like all the guys some of the guys you added, with the exception of Dylan Mitchell. Like you've almost gotten the worst version of everybody else on this team. And with Dylan Dessou, it's been because of foul trouble. Like if he could just stay on the floor. Caden Cedric is just he had the shoulders, and now he's got the back issue. So his has been health too. Tyrese Hunter, I don't know if you could say Tyrese has regressed as much as it seems like it's harder for him to figure out kind of what he is playing with Max Asmus. I think it was so much easier to play with Marcus Carr for him because he and Marcus Carr were. Tyrese doesn't shoot it as well as Marcus, but other than that, they were pretty much the same guy. Both guys can get down and guard on defense when they want to. I felt like they pushed each other. Both guys can play off the ball. They can play on the ball. And I just thought the mix worked really well together. And then you throw Rice in there. The guard mix on last year's team was just, it was exactly, you couldn't ask for a better guard mix in college basketball than what Texas had last year. So it seems like Tyrese has just struggled to really find his place, kind of figure out his role. Max Asmus, he's gotten better on defense, but he's never going to be like a lockdown defender. He's a liability at sometimes on that end of the floor. And I think
he is what he is.
That. Yeah. But other than that, man, like, and Ithiel Horton that move just hadn't worked. I mean, they recruited him to be a gunner, to be a shooter, and help spread the floor. He hadn't been that guy. I think they were kind of hoping Tyrese would turn into Marcus Carr in terms of his ability to shoot the ball. That hasn't really happened. So, yeah, you're right, Jordan. It's just there's talent there, but it just hasn't meshed well like I think they hoped it would. So,
yeah.
And if you get into a game, and we've seen this with, if Dessou is in foul trouble and Shedrick is banged up and is less than 100%, forget being small ball 5. Dylan Mitchell's pretty much the only option you have to be a post defender at that point and to be a rim protector. Because it's not really. Last night was one of those games where we were talking about on the board in the game thread. Like that was a game where you might have wanted to throw Zarek Onyema out there a little bit more, just in terms of a veteran guy who's more of a banger. Just let him go in there and use up some fouls. That might have been a night last night where you let Brock Cunningham, bang down low with Roberts and Francis and those guys and let him use up some fouls. But it didn't work out that way. So, but I said this, man, if you get that kind of effort from Texas, just the effort, if you get that kind of effort over 40 minutes the rest of the way, this team's going to be an NCAA tournament team.
Yeah. Hey, man, Texas is the king of getting into the first round and losing to a team they shouldn't lose to. So the way the season is going, it seems like they're going to be one of the lower seeds. So maybe they can do some season ruining.
I was looking yesterday at the bracketological prognostication. Shout out to my former co-host Craig Way for coining that term. But I was looking at Jerry Palm, Jordan, our partner over at CBS. Jerry had Texas as one of the last 4 in last night. Basically, of the last 4 in, he's got Texas. He had Texas at the top of that list with Texas, Nevada, Virginia Tech, and Michigan State. I think Lenardi also had Texas as one of the last 4 in before last night's game. And actually, let me check. Lenardi might have updated his this morning. Yes, Joe Lenardi updated his. Let me see. Lenardi has Texas right now as one of the last 4 buys. So he's got Texas even off of that bubble for being one of the last 4 in. So the reason why Texas, I think, is in a better position than a lot of people think is because their net ranking is starting to go up. Their KenPom rating is starting to go up because pretty much you're playing quadrant 1 games the rest of the way. I mean, you're playing either ranked teams or their quad 1 teams, probably with the exception of Oklahoma State. But man, dude, Jordan, this schedule has been brutal, and it doesn't get any easier because, next up you're going to go on the road and play TCU. And then I think after that, I'll pull up the schedule, but I think after that you come back and play Iowa State at home. So let me double check. I think that's what the schedule is. Yes, that's exactly what it is. You play TCU you're at TCU on Saturday, and then you come back a week from tonight. Iowa State, the 12th ranked team in the country, coming to town. And then the games where Texas really needs to win, obviously you'd like to split the next 2, but then like West Virginia at home, Kansas State at home, Oklahoma State at home, Oklahoma at home. Those are games you need to win. You've got to pretty much win your home games the rest of the way. That's the bottom line, what you got to do. And then try to figure out where you can steal a couple of road wins. Can you go to Lubbock and beat Tech and split the series? I always look at it. We'll get to football here in a second, but I always look at it. If you're going to have a successful conference season, wherever you need to get to, right? If you're trying to get to a conference championship, trying to win a conference championship, or you're trying to be on the right side of the bubble, you got to look at it in terms of, and this was really easy to do in the old Big 12 up through last year. You got to look at it in terms of splits and sweeps, kind of those teams in the upper echelon of the conference, like a Kansas, a Baylor, somebody like that, split those games. The teams at the bottom of the conference, whether it was Oklahoma State, West Virginia, you got to get those sweeps. Now you're looking at, can you split with Tech? You've already taken one from Baylor. Can you sweep Oklahoma now? Can you sweep Baylor? Can you avoid getting swept by West Virginia and get that one? So I'm back to that time of year. Anybody that follow me on Light the Tower heard me talk basketball. Anytime we get close to March, that's how I always look at it, man. Splits and sweeps. Avoid sweeps, get some sweeps. Splits aren't bad, especially if you lost to a lesser opponent the first time around. All right, let's get to some football, Jordan. Kenny Baker is officially the defensive line coach at Texas. Feels like Texas takes forever to make these things official. I don't know why, but like Johnny Nansen was on the road for like a week before, like, oh yeah, we hired Johnny Nansen as our linebackers coach. Like, yeah, we pretty much kind of figured that out, but I digress. I don't know what the deal is over there on the 40 with the clerical stuff. I do want to talk about defensive tackle in 2025, interior defensive line, because we know if Texas adds somebody before the start of the 24 season, it's going to be a portal guy. Before we talk about 25, though, let me ask you this. It would have been tough for Texas to go back in on Alex Foster because that was a Bo Davis thing. So it wasn't so much Texas. I don't know if you could say Texas backed off on Alex Foster as much as it was the guy that was recruiting him left. So you naturally just kind of back off and you took your time hiring a replacement, which is what you needed to do. You wish Texas would have taken a second look at Alex Foster, or maybe might try here to get back in with Alex Foster, or you think, hey, just cut your losses with 24 and move on to 25?
Well, I mean, look, at the time, I thought it was the right move to kind of cut ties and move on. The way things are trending was they kind of told him, like, hey, we like you, but if this Dominic McKinley guy commits, well, we're going to be done talking. I think that could have hurt them. Kids take that different ways. Families take that different ways. I think that might have done it, but, if it didn't, Bo Davis for sure, him leaving definitely just no shot there. To be honest, like before DeAndre Robinson got out of his letter of intent, I was like, what is Texas doing here with Foster? A lot of different sites had different rankings of him, right? Mm-hmm. I think On3 had him finish as like one of the top players. They had him in their national rankings. I know that. I'm trying to pull it up right now. They had him as a number 152 player. We had him as an 89-3, which had him as a 42nd best D-line, 13th Mississippi. ESPN has him as 142nd D-line, 31st in Mississippi. That's crazy low. And Rivals doesn't even have him ranked, just as a 3. So
on just for the record, like on three is the outlier there.
Yeah, for sure. And with Foster, I mean, look, developmental upside through the roof, but dude, you got to get a lot out of these kids. And could Bo Davis do it? Yeah, like he's proven he could do that with less, actually. But Bo Davis isn't there anymore, so you don't know what you're going to get out of him. Also, the main guy that's been talking to him 99% of the time is gone, so it's going to be pretty hard to make that up. Yeah. But once they lost Deontay Robinson, it's like, well, shit, dude, they're only taking 2 bodies a cycle. Anything more would be better, but again, there's nothing you can really do at this point. So, yeah. But I mean, if they were to add him, I'd be like, dope, I like it. But if not, it's not the end of the world. Alex Foster isn't going to change a program. He's not a 5-star top guy, game-changing type guy. So his impact, if they were to add him, would be absolutely nothing for year one. It's not like he's going to be a guy who can contribute year one. Right. So really adding him would just, I guess, be doing damage control for whatever other freshman you'd have to play in rotational snaps or whatever. You know what I mean? Giving them more depth.
I think I think at this point too, the scholarship number itself, just having that extra scholarship, probably outweighs another. I mean, I think this. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Jordan, but it sounds like this is where you're going with it. You've already got too many developmental guys in that defensive tackle room as it is. Like, you want to go ahead and add another one? Like, you need a guy who's more ready right now. And I don't think that's a knock on Alex Foster saying he can't get there, but you need a guy who's going to be able to maybe give you something year one, and Alex Foster won't be ready to give you something year one.
Yeah. And also, I mean, the reason that he's unsigned right now is because he's moving in June. He's going to be a June enrollee as well. Yeah. So like that would have been kind of impossible. And it wasn't really like they're taking too many developmental guys on the D line. It was just that, like, for the amount of work that they would have to do to be able to pull this off, let's say to sign Alex Foster next month, like, it does not equate to the type of prospect and player he is. Right. For the amount of work that would have to be done. So,
right.
So yeah, but I don't know. Unless they truly pull a feather out of their ass with Terry Butsey, like, 2024 is done.
I want to ask you about one more guy though, because I only watched him on TV. You saw him up close, but if you look at that district that Duncanville is in, again, Colin Simmons is in that district. Alex January was voted by the coaches in that district as that district's defensive player of the year. And I'm intrigued by a guy that's a spring enrollee. And let's be honest, man. I mean, who does he have to pass on the depth chart to be like the number 4 guy in the rotation? You got to pass Aaron Bryant and Zach Swanson. I mean, I don't think that's crazy to expect that. I mean, if I project Alex January to give Texas something year one, am I crazy?
I don't know. Like, to be honest, since Zach Swanson and Aaron Bryant just do not play at all, I really don't know how good they are right now. So, but I don't think it's too crazy. Look, here's the thing with Alex January, and this isn't a knock on Colin Simmons, but Colin Simmons takes a lot of plays off, at least at the high school level. He takes a lot of plays off. Dude, I probably saw Colin Simmons in his 3-year varsity career. I probably saw him play like at least a dozen games for sure, but probably around 15 total. And I'd say probably, I don't know, 75% of those games, I would walk away and be like, Colin Simmons is clearly the better prospect. There's a reason he has all this other stuff that Alex doesn't. But Alex has outperformed him, like, again, 75% of the time I've seen both of those guys. Because Colin, again, he takes plays off. The lack of effort it's bad compared to Alex.
He's not the first. He's not the first. He won't be the last.
Exactly. Like, Colin, and not going to be the first in the gym, won't be the last. Alex January, on the other hand, he's always been kind of hanging out in the shadows behind the other guys at Duncanville. And not that that's a knock on him, but that's just how he is. He's really shy. He's not active on social media, like, at all. And he's very quiet. See a leader of this year's Duncanville team in the last year and the year before. Yeah. I mean, he's been making impact since his sophomore year. But he's not vocal. He's not loud like Colin. He's just, I'm going to make a play and then get up and line back up. That's it.
Yeah.
So, and I've said this behind closed doors off the record. I've said it on the record. Even with DeAndre Robinson in the class, like, it's DeAndre Robinson, Melvin Hills, and Alex January's in another tier. I've always thought he's the best prospect of those three. Well, now there's two of them. I've always thought he's the highest ceiling and the highest floor, and is going to be the most ready to play of the three as well. So, and also, anytime you can get a kid whose daddy played D-line at the same school, that's a plus as well, having that in the bloodline. So, man, I've always been an Alex January fan. And I mean, yeah, like, I don't think it's crazy at all if he was to play more than 4 games as a freshman, because, to be honest, Texas, they might need those snaps. They might need that from him. And if they're going to pull it from him or Melvin Hills, I personally would feel much better about January getting those snaps and not Melvin. So,
yeah. There's from what you told me, and, I know Mike Roach is kind of dialed into what's going on at Duncanville, and other people that I know that are around that Duncanville program. Different body types, different skill sets, but in terms of personality, there's kind of a Byron Murphy vibe with Alex January, because when you're part of that Duncanville team, you don't need to be the guy there's plenty of guys that are going to be that are going to talk noise and be boisterous and be out front and, make sure that, their swagger is out front and center. Yeah. You can kind of hang back. And Byron was like that at DeSoto. Like, you look at the DeSoto team Byron played on, like, he didn't need to say a whole lot. They just didn't need him to do that.
Byron, I don't think he has the, like, you look at Byron Murphy, he's pissed off at you, like, just because you look at him. Alex January isn't on that type of timing. He's definitely shyer, but definitely get what you're saying. He's more in the back. He's quieter. And Gabe Brooks and I always have this conversation. We start talking about Colin Simmons or Duncanville or whatnot. But, like, dude, Gabe saw those DeSoto teams with Byron Murphy and Shamar Turner, who was a 5-star all the time. In each game, he's like, look, Shamar looks pretty and looks like $1 million, but Byron's the one who actually is making all the plays and is a better high school player. But, we got to have Shamar higher because he's a better prospect, has all this.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing with the Duncanville. It's the same type of vibe where it's like, we know why this guy's ranked higher. The other guy's playing way better and is way more consistent and everything. So, I'm happy that Alex January got D-line of the year or whatnot for the District of Doom, because, I mean, like, it's not even close who's deserving of it more, him or Colin. Colin also did miss like 2 or 3 games, I believe, but yeah. So
from that standpoint, when to hear you kind of compare those two guys, and we won't see Alex January and Byron Murphy playing the same defensive line, but it really different type. But really, like, seeing Hassan Ridgeway and Malcolm Brown next to each other. Like, you take a look at Malcolm Brown, you're like, all right, if I ever go into a dark alley and need to bring somebody with me to fight, I'm bringing Malcolm Brown with me. Or Hassan really is kind of shy, doesn't say a whole lot. But dude, when he flips the switch, it's that cat can. I mean, there's a reason why Hassan Ridgeway is still making money in the National Football League. Like, when the switch flips, he's a dude. And hopefully that's the case for Alex January. I know I'm not expecting him to come in and, like, battle Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins for reps. But, man, if he gets to the point, Jordan, where, like, I always say the OU game, because it's usually right around mid-season, and, by that point you've got a pretty good idea of what your roster is. If after the OU game you're looking at saying Alex January, he's giving you, 10 to 12 quality snaps a game, or you're saying, man, he's been really good, he might need more snaps, he might need more than the 5 to 7 snaps a game you're giving him. I think that's a pretty fair expectation for him. I don't think that's too crazy. Unless the other good thing that could come of that, if he pushes Aaron Bryant, Zach Swanson, Jeray Bledsoe, that trio that I keep talking about, if he pushes those guys to raise their level of play, and one of those guys ends up emerging, or hell, two of those guys end up emerging as like legit rotational guys, then Alex January did his part to make your defensive line room better as a freshman.
Yep. I don't think I've ever said this, but if you look at the Texas 2024 class outside, well, I'm not going to count the guys in the top 247 for this. The guys outside of the top 247 guys, and you were to ask me, like, who do you think is the safest bet to pan out and have a good college career? It would be Alex January, for sure. Like, I wasn't wild about the take originally and other stuff, but as I got to see him more as a senior and see him progress and really like kind of dive into him, I think that's a really, really safe bet.
Would you like guys that are outside of the top 247, Jordan?
No, I'm looking at it right now.
Confirm. Okay. Just for everybody listening right now, just run them down real quick in the class. Guys outside the top 247. Zena is the last guy in there at 243. Trey Owens, Jordan Washington, Ty Anthony Smith, Daniel Cruz, Freddie Dubose, Jordan Johnson-Rubel, Christian Clark, Parker Livingstone, and Alex January. They also got Santana Wilson, Nate Kibble, Melvin Hills, and Michael Kern, punters for people too. So that's your list.
Yeah, but I don't know. I like him. I also think, nowadays with the portal and the NIL, it's important that you get kids that you're never gonna have to worry about. Alex January is one of those kids you will never have to worry about potentially leaving, threatening to leave or off the field stuff. You will never have to worry about that with Alex January. I can't say that about everyone else in the class. And in fact, like, there are a few kids that whenever they're signing, they're going in. Like, I can talk about them like I just did with Alex January, where I'm like, you will never have to worry here. Daniel Cruz is another one. Like, kids like that. It's a backbone of your program and all that. But yeah, I'm big on Alex January, and I'm really thinking I think he'll be an impact player at Texas for sure.
I'm excited about Daniel Cruz for the same reason that I'm still bullish on Cole Hudson. Jake Majors has been a really good option at center. Like, Jake Majors has turned into a solid, productive college center. Is Jake Majors an NFL prospect? No. Does that mean Jake Majors is a bad center? Absolutely not. He's a steady hand, which is I do. That's probably the best you can hope for centers. Would you love Creed Humphrey? Absolutely. But you know what? There's only a handful of guys like Creed Humphrey. But I'm excited about Daniel Cruz and potentially Cole Hudson. Can Kyle Flood, find him a center that can really, really, move people off the ball? That's a really tough ask for centers, but I feel like Daniel Cruz and Cole Hudson are probably more the body type Kyle Flood wants for a center. Where Jake Majors was leaner and had to get up to, what is Jake now, 3 in the 309, 310, whatever Jake is. Cole Hudson and Daniel Cruz, you're already starting those guys out there, especially with Cruz, where you're not going to need Cruz to play this year. You can spend the entire spring, summer, fall just getting Daniel Cruz ready to compete for the center job in 2025.
Yeah, he's y'all know it by now, but Daniel Cruz is only ever going to play center the rest of his football career. He just really smart, quick thinking kid, like pretty witty. Wore the I'm horny shirt at the pool party. That was fun. But awesome kid. Daniel Cruz is one of my favorites as well. But he's who you want, man. Obviously the quarterback gets all the attention, but the center is the one who's got to diagnose everything, pre-snap and before it happens and relay it to the quarterback, whatnot. Daniel's awesome for that. And he has a great center build. I mean, he looks like a fire hydrant with an afro. But I love his build. He's been awesome in every camp setting as well. And really in every setting that he's ever been shown at. I know people are going to be like, well, why is he a 3-star? Centers don't really get drafted, especially ones with his measurables, but our scouting team at 24/7 still likes him, and they think he's going to be a great college player with the potential to get drafted. So, I think so too. And, I think we're really going to have a big competition next year with him and, whomever, Cole Hudson, Connor Robertson, maybe, for that center spot. But, if I get word from a source in, spring of next year that it's looking already like, Daniel's going to get it over Connor Robertson or Cole Hudson, then I'd be like, all right, I'm not surprised at all. He was Kyle Flood's number one center target, and he got him. So,
yeah, I'm just going down looking at, the kind of centers that go in round one. The 2018, you had two, but Frank Ragnow out of Arkansas was one of those guys.
I know Mitch Morse, I think, went second round.
Let me see.
He's from St. Michael's. My stepbrother actually played with him.
Trying to look. Tyler Linderbaum was a first round center. What year would Mitch Morse have been? Would that have been like 18, maybe? 17?
He got drafted by the Chiefs.
Yeah, let me look at that. I'm just going to pull up Mitch Morse's Wikipedia page. Mitch Morse was second round pick. But yeah, that unless you're like one of those guys, like one of those elite dudes, like you're not taking centers in the first round. What's interesting though is you mentioned Daniel Cruz, the smarts. Lyle Sinline in my lifetime following the program, probably the best center Texas has had. And people are like, oh, well, Lyle's tough. And he's tough as hell. Like it played, a lengthy career in the NFL as a center, as an undrafted free agent. But what made Lyle Sinline so good outside of his toughness? Dude, when your dad plays in the NFL and your older brother was good enough to play at Texas, like there's just something innate about you in terms of your football IQ that other guys just don't have. You just see the game. You come up seeing the game a different way than other people do. Like, we're going to record the Longhorn Blitz podcast here at about 1:00 this afternoon. I will never be able to see the game the way Rod Babers does because Rod played it at the highest level. I'll just never be able to see it that way. There's nothing wrong with that. We just have two very different perspectives. So it's just that you can be naturally intelligent, or and I'm not saying Lyle's not, but when you just got that innate football IQ about you, that can take you a long way. So Jordan, I probably spend more time than anybody in the market, and trust me, I'm not tooting my own horn here. I'm saying what a sicko I am. I spend more time than anybody in the market probably talking about center, just because it's one of those deals. It's, you don't worry about it until it's like your hot water heater. You don't think about it until it stops working. Like, you don't think about your center until that dude gets hurt, and you're like, dude, who is our backup center? Like, yeah, you can be in a world of hurt really quick if you don't have a quality backup center.
Yeah, I think it was OU, right? The Connor Robertson came in and played. He wasn't too bad at all.
No, not at all.
It also helped that he had the bye week before playing Houston, so Majors was able to come back, right?
Yeah,
right. He came back. Okay,
Jake came back for the Houston game. Yeah,
Tennessee under NCAA investigation, multiple sports. Look, man, the NCAA is out. They're starting to crack down. There's actually I'm not going to say his name. There's a player at A&M being investigated right now by the NCAA, and the NCAA is actually starting to get into NIL investigations. And it seems like it's kind of a recent thing. I have some sources in the NIL space, and you talk to them every few days or now, and it really does sound like the investigations are starting to like the NCAA is actually kind of starting to do their jobs. And yeah, I mean, more and more investigations are coming out each day. So interested to see exactly what it is, if that's tied into Nico. I know that was like the worst kept secret.
Yeah.
I'm Aleva, however the hell you say his name, his deal. So I don't know. Isn't Florida also getting looked at right now?
Yeah, because of the Jaden Rashada stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
again, shocker.
Bro, listen to this. So, Jaden Rashada's deal at Florida was 3 years for $8 million, right? 3 years for $8 million. Part of the deal was also that him and his family would be given a house and a car, and whenever they were to move into Miami in January or Florida in January of that would have been 2023. They're supposed to be able to move into the house and the car. So whenever the Rashada family pulls up, and Florida doesn't have a house or car yet, and the contract they come with that is supposed to say $8 million for 3 years says less than $8 million for 3 years. Tensions get hot, and that's why he got out of his letter of intent.
Mm-hmm.
Now, DJ Lagway's deal, I was told, is also 8 for 3. And I was like, there's no way. There's no way that family just saw what happened with the Rashada family. And they're about to walk in thinking it's going to be different, maybe, or that Florida is actually going to have 8 M's this time. So, I don't know. I know Florida, they're getting looked at. I assume it's going to be involved with the Rashada stuff. I'm assuming Lagway's going to be getting a pretty deep look into his stuff as well. But, I mean, dude, I don't know. The NCAA, like, they got to figure out. You can't just, like, pick and choose who to investigate now. You got to come up with the rules and actually enforce those rules or something, man. Like, I've said it from day one. I'm all for players getting paid. The amount of money that these schools make off the players still is ridiculous, even with NIL. And I've always been for them getting paid. I don't want to put a cap on it either. You can't tell someone how much they can make. But at the end of the day, like, before they rolled NIL out, they really should have used their brains to come up with some form of.
Instead, they did nothing.
Yeah.
I'm not saying like what they did.
We're going to do NIL, guys. What are the rules? I don't know.
There are no rules.
It's like, no, they're like the IRS. Like, we're not going to tell you. You have to know exactly what the rules are. And when we show up, you better recite them bitches perfectly.
Isn't that exactly what this is? Like, this is the equivalent of getting audited. You're like, I thought I did that right, but maybe I didn't. Dude, It is. If you're Florida or I guess Tennessee now, like, do you even take this stuff seriously? Like,
what are y'all gonna do to us? Like,
it really is. It's like the substitute teacher threatening to write you up. Like, there's no way that's gonna hold up in court. Like, dude, do whatever you want. Like, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like, I'm so ready for big time college football to just break away from the NCAA and do its own thing, which is what it needs to be. Do we have NIL deals for basketball and baseball and women's basketball? Yeah, there are. Are there NIL deals in volleyball? Yeah, but Jordan, you know this better than a lot of people. Those deals are peanuts compared to what is going on in football right now. And it's two totally different worlds, yet you're trying to legislate it. You're trying to legislate big time college football the same way you would legislate equestrian. There's nobody on planet Earth can assume that that's even remotely the same, because it's not. It's two completely different worlds. It needs to be separate. It needs to happen at some point. And the longer you don't do it, you're just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know. I kind of hate. I mean, I don't know. I'm really interested to see the future it's going. I kind of hate like all the, I don't know, like people just kind of even talking about it. Like during the realignment shit with the Pac-12 and the Big 12 and the Big 10, and everyone's like predicting conferences. Like I could give a shit about that. Like I'm not reading any of that. My whole thing was like none of this matters until like the conferences come out and say, this is what our conferences are. Boom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I could give a shit what someone on Twitter is predicting they think the conferences are going to be, right? It's kind of the same thing for the future of college football and the NCAA and the conference. Like I really don't care what people have to say, but there are so many different ways they could go about it. And it's like I don't even know where to begin about what it could look like. Like maybe a mega conference, a new NCAA, a whole separate governing body for just football. Like, I don't know, but something needs to change.
It's just like, and at the risk of offending somebody, sorry, but this is what I'm going to compare it to. It's no different than major metropolitan areas dealing with like a homeless crisis, people experiencing homelessness, or the situation in our state going on at the border right now. Everybody agrees that it's broken, that it's not working, that it needs to be fixed. It's just that nobody can agree on how to fix it is the problem. And that's where it turns into political pissing contests and nothing ever gets solved. So I'm kind of with you, Jordan. I'm like, when y'all figure out a way to do this where a reasonable human being can understand it, let me know. Until then, I'm going to be over here playing in my sandbox and doing whatever until y'all just figure it out.
Yeah. Damn, Tennessee football broke 200 rules.
But that's
wonder if they were doing the Harbaugh and buying burgers. I got to see these rules here.
Josh Heupel is the head coach of Tennessee, so I'm sure there was a lot of burgers involved. Because I don't know if you remember, you weren't even born when Josh Heupel played at OU. I forgot. Josh Heupel in 2024 looks like he ate 2,000 Josh Heupel. I'm just gonna be honest. I've gained weight in the last 20 years too, but I'm not making millions of dollars a year and trying to be the face of a college football program. Just saying. If I was, I'd probably get my fat ass on the track every now and then. I'd probably make sure I was in shape and presentable.
Man, shit, if my fat ass is making millions, I'm not getting on any track. I'm getting liposuction or something. you got AMs. You don't need to do all that. Jeff, Jeremy Curley at Hutto. Why didn't Texas get in on him?
He was under the radar. He was one of those deals where, especially back then, you had to have a really good idea what you were going to do with like a 5'9", 170 pound. Even though he was damn good, you had to have a really defined idea what you were going to do with that guy. And I don't think Texas really did at the time. Jeremy went to the perfect spot for him, man. TCU at the time, they had an offense, they had a role for him. Perfect spot for him. He could be punt returner. Would I love to see Jeremy Curley at Texas? Yeah, but I really do think he went to the perfect place for him at TCU.
Yeah, as a 49ers fan, I'll never forget the season and a half he gave us where he was like our leading. He led us in like every single receiver stat, and then we cut him because he was shit, dude. I think he was like year 1 and 2. The first year 1 and 2 of the Shanahan era in San Fran. And he wore number 17. So I don't miss the era of 49ers teams he played on, but he was like the lone bright spot for a lot of games during his time there. I believe he was on the 2-14, one of the 2-14 teams. So I think we had 2 of them.
Jeremy Curley played for the San Francisco 49ers in 2016. Yeah. Damn, he had a good 64. He caught 64 balls that year. He had a career year with the Niners.
Yeah, and we cut his ass.
Catches. Almost 700 yards.
We didn't have jack shit on that team. Like that, I couldn't even tell. I think Marquise Goodwin might have been another one of the receivers. I believe he was on the team still or then. But outside of Marquise Goodwin and Jeremy Curley, I think Kendrick Bourne might have been on the roster. He was an undrafted free agent. I can't think of any other receivers.
Hey,
just off the top.
Jordan, that was the 2-14 year, and that wasn't year 1, year 2 of Shanahan. That was the last year of Chip Kelly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it all mixed up. And I'll tell you what, dude, Chip Kelly was a dog shit coach for the 49ers. He was amazing compared to the guy before him. Do you even remember who was before Chip Kelly in San Fran?
Was it Jim Tom Sula?
It was Jim Tom Sula. They made a D-line coach in the NFL go from this. Y'all, listen to this shit. The 49ers, Jim Harbaugh leaves, right? Because him and Balky, the GM, get into it. The GM's a jackass. He tore the whole thing down. It was kind of the reason everything fell apart. So whenever Harbaugh leaves, instead of just cleaning house, they're like, yeah, we're going to keep Balky because he's, not that bad when he sucks. He decides, I don't need a head coach. I'm going to just make Jim Harbaugh's D-line coach the head coach.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he did. Jim Tomsula literally went from no head coaching experience at high school, college, NFL, not even coordinator experience, to being the D-line coach of the 49ers to the 49ers head coach. It was fucking ridiculous. Yeah, he did fart at press conferences. Like, I've never had the team I root for be represented so poorly by a head coach.
That's what I'm telling you, man. Like, if I would not be like, look, should I be more presentable in my job now? Probably. But you know what? I like wearing long sleeve dry fit shirts. And at 40, I'm not a big fan of collars anymore. And I like to eat what I want to eat. So, you know what? I'm not worried about being presentable. I have a face for radio. I understand that. But, like, if I was making millions of dollars and I'm an NFL head coach, I would at least try to keep myself in half-ass shape and not honk my body trumpet during press conferences. Like, you're just a flawed person if you do that. Like, walk out of the room, like, pretend you got a phone call and then go out in the hallway, just snap one off and then go back in the room. Like, everybody's none the wiser.
Or time it up with a cough,
Yeah. That could backfire, though. That could backfire very easily.
It could, but
man, we were driving home. We had to run into New Braunfels last night to run an errand real quick. So we ate dinner in New Braunfels. We're driving home, and we went to Lupe Tortilla, so we've got like a box of leftovers in the car. And, like you put like all the beans and rice and stuff and peppers from fajitas, and it's going to kind of marinate and may not be the most refreshing smell. And my daughter, my 5-year-old, I don't know where she got this, but she just goes, "It smells like somebody ran over a raccoon." And I'm like, how do you know what a dead raccoon smells like? Just randomly. It was hilarious, but I don't know. I didn't think we'd talk about Jim Tomsula farting during press conferences, but that's where we went today. Yeah, Jordan, those 49ers were bad, dude. The 2-14 team.
Yeah, that's the thing, dude. I am so listen, the 49ers win 2 weeks from now, I'm acting an ass on social media, right? And if anybody tries to say anything, no bandwagon, why are you even a 49ers fan? You live in Texas, whatever. I'm coming with receipts. Like, I got photos of me in like 2014 wearing 49ers hoodies. I'm with the smoke. I'm ratioing everyone who tries to call me a bandwagon or anything.
Hey, would you like to know who the quarterback coach was for that 49ers team, by the way?
Nah, but if anyone tries to call me a bandwagon, like they're getting ratioed. Like most people, even Cowboys fans, like, do y'all even know what it's like to win 2 games in one singular season? It's horrible. All those teams, and they also set an NFL record for most games lost in a season by 3 or less points. In Kyle Shanahan's first season, they lost like 7 or 8 games by 3 or less points. And they won the last 5 in a row because it was after they traded for porn star Jimmy, and we thought we had our franchise quarterback, and he went 5-0 in his first 5 starts. So it's been a long time coming. I'm hoping they can finally beat Mahomes, man. If they go up 10 in the fourth quarter, San Fran does, I'll probably turn off the game, and not because I'll think they won it, because I'm scared of what will happen when you give Mahomes the ball back. So, yeah.
Oh man. So that was that 16 season was eventful. I guess I just totally blocked that out because Cowboys actually were good that year. That was Dak's rookie year. I forgot that was Kaepernick's last year in San Francisco.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the thing. Like whenever they decided they're going to move away from Chip Kelly, that's when the GM kind of pulled his head out of his ass and was like, okay, I need to actually fire a GM and get a new one, not Balky. So they cleaned house everyone after 2016. And then 2017, Shanny and John Lynch came in.
Yeah. And
that offseason was pretty much like outside of Joe Staley, everyone was gone. Everyone was gone. Like they cut ties with Kaepernick and that whole era completely. just because they needed a fresh restart.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm looking at their roster. So the quarterbacks in 16 for the 49ers, it was Blaine Gabbert, Kaepernick, and Christian Ponder. None of those guys were back the next year.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, boys. I was going to give y'all a few more minutes before I jumped on, but I could not sit idly by and just let a 49ers fan say it's been a long time coming since his team has been in the Super Bowl, when it literally happened 4 years ago, when my team hasn't been to a conference championship game since 1996. What's going on here? Don't tell me about misery, Niners fan.
Okay, y'all, you chose to be a Cowboys fan just like I chose to be a 49ers fan.
No, my dad chose it for me.
Yeah,
he grew up a Cowboys fan.
You act like you're not a grown-ass man. You can change it. Don't say you can't. You can change it.
No, you're a bad I will call you a bandwagoner if you're talking about changing teams like that. You stick with the team that, that you grew up rooting for.
I meant long time coming. It's been a long time coming being a 49ers fan. They've come a long way since – because it started in 2013.
They were cool when they
like
made it
this.
to the conference title game. They made it a long way.
Down. Hey, but you know who we had to, you know whose ass we had to whoop at their own stadium to get there? What? Dallas. I really don't want to hear shit.
What year?
Last year. We beat Dallas in the playoffs on the way to the NFC Championship.
Oh yeah, in your stadium. Yeah. 2 years ago was our stadium.
Yeah, no.
So the whole argument here is that I've been more miserable than you, and you were making my argument for me. Thank you, Jordan.
Yeah,
because your team keeps kicking my team's ass every time they play. Jeff and I, as Cowboys fans,
what do you want me to pat you on the back for, being worse at picking teams than me?
Man, this is the benefit to being a Cowboys fan and being as old as I am. I kind of grew up for the first few years of my football viewing consciousness thinking it was just a rite of passage that the Cowboys just kicked the 49ers ass on their way to Super Bowls.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry you don't know that feeling, BK.
Yeah.
How does it, BK? I'm like 99% sure in my 21 years of life, the Texans have more playoff wins than the Cowboys.
I think it's the same.
Or close. What? Yeah.
I mean, either way, embarrassing. Like
the Texans have been to a conference championship game.
No, they haven't. They have
Doesn't CJ Stroud have as many playoff wins?
They won Deshaun Watson year. I thought they.
Yeah, they did. They did, and the Chiefs ran out of fireworks because they blew a 27-point lead. The Texans were in the.
I promise. I did radio in Houston for 2 years.
You're right. Because the Titans played them.
Divisional game.
Yeah, it was the Titans who played them in 2019. But doesn't CJ Stroud have the same amount of playoff wins as Dak?
Dak's got 2 and Stroud has 1. So
sorry.
At this time next year, it
Hey, you see CB's comment? That's right.
Oh, it's 5-4.
Yeah. Check the score.
Okay. So
hey, BK, did you know that the Texans have a Ring of Honor? Did you know that? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's got Andre Johnson. It's got J.J. Watt, who got inducted this year.
It's got Lovie Smith for bringing him C.J. Stroud.
He should have a statue. Ring of Honor's not enough.
For winning the Colts game.
Everyone was dunking on that dude, myself included. That just goes to show you how little we know about quarterbacks in college football and what they're going to be in the pros, because everybody in Houston wanted Bryce Young, and everybody was devastated that they won that Week 18 game and blew their chance at Bryce Young. And now, their future's bright, and the team that drafted Bryce Young has no idea where it's going.
Yeah, man. It's really weird how some of those drafts have worked for the Texans, where, I mean, you can argue did it work out for the better? Like the 06 draft was one of those. Remember, like they won a game late in the year where it was like, oh, we need to tank for Reggie Bush, and they ended up drafting Mario Williams number 1, probably. And I'll go ahead and light up the chat and leave it for you guys. Maybe they should have taken Vince Young with the number 1 pick. I don't know.
Yeah, that's an alternate universe that I would love to know about, right? Like Mario Williams had the best pro career. Maybe Reggie Bush did, but Mario Williams was a better pro than Vince Young was. But you always wonder what would have happened if VY ended up in Houston, because Mario Williams being good didn't matter because the Texans could never find a quarterback. And could Vince have worked without Jeff Fisher? We will always wonder.
I wonder, would that have been the best thing for Vince Young, or would it have been the absolute worst thing for Vince Young?
Yeah, being that close to home. Yeah, you
never
know.
I know. Like for Deontay Foreman, that was probably maybe the worst place he could have gone right out of the gate was to Houston. By the way, Deontay Foreman's still making money.
Still is. He's playing well. Yeah, you have guys like Jamal Shed who, when they come home to play, they dominate. You have guys like Tyrese Hunter. When they go up to their hometown, they play like shit. So some guys are great, and some guys are not great when they are around their friends and family like that.
In Tyrese's defense, BK, he could have dropped 40 that night, and I don't think it would have mattered.
No, but it would have been a big game where Tyrese Hunter showed up to play, and that would have mattered to me because I'm still waiting on more of those.
You know, he only had one turnover last night.
It's good.
It just was a god-awful turnover.
Yeah, in the last 30 seconds of a tie game when Texas should have been holding the ball for the last shot, he just said, here you go, Houston, you can have this back.
Yeah, that hurts. Trey, you doing all right?
I am good. Speaking of Vince Young not getting drafted by the Texans, selfishly speaking, that may have gotten me back on board with the pro football franchise in Houston. As an NFL bastard who used to root for the Oilers and now has nobody, but didn't happen. So next time, maybe.
We have room on the Cowboys bandwagon, don't we, BK?
Man, be a Texans fan. Like they're so likable. CJ Stroud is very likable to me. The Texans know they have a franchise quarterback. Do you know how many teams would kill to know that they have a franchise quarterback? The Texans figure that out, or they knew it 1,000% by week 7. That's kind of unheard of for a rookie. So I would definitely, if I was choosing between the Texans and Cowboys, the next 5 years for sure.
Hey, for
Texans
Sam
are
in
a
the
fun
chat,
team
you know
to
what I
watch.
remember about
They
Joe
also
Montana's last
don't
days
have
with the
an owner
49ers?
who's nearly as
I remember an
insufferable
NFC Championship
Jerry
game
Jones
when
is,
Leonard
but that's
Marshall
obviously
broke his ass in half.
Low bar.
And I wish he would have finished the job.
What? I didn't hear y'all were talking over each other, so I didn't hear a damn word either one of y'all said.
Yeah, same here. You guys were talking about two completely different things at the same time, and I don't think y'all realized you were both talking. So I have no clue what just happened there.
I just
say, Jeff.
I said that Sam in the chat mentions Joe Montana's last days as a 49er were great. No, the only thing I remember about Joe Montana's last days is when Leonard Marshall broke his ass in half in an NFC Championship game, and I really wish he would have finished the job, and that would have been the last we saw of Joe Montana.
And Trey, what did you say?
I said that the Texans definitely have a fun team and the better owner, although that's a very low bar. The problem is that your sports allegiance really forms when you're a kid.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of, now I'm not much older than that, or not much younger than this. Yeah, not much younger than this, but I see a lot of Texans face painters in their 50s. I'm like, how fucking empty is your life? You felt the need to lean this hard into a new pro sports team when you were already well into adulthood, you know?
So basically, Trey, if you see the 50, 60 something guy at an Oklahoma City Thunder game, maybe wearing a Danilo Gallinari jersey. I don't know who's on the Thunder anymore. You're probably going to look at that guy like you went wrong somewhere in life. I'm not sure where, but you zigged when you should have zagged.
It's to each their own, but yeah, you missed the boat somewhere to where that is your priorities are all out of whack. Where as a full-fledged adult that you decided to lean this hard to your love for a new pro sports team that you're wearing jerseys to the game now. Yes, that's a problem.
Yeah, I don't tell anyone how to fan. You fan however you want to fan, but if you paint your face to go to a game, you're a loser. You can do it, but you're a loser.
I'll roll with you on that one.
BK, aren't you painting your face orange to go to next year's Texas OU game? Isn't that part of the get up?
That was not part of the get up. No, sir. You wish it was. But if I did, I would be a loser, literally, because I lost a bet and had to do that.
Yeah.
BK, how do you feel about the personalized jersey? Like if you get a Cowboys jersey with your name on it.
I'm not a jersey guy in general. I don't know. I don't know. Is it weirder to have that, or is it weirder to have somebody else's name on your back?
I think You have to pay extra for the custom one. So it's like you're paying extra to be a goofy. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't put my name on the back of a jersey or something. Like that shit's weird to me.
Yeah. BK, your question needs a clarification. It depends on whether or not we're in prison. Because if you're in prison, you definitely don't want another man's name on your back. You're his bitch.
Yeah.
But I think that the worst example of people who have their own names written on the backs of jerseys are children. Because at that point, you're just providing a pedophile cheat code, aren't you?
I never looked at it that way, Trey, but yes. And man, you guys are making this is like the most profound episode of Trey and BK ever. Like there's a lot of knowledge being dropped on this show. And as I sign off,
as an owner, Jeff, it's a low bar.
As I sign off, Ricardo, people that had the Texas football jerseys with the number 5 with core values on the back during the Charlie Strong era, probably a move that they'd like to have back.
That was people did that like rooting for Texas. I thought that was all Texas haters who did that.
I saw it with my own eyes, BK. Saw it with my own eyes.
That's something I would wear. Is like you guys remember how bad we were when we had this guy as our head coach? Like that's a bit right there. I didn't realize people actually did that as a sign of support.
There's gonna be like students at Texas, like, oh, nice, a Bijan jersey, and they're gonna be like, who's core values? Who is core values? And some dude who graduated in 2014 is gonna be like, motherfucker, you know who you're talking to?
His name was Corey Valuez.
Yeah,
and his P was oh no, wrong coach.
Yeah. Let's get our P charts and our core values straight, fellas.
Goodness gracious.
Thank God when we talk about Texas football now, it's just about football.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, the occasional monkey attack too, but that hasn't happened in a while, I guess.
It's good.
Yeah. Hey, we're overdue with something bad happening.
No, we're not. No.
When's the next monkey attack?
The whole horns down bit a couple of weeks ago. We're good for like 2 years now, right?
Okay, good.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right, you boys have a good show.
Great job, guys.
I'll see y'all.
There they go.
Oh boy.
An elongated crosstalk in between. It's only an hour and Trey and BK. And now it's time for the award-winning midday show. What's up, brother? How we doing?
Doing good. How are you today?
I'm good. Still a little sports sad after the happenings at Moody Center last night.
Were you at the game?
I was at the game. Great atmosphere, man. I will tip my cap to the Texas fans who showed up, sellout crowd. The place was loud. You know, Kelvin Sampson and the Houston players were talking about the atmosphere during their post-game press conference. It was a rocking crowd last night, and it was obviously a great game that went into overtime and came down to the final seconds of overtime. A hell of an atmosphere, but unfortunately, Texas came up short on what would have been their biggest win of the season. So that has me a little bit down today, but everything else is all good.
Well, take my advice and don't invest any emotional capital in college basketball anymore, and you'll be good. But hey, look, this team very easily could have rolled over like what we saw at BYU over the weekend, but they didn't. They got their act together in the locker room at halftime and came out as a completely different squad in the second half. And they've, even though they lost that game last night, I think there is a sort of self-discovery that is continuing to happen in these games, including Kendall Weaver being pretty darn close to lockdown on the perimeter. And that is important for a team that has struggled as mightily as Texas has in defending on the outside this year. Even if you're running a box and one, but Rodney Terry obviously likes to run a lot of man-to-man defense, to have to worry less about the opposition's most important perimeter threat, I guess, as I'm having a stroke here as I talk about this, to have the luxury of not having to worry as much about that guy when Kendall Weaver is on him is huge for this basketball team in their attempt to win games against good teams.
Yeah, I do wonder if Kendall Weaver gets inserted into the starting lineup at some point, maybe in favor of IT Horton, right? We already saw a lineup change a couple of weeks ago with Horton in and Cunningham out. Weaver's been great off the bench, so maybe Rodney Terry's like, hey, he's a nice spark for us off the bench, getting those 20 to 27, 28 minutes. We're going to keep rolling with that. But no, you want more Kendall Weaver, and a big turning point in that game. It's something that I wish Rodney Terry did earlier. And of course, hindsight's always 2020. But when Kendall Weaver was placed on Jamal Shed started to struggle. I mean, for about 30 to 35 minutes, that guy was getting whatever he wanted. He was getting wherever he wanted and whatever he wanted when he was being guarded by Tyrese Hunter or Max Asmus. RT made the change with about 6 minutes to go and put a little bit more length. Obviously, Weaver's a lot bigger and stronger than Jamal Shed, and that bothered Jamal Shed, and that allowed Texas's defense to get some big stops down the stretch. But unfortunately, in the end of regulation and at overtime, the Texas offense just completely fell apart and couldn't get the big buckets that they needed. But yeah, a few positives. I mean, Houston's one of the best teams in the country. You took them to overtime. You played great. Unfortunately, when you're talking about the NCAA tournament, none of that stuff's going to matter. There's no quality loss section on the NCAA tournament resume. So eye test wise, positive night for Texas. Felt like a step in the right direction, hanging with the top 5 team and Ken Palm's number 1 team for 45 minutes. But at the end of the day, a loss stings. That would have been massive for Texas's tournament chances. They obviously still have plenty of good opponents that they can beat to bolster their chances of hearing their name called on Selection Sunday. But that stinks. Not being able to seal the deal in the final minutes, that hurts.
Yeah, it does. You're right. In the end, a loss is a loss, and silver lining losses mean significantly less when you're talking about computer analysis of these things. And losing another home game is a big problem too for this basketball team. But as you just said, they have a bunch more opportunities to work their way into the tournament conversation. I don't know where they are with Joe Lunardi right now. And obviously things have changed because they've lost 2 in a row since his most recent rankings came out at the end of last week. But they're right on the cusp. And over the next, 5 to 6 weeks, they have an opportunity to leave no doubts as to whether or not they're going to be in the tournament one way or the other, unfortunately. It could go either direction. Yeah. The fight that I've started to see in this team is giving me hope that they will get it figured out. But you never know. It's a dogfight in the Big 12 each and every night. And you know, even a single bad half might sink you in a game like what we saw last night against number 4 ranked Houston.
Yeah. Texas is in the midst of this 6-game stretch against ranked opponents. They're 2-2 right now. You'd love to be able to find 2 more wins, but definitely 1 more win. And yeah, if the season ended today, I don't think the Longhorns would be in the tournament, but a lot of basketball left. They've got 10 more regular season games. They've got the Big 12 tournament. Obviously, you put things to chance if you have to rely on a good performance in Kansas City to get in. But we'll see, man. I mean, here's the reality of the situation, right? We could deep dive further into the game itself. And, Texas's free throws were a problem. Texas getting worked on the glass again was a problem. That was the difference in the game. Houston had 19 second chance points on 15 offensive rebounds. Like they were relentless for those loose balls, and Texas was doing a lot of ball watching in those spots. And that's been a recurring theme. Texas has been out rebounded in 6 of their last 7 games. Like that's unacceptable. And a lot of that falls on the players. There's plenty to criticize RT for where this season is, but some of it's, you need your players to care a little bit more about getting those rebounds and instead of just hoping the ball comes to them. But here's the reality of the situation. Texas was picked to finish 3rd in this conference this year, and we are just at about the midway point in Big 12 play. And Texas right now is 3rd to last in this league, Trey. They are 12th out of 14 teams. So, reasonable to expect a step back from last year with a new coach. I know what Rodney Terry was last year, but a new coach and a very different roster. But still, I mentioned this to the Buck this morning. It wasn't like Texas Sports Unfiltered saying Texas is going to be the 3rd best team in this conference. It wasn't a burnt orange Kool-Aid drinkers saying that. This was like the national media that had Texas as a preseason top 20 team in the country and a preseason top 3 team in the conference. And the reality is they're not in the tournament right now. They're bottom 3 in the conference, and they're not close to the top 25 ranking. That's where it is. So I'm upset by that. I want to be a basketball school. I realize Texas will never be a basketball school because I can't have nice things. But overall, big picture of where this season is to this point, it has been a disappointment for Texas, and they better turn things around quick. Otherwise, this thing will go down as a major disappointment.
Yeah, nothing more to really say about that. One more thing about the game specific to last night, though. It was great to see. I got to give Zay a lot of credit for calling this one out. It was great to see Dylan Mitchell active and locked in from the beginning of the game and really throughout as well. I don't know if there's something specific that they did in pregame, but they need Dylan Mitchell focused at the start of every game going forward. They don't need the guy who's fumbling around the basketball like was happening. I think it was at the start of the Oklahoma or maybe the Baylor game, and a guy who just seems to be a little bit aloof at times early on in contests. They need Dylan Mitchell to reach their potential this year, to turn this season around, to not end up amongst the bottom 3 teams in this conference in the standings.
He was Texas's best player last night. I wish he didn't miss 3 dunks. That would have helped when you lose a game by 4 in overtime, and really by 2 in overtime. Every single point matters, and he had a couple of missed freebies and actually did miss a couple of free throws as well. But no, he was Texas's best player, 16 and 10, very good defensively. That's the problem, though. It's like every night we have somebody else who needs to step up. It's Tyrese Hunter one night, it's Dylan Mitchell one night, it's this guy, it's that guy. This team is just inconsistent. And that's why it's like, you want to be like, okay, Trey, they played a top 5 team that close at home. They should be able to hang with some of the middle of the road teams in the Big 12 if they just played maybe the best team in the conference that well. But then you got to remember the UCF game and the West Virginia game, like 2 bottom feeders of this league. They lost to them. And it's like, you never know what you're going to get from most of the players individually, but more importantly, collectively as a team with this Texas team. And, you're 21 games into this season now, and you're still trying to figure out exactly what this identity is and who you can count on night in and night out. And that's scary. That's what bubble teams do. Like, you would hope this was going to be an easy year into the tournament, not an Elite 8 year, but like, for sure, we don't have to worry about Texas making it to the big dance. We're past that stage. But because of the inconsistencies and just literally not knowing what to expect anytime this team takes the floor, you don't know how to extrapolate what we've seen over these final 10 games.
It's a bummer. I said it after the UCF game, and it looked like they were starting to figure some things out, but 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. For much of the season against good competition, it's felt like a bunch of pieces from different puzzles. And those things don't come together to create a clear picture. And we're not back to square one necessarily, because it was a hard-fought effort last night, and there is stuff to build on, but you're still trying to search for those answers and for the right pieces and who should be playing with whom and who needs to be starting and who should be coming off the bench and what specific roles should be. Yeah. I know that the coaches are encouraging Brock Cunningham to shoot early when he gets into a game, and he made his first 3-pointer last night, but Brock Cunningham is probably a guy that the offense needs to be going through at this point versus a guy who is trying to shoot from the outside. I understand he has 2 years worth of shooting well from the outside to give him some benefit of the doubt there, but we're to a point in the season where possessions are starting to matter a lot more, and you can't have threes clanging off the backboard. You can't have threes just missing everything altogether, and we get way too many of those sorts of shots out of Brock Cunningham. He's clearly frustrated too, by the way. You may not have been able to see it in the stands last night, but they showed him on screen on television at one point during a timeout after something had just happened, and you can see the frustration on his face. I don't fault Brock Cunningham necessarily, but for the coaches, it's important that they're not still encouraging a guy to shoot when he needs to probably be passing it a little bit more.
Yeah, I do not want any offense to go through Brock Cunningham. Like, I don't love him shooting, but I'd prefer him standing in the corner versus just getting in the way of the 4 other guys on the court. So,
he's a decent passer, and he's a guy who's willing, a willing screener, I guess is the way to put it. But mostly you're probably right about that. He needs to be off to the side.
Yeah, he played 9 minutes last night too. Like the minutes are going down for Brock, and it's sad. He's a great kid and he cares. This isn't a lack of care. He's just in the midst of the worst funk of his career. And like you said, I mean, you're a team on the bubble and you're playing in the best league in the sport, and every game matters. Hell, it feels like every possession matters, and you can't waste stuff. And unfortunately, Brock Cunningham at times has been a waste of space for this Texas team, as harsh as that sounds. So, Kendall Weaver is taking a lot of his minutes, which is good. Need more of that going forward. But that one stinks, man. They were right there. They had that 6-point lead with about 5 minutes to go. Well, that thing went away quick. Houston went on a 9-0 run. Just like that, they hit back-to-back-to-back threes. And it's like, well, all this work Texas did come back from down double digits in the first half to take this decent-sized lead is just all completely thrown away right now. But look, Texas got up off the mat after that. They played great. They were competitive. But once again, when you're a team on the bubble playing great, doesn't mean a whole lot. And now Texas will get another shot at Houston, but it'll be on the road, and that's going to be significantly tougher. And you brought up the home games, man. Like, this team lost one game at Moody Center in the first 2 years. They've lost 3 in the last 3 weeks. Like, that stings. That stings. The Houston one you can stomach a little bit more, but Texas Tech coming in here and working Texas the way that they did, and obviously the UCF one, that's losing to a bad team in your own barn. That's a problem. That is a problem. So we'll see. Texas back at it this Saturday on the road in Fort Worth, taking on, you guessed it, another ranked team in TCU. The next home game for the Longhorns, an LHN special, your favorite, Trey, next Tuesday, a week from today, against Iowa State, another ranked team. Gosh. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line, 512-222-9328, or hit us up on the YouTube comments line. Appreciate all of you stopping by today. Mr. Sorrell, what's going on? Appreciate you saying hello today. Thanks to all of you for being a part of Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right, before we get to an NFL mock draft, an interesting one from Daniel Jeremiah of NFL.com, I want to give some love to some of our great sponsors. And we'll let the people hear first from our man Tom McKay over at AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Hey, kid, you want to hear a dad joke?
Sure, old man.
A guy walks into a flat... Oh, that was terrible. A guy walks into a store and buys an 85-inch flat screen for $2,500. I wasn't done with my joke yet.
Yeah, you were. Here, I got one. What's worse than paying for one overpriced surround sound speaker?
I don't know what.
Paying for 2 overpriced surround sound speakers?
All right, well, here at Audiovisual, we do like to laugh. And by calling 512-255-8678, you can share in that laughter. Stop paying extra for lesser quality and visit avconsultations.com today.
All right. You got me going now. One more.
All right, here we go.
A guy walks into a bar, and then a speaker, and then a projector.
All right. I think they get it, kid. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or see us online at avconsultations.com.
And all jokes aside, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call, 512-255-8678.
Yes, indeed. Shout out AV Consultations. Also, shout out to our great friends at BetUS. If you're looking to make some money on the Super Bowl, they've got everything you need right there at BetUS. All you have to do is click the link in the video description. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're listening on the app, just click Explore Our Socials on the homepage of the app, and there will be a link to BetUS right there as well. All the prop bets you want. Of course, you can bet on the winner of the game. And it's not just the Super Bowl. You can bet on college basketball every night, the NBA, the NHL, golf, tennis, MMA, whatever you want. They've got it for you. Just sign up, deposit $50 or more, and they are going to give you a big-time deposit match and a great bonus to boot over there at BetUS. Make sure you sign up using the links and start winning some money today. All right, Trey. We've got a mock draft from Daniel Jeremiah. There's one thing that I really like about this mock and one thing that I don't like about this mock. Where do you want to start?
Let's start with the bad, then we'll get to the good.
The bad is there's only one Longhorn in DJ's first round. There are some mock drafts you look at that have 2, 3, even up to 4 former Texas players going in round 1 of the draft, but DJ only has 1 Longhorn going in the first round, and this was only a 1-round mock, so I can't even tell you where he has the other guys going.
Yeah, and I know the guy. I think ultimately, even though we may not talk a ton about them, that one of the 2 wide receivers ends up going in the first round. Debate which one is more likely to go in the first, but Daniel Jeremiah has a single defensive player from the Longhorns going in his mock.
Yeah, and that's the good news. Is we'll go from 1 to 10 in a moment, but Byron Murphy is the one Longhorn that he has going in round 1, and he has Murphy going at number 11. I think that's the highest I've seen any Texas player in any of these mock drafts, right? It feels like, the Longhorns have 5 guys who are going to be taken in the top 50 or so picks, which is great, but it's usually like 20 to 50 where you're seeing these Longhorns going. Byron Murphy just outside of the top 10 at number 11. to Bucky's Minnesota Vikings. Man, that would be pretty damn cool for Byron Murphy and a great thing for the Texas Longhorns too.
Agreed. And I think that this becomes a more popular opinion after we get through the scouting combine and people see just how much of a physical freak Byron Murphy is, to go along with the game tape too, by the way. You can go back to that semifinal matchup where he was one of, if not the most active player on the field for Texas that night, especially on defense, but throughout the course of this season. I mean, there's a reason why he and T'Vondre Sweat were the two top-rated interior defensive linemen throughout the course of the year, according to Pro Football Focus. These guys are studs, and that talent is going to translate at the next level too. Byron Murphy gets a nod in terms of who gets drafted first between he and Sweat, because he is most likely an early round, an every down guy, whereas Sweat is going to need some plays off. Even though Murphy is a little bit undersized, he's going to be great in the NFL. I can't wait to watch whatever team he ends up on.
Yeah, and a lot of NFL teams look for potential when they're drafting, especially in the first round. But you want the guy who, like you said, he's got that potential, but also has the production on tape. And Byron Murphy has that. You look at the numbers, you watch him on film, you look at the analytics and the grades out there. I mean, Byron Murphy checks every single box. He's the Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year this past season. And like you said, I mean, even though he's a little bit undersized, you do have a number of guys around his size at that position who have had success in the league. This is not like a Bryce Young situation where it's like, oh, we've never had a quarterback of that size have success in the league. And you're wondering, can he be the first? No, Byron Murphy wouldn't be the first with that body type to be successful at D tackle. Hell, Aaron Donald, who's maybe the best defensive tackle in the history of the sport, is about the same size as Byron Murphy right now. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's going to be the first Longhorn off the board. Like, I don't know if it's unanimous, but it feels like consensus where most of the mock drafts have Byron Murphy as the first Texas player selected. Obviously, the range depends, but this is good news for him, and I think he's going to be a stud at the next level. 3-down player. He also gets after the quarterback. I know I've mentioned this before. If you can get pressure from the interior of your D-line, teams love that. That is hard to find at any level of football. So if Byron Murphy can do what he did in college at the NFL, and that's get a pretty consistent pass rush from the inside of that D line, then, teams are going to fall in love with him. He's going to get drafted high, and he's going to make a lot of money in his NFL career.
So Daniel Jeremiah, this mock draft came out a couple of days ago. He just came out with his first 24 draft rankings, top 50 draft prospects, according to Daniel Jeremiah, and there are 5 Longhorns in the top 50. Now, you can surmise, based on Byron Murphy being the one first-round pick in his mock draft, that Byron Murphy is the first Longhorn that he ranks at number 22, interestingly enough. But can you guess the other 4?
Like in order?
The other 4 Longhorns in order, yes.
Okay. I was like, I could definitely guess.
The Longhorns are pretty obvious at this point.
I was going to say, I could definitely guess who they are. I think we all know who they are. It's just what order does he have? Well, that's interesting. You said Byron Murphy is number 22, even though he's 11 on the mock draft.
Yeah.
Obviously, team fits and stuff matter here
right,
too.
Exactly.
All right. I will go with AD, number 2.
Good call. AD Mitchell at 34. Next. Go into the 40s for the last 3.
Oh, this is a toss-up here. Oh, man. Between Worthy and Sanders here.
Okay.
I'll go Worthy 3, Sanders 4, Sweat 5.
Sanders 3, Worthy 4, Sweat 5. You were very close there. Good job on that.
Come on, DJ. Why aren't you thinking like me? Why aren't you smarter than you are?
Do you want to hear any of his breakdowns for those guys?
I would love to.
Let's start with, did you read something from Murphy already? If so, I'll skip this one.
No.
Murphy is very explosive, nimble, and instinctive as a defensive tackle. He is a dynamic disruptor against the pass game. He explodes out of his stance and can roll his hips on contact. Wouldn't we all be able to roll our hips on contact? Creating instant push. He consistently gets underneath blockers and prevails in the leverage battle. He has quick hands to win with swipe moves, a push-pull maneuver, or a violent club. Once he feels a blocker leaning left or right, he has elite change of direction quickness. Against the run, he can utilize his quickness to penetrate and create negative plays. He also has incredible balance to take on blocks while going to one knee before uncoiling and making plays. I haven't seen anyone else use this technique before, but it's very effective. He has plenty of range to make plays laterally. Overall, Murphy might lack ideal size, but he is a leverage machine who makes an impact on all 3 downs.
Couldn't have said it better myself. That's well done. And how about that? He explodes out of his stance. I can do that too. Well, we all can do that.
Some better than others.
Some better than others. Yeah, it takes guys a little bit more time than others.
Some people explode out of their stances, and some people have explosive diarrhea when they try and get up too quickly, you know?
Oh, is that not the explosion that you thought I was talking about?
I assumed that you were talking about explosive diarrhea with how much Taco Bell you consume.
There you go. And yeah, quickness on penetration too. That I don't know if Taco Bell is going to help you with that, actually. Probably the opposite.
Yeah, I would assume that it drops your testosterone down a little bit, eating the quality of food that Taco Bell is serving up.
And you're going to not smell great either, so I don't know if there's going to be much for you to...
It just depends if somebody likes the smell of Taco Bell.
Does anyone?
Don't you?
I like the taste of Taco Bell more than the smell of Taco Bell. I don't love the fact that my car smells like it all the time. I could go without that, but, you know, sacrifices you got to make for love, right? We do crazy things for love. That's what I do.
All right, let's go to A.D. Mitchell. Mitchell has outstanding size, toughness, and polish for the position. He is deceptively fast because of his long stride. He has surprisingly good route polish for a bigger receiver. He understands how to change tempo, and he's clean getting out of breaks. He can climb the ladder, hang and finish, and it looks like it gets a little bit lazy at times on the backside of routes, assuming the ball is going somewhere else. He doesn't have a ton of production after the catch. Overall, though, Mitchell's an ideal X receiver. He can make plays when covered, and he's a real weapon in the red zone. Once again, Daniel Jeremiah nails it.
Yeah, I buy that. Not a lot of yak for A.D. Mitchell, and that wasn't really his role in this offense. Obviously a red zone machine. Texas's leader in receiving touchdowns this year. Very good route runner. The guy gets open. Nothing about the hands, which is interesting because that might be the best trait that A.D. Mitchell has.
You're right. He does have excellent hands.
Just one drop this year, and he was, at 50-something catches, like incredible drop percentage. Obviously DJ doesn't talk bad about the hands, and I'm sure DJ knows that A.D. Mitchell has good hands, but that might have been like the thing that I led with when talking about Adonai Mitchell is just, you put the ball anywhere close to him. And Quinn Ewers had some accuracy issues this year. It wasn't like every ball was between the numbers. He had to reach, he had to jump, he had to fall down, he had to make some pretty spectacular catches, and way more often than not, he was able to hold on. So that might be like the thing that I like the most about Adonai Mitchell is just he basically has glue for hands.
Very sure-handed. Speaking of sure-handed, JT Sanders is a very smooth, fluid athlete with exceptional play speed. In the passing game, he's at his best getting deep down the field. He stretches the seam quickly and has a big catch radius. He can tap into an extra gear when the ball goes up in the air. He has some wow catches, including a one-handed snag versus Baylor. There are a few occasions in which he unnecessarily leaves his feet when the ball is thrown on his frame. After the catch, he has stop-start quickness. He can pull away when he gets the ball on the run. He is more than capable as a blocker, effectively shedding and walling off opponents. Overall, Sanders isn't a nuanced route runner, but his combination of speed, athleticism, and hands will translate very well at the next level. I think like in terms of ranking these guys, in terms with who is the most can't miss of all these prospects, Sanders has to be 1 or 2, right? Byron Murphy may be 1, but Sanders is right up there as well. I mean, the guy has all the physical attributes. He has the production to boot. Other than some sort of freak injury, it seems like he is destined to really make believers at a lot of people at the next level.
Yeah, and tight ends feel more important than they've ever been. I mean, I think you might see the 2 receivers go before JT Sanders because receivers definitely are more important than they've ever been. And you might have 3 receivers going in the top 10 this year. And you're seeing 7, 8 receivers seemingly going in every first round of these NFL drafts. So Receivers are more important than tight ends in the eyes of most, and obviously you have more receivers on the field than tight ends. So that's another reason why they get drafted high. But look at all the rookie tight ends this year. I mean, Sam Laporta fell to round 2, early round 2. But there are a bunch of teams that would trade their first-round pick this past year for a guy like Sam Laporta. So if you have that tight end who is that type of difference maker, then they can be a major mismatch. We saw that at the college level for JT Sanders. And, yeah, hopefully we see that at the pro level too. So if he lives up to it and he works on those things that DJ talked about, it's funny. He said he unnecessarily jumps. That interception against Oklahoma, or, Quinn Ewers threw it in the red zone. Dangerous throw. JT Sanders was banged up, but he jumped for that one, and he didn't have to jump for it. He could have just put his hands up. Instead, he jumped, and it tipped off of his hands and ended up going to a Oklahoma player. Like, I think that's the play DJ is talking about right there, because I remember that one vividly. Blocking, I don't know if I'd put him at more than capable blocker. I think I'd put him at capable blocker. But JT Sanders ain't going to get drafted in round 1 or early round 2 because of his blocking. He's not a total liability there, but the reason why teams love him and why he's a top 50 guy for Daniel Jeremiah is because what he does as a pass catcher. So if he lives up to it, I agree. He's going to be a problem.
Completely agree there. All right, as far as Xavier Worthy is concerned, and I will say, because I've read through this one, that Worthy's toughness does not get enough mention when he's talked about as a draft process and prospect, and Daniel Jeremiah, I think, falls victim of this too. Worthy has average height and a very lean frame. True. He is extremely twitchy and can take the top off the defense. He plays inside and outside. He was used a variety of ways at Texas, but he's at his best on double moves, shot plays, and pure takeoffs. He is dynamic off the line and can tap into a second and third gear downfield. He's also crispy out of the break when asked to work back downhill. His hands have been spotty over his career, but he was much more reliable this past fall than he has been before. After the catch, he has a jetpack on his back. He explodes away from defenders and racks up big plays. Worthy seems like a taller version of Hollywood Brown. You can feel his speed in every game. That's an interesting comp there, but I think that's not to say the Hollywood Brown is not tough at all, but I think Worthy does have an underestimated toughness about him as well that will play at the NFL level too.
Yeah, he didn't miss a game during his Texas career. He left a game or two early with an injury, but he started every game in the 3 years he was at Texas and clearly was playing through some injuries. Conspiracy theories surrounding the broken hand, but Xavier Worthy had something going on last season that I think contributed to the drops, and he bounced back in a big way and put together a really, really good season. So you're right. He's tough. He's fast. He's got game-changing speed. There's no debate there, and teams love that. And I don't know if Xavier Worthy's ever going to be like a true number 1 receiver in this league, but you have that deep threat as your number 2 and a guy who can just take the top off a defense like that. That'd be huge. Teams covet that type of speed. So I am fascinated to see what Xavier Worthy runs in the 40 at the combine. That matters to a lot of teams, and I expect him to be in the 4.3s. If he can be there, then that's going to help him a lot on draft weekend. So, big fan of his game. A little undersized. That will always limit him in certain things, but there are a lot of good elements that he brings to the table that, once again, a lot of teams are going to fall in love with.
And finally, T'Vondre Sweat. He is a massive block-eating defensive tackle. He's at his best as a run defender. He can easily stack and anchor down versus both single blocks and double teams. He doesn't get uprooted or washed against angle blocks. He doesn't have a lot of lateral range. His value is in his ability to clog the middle of the line of scrimmage. As a pass rusher, he provides a steady pocket push on occasion, but he doesn't have much of a plan outside of that strategy. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. He does get his hands up if he stalls out. Overall, Sweat has present value as a run defender and some upside as a pass rusher.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, he did a pretty good job as a pass rusher considering his size, and he's going to lose weight. He didn't weigh in at the Senior Bowl, I think, with reason, right? He's trying to shed a few more LBs before the combine because he was playing close to 360 this year at Texas. And look, he made it work. He was the best defensive lineman in the nation. But I don't think NFL teams want him playing at that size. He's got to be a little bit more mobile at the next level to deal with some of the athletic offensive linemen that the NFL has. So he'll shed a few LBs, play closer to 340, I would think, which will help him with all of those things that DJ is talking about. But yeah, he's got the chance to be an elite run stopper in the league. And Might not be a 3-down guy every down, but, teams don't wait to pass until 3rd down all of the time now. A lot of early down passing more than ever before. T. Sweat isn't a liability by any stretch as a pass rusher. So if he's able to, develop a little bit of an arsenal of pass rush moves versus just trying to bull rush people, then that will obviously help. But he could be a 1st-round pick because of that size and that strength and that skill set that he's got.
I think teams will watch the tape of Sweat and see that he is rotating out pretty much every other series, and there will be questions asked about his stamina and his ability to stay on the field. But I believe that he is also going to be able to work on that to where he can be more of maybe not an every down guy, but an every series sort of guy.
Yeah.
Exceptions.
Yeah. In Texas, I don't know if that was totally a Sweat thing because Murphy rotated a lot too. I don't have the snaps in front of me, but I feel like Murphy and Sweat's snap counts were pretty similar this year. So I think a lot of that might have been just, Sark and PK wanted to keep guys fresh, and they felt good enough about Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton and Trill Carter and some of the other DTs that they had to where it's like, no, we want these guys to be as effective in the 4th quarter as they are at the start of these games. So it still begs questions, I would guess, from NFL teams. But, we'll see. We will see what happens. But all 5 of those guys hopefully go in the top 50. It's a good sign that Daniel Jeremiah, who's one of the most well-respected draft analysts out there, has all of those guys ranked in his top 50. It'd be really cool if Texas has 5 top 50 picks when we get to the end of April. Good stuff. Good stuff there from DJ. Good stuff there from us. Nice job there, Trey.
Yes, let's pat ourselves on the back right now.
Yes, indeed. We've earned that. How about a word before we get to where we at in society today and see what Trey's got in store for that? It's a quick TV spot from our great friends over at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the Coverts. Also, some love to Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Really the best beer that you can find anywhere in the world. We're just lucky enough to have it here in Texas. You can pick up a 6-pack wherever you buy your beer. H-E-B, Total Wine, Specs, Twin Liquors, wherever you go. They've got Altstadt. If you're hitting the town a little bit, taking advantage of this unseasonably warm weather, your favorite bars and restaurants throughout Austin and Central Texas, and even in the Metroplex and Houston as well, they've got Altstadt beer. This stuff is growing like crazy with damn good reason. It is a damn good beer. The official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities. No regrets. All right, Trey, I can't remember what we did yesterday for Pest Wranglers. What are you feeling?
It was recorded yesterday, so we are going to go live with Pest Wranglers. Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers. That's right. If you have pest problems around your home or place of business, there is no better business to call than Pest Wranglers. You can go to pestwranglers.com. That's their website. And know this when you do, that our guy Steve, a.k.a. Cooter, started Pest Wranglers back in 2006. He founded the company on a motto. That motto is effective, reliable, affordable. He also had something else in mind, though. Steve values relationships. He values people. He treats his employees exceptionally. As a result, his employees treat you, the customer, with great care. It's why they have so many 5-star ratings and reviews from over the years, and they will be happy to come take care of those pest problems. No contract, so if you're unhappy with the service, cancel at any time, but they're confident that you will want them back over and over again. Relatively speaking, of course, they're going to take care of those pest problems. When those problems do arise, you will go to pestwranglers.com and get that free estimate. And Pest Wranglers is always a proud sponsor of.
Where are we at in society today?
It is your regular look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism, has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out, but sadly, today is not that day. BK, how advanced is your car? Cars are becoming way smarter than humans with the smart technology that is being infused into them in modern times.
How advanced is my car?
Yes.
It's got cruise control.
Okay.
It's got the Bluetooth. Is that plural or singular?
I think it's blue teeth if you're going plural there, but it's just a Bluetooth is all you need for one car.
Got Bluetooths, teeths. I've got CD-ROM access.
CD-ROM access?
What does the ROM stand for?
Something memory? Something memory? Operating memory?
I've got a CD player in there.
CD player. Wow, that's an older car then, huh?
There it is. Yeah, it's a 2014. It's got a little touchscreen action, which is cool.
Okay.
Navigation in there.
All right.
So some technology, but yeah, it's a 10-year-old car. So it is failing in comparison to, I'm sure, some of what you're about to mention.
Do you have to push a button to get into reverse, neutral, drive, etc.? Or do you actually use the gear shift and you push the... Okay. This is a tangent here, and I apologize. We will get to the story in a second. I cannot stand cars where you're pushing buttons to get it into drive or reverse or back to park again. It's just an unnecessary attempt to like make things look and seem cooler. The gear shift works just fine. We're all comfortable with the gear shift. If anything, you're throwing everybody off their games by requiring us to push buttons instead of using a gear shift here. Come on now.
Yeah, the covert cars that we used, one of them on the way to New Orleans, but the other one they gave us on the way to Dallas for Texas OU. Yeah, they had those features. Cars are gorgeous. They're super nice, but I guess that's a new model thing. And I was literally, the first time I got one for the Texas OU trip, I was sitting in the covert BK parking lot for, I shit you not, 3 minutes trying to figure out how to put the car in reverse. I did not know what to do. Like I saw little letters like a P, R, N, and D, and I'm like, okay, cool. Like something is there, but I didn't know. I couldn't push the button. It was like a little flip on the back. He like flipped up a little switch to put the car in reverse. Dude, I looked like a freaking idiot. There were probably people inside just cracking up watching me like hit every single button on the car, trying to put the damn car in reverse so I could drive it out of there. That's yeah, the gear shifter, perfectly fine. I'm with you.
Like I'm fine with the digitization of the screens and making music easier to play in the car. Like that works for me, but I think we're trying to get a little bit too cute with digitizing the entire automobile experience. And unfortunately, the worst case scenario with that is just losing total control over your car. But guess what? There is one major car manufacturer that is planning for the future. Ford has applied for a patent on a car that can automatically repossess itself. According to a document recently published on the United States Patent and Trademark Office website, Ford said it is considering a system that would allow a car to, on its own, leave you if you stop making your monthly auto payments.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That is hilarious. Wow. I'm in favor of the self-driving car, but I'm not in favor of that shit.
Are you in favor of the self-driving car?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I've become a believer.
Why is that?
Because I see how many wrecks happen in current time when we have people driving cars, and I know how many distractions there are when you're behind the wheel right now. And look, the technology is obviously not perfect, and there's that fear of like you're not in control, and it's just random if the technology fails you. But everyone loses their effing minds whenever a self-driving car gets in a wreck. It's a big story because it happens like once a month, or like you have a fatal self-driving car wreck. Every single day you turn on the news and there's a fatal car, human driving car wreck in Austin every single day. So I can be more productive. I can be sending emails on the phone, doing a bunch of shit in the car. I can sleep. I probably don't want you sleeping, but I probably will sleep anyways. And yeah, just I know how dumb drivers are. And look, I'm guilty of being a distracted driver at times too. Like it's so much safer to have even though the technology is not perfected, And I hope it does get very close to perfected. It's way safer than what we currently have.
I'm with you in terms of driving and looking around to what's going on with the cars around me. And my kids help out here too. I have my kids point out when somebody's on their phone because I'm not always looking because I am having to watch the road. But my kids regularly are pointing out, yep, that person's on their phone. That person's on their phone. All right, let me make sure to get away from this person then because who knows what the hell's about to happen here. So for the sake of others, I completely agree with you. But I'm also too much of a control freak, as you found driving to and from New Orleans, to completely relinquish my ability to drive my own damn car, you know?
Yep. Yeah.
But with
No,
that technology, which can be beneficial, also comes the possibility, thanks to Ford, that the car will just drive its happy ass back to the dealership if you go delinquent on a car payment for a month or two.
Yeah. What do we have details? Like if you're 1 day late on one car payment, does the car up and leave you, or is it repeated infractions? Is it like a week? Is it a month that you have? I mean, that seems unfair, if the car just up and leaves the first time you miss a payment.
It's a great question. So according to this 14-page application, Ford does have other ideas to try and get people to pay before having the car drive its happy ass back to the dealership. Before getting to the point where the car would simply drive itself away, delinquent payers would be subject to a litany of annoyances. First, badgering messages on owners' smartphones and even on the screens inside the car. Oh boy, that would get me to pay immediately. Or throw my phone out the window. These messages would demand at least an acknowledgement or better yet, on-the-spot payment. If the owner persists in ignoring these messages, the vehicle would, in the words of Ford's patent application, quote, initiate execution of a multi-step repossession procedure. Step 1 involves making the owner pay in other ways. Features like the air conditioning, cruise control, or the radio might stop working. Holy shit, that's crazy.
Oh, I'll tell you what, you stop the AC in summer in Texas, then people are paying right away. That would work better than the car leaving. You just turn off the AC. Yeah, people are going to be paying up real quick.
If turning out, the radio would be a problem for me. I don't like driving in silence or the ambience of the car driving.
Yeah.
Cruise control is not as big of a deal, but air conditioning or radio, that would be a big problem. So if none of those things work, the vehicle could then become proactively irritating, as if that's not irritating enough. The stereo might be programmed to, quote, emit an incessant and unpleasant sound every time the owner is present in the vehicle. Oh my God. There would be just one way to turn off the noise, which would involve making contact with the lending institution to address the payment delinquency.
Wow. That is crazy that we have the ability to do that already, right? Like that technology exists. Just they can hijack your stereo or hijack your AC or cruise control. You just turn that shit off. How does that work?
Yeah.
Like I'm not like that one would hurt me the least. I'm like you. Like I can't use cruise control because I'll start to fall asleep.
Oh, really?
Dude, I could never be a trucker for a million reasons, but I don't do enough meth, I think is at the top of the list. I'm working on it. But yeah, I just like, dude, I can be driving 20 minutes down Lamar and I'm like, I start dozing off. I got to like turn up the radio or start singing even, or call somebody on the phone to like stay awake. It is so bad how tired I get when I'm behind the wheel.
So Ford was asked about this, and their response shouldn't be surprising to anybody, although you take it with a grain of salt. They insist it's just a thought here. Quote, we don't have any plans to deploy this, Ford said in a statement, pointing out that the company was granted, not just applied for, but actually granted more than 1,300 patents last year. That's an average of 3.7 patents per day. But yeah, this is one that makes way too much fucking sense, though. Because money's on the line here, and you're trying to figure out a way to get delinquent payees to actually fork over the cash to keep driving that car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not going to deploy this, but effing pay up, chump. I mean, that's like, wow, that's crazy to think about. Somebody will do this at some point, even if they're not doing it now. Someone will come up with some idea to force people to make their payments. I don't know I don't know how much of a problem that is, but clearly it is a big issue if they're even having to threaten this type of stuff.
I'm officially worried.
I've been lucky. I've never had a car payment in my life, and I honestly hope that continues for as long as I can. But yeah, that's shoot. If that is brought up or the car just drives itself away, then it would work. People would be pissed about it. They'd complain, but it would, I think, get the result that people are looking for. Can't just not have a car. Like, if you buy the car, you clearly need it for something. That thing is just all of a sudden not in your garage. Well, how does that work? What if you park at a garage? It's just going to drive through your garage?
I'm sure the car is smart enough to realize that the garage door is closed and it opens the garage door on its own.
Yeah.
And drives the fuck back to the dealership.
As soon as you open the garage the next time you're out there, like before you get in the car, it just speeds away. It goes.
Yeah, it's got the fucking squealing tires.
God.
Man.
Whew.
What are we doing here? We're going too far down the road with technology. I mean, I realize we're past the point of no return, so we may as well just welcome our future robot overlords with open arms, like you and I try and do regularly on this show, BK.
Well, that's where I'm going to push back here, my friend, because I feel like you being anti-self-driving car is you doubting the machines a little bit and you not being on their side, because you're saying I'm team me. You're a human. I'm team me when it comes to the car, and I'm not team machine. Meanwhile, I, right side of history BK, as they so often call me, is on the machine side when it comes to this. So I'm more of a believer in our overlords than you are, which means you're fucked.
Yeah, you've got me there. I don't have a good response because I do want to be able to keep driving my own car. If that's the problem for the future robot overlords, you know what? Fuck you guys. Bring it on. I'll drive through your mechanical asses.
Just like that, he switched sides. What are you, Bruce Jenner?
Stupid of me. I haven't drank coffee for 2 days, and it's clearly affecting my thinking.
Oh, my God. What are you doing, dry January 29th and 30th for coffee?
I was about to do the master cleanse, but that's not going to happen for a variety of reasons. But I did stop drinking coffee yesterday, and yeah, that's not fun right now. I'll eventually get through this. I'll gain some mental clarity probably tomorrow or Thursday, but in the meantime, you're just going to have to deal with me stroking out as I'm trying to provide hard-hitting Longhorn basketball analysis and reading draft profiles of Texas Longhorn players.
Master cleanse.
It's also called the lemonade diet. You're drinking nothing but this water, lemon, maple syrup, and cayenne mixture over the course of 10 days. And then also a laxative tea at night, and then a salt water mix in the morning that helps flush the guts. Yeah, I'm ready to do it. It's just one thing after another has gotten in the way of my ability to go to the grocery store to buy the lemons. And so I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to have to push it off another day. At that point, we're getting into the weekend of the Super Bowl. I'm not going to limit myself for Super Bowl Sunday. I want to eat copious amounts of Justine's buffalo chicken dip. So we're just going to have to wait a month or so to get back to the master cleanse.
A 2025 New Year's resolution, master cleanse.
Yeah, or maybe like May of 2025 or something. Oh shit, we're going to nope. Master cleanse is not happening until maybe the second half of 24. Otherwise, you're probably right. It's going to be a 25 bid.
Incredible. All right, I see the fellas in the waiting room right now. It's Chip. It's Zay. Boys, how we doing today?
You know what? I'm pissed off today.
Uh-oh.
Damn. I'm pissed off today.
He's going through the cycle of emotions right now, the cycle of grief.
Yeah.
What are you pissed off about?
I'm pissed that Dan Campbell can't get his head out of his rear end.
Not the Reggie Miller choke sign, BK. Damn.
Where's Spike Lee
I
now?
did something that I vowed I wouldn't do, but I went back and I watched.
Oh, God.
And there's no way that you don't kick the field goal to go up 17 with, you just don't give the road team any momentum. The difference the differential between the momentum loss from a missed field goal is less proportionate than giving them a 4th down stop.
Yeah.
And I don't care. If you put it on your kicker and execute the field goal as best you can and you miss, okay. But giving them a 4th down stop, that's like one of the few ways you can get that building, that momentum back into it. And it makes no sense. It made no sense. It still makes no sense. And for all that, oh, that's what he did all year. You know what? That's what Dan Lanning did. It cost him the Washington game. That's what Brandon Staley did. It cost him his job. So, yeah.
Hey, silver lining though, Chip, you do get Ben Johnson back for at least one more season. He is declining the 2 NFL head coach openings, says he wants to win a championship in Detroit.
That's big.
Oh, sorry. That wasn't an Onion article.
Is that for real?
Damn.
Yeah. No, it's all over Twitter now. Yeah, Ben Johnson is coming back next year. That's huge for you guys.
And it looks like Dan Quinn's coming back to your Cowboys, BK.
Yay.
Damn. Hey, it was just one game. You can't blame Dan for just one. Come on.
I know. It's more just being mad that his boss is still there and his boss's boss is still there. And the Cowboys winning a championship is as much of an Onion article as the Lions winning a championship nowadays, as sad as that sounds. So,
yeah, one of those 2 teams has been to an NFC championship game this century. The other is the Cowboys.
Yep.
How about that? How about that? That's the other thing.
Go ahead.
They played so well in the first half. Your offense gets you the lead. Your coach and your defense need to help ensure the lead. And you just held them to a field goal after a good drive. And even Kyle Shanahan said it after the game. Like, I didn't think that was enough. Just getting a field goal. That was a win. Like, your defense just gave you a win. And then you drive it for 4 minutes. And you give them the momentum.
Yeah, Zay, I would say Dan Campbell did his best Tyrese Hunter, where he just didn't show up for a big game.
Oh, Tyrese, man. We're going to get into it. That was a brutal turnover. You're a point guard, bro. Like,
I don't know what he is anymore.
Your job is to dribble the ball. It's okay.
It's not to leave your feet and pass to the other team.
No.
He's out of practice because Max Asmus brings the ball up the court 9 out of 10 times. It's like de facto 2 guard now.
Hell, Dylan Mitchell's been bringing it up a bunch.
Yeah, he did that. All right. Oh, I'm sad. Lions, Texas hoops. I need Kleenex to get through this show, I think.
Yeah, we're already starting off depressing again. Like, what is this?
Master your own domain on your own time.
Oh, not for that.
Unfiltered people.
Not for that. That's not the unfiltered stuff.
Coming from the guy that was spread eagle a couple of weeks ago, trying to demonstrate some of his exercises. Come on, man.
Don't do it
Which
again.
exercise is that? I don't remember. Show me.
Just let it go. If you don't remember, then it never happened.
That's right. It's not a lie if you believe it, as the great George Costanza once said. Y'all have a great show.
Appreciate it.
Peace. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy to spend some time with us, Chip and Zay, on a Tuesday. And I'm telling you, Zay.
Yo, you and I are both sick people because That's how I know we get along, and our show and our chemistry and repertoire is always on point, because like you watching the Lions game again, I watched that damn Texas basketball game again this morning. So yeah.
Well,
cut from the same cloth.
I gotta say, I thought that game was over at halftime. And so for Texas to come out and, in my opinion, play some of their best, defense, get aggressive inside, kind of turn the tables on the bully, and really kind of dominate that second half right up until it mattered most in the final 2 minutes. Like, unfortunately, this is what makes you say, where's that been?
Yeah.
Because, they were, Dylan Mitchell came alive. You had guys getting inside. They won the points in the paint in the second half. Like, I was going, okay. Because I'm beginning to wonder if Rodney Terry can develop a culture of defense and rebounding the way that his mentor Rick Barnes did, the way that the way that Chris Beard did, the way that Kelvin Sampson does. Because I look at, Texas basketball and I see that they are what? They're 95th in points allowed. Houston's number 1. Texas is 206th in rebounding. Like, they have no identity. In last night, in the second half of that game, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Something's sinking in here. And then, it was that close. It was that close.
Yeah, it was pretty heartbreaking, to fight that hard, to take it in overtime. There were so many different situations where you thought the Horns would be able to get some separation. And you got to give your hats off to Kelvin Sampson and that Houston crew. They're as tough as nails. That looks like a team that could be cutting down the nets in the first weekend of April. And hey, he has those type of players year in and year out. And as for Rodney Terry and his squad, you mentioned Rick Barnes and, him being his mentor, and the fact that Rick Barnes, he had guys like James Thomas, and he had guys like PJ Tucker and Brad Buckman and LaMarcus Aldridge. Like, all those dudes were so damn physical and so damn tough. Texas, as hard as they played last night, they're not that. They're not that. They don't have that mass and just that strength that you need to really compete when it comes down to the final minutes against a Houston squad. Now, again, they had them, but those offensive rebounds that you gave up, you got to get those, man. And it wasn't like the Horns weren't crashing. It's just with the way those officials were calling the game last night, they were letting everything go. Everything. If it wasn't like in a legit hold or somebody's on the ground, they weren't really calling much. So that plays in the Houston's favor. And they took advantage of that. 15 offensive rebounds to the Horns 8. Rebounding them by 11 with, 46. And the Horns had 35. Or 47 and the Horns had 36. So it was brutal. Yeah, Gary Johnson, Coach 420, absolutely. Like, guys like that, Dylan Mitchell, as athletic as he is, we've been talking about him. He's just not that physical guy. Dylan DeSue, same with him. He's more finesse than he is physical. He has his moments, but at times they were going right by him and, getting boards over him and stuff. Like, when you go up by 4 points and it's 63-59 right after Kendall Weaver gets that unbelievable steal where he didn't even see the ball. The dude he played it. He knew that he was denying Jamal Shed, and he got his hands on it and ended up getting fouled. He put the Horns up 4, and then that's when everything went downhill. That's where I thought just those deflating, haymakers that Houston rang out, it was just too much for the Horns. You come back down, Kendall Weaver fouls Jamal Shed and one bucket. He He then goes on to miss the free throw. Francis gets it, and then he gets fouled, and it ends up making both. Now you're a tie game, like just like that. Like Kendall Weaver, Dylan Dessou, y'all gotta box out on free throws, man. That's all communication, Chip. Like when you're on the free throw line, and this isn't the NBA where you're only allowed to have 5 guys, on the box. You're allowed to have you're allowed to have 6. You're allowed to have 6. You're allowed to have 2 of your players closer to the goal, opposing team, next spot, and then 2 of your other players facing across from each other. So 6 total, and then the shooter on the free throw line. So you're basically a sandwich, Dylan Dessou and Kendall Weaver, and you got to sandwich the man that's in between you when the ball's in the air. Dylan Dessou, he kind of boxes out, but he's relying on Kendall Weaver to go get the rebound as he's boxing out. And then the basketball guys, of course, it's the perfect bounce to Francis, and then he ends up getting fouled and knocking down those 2 free throws. That was absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. And then, that no call on the LJ Cryer push-off, that's ridiculous, man. That is so bad. And I hate conspiracy theory shit, but that just makes you think of, man, Big 12 ain't trying to see Texas basketball go to the tournament. They could care less. With all the other teams they have going, I think it'll still be good for business because it's the University of Texas. We know the brand. That's going to bring in some serious paper, especially if you send them to Dayton playing in the first 4. But still, that was so just ridiculously obvious. It was so obvious. Max Abmas, what can you do? You cut a man off. He extends his arm, and salute to LJ Cryer. He's so low with his dribble, it's kind of hard to see, but the extension's there. And Max Abmas, every good ref knows there's certain just reactions that players have to where that's the call. That Max Abmas had that reaction because he couldn't control himself from falling back at all. It wasn't a flop. It was a straight-up push-off. LJ Cryer misses the jumper. They tip it all the way back. Jamal Shedd gets it. They throw it to Roberts. He hits that jump hook over Dylan Mitchell. They go up 2 with 30 seconds left. Another haymaker. That's tough, man. And again, you can't make excuses throughout the whole game. Texas should have got rebounds. Texas shouldn't have missed free throws. Dylan Mitchell, he went to the line, missed 2 at one point. Kendall Weaver, he missed 1 of his 2 free throws. Dylan Dessou, he missed free throws too. You got to make them count. And then Tyrese Hunter, it's tough, man. I don't really know what to say about that. You have a chance to get almost the last second shot with regulation. And I just thought the turnover, he was looking for a fast break opportunity and he got stuck. You got to understand. That's why coaches always say maybe you should call a timeout in that situation. But Coach Terry has shown he doesn't do that. With all the other game winners that they've hit this year, Max Abmas, hell, Tyrese Hunter has proven that he could make big-time plays when the clock's winding down in clutch time. He did it against Baylor. So you trust him in that situation. And I don't know, man. I really don't understand why he wouldn't just take the ball out and keep the ball held and dribble it out until you could get a good shot, because they were covering Max Abmas. And the dude just got caught up, and that was a huge turnover. Texas made too many critical mistakes at the very end, and it ended up costing them a huge opportunity to get a team that's maybe going to get to the Final Four and get you a huge quad 1 win for a bubble squad like the Horns.
Yeah, you look, for those who've followed Texas basketball for a while, you go back to Rick Barnes, and he recruited tough physical dudes. When he was at Clemson, the only way he could compete with North Carolina was to bully them, get physical with them, mess with those talented, skilled players and just turn it into a football game. He knew it. And that's how he built his brand. Now he's evolved, obviously, when he had Durant and Augustine and Tristan Thompson and Corey Joseph. He had skilled players, but like Rodney Terry needs to decide how he's going to build his program and what's he going to plant his flag on, because Kelvin Sampson, you know what you're getting from Kelvin Sampson. You're getting tough physical dudes who are going to just mob you defensively. They're all going to hit the glass. I mean, 4 dudes had 8 rebounds for Houston last night, and 2 of them were guards, and 2 of them were forwards. Dylan Mitchell had 10 rebounds. The next most rebounds for Texas, I think, was 5. And, 6. Sorry, Dizu had 6. Houston had 4 dudes with 8 rebounds. And that's the norm. They're 7th in the nation in offensive rebounds.
Yeah, that's what they do.
That's what they do. So if they get caught slipping because they kind of dominated the first half, only led by 8, but they were establishing their will in the paint, second chance points, all that. Then Texas comes out and decides, okay, we're not going to, I don't know what Rodney said at halftime, whatever it was, it got them going. They held Houston to 1 of 10 shooting over a 5-minute span that allowed Texas to get back into the game. And they're going inside and they're scoring inside. And I was like, okay. This, I wasn't expecting it, to be honest.
No, neither was I.
And then they had control of the game. I mean, they were up 4 with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, up 4, 2 minutes left. It was 63-59. Kendall Weaver just knocked down 2 free throws after he had that great defensive play, and Jamal Shed ended up fouling them. And then Jamal Shed goes down, gets an and one, misses the free throw. They tip it out. Francis tips it out, gets the rebound. They foul him, tie game, just like that. Yeah. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Sam. Those 3 back-to-back threes, when you go up 6, the Horns go on a 12-2 run in 3 minutes from the 11-minute span to around 8 minutes. And then Houston comes right back down. Jamal Shed knocks down 2 back-to-back threes. One of them, the first one, came off an offensive rebound, and then Emmanuel Sharp knocked down a huge 3, and they're right back in the game again. Like, they took the lead, the Cougars did. Like, they just kept – every time Texas would get some type of ground, Houston would just hit them right back, man. It was so impressive, and that's devastating if you're the Horns. It really is. And, yeah, you're right, Chip. Rodney Terry has to figure out what type of player he wants, man, because, look, when you're at the University of Texas, you kind of got to go the Billy Donovan route. What he did when he was at Florida. Like, you're playing at a blue blood football school, but you have all the resources when it comes to the rest of the athletics, and guys are going to want to come there. It just has to be the right guy. When Billy Donovan got Al Horford and Joakim Noah and Corey Brewer, like, those guys weren't 5-star players. None of them were. They just bought into what Billy Donovan was doing, and he's an excellent Hall of Fame type coach, and they just out-toughed a lot of guys, and then they got better with their skill, and then those 3 guys I just named ended up playing 10-plus years in the league. You know what I'm saying? Like, Caden Shedrick, he has his moments, but then just his back and stuff, like, that's a huge problem because he should be getting more minutes. Brock Cunningham, who played pretty good the minutes that he was in there. Like, he played pretty good. Like, he might have deserved a little bit more, especially with the way that Houston was playing, but he had that shot that hit all backboard from the corner, and that was kind of it for him after that. And your boy I.T. Horton, he did what we are kind of grown accustomed of him doing, just kind of being invisible out there, not giving
20 minutes of I.T. Horton.
It's tough, man. It's tough. It's tough. I don't even know what to say about that.
Like, you know how I feel.
I do.
This guy's a coach killer. I mean, I get it. When he's on, he can score, but he gives up more. He gives up as many points as he makes. You just gotta move on or give him 10, 15 minutes a game. I mean, fine.
I
don't know.
I mean, he's the type of player, if he's knocking down shots, he spreads out everything for everybody else, man. You know, he has to be able to knock down shots and be confident. But like you said, even when he's hitting, he's still giving up buckets. So it's just, and he's not the biggest either, you know?
Right.
So yeah, they need certain guys like, again, Kelvin Sampson. You think about Tugler, who got that tip dunk in overtime. That was huge, which, you know, again, offensive rebound, it's a tip dunk. Him and Roberts and Francis, all those guys, they're around 6'8". They got those 7-foot wingspans and shit, but they're not the biggest guys. They're not the most skilled guys, but they're so damn physical and they're so tough and they're absolutely fearless. And defensively, they can switch off on guys and they're just so athletic and they buy into, you know, what Houston does. And yo, I said it on Twitter yesterday, you know, follow me, Zay_Collier. Shaka Smart deserved to be fired for not recruiting Jamal Shead. I talked to my guy, Antoine Thompson, who coaches for Stony Point right now, who coached Jamal Shead back in his AAU days. He said Shaka Smart didn't even come across the tracks. They didn't even go to that Manor area. It's a short drive. You ain't got to get on no plane. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't, that's just, how do you let Jamal Shead get out of the ATX? I get it. He's a 3-star. And, you know, everybody has their expectation on guys and you're going after other guys. I understand that. But nah, man, Jamal Shead, he's one of those dudes, like, if he developed like he did, he could be first-team All-American, not just in the Big 12, in the nation. Like that 25, you can't tell me that shit wasn't personal last night. I know we got to get the Hummer, but I'm going to get back on Jamal Shead in a little bit.
Yeah.
Because that shit was personal.
That's a coach who knows exactly what he's looking for in recruiting. And as we bring in our man, Chris Hummer, national writer for 24/7 Sports.
Yo, Hummer, is that a Bama shirt you got on? That looks like a Bama shirt. What you doing, man?
No, man, it's just like a pink polo, man. It's way too old.
Okay. It's clean. Okay.
Look at Zay. Look at Zay.
I could have sworn I've seen Saban rock those, you know, in the last 17 years or something, but that's all right.
Hey. Saban hangs out with Travis Scott now. That is officially cool to dress like he does. Get friends in high places.
Yeah.
Yo, did you see that? Travis Scott? That's what retirement's like, Nick? Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Nick's gone full sicko mode on us right now.
Okay, so Hummer, how does your life change now that we are in the off season?
I sleep a lot more, I'll tell you that. Like
Good.
we finally, the transfer portal isn't dead, but it's on life support. The coaching carousel is mostly done, so get some time to work on projects and get to sleep past 6 a.m. for the first time in a while. So that's nice.
Well,
get to hopefully get back in the gym and start playing pickup hoops so I can get on Zay's level again.
Yeah.
You probably way past me at this point.
We're gonna get out and play golf too, because that's gonna happen. Okay, since we last talked to you, Jim Harbaugh has decided to take his talents to the LA Chargers. Apparently, he was starstruck when he met Justin Herbert. Your thoughts on Harbaugh? And the Chargers have the 6th pick in the draft. You think there's no way they're taking a quarterback, right?
No chance. I mean, Justin Herbert, I think his cap hit is like, if they cut him, is like $110 million. So probably not going to move on. Justin Herbert's probably one of the 5 most talented quarterbacks in the NFL. I think Jim Harbaugh is quite happy there. But that new Chargers staff and that new Chargers front office is going to have to hit on some draft picks because the Chargers are in cap hell, as I understand it. Their roster's pretty old, so they're going to have to reset that on the fly. But I think the most important thing in the NFL is having a quarterback of the future, and the Chargers definitely have that.
Well, real quick, so the the backup quarterbacks are like Easton, Stick, Will Greer. Any chance they would use a pick on JJ McCarthy at some point?
I would be shocked if they use their pick on JJ McCarthy at number 6, and I would be shocked
Or
if
after
JJ
that, even like in the second round.
I mean, maybe they do in the second round. I don't know. It feels like a waste of resources given what they have to hit
all the
on and who
needs
their quarterback is. But yeah, I still think JJ is probably going to end up being a first round pick. I think he's going to test really well. I think he's going to interview really well. And I think he's just kind of one of those football guys that scouts really love. So I could see him being a late first round guy. I don't see him reuniting with Jim Harbaugh. I would imagine JJ is maybe not a cornerstone for another franchise, but somebody that a franchise stakes their hopes around for 3 or 4 years, maybe later first, trying to get some value. I could think of like a team like the Broncos could make a lot of sense for JJ. I don't know where the Broncos draft, but like that's a team that I think would make a lot of sense with where they are in the standings right now, the situation with Russell Wilson, and who might be available when they draft.
Yeah. Chris, a player that's getting a lot of attention as of late in all these mock drafts and whatnot is former defensive tackle for Texas, Byron Murphy. And if you would have told me in the midst of the season that Trevondre Sweat would be the second defensive tackle probably taken for the Horns, I would have looked at you like you're crazy. But Byron Murphy's turning a lot of heads right now.
Yeah, I would still take Trevondre Sweat, but Trevondre Sweat comes with some limitations. I'm not saying he wasn't an every down player for Texas, but when you are that size, it's hard to stay on the field for all 3 downs and be a 3-down player. And don't get me wrong, a run stuffer on first and second down is extremely valuable. A defensive tackle like Trevondre Sweat, who can occasionally penetrate inside and disrupt, is also extremely valuable. And he did that plenty this year for Texas. I think he had 30 plus pressures, which is an excellent number for somebody in position. But Byron Murphy like really fits the bill of a disruptive interior pass rusher, which is what the NFL loves at that position. I think he's Byron's 6'5", 310, something like that. I might be a little high.
Like 6'1".
6'1", 310. So he's somebody with great leverage who gets downhill. I think he led Texas in pressures this year. He had like 40 plus, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
He's somebody that scouts I know really like. He's a stout run defender in addition to his ability to kind of penetrate inside. So I'm not surprised. I think they're both All-Americans this year for a reason. I think both are going to be high round draft picks, but I can see why when you think about not necessarily positional versatility, although I think Byron Murphy does bring more of that than Trevondre Sweat, but the versatility in terms of how you're used within a scheme and how often you can stay on the field, Byron Murphy does have some advantages over Trevondre Sweat just simply because of the size he is and the amount of snaps he can kind of deal with on a game-to-day basis.
So are you a NFL mock draft guy? Like, do you look at that stuff? And if so, who do you tend to gravitate toward?
Like in terms of who does the mock drafts?
Yeah.
I think Daniel Jeremiah does the best job overall. And I got to shout out our guy, Blake Brockermeyer, who's now doing mock drafts at 24/7 Sports. Blake, obviously, former Longhorn, former first-round pick. I think he's done a great job with it too. So those are the two I probably pay the most attention to.
So Daniel Jeremiah, for those, his first mock draft has Caleb Williams going to the Bears, Drake May going 2 to the Commanders, Jaden Daniels going 3 to the Patriots, Marvin Harrison going 4 to the Cardinals, and Rome Odunze going to the LA Chargers at 5. How's that sound for the first 5 picks off the board?
It sounds like the best 5 players in the draft. And I think he's got Malik Neighbors at 6. So what you see is 3 quarterbacks and 3 wide receivers, which lines up with, I think, how a lot of people think of this draft. It is a offense-heavy draft. It is a skill player-heavy draft at wide receiver. I think there are difference makers to be had. And I think there's a world in which you don't see like a defensive player come off the board until 8 or 9 in this draft, maybe even a little later. because I think there's going to be an early run on quarterbacks, and I think there's going to be a big run on wide receivers because there are 3 or 4 legitimate like top 15 receivers in this draft class. I mean, players who could be drafted in the top 15, and you just don't find those players very often. There are draft cycles where you'll have 0 of them. In this draft, I think there's some legitimate difference makers. So I think it makes a lot of sense. I hope some of the offensive tackles fall to the Dallas Cowboys in the 20s. I'll tell you that, but we'll deal with that later.
I was going to say, I hope some of the corners fall to the Lions, who certainly need help out on.
Well, you get Ben Johnson back today, Chip. So that's a big one right there.
Okay, real quick, Zay. Where do you fall on the Dan Campbell 4th down decisions?
He's asking you, Hummer.
Oh, sorry. I'm pro in most circumstances because the math says to go for them, and that's what you've done all year, and it's been very successful. But I do think in the 4th quarter, with about 8 minutes left, and you're down 3 in field goal range, you take the points there, because the math says you're going to get another possession no matter what, and you're going to put the ball in the 49ers' hands one more time, no matter what. And more than likely, given how that game was going to go and how your defense played all year, they're going to score. So 3 versus 7 doesn't really make a huge difference there because you're probably going to have to drive again either way. And I'd rather just take the points and take the tie in that circumstance and keep the clock going. Or I'm sorry, and keep the game all square necessarily than sit the way he did in that situation and go for it. That was not well explained, but I like it most of the time. I did not like it in the 4th quarter when he did it.
Yeah. What did you think about Todd Monken's play calling in the AFC Championship game?
I don't know enough about play calling to criticize Todd Monken. People smarter than me on TV haven't liked it. I think Lamar Jackson, even going back to Louisville, one of his fatal flaws is he's held the ball for too long. It's always funny to me that people wanted Lamar to play receiver and talked about all his running plays because I think the majority of his big chunk runs in college came from plays that were designed. Lamar has always preferred to play in the pocket, and I think Lamar tried to make too much happen on Sunday. And it's not all Lamar Jackson's fault. I mean, Zay Flowers, you could argue, strongly cost the Ravens the game. With his back-to-back boneheaded plays in the 4th quarter. But Lamar just took too many sacks on Sunday, and I think it's because he has a propensity to hold on to the ball for too long. And it's something I think will be interesting with Caleb Williams because he does very similar things. And he's not as fast as Lamar when the play breaks down. So I'll be interested to see if Caleb Williams dials that back too. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure the play calling wasn't perfect, but I think a lot of it had to do with Lamar Jackson and his decision-making there too.
I'm just going to say it every chance I get. The Chiefs are going to smoke the 49ers in the Super Bowl. So,
Hummer, he's such a Brock Purdy hater.
No.
He is such a Brock Purdy hater.
No, I gave him his props. Hold on. Don't paint with the broad brush. I gave Purdy his props. I said his legs won the game against the Lions. I'm giving him his props. I'm just telling you, Spagnuolo is going to blitz the crap out of him, and they're going to get to him, and this game's not going to be close. So I'm just
I think Brock Purdy is a very middling NFL quarterback. So, and it's not hating. Like, I just think contextually, like, he has the best supporting cast around him in the NFL, and he's asked to do the least of top quarterbacks. And that's not saying he shouldn't start. He's obviously earned that right, but it's not like Brock Purdy's the reason the 49ers are winning. And I'll be because it's not like the 49ers have had to face elite defenses in this stretch in the playoffs. So I'll be very curious how they fare I guess in 2 weeks.
They were lucky to win both of the games they've won. Dan Campbell handed it to them. The Packers had that game as well. And so anyway, just my 2 cents. All right, Hummer. So you're looking at you have a better view of the landscape, the overall college football landscape than most. So if you were having to pick the SEC, like way too early SEC finish, where do you have the Longhorns in that mix in 2024? Because, well, I'll just let you go.
First or second, behind Georgia. I'm not really sure. Honestly, I think you can make a strong argument. Texas has the best roster going into 2024 in the SEC, thanks to the upgrades they've made in the transfer portal and the people they've brought back. But I think the tie goes to the former champion, and the former champion is Georgia. A team that also brings back its all-conference caliber quarterback, a team that has multiple first-round picks on its roster. But given that game is in Austin, and given that Georgia has a much more difficult path in the SEC next year than Texas, I think you can make an argument for Texas. And I don't know what's a fair expectation for Texas going into 2024. I'm sure we have 9 months to debate that, given the newness of the league. But I think if Texas had anything worse than a top 3 finish in the league, it would be a disappointment given everything that's back.
Okay, who would be third?
I think that could be a number of teams. And this is the SEC. It's just deep. Ole Miss, I think, is going to be excellent. I don't think Alabama is going to fall off a cliff. I think Tennessee is going to be better next year with Nico than they were this year with Joe Milton. Nico's in the news today for Tennessee as well, as we all know. I think those are the 5 teams that jump off the table to me. And I'm probably forgetting somebody. Missouri should be really good again next year as well. I think Texas A&M will be better, but not conference championship better. But maybe if Connor Weigman takes a step, they could be. It's a really deep league. I think Texas is very fortunate with the schedule it drew, because I think there's probably 8 to 10 teams in the SEC that could conceivably beat Texas week to week. They wouldn't be favored, but they could beat Texas. And Texas drew a lot of the teams on the opposite half of that 16-team slate. They drew a lot of teams that they should beat week to week. So the SEC, given the team Texas has in 2024 and the schedule the SEC could have provided Texas, I think Texas was very fortunate on that standpoint.
Yeah. All right, so break down what's going on in Knoxville. I know this is the last thing Josh Heupel probably wants at this time, but they're under investigation with their quarterback.
Yeah, well, so I think everybody remembers there was a report 2 years ago. I think it was The Athletic that first had it. That said a unnamed recruit had been offered a $13 million NIL deal. That recruit is obviously Nico. I'm not going to try to pronounce his last name. I've never mastered it, and I don't want to butcher it. Former 5-star recruit from California. And I think the NCAA has been investigating this one for a while. I think Nico's situation in Tennessee and Jaden Rashada's situation at Florida are kind of the 2 poster examples of what not to do from an NIL standpoint in terms of inducement and the showy way of doing it in both cases, and both schools are under investigation for it. For Tennessee, it's pretty ill-timed given that Jeremy Pruitt, I think, and his staff got slapped with 21 level 1 violations a couple of years ago, which resulted in a complete overhaul of that staff and that program in a lot of ways. I'll be curious how hard the NCAA comes after these cases. This stuff can be difficult to prove. So that will be interesting. But I think this is a potential precedent-setting example from the NCAA, both in terms of the Tennessee case and the Florida case. Because as I said, in both cases, the inducement to come play for a school was public and brazen. And I think that's what Tennessee will be dealing with in some circumstance. So I'll be very curious how collectives handle this over the next couple of months and the next couple of years, knowing the NCAA can be sniffing around. Because right now everybody's doing this, but I think Tennessee and Florida are just particularly in the spotlight, just based on how that happened 2 years ago when NIL was really starting to take off.
Hummer, compare Michigan's coaching change and the portal to Alabama's. I mean, obviously the 30 days aren't up for Michigan, but what kind of portal reaction have you seen to Harbaugh leaving?
Well, I think I don't know if the circumstances would be that much different, even if the calendar moved, but I think Michigan is greatly benefiting from the calendar. right now, and we don't think about the academic calendar a lot in college football because it doesn't really matter, right? Your team plays on Saturday. Who cares what they do Monday through Friday, if they have to go to class for 12 hours or not? But these are still student athletes, and schools have very specific windows where players can enroll and add drop classes. For Alabama, when Nick Saban retired, it was right after the conclusion of the national championship game in the middle of January. And there was still a small window, but a window for players on Alabama's roster who wanted to go in the portal to enter and transfer elsewhere and still easily be able to get into a new school. Think of Isaiah Bond at Texas. Was able to do that. Amari Niblack was able to do it as well, along with a couple other Alabama players, frankly. Because Texas ad drop. Chip, you might know better than me. When was Texas's last day to ad drop?
I think it was the 20.
It was like late, like in the early 20s, I believe.
Yeah.
In terms of January, and Texas was able to get those players in. But if you're a Michigan player and Jim Harbaugh steps down on the 25th or the 26th, and then the administration asks you to wait a day or two to get the new hire done, and then the new coach, Jerome Moore, who you know already, asks you for a week or so to get your staff together, you're talking about late January, early February already. And unless you're going somewhere in the quarter system, it's very difficult for a player to enter the portal and enroll at his new school in the spring. So Michigan's been greatly advantaged by the calendar because even if a player did want to explore his opportunities, there's little to no benefit of entering at this point because you're not going to be able to enroll in new school. And you might as well go through spring ball and work with the new coaching staff to see how you feel before entering potentially in April when the portal reopens on the 16th. Whereas Alabama players had the opportunity to make a much more immediate decision and transfer elsewhere immediately. So that I think that's been the biggest difference here. It certainly helps to have an internal hire, but I think the calendar is really working in Michigan's favor more than anything.
Yeah.
All right, Hummer, since you're just in the know with everything college football, can you give us any update on the Keyshawn Boutte situation? I mean, it obviously came out last week, his gambling troubles and 8,900 wagers. That's a lot, man. That's a ton.
Yeah, man. I mean, I thought some of my friends tried too many parlays, but not on Keyshawn Boutte's level. I have no upgrades on the Keyshawn Boutte situation, but I will just say in general, Keyshawn Boutte had a very up and down final season at LSU. And this is probably not even the craziest thing that happened during that final season with him. I was surprised to see the amount of bets he placed. I was surprised to see how brazen some of that was, but Keyshawn is somebody who has long been a mega talent, former 5-star recruit, one of the more successful receivers in the country, I believe, in 2021 during a sophomore season, but has always had some baggage trailing him, and it's definitely trailing him now.
Wow.
Hummer, last day to add a class at Texas was January 19th.
Okay. So like, let's say a Michigan player entered the portal that Texas was interested in. I could think of a couple along the defensive lines Texas would be interested in if that did happen. Like schools can get creative, don't get me wrong. And some schools will do mini mesters, but like really good academic institutions, and Texas is one of them, don't tend to bend their rules to that significant of a degree, even to help their athletic programs. So any Michigan player that wanted to transfer to Texas, barring an unforeseen circumstance, would have to wait till May. So right now, if you're a Michigan player and like, let's say again, hypothetically, this is all very hypothetical. Let's say you wanted to go to Texas, it would make more sense, at least in my opinion, to wait until the April window and then enter then, as opposed to forcing your way out now with a low likelihood of being able to enroll your school choice.
Yeah, no, I think Bo Davis would tell you that Texas doesn't bend its academics to help its athletic programs. With regard to his son getting like instant access to LSU. All right, so Hummer, what off-season stories do you have your eye on from a rising or falling standpoint in college football?
Well, fortunately and unfortunately, like at this point in the past, roster movement would be done, right? Like all you would be thinking about is who's going to come out in spring ball and excel. You'd be thinking about the true freshmen who could play right away. You'd be thinking about depth charts. But as I think about the rest of the college football calendar, perhaps it's because of my beat, I think about the teams that still have needs to fill, like Michigan still needs a quarterback. Auburn still needs a quarterback. Ohio State could use an offensive tackle. Miami and Florida both need outside receivers. Texas needs a defensive tackle. LSU needs defensive tackle, speaking of Bo Davis. So there are a lot of big-time programs with big-time needs that I think are going to spark further attrition at some schools as teams like Texas and as teams like Ohio State pre-portal some players. So I'll be very curious which players pre-portal. I think Michigan's quarterback situation is very interesting. Quarterback situation-wise, I'll be very curious what happens with Ohio State's room. Right now, they have 5 scholarship quarterbacks. I would be shocked if all of them are on the roster by this time next year. I think somebody like Devin Brown, who was their starter in the bowl game for a very brief amount of time before getting injured, would be a prime portal candidate potentially. It could probably help somebody right away. I think the spring transfer quarterback window will be interesting. I'll be curious how coaches with a lot on the line next year handle spring practice. Think of somebody like Billy Napier at Florida, somebody like Sam Pittman at Arkansas. As always, very curious how some of these new coaches step into the roles. Sharon Moore, especially at Michigan, how that beginning process goes. So there's a lot happening this offseason in college football.
Speaking of defensive line, any thoughts on Kenny Baker, the Longhorns' new defensive line coach, who was the assistant D-line coach for the Dolphins?
Well, Kenny Baker is somebody that has been an up-and-comer on the college level for a while, and I know people think of him coming over from the Miami Dolphins, but really he's been in college football for a long time. He was at Western Kentucky for a few years before that. He is somebody that I had on my radar at certain points for our 30 under 30 list. I now look dumb for not having him on there, but he is somebody that comes highly recommended from those in the industry. I was a little, not surprised necessarily because of reporting from people like yourself and our Matt Zenitz that Kenny Baker was the name for Texas, but I think he has long been viewed as an excellent recruiter and somebody who develops at that position. And I think the opinions on him throughout the industry are really favorable.
Yeah. Hummer Jabbar Muhammad ended up in Eugene playing for Dan Lanning in Oregon, which if you're a Washington fan, this must really hurt going into the Big Ten to go to your rival school. But he didn't go to Texas, didn't go with Kalen DeBoer at Alabama. He chose Oregon. Why do you think that was?
Well, it's funny, like the two places he had the biggest amount of connections to, he doesn't end up at, right? And he ends up at the rival. But I think that just speaks to the power of Oregon's ability to draw people in. And when I say that, it's not a mystery in this era, name, image, and likeness. And hey, they beat out Texas. Texas ain't shy with that. Texas is probably one of the top 3 programs nationally in NIL. There's literally no question about that, but sometimes the way you allot funds can be different. And Oregon was very aggressive. And adding Jabbar Muhammad, it's a lot like what happened with Jamari Caldwell as well with Oregon. Jamari Caldwell was somebody that was very much trending towards Texas for a significant amount of time that ended up at Oregon. And I think that speaks to Dan Lanning's ability to land outer region players. Jamari Caldwell is from the Southeast and Jabbar Muhammad's from Texas, and they were both going to be playing in Eugene, Oregon for their final seasons. And Oregon, like Texas, has done an excellent job of filling needs in the portal. And Jabbar Muhammad is, as we saw in the national title run-up, he is an excellent corner. He's going to be a huge add for them.
Yeah. So Hummer, as you look, and it's weird to look up Oregon in the Big Ten now, but as you look, they were unbelievable in the portal. They bring in Jabbar Muhammad, Brandon
Jamari
Johnson,
Caldwell, Dylan Gabriel,
Jamari Caldwell, Evan Stewart, Kobe Savage from K-State, the safety, Dante Moore, the quarterback from UCLA, Dylan Gabriel, the quarterback from OU. Where do you have Oregon in your way too early projections?
In the Big Ten?
In the Big Ten or nationally?
Top 5 nationally, second in the Big Ten behind Ohio State. But you know who hosts Ohio State in mid-October next year? That'd be Oregon. I could definitely see Oregon winning the Big Ten next year. The thing with Oregon is I'll be very curious how Oregon fares down the stretch. So they have to go to Ann Arbor in early November. That's probably going to be an 11 a.m. game on Fox. That'll be a 9 a.m. kick for them, essentially, with their body clocks. And it's probably going to be 30 degrees when that game kicks off. And then 2 weeks after that in November, they have to go to Madison, Wisconsin. Like, based on the weather there, like it could be snowing that type of year. And Oregon runs a very similar offense to Oklahoma with Will Stein as their offensive coordinator, Dylan Gabriel as their quarterback. That offense is relying on pushing the ball downfield, using the entirety of the field, and Dylan Gabriel doesn't have the strongest arm. So I'll be very curious how Dylan Gabriel holds up all year in Big Ten type of weather. But when it comes to pure talent on the roster, I think they're easily one of the top two teams in the Big Ten next year. And I think they're probably a top 5 or 6 team nationally as well. I think this Oregon roster is loaded.
Yeah, and Ohio State's the other team that went bonkers in the portal.
Yeah. I think Ohio State got tired of losing to Michigan, and those donations started flowing in because they kept about every important player they wanted to on their roster. And then they added the number 1 safety, the number 1 running back, and arguably the number 1 quarterback in the portal. So it was a busy offseason for Ohio State. And it is funny what getting your teeth kicked in for a couple of years in a row due to your NIL efforts.
Yeah. I mean, is there any backstory on the Quinshon Judkins decision to leave Ole Miss, which is throwing around NIL money like it's Halloween candy, to go to Ohio State?
Sometimes you might be throwing around NIL money like crazy, but when you meet a player's demand early in the window, and then they come back with a bigger demand late in the window, I think sometimes school or a program or whatever, sometimes you have to put your foot down. And I think Ole Miss kind of made its best offer and wasn't good enough for Quinshon Judkins at the end of the day. So he looked elsewhere.
Hey,
that's the game.
They all have agents.
That one, that was back and forth for a while with Quinshon Judkins. Yeah. There's a reason. I think that went down like the last day of the cycle for somebody to go in, maybe the second to last day. And it's because they had locked him up early and then came back to the table.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, is Travion Henderson, is he still, or is he in the?
Yep. Travion Henderson's there. So there's an argument to be made that Ohio State has the 2 best backs in the country next year.
Oh, that's impressive.
Hummer, last one for me. I know you're a big-time Mavs fan. You love what Luka's doing right now?
Yeah, I love what Luka's doing. I wish it came with a little bit of defense from the team as a whole.
Hey, Jason Kidd doesn't say a thing, man. I don't know if he's the guy cut for the job.
Shout out to Jason Kidd for leading the Mavericks to a 2011 championship, but I think Dallas could do better from a head coach perspective. And Jason Kidd's history says a lot about that and his reputation throughout the league. But yeah, Luka's one of the best players in the world. I hope the Mavericks can keep him long term.
You keeping up with UT basketball?
Yeah, I was there last night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give us your thoughts.
Hit your free throws. You don't have to worry about it.
That's what I said, Hummer.
Also, Dylan DeSue, please stop shooting threes. I know the numbers look good, but I never think it's going to go in.
He has an interesting form.
He does.
It's weird. It's like wobbly, but once it's released and the follow through's there, it's pretty. But just getting it to there, it's weird. It's like dangly and stuff. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, and that was just a shout. It's not. I just think if Texas had made a couple free throws down the stretch like it needed to, and had grabbed a couple more rebounds because they were getting out rebounded by a smaller team. Texas gets the biggest win of the year, and Rodney Terry feels a lot less on the hot seat than he probably is. But those are the games you got to win, and Texas didn't win them.
Yeah. DeSue is shooting 53% from 3.
Yeah, but that's on like 2 attempts a game, maybe. It's like a very skewed sample size in my experience.
Okay, so they've played, or he's played 12 games, and he's attempted 36. So yeah, 3 attempts per game. He's 19 of 36.
Yeah, and that I mean, like, if you look at his numbers in Big 12 play, like he was very hot against Oklahoma and Baylor. And I think he had like that game against Cincinnati where he shot like 12 of them. And I'm probably being too critical. Like he's made his fair share. Like if you're making that, you got to shoot it. But it's just like, I mean, like sitting in the stands when that form goes up, it's just every time I'm like, just no. But anyway, that's not a fair criticism.
Yeah, this Sal says hire Royale Ivy as basketball coach.
Can we let Coach Terry get his feet wet, please? Glad we're trying to get rid of him already, Sal. Come on now.
Well,
yeah, I'll be curious how the administration handles Rodney. I don't cover basketball, so I don't care. I'll be very curious how the administration.
That's why I asked you.
Yeah, the Rodney Terry situation, because Rodney Terry, based on his contract and the way he was named head coach. I mean, he was named head coach because of a tournament run, right? Like it was like, I'm not saying it was just because of that, but like in Texas falling a little short of that, I think there would have been an excuse to get rid of him, which I think quite a few people in the administration wanted an excuse to do that. But he had a good enough run, and his contract reflects the fact that he's not safe. So I'll be interested to see how it goes. I'll be very interested.
Well, Hummer, you're the best. We love it. Football season never ends here on Chip and Zay. So we look forward to it on Tuesdays, my man. Thanks.
Absolutely. All right. Later.
Appreciate you, Hummer.
There he is, Chris Hummer. Let me get in a quick word here for Apple Leasing and getting you into the car that you really want to be driving. How about a new car? Like some of you are like, no, I don't do new cars. That's no. And I get it, because you don't want to pay for the future trade-in value of that car. Well, guess what? When you lease from Apple Leasing, you're not paying for the future trade-in value of the car. You're only paying for the car while you're driving it, and you're paying for the part that's brand new under warranty. And so why not? That's what I ask you. If you've never leased before, you're like, I don't understand it. Okay, well, I just explained it. And with Apple Leasing, you're picking any make or model of car. So if you've had a bad leasing experience in the past, it's probably because you leased from a dealership, and the dealership's not going to let you out of your contract if you want to change cars midstream. With Apple Leasing, no problem. You want to change make and model of car 2-3 years into the lease? No problem. It's the easy lease. That's what they call it. The Apple Leasing easy lease. So whether you want to keep your payments in the $400 range or go get a Range Rover, they're going to take care of you. And again, they don't care what car you pick because they lease them all. So it's a unique experience. It's a great experience, and it's going to get you into a new car so that when you're in traffic, you're not miserable, because you need to love the car you're in the traffic that you're going to be in. Apple Leasing, give them a call today, 346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And how about our competitors out there who need a mouth guard? There's only one option. It's the Brain Vault mouth guard, developed right here in Austin, Texas, by Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. And that's what makes it special. Developed by a dentist so that it is fit to perfection, and it's the only mouth guard patented, proven to reduce the effects of concussion. It's good enough for Bijan Robinson, should be good enough for you. And if you're the coach or the manager of whatever team, cheerleader squad, flag football, lacrosse, you can do a group fitting. They will come to you for the group fitting. Just go to brainvault.com to set up that fitting. And I hope some of y'all went to Salt Traders last night for all night happy hour and the best seafood you're going to get anywhere, and the best oysters. Just get to you got the Zilker location, you got the Round Rock location, And if you love oysters, this is your place. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Thank me later. All right, Zay. I just kind of took a deep dive into I was listening to all the back and forth about Dan Campbell and, going for it on fourth down. And you have to take in time and situation and what's on the line. And my thing is this: if you have the lead, you don't look for ways to give the other team momentum. You don't, like I said, you miss a field goal, that the proportional, the momentum that you cede to the other team is less than a fourth down stop. In part because all your starters are not on that field goal team, so they don't really feel invested in that play. You have a lot of backups on that unit. Now they're pumped out of their minds, but when the defense makes a stand, oh man, now they start to believe, and they're going to talk, and they're going to put doubt in the minds of the guys across the line from them. And that's where this thing just gets real plain and simple for me. And I know their, analytics, whatever, showed like 0.202% to go for it. Stop. You're in San Francisco. You're up. You have a chance to go back up 17 after holding them to a field goal on their first drive in the third quarter. Keep making that mountain get higher. And look, your kicker made a 33-yarder earlier in the game. I know people are like, oh, there's no guarantee with Badgley. I'm like, okay, you got to take your chances. He's your kicker. Like, you don't get to go out to the lobby or go to the concession stand and say, hey, man, can I get a kicker? Like, this is what you've got. So, and for those people who are like, oh, Campbell didn't believe that his defense could stop what? Come on, man. They just outplayed the 49ers completely for the first half and held them to a field goal on the first drive of the third quarter. That doesn't fly. Like, at some point, man, you gotta kind of block and tackle and play the game the way it's supposed to be played. My thing is, what would Bill Parcells do? What would Joe Gibbs do? Those dudes would kick the field goal. Now, Bill Belichick made sure he had the best field goal kicker. Maybe that's a priority for the Lions in the offseason, because if that's what cost this team, that's unforgivable. I mean, Cameron Dicker was out on the streets, available. Justin Tucker was an undrafted free agent. So was Phil Dawson. Like,
hell, go to the MLS. Be like, and y'all want to go play some football, kick for us? Because there's obviously guys there. Look at what Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones did. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're everywhere. Yeah, you can find them. And that's the problem. Dan Campbell, he believes in this team a little bit too much. That whole player coach stuff, it came and bit him in the ass. And talked about it yesterday with just somebody like that played the game, that I know when he played, he wished the coaches probably would have trusted his team more. And he probably told himself, you know what, when I get in that position as the head coach, I want to give my players that trust in them that I wanted when I played. And in this game, in this situation, damn the analytics. Like, you got to have a feel for it. You got to have a feel for it. Yeah, you've been doing it all year long. So what? This is the best team you've played up to this point, with the most circumstances that you possibly could have when it comes to what's at stake. So why take the points, man? Take the points. Right when you get that stop, as you said earlier in the show, that's a win. When it's 24-10, they kick a field goal to make it 10, that's a win for you. But having that pride, thinking that your shit don't stink and this 49ers defense, they could just be got over and over. Nah, they got Pro Bowlers on that side too. Dre Greenlaw, Fred Warner, those dudes are animals. Nick Bosa, you saw those 2 sacks. That dude's an absolute animal. And now they got Chase Young, who does a pretty good job. Like, he was a former number 1 pick. He ain't no scrub. So, yeah, Dan Campbell, that's just inexcusable, bro. Absolutely inexcusable. And now you're going to be wondering what if for the rest of your life. And that's just, hey, that's why we watch sports. But, yeah, you got to capitalize on the situations that are given to you. And Dan Campbell, he got greedy.
Yeah. It man, it stings because, I mean, I wish Campbell was as clear in his 4th down thinking as he was in talking about how this may have been our best chance. We may never get here again.
Yeah.
Like, he sure had that in perspective.
But that's the thing. Like, you're rolling. Up to this point, you just put 24 points up on that defense. You're rolling. You're feeling good about yourself. So you're thinking they can't stop us. They haven't yet. They can't stop us. You know? Like, a little part of me understands that. But again, 4th and 2, just too much is at stake to risk it. It just is. I don't give a damn if you feel like they can't stop you or not. Like, you kicking the field goal, that might be a win for them, but that's a win for you too in that moment. You know, right. Your team can regroup, get back on defense, and now it's a 3-possession game instead of a 2-possession game. So, right. Yeah, I thought both of them, I don't care what analytics say. I thought both 4th down attempts, the one in the 4th quarter when it was 27-24, 4th and 3, and the ball went short to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Throw your kicker out there in that situation too.
Like, yeah, because look, if I'm saying kick the field goal, there are going to be players on that sideline who are like, we just need to kick the field goal here. And then when it doesn't work out, doubt has now entered. If your kicker misses the field goal, the rest of the team will be like, okay, we got to go rally around him. We got to go make sure that we get close enough next time to where it's either a chip shot for him or we punch it in. But that was a coaching decision, and that opens up a whole different kind of, you know, you just don't want doubt ever to creep into your sideline, your locker room. And who knows? I don't know if Josh Reynolds was thinking, oh man, you know, it would have been a tough catch. There's no question about it. But then he drops that one and feels the weight. And then he drops that bunny on 3rd and 9.
Shit, bunny, that was like Roger Rabbit. Bunny.
How much of that was because of the drop on 4th down?
For sure. Yeah, because now everybody gets tighter. Every bad move you make, you know, from Kendall Vador, like Brandon Ayuk catches that pass, everybody getting tight because now you're thinking, now lucky shit's starting to happen.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's one thing for them to just be making plays. Now the football gods are going against you. And
all the bad juju started. Let's bring in our man Hank South because he's hurting too. He's a Ravens fan.
Oh,
Hank, I feel for you, my man. But where are you on the Dan Campbell 4th down decisions?
I mean, what was
your gut? What was your gut? You're watching the game, and what was your gut on the first 4th down?
I mean, that's just his style. I mean, I'm with it to where, like, hey, don't go away from who you are now, but also you got to kind of like read the room a little bit. The one I was most confused about, and it didn't really end up mattering, but the going for the touchdown on the 4th down and not just kicking the field goal before you had to do the onside kick. That one threw me off. I mean, they got it. I mean, it was like a rocket pass to Jamison Williams, and luckily he caught it for Detroit. But I thought that one was kind of weird. Like, why not take the point so you still have something to, you know, try for on the onside kick? But yeah, wild game.
Wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh, you know, what a great season. And then I went back and watched it again. I'm like, no, this was idiotic in my opinion, because you just don't want to give San Francisco any momentum. You don't.
Yeah.
In a missed field goal, it's different from a momentum standpoint than getting stuffed on fourth down. That we know that's a huge momentum changing play in a game.
Yeah. I mean, at least
All
it
right.
wasn't as brutal as Zay Flowers fumbling, with an inch before crossing the plane of the end zone. But
don't you think the Ravens were too pumped up? Like
yeah,
they were doing stupid stuff. Like at home, feeling I don't know, like Van Noy doing stupid stuff, personal foul.
Yeah, that the one on Zay, that was kind of bizarre. They ended up scoring, but I guess did they score on that drive after the personal or the taunting?
No, that was when it.
That was when he fumbled.
I was saying, yeah.
And then the Lamar pick in the end zone. I saw a video. I saw Justin Tucker talking after the game, and I guess he was stretching in the end zone before the game, and Mahomes asked him to move his helmet, and he moved it a little bit, and then Kelsey came over and just threw his helmet. That was kind of funny.
That's what they were in their head. That's what Chip was saying. Like Kansas City, who played like they had nothing to lose, they were in the Ravens' head, and those guys, they get the best of them.
It's just wild. Like Kansas City just gets these guys that, they reload. It's almost like kind of what the Patriots did, where they have these kind of, lesser named guys that just fit their roles really well. Like with KC, like Rashee Rice, Pacheco. I mean, all these guys, they just figure it out. I don't know. Maybe it's a testament to the coaching. I mean, maybe it's just how good Mahomes is. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you got to love the front office of the Chiefs and the Lions, really, in terms of finding talent. Good heavens. And the Ravens, like on that interception that Lamar threw, it seems like he saw Isaiah Likely raise his hand, and he trusted Likely so much
to throw it at triple coverage.
To throw it, not even really reading the defense. Because I saw a shot of Lamar Jackson on the sideline after that play, and he like looks at that tablet, and then he's like, oh. Like, don't raise your hand if you're not open.
Right. It's good. Yeah.
Oh, Hank.
Yep.
Well, this is the off season, the recruiting season. So, give us your thoughts on where the Longhorns are coming out of the junior day, and what you think is top of mind for these Horns.
Yeah. I think the junior day went great for them. They hadn't almost, considering how cold it was and, kind of started earlier in the day, they had a pretty awesome turnout. There was only a few no-shows. Obviously it's January, not a big deal, but, they had a pretty good turnout, and, the guys had a good time. I think, they're riding that momentum. They got a couple commitments out of it with Racing Guillory and Lance Jackson. And then this week, to close out prior to, it's funny, like it seems so kind of slow recruiting wise, but National Signing Day is next Wednesday. Not that it really matters much for Texas, but so that the coaches have been out on the road. We've seen Sark and Jeff Banks, Tashard Choice. They've been out in Georgia and Florida. They saw Emery Winston, Texas's tight end, commit. They saw Brandon Brown, the defensive line, commit yesterday. Over in Florida. Then I just saw a picture up before we got on here. Sark's in Mobile, so would imagine he's probably stopping by the Senior Bowl, seeing those guys, and then KJ Lacey in Saraland, which is just a little bit north of Mobile. So, yeah, they've been busy. I think this is the last week the coaches can be on the road until mid-April, and so we'll go dead in February. So no visits throughout the next 4 weeks or so after this weekend. And then, it'll pick up with spring practices and into the spring games and all that good stuff. And then the second transfer portal window, which should be pretty fascinating to see what happens there. So overall, Texas, I think they're number 11 right now at last check in the recruiting rankings for 2025. We're kind of keeping an eye on, are they going to go after another, defensive lineman in the portal? Jabbar Muhammad went to committed to Oregon. So, do they still feel like they need to bring in another cornerback? So there are some questions we're still looking at as we close out 2024, but for the most part, it's kind of been just turning the page to 2025.
Yeah. Well, Jim Harbaugh going to the Chargers, do you think they're going to look at Michigan and see if any of those players will want to move on and come down to the 40 acres?
Yeah, I'm curious to see. It's interesting because the new defensive line coach, Kenny Baker, I don't think he's really been able to, or really had a chance to, do much in terms of recruiting yet. So that could be something. Obviously Michigan has a really strong defensive front. I think there was some buzz earlier in the week about a guy following Sark in Texas football. His name's completely escaping me. You guys might have it on you.
Kenneth Grant.
Yeah, Kenneth Grant. Obviously Mason Graham's another guy everyone loves. But I mean, those guys aren't in the portal. I think it's interesting kind of seeing the difference between this and in Alabama, and that Michigan, they had Sherrone Moore ready to go. He was announced as the next head coach, and then with Alabama, I mean, it only took a few days to get Kalen DeBoer in place, but it looks like it's gone a lot more seamlessly for Michigan than it did Alabama. And I think that's also a testament to, how ingrained Saban was into the culture, into Alabama football. Obviously Harbaugh did great things with Michigan, but, Saban, obviously, he's got a statue outside Bryant-Denny for a reason, but, yeah, so, we'll see if guys pop in the portal. I'm sure Texas is I still think, that they're going to need another defensive lineman. I think that's, especially after losing DeAndre Robinson. You bring Tia Savea in. Obviously, that's a huge, huge thing. But, again, probably need another body there, I would think, if you're asking me. And then cornerback again, we'll see. I know everyone will probably love Will Johnson, but I think that's more of I don't think that's going to happen. But that'd be the one cornerback on Michigan's roster. You'd look at and be like, man, that'd be a big pickup.
Yeah, that dude is a monster.
Yeah.
All right. So too early to get any kind of reaction yet from, the Brandon Browns of the world on the hire of Kenny Baker.
Yeah. So I actually talked to him last night, or I messaged with him. He keeps a pretty low profile. I have him in my DMs, but I asked him, because that picture Brandon Brown posted was obviously with just Sark, Jeff Banks, and I think Choice. So no Kenny Baker in the photo. So, I reached out to him, how are things going? Because a big reason he committed to Texas was Bo Davis. I mean, he's never visited Austin. He liked what Bo Davis was doing. Very fair. And he said, he talked about them. He said it was tough with Coach Davis leaving, but that he really likes the coach they hired. He said he's a great coach. He said he's still committed. He's just taking it one day at a time. So he wants to get to know Kenny Baker. So he's still giving, he's not just backing out of Texas's class. I don't think many people would fault him if he did. He committed for, Coach Davis, obviously. But, I think, it'll help once he gets out to campus and visits and kind of sees the whole program, gets in person, face-to-face with the new defensive line coach. And another interesting thing is he was supposed to be at junior day a couple weeks ago, but he does like travel basketball, and he goes like all over the country. I was talking to his mom about this, and so he's going to be at a tournament in Houston and Dallas in late March, early April. So I think he's going to get out to Austin for one of those weekends after he has a chance. So a really good player. Obviously, we're going to see Texas try to hang on to him, but I wouldn't be shocked if we see him on taking visits elsewhere, and probably LSU, I would imagine, would get involved for him with Davis and the in-state schools. He's actually a Florida legacy too, so it's gonna be one of those recruitments. Texas, if they want to keep him, they have to keep at him.
What is there? And Johnny Nansen, any? You've had a little bit of a chance, not much, the month of January, to see any impact from him in terms of recruiting.
Yeah. Actually, when we were catching up with everybody after junior day, he was kind of the one coach, we kept hearing their name brought up. Obviously you talk about Sark, and, each position group's different. They talk to their position guys, but, Nansen, we talked to a lot of guys about, especially linebackers. I think one kid in particular, Riley Pettijohn, who's, that borderline 5-star linebacker from McKinney. he absolutely loved him. And, Jordan Scruggs has written, we weren't really sure, if Texas would drop for Pettijohn after Jeff Choate left. That was kind of the connection there. But it seems like, bringing in Nansen has only helped with Pettijohn. He was just raving about Texas and, just the football knowledge and the personality and how much they were able to connect with Nansen on that visit. So, him, we talked to some defensive linemen. I know Floyd Guidry, another guy that really loved Bo Davis, and would probably, if Bo Davis was, I don't want to say if Bo Davis, he was looking at committing to Texas on that Junior Day weekend. He's going to hold off, probably wait another few weeks. But we caught up with him afterwards, and I asked him, obviously, Dave, with Bo Davis being gone, he was like, he was obviously, I love Coach Davis, but I love Texas, the program. And so, that was one I think Texas really helped them with. And he talked to Nansen, who obviously has a background coaching defensive linemen. So it seems like he was a pretty versatile recruiter that day. And, the guys seemed to really like him. We saw him walking over to Moody with a bunch of recruits before the Baylor game. And, everyone's having a good time. So it sounds like he's been a real positive addition on the staff, both from obviously the coaching standpoint, but especially recruiting as well.
Hank, there's a video that's gone around, social media where I saw Kobe Black asking Colin Simmons a question when they're at one of these camps, and he asked them, what offensive tackle do you think you could beat in the NFL? And Colin Simmons said Trent Williams. And they started laughing and stuff. And obviously, Colin Simmons, being the 5-star out of Duncanville, he's not too short on confidence, but he's also seems like he has a Trevondre Sweat about him, where he's a little bit of a jokester and pretty cool guy to be around. Did you get that?
No, I haven't seen that video. I'll have to go search it. But no, I mean, I feel like kind of like it almost reminds me of Micah Parsons. That dude was crazy, like not like crazy bad. Like he just loved football. He was just, shot out of a cannon every play. There was when we were at the Army Bowl a few years back, they were doing I guess it wasn't walkthroughs, but they weren't wearing full pads. And he was coming off the edge, and you're not even supposed to like touch the quarterback at the Army Bowl practices. And Phil Jerkovich was the quarterback, and it's viral somewhere, but he just lit him up, and it got really quiet in the Alamodome. Everyone was like, what was that? And he's just like going a million miles per hour. But, you got to have a lot of confidence, and, who knows, maybe in a few years, and I can't imagine Trent Williams is going to probably still be around playing when Simmons gets to the NFL, but maybe he will end up, getting taking him one-on-one. That could be like a really good NIL opportunity, though. Like maybe like sometime in the off season, like line them up in a one-on-one. Like, I don't know. That'd be a fun thing.
I don't think Colin Simmons wants them problems yet. Eventually, but not now.
No. That's funny though. I'll have to look up that video.
Oh yeah, it's hilarious.
All right. So any more thoughts on Lance Jackson, who committed?
Yeah, no, I think he's a really exciting addition. He was a guy that, Jordan Scruggs has been all over. We figured he was going to end up at Texas at some point. We didn't think it was going to be this quick, especially when you don't have a defensive line coach in place. And, that was before Kenny Baker was announced. But, a guy that's a really versatile kid. He's kind of more, he could really be a guy that could put on, he has the frame to put on more weight, could probably move inside if they needed him to. I think this will be a really important defensive line class, in terms of, adding some guys there. You only have 2 high school signees right now coming in this cycle. You got, you can always lean on the portal, but, he could be a guy that could do a few different things with it, deciding, what they want to do, but, really exciting kid, great motor. He uses his hands really well. I really like his tape, and obviously, he's got a pretty good pedigree. His brother's a standout player at Arkansas, and he started at LSU and now at Arkansas, but a kid that there's a lot to like. I think he has a really high ceiling.
Winter workouts have started about a week and some change. Anything that you've heard from any of the early enrollees standing out, or just anybody in general that's coming back for the 2024 season, Hank?
Yeah, not yet. I haven't. I to be honest, I haven't really dug much into that on my end. With recruiting stuff happening, but Chip might obviously be Chip or Jeff probably have some more on that. I haven't heard much on my end though.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun now that the coaches are off the recruiting trail and can actually observe these guys. We'll have some stuff on that coming up soon. But I love you all put out your 10 most wanted in the Stampede this week, talking about the 10 most wanted in the 2025 class, and talked about the defensive line being a big priority, but maybe talk about a couple of your favorite players on that top 10 most wanted list.
Yeah, and Jordan and I when we were together, we were talking, defensive line is obviously going to be a really high priority, but and we noted this in the story. It was just we have to kind of see Kenny Baker and his style, who he wants to go after. Obviously, it's all going to be a reflection of Sark's culture and style and who they like, and it's not going to be the defensive line coach making all the decisions. But you want to see who he can connect with, who can get out there. So I think we'll do the 10 most wanted again here probably in a couple months, and I think we'll probably add some defensive linemen to it. But before that, one guy, obviously, I think he's at the top of everyone's list is DeCorian Moore, the just phenom 5-star wide receiver from Duncanville. He's committed to LSU, but that hasn't slowed down, Texas from trying to flip him. And, I think they'll be in it to the end for him. And, you're seeing LSU, they've been crushing it on the recruiting trail for 2025. So they're obviously stockpiling some talent. And, I'm sure that helps, keeping him in the fold with, Bryce Underwood and the guys they're getting. But, I think he's probably the most exciting player in the 2025 class. Prior to Ryan Williams reclassifying, I would have given Ryan Williams the edge just above him. But now with Williams in 2024, I think DeCorian Moore, I think he's rated he's in the top 5, I think, for most people. But just a stud playmaker, a guy that Texas wants to bring in this class. Michael Fasusi, the 5-star offensive tackle. We talk about defensive line a lot. I think offensive line is going to be a big priority this class. You only signed 3 guys from the high school ranks in 2024. And so, you want, and it's a really strong year in the state too. Fasusi is obviously the one we're going to write about probably the most, just because he's the most talented of this group. That's going to probably be a Texas OU battle down the stretch, but he's really high on Kyle Flood and, likes what's going on at Texas. And I think Texas is very in a good spot there. And then, there's several other offensive linemen throughout the state we've written about. Jordan Davison, the running back from Mater Dei, he's a guy that he's been to Texas half dozen times, was on campus for junior day with his family. I could see him, being the guy in this class. I think it'll be a 2 running back class, but, he could be a guy you consider in the top 10. So there's a bunch of them. I'm trying to think. Riley Pettijohn, the linebacker, I think he's, probably the biggest target at that position. And again, like you're saying, there wasn't a lot of linebacker, there's one linebacker signed from high school in 2024. So you have to imagine Texas is going to try to take more than that in 2025. And, I think Pettijohn is probably at the top of the board.
Well, that is okay. So one of the guys that I'm always curious about, the athletes like Michael Terry.
Yeah.
Who's in that 2025 class. Where does he want to play, or where do you project him?
Well, when we talked to him after he got the offer at junior day, and when we talked to him, he's like such a good football player that Texas is just like, we're going to recruit you as an athlete, figure it out later. And when we listened to Sark after that signing day press conference, I feel like I heard him say position flex like 20 different times when talking about their signees. And so I think that just, that if you can do different things, that makes you a lot more valuable as a prospect. And Michael Terry could do that. He told us he wants to have the ball in his hands, or he would prefer to have the ball in his hands. So, you got to think offense with him. But yeah, we included him. He's a, big time target. I think, getting that offer at junior day, I think that, I think Texas is going to be a tough out for him, now that he has the offer. And obviously he's in San Antonio. So, to go through anywhere else really in the state, I guess unless you're going to Houston, you have to go through Austin. So, I think that'll play to Texas's advantage as well.
Yeah. Hank, Good stuff, man. So who wins the Super Bowl?
I can't go against Mahomes. You know, they just figure it out every year. I still think Purdy is like kind of a fluke quarterback. I hate to say it.
Oh man.
I just like even that deep pass to Ayuk, like it was a terrible throw. And like Ayuk just made the play of his career. But again, you know, he's still like he finds his guys. I don't know. The team's bought in around him, but I just think Kansas City, like they'll figure it out and you know, pull it out.
Hey, Brock Eli Purdy. That's what I'm calling him.
Yeah.
He's like Eli Manning. He's getting that no respect.
Have y'all seen that?
Like Tom Brady. I'm telling you.
Have y'all seen his doppelganger? That girl, her name is like Anna Fry. She looks exactly like Brock Purdy. It's hilarious.
How old's that girl? She can't be more than like 17.
I have no idea, but Brock Purdy's brother was screwing with him after they won the game, and he was filming Brock on the field. And he's like, Anna Fry going to the Super Bowl. And Brock's like, shut up. It's hilarious.
Zay, you got to find that because I know my man Thursday Hilton will find that, and you need to get that up on bootleg here.
So funny.
Hank, you're the man.
Appreciate
Always love talking recruiting with you. Football season never ends here on Chip and Zay. Look forward to it every week, man. Thanks.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, Hank South. Breaking it down. Check out everything he's got going over at horns247.com, just like you need to check out BetUS, baby. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, just click on the BetUS link that you see right there on the YouTube page. You can also go to our app and, oh gosh, something new socials. Zay usually has me covered on this one. Explore new socials. Explore our socials.
Explore our socials.
Explore our socials. Okay. Yeah. So if you're on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, explore our socials, and it'll take you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered BetUS link. The best sports book the last 30 years. More promotional incentives for you to bet with BetUS. I like the 49ers. Oh, no, excuse me. I like the Chiefs. I also love my man Tom McKay in audiovisual consultations, avconsultations.com. And look, he's going to bring you the best price on big screens, surround sound, electronic shade surveillance, new lighting. He did a new media room for my man Sean Adams. He has hooked me up with the best big screen, surround sound, 3 different houses, and he's also done it for your favorite restaurants here in Austin. So AV Consultations. All you need to know is this phone number, 255-8678. 255-8678. You call that number, say, hey, Tom, I'm ready for you to bring me the best big screen and the best price on big screen. And Tom and his crew will be there for you. 255-8678. And of course, Cover 3. Cover 3. Get over to Cover 3 on Anderson Lane, whether it's checking out, the game with your buddies, or date night, or stopping in for lunch, just grabbing a Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. You know what I'm saying? Some Parmesan fries. Cover 3. If you've never been to Cover 3, oh man. And the brunch on the weekends, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. We're talking high-end food and a place where you can watch your favorite team. And I love me some Olipop, but I got a little angry drinking this one, thinking about my man, Dan Campbell. So I'm gonna give the Olipop to Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah, Amon-Ra going to Vegas. He's filling in for A.J. Brown in the Pro Bowl. So shout out to him. Hope he enjoys himself and gets all the goods that come with going to the Pro Bowl, because he deserved to be in no matter what. Like, I don't know who you throw out, but Amon-Ra St. Brown deserved to be a Pro Bowler. I don't know how you could be first team All Pro and not make the Pro Bowl. Doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever, it happened, and he's going, and so is Jahmyr Gibbs. So Ollie pop to those fellas.
Yeah. All right. Chip shot today.
Oh, before chip shot, this is who Hank was talking about.
Oh my God.
The female Brock Purdy. If you're listening to us on the app, I am showing Chip Brown. What's her name? Anna Fry? Yeah. Who can't be more than 17 years old, but looks exactly like Brock Purdy with a wig. And I guess she's gone viral because she does TikToks and stuff, and she's playing into it. So,
wow.
Yeah, funny.
Well, yeah. So for the chip shot today, I don't know if I'm barking at the moon more about Dan Campbell screwing up the fourth downs in the NFC Championship game, or expecting this Texas basketball team to like find its identity midway through Big 12 play. But after Texas plays TCU on Saturday in basketball, we will be at the midway point of Big 12 play. And Texas has definitely had a couple games that got away. And, you know, if you go back and look at the, the Central Florida game, for sure, you're up 16 in that one. This obviously felt a lot different. What happened Monday night against Houston, because Texas was kind of getting manhandled, and they were down 8, and it felt like they were lucky to be down 8 because Houston was controlling the paint. They were controlling the boards. They were controlling the second chance points. And then Texas came out with new energy, new aggressiveness. And it was like, wow, okay. And so here's the thing. Rodney Terry's this team is still dialed in. They're trying to figure it out. They're trying to figure it out with Rodney Terry. There's no question that he's got the team, and he's got to direct them in the right way. And he's got to get the most out of these players as a team. And that is the one thing that I feel like I don't have a good handle on with this team right now. I don't know what their identity is. You and I have kind of talked about it, Zay. Like, we know Max Asmus has to be part of. He's got to be on the floor. So does Dylan Dizu. And Kendall Weaver's getting more minutes, and he's making some plays here and there. Needs to make free throws. But I like the energy he brings. I like the defensive perimeter defense he brings. I think he's capable of face guarding guys. He doesn't look like he gets tired. And so they need that. I don't understand what IT Horton, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. He can't apparently come off the bench and give you points. He needs to start. And if he doesn't, what are we doing?
Hey, Dylan Mitchell was the same way last year. Dylan Mitchell has started every game in his Longhorn career.
Mitchell.
It made no sense for him to start last season. Zero. Right. But if they wouldn't have started him, he would have been checked out, which is so sad.
Yeah. And Dylan Mitchell, I don't know, that second half might have been 20 minutes of the best basketball he's played, but then he gives you that oopsie daisy, right?
Yeah, like the play where he did that Dylan Mitchell, just standing around stuff, when Jamal Shead drove to the basket and Dylan Disu blocked it, and then Jamal Shead got his offensive rebound. Dylan Mitchell's looking at him. He's the closest one to him. Dylan Disu's kind of trying to get back into the play, but he's still affected by blocking the shot. Jamal Shead smokes the layup. It goes to a player for Houston, and then they get that bucket, right there. And then they foul for that, and one, and Dylan Mitchell's a part of it. Like
Yeah,
that was a
Dylan.
huge play, and you're like, D Mitch, come on, man. You're right there. Like if you're just locked in and ready to go and ready to jump, then you get that board. And yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah, Francis.
Yeah.
Got that. I don't know.
I think it was Roberts.
Oh no, it was Roberts. It was Roberts.
Roberts. Yeah,
That's
Roberts.
right.
He got that and one.
Yeah.
But then he missed the free throw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they got lucky there that he missed the free throw because
real lucky.
The game ended up tied at 65 to go into overtime. But the Hunter turnover with 31 seconds left, that one is just a killer because Texas played so well in the second half right up until it came down to the final minute. And so, the turnover by Hunter is a killer. And they got lucky because Houston called a timeout with 21 seconds left. They got exactly what they wanted. They got Shed driving on Asmus, and he missed. And then they got exactly what they wanted again when they were able to kind of hold for the last shot, and Shed, and kudos to Max. He got up on him, contested the three, and Shed missed it.
He played great D all night. His D was so good. He guarded LJ Cryer for majority of the game, and he was excellent. Like, again, that's a charge. That's a charge. Like, the refs, I've been a ref, and there's situations that you want to let them play, but when it's that obvious and it could change the game, like this ain't no Michael Jordan on Brian Russell shit, where my Brian Russell is already sliding backwards and Jordan gives that little nudge. No, Max Asmus cut off LJ Cryer, and the only thing that he could do to get separation was use his right off arm and extend it. And that's exactly what he did. And Max Asmus went back. That's a charge. That's a charge, man. Like that's the game to me. That's what I'm going to remember from this game. And again, the Horns, they didn't get completely screwed by the refs. Like they lost the game fair and square. But that moment, ref, you got to call that. It's point blank. It's right in front of you. Like you got to make that call. And then Max Asmus, he got fouled on that layup where he fell. He got fouled. Francis, he was helping and had one foot in the lane, and he extended his right leg, which Max Asmus tripped over as he was in the air. He hit his leg, and which made him kind of lose control. That's a foul. You're not in the right position. He was right there, or not, maybe not Francis. It might have been Tugler, number 25. He was in the help position, and he wasn't all the way over there to take a charge or step up and be straight up with Max Asmus and see him chest to chest. No, he was kind of helping, and his leg stuck out. And once Asmus went in the air, he called his leg, and that's where you saw that just horrible layup attempt. No call. It happened fast. I'll admit that. And again, refs don't want to call that. They really don't, which is why they did it. But after you blow the other one, the non-charge, you don't make that call. Just golly, that might be what Texas, needed to get in the tournament. Because right now they're in Dayton. If you go look at all the bracketologies and stuff, they're going to Dayton to play that weird first four game that they just put in a few years ago, which you play that first four, you play on a Tuesday, and then if you win, you got to play that Thursday for whatever that game is, 8-9, and then or 11 seed, whatever the hell. You might have 3 games in 3 days or in 6 days, and yeah, you don't want that. You'll get pretty fatigued, but that's where they're at right now.
Well, and you can look at all these ranked opponents in the Big 12 and say, "Oh, Texas needs that now." If you're at the top of those ranked opponents, you're like, "Oh, man, we got to keep fending off these folks coming for us." But if you're Texas and you're getting into the play-in game is better than where they were 2 weeks ago. They weren't even in.
They weren't even in after UCF.
And so now they need these they need to go to TCU and win. They need to get these ranked opponent opportunities. They're going to play Houston in Houston. And that's a gauntlet, but man, you're going to have to get, 2 or 3 of these down the stretch, because you're right. They don't have the resume. And that was a huge opportunity last night. And so I don't know. I give this team credit for, they didn't shoot a single free throw in the first half last night. They ended up shooting 20 for the game. They got after it in the second half, and they got after it in overtime. They just, Houston was just this much better. They were just this much better rebounding. They won the second chance points in overtime 4-2. They shot 2 more free throws than Texas in overtime. It was that close. And I give them credit for doing that, but that's got to be every night. And I just don't know if RT's getting it out of them.
You talk about having an identity. You look at U of H and Kelvin Sampson's squad, they have an identity. It's their guards.
Defense, rebounding.
Yeah, defense and rebounding. But offensively, like their guards, Jamal Shed and LJ Cryer, y'all could do whatever y'all want. Big men, if y'all have one-on-one opportunities in the post, y'all could do whatever y'all want, because they got to help on Shed and Cryer and Emmanuel Sharp. All those guys are shooting 35+ from 3. And if we miss a shot, we're all crashing the boards. That's it. With Texas, you don't know what you're going to get every night. So, again, there's no identity. Like Dylan Mitchell, you could get Dylan Mitchell BYU, which did absolutely nothing and was a liability, or you could get what you saw last night. That's not good. That's just too inconsistent. IT Horton, you have no idea what you're going to get from him, but what we've seen more of is not good play than we've seen against UCF, which your team lost as a whole. So is it worth it for him to get those looks anyway? Because it kind of like against UCF, it took everybody else out of rhythm. Tyrese Hunter, same thing. Like he's so inconsistent right now. And yeah, that turnover, I just don't know what was going on in his mind. You get the ball, it's a tie game, you're on a fast break, and your first thought is, yeah, we got to attack because we have numbers. We have the advantage. We have more guys going up the court than they do. So you're trying to make a play happen, but also you want to get the ball to Asmus. That's what he was trying to do, trying to get the ball to Max Asmus so they can run a last play. And then by the time he's doing that, he's already in the air and he's stuck. And that's where the turnover came. Like, I think the fact that he's playing so much off ball resulted in what we saw with that turnover at the end of regulation. Because, again, Max Asmus is the point guard right now. Tyrese Hunter, he's not bringing it up the court. He'll do it every now and then, but Max Asmus is the point, and Tyrese Hunter is kind of like a Royal Ivy role right now, to where he could play point, but he's not, doesn't have the ball in his hands much. And that's what they did with Royal and TJ. Like when TJ left, then Royal Ivy became the point guard of the squad, but he has to do a better job of playing off the ball at certain times. And he has his moments, where he's shooting threes, catching shoots, and coming off of those dribble handoffs, looking for a shot and getting to the paint. But again, it's just not consistent enough. And that's what's disturbing about this squad. You just never know. You know what you're going to get from Kendall Weaver, Dylan DeSue, and Max Asmus. That's it. You have no bench. Brock Cunningham, never know with him. Caden Shedrick, he's always hurt, so you never know with him. They're not even playing Zurich Oyema anymore. They only played 8 last night. I've been saying all year long, you want at least 9 in the rotation, just because in the Big 12, you're going to get worn down. Like once February comes around, these guys, hey, they need this 5 days to regroup and get in the ice tub, and just because that game last night was physical as I don't know what. So, yeah, you want that 9-man rotation, but as we've seen from game in and game out, Coach Terry, he can't trust guys. Like, you can't trust no Chris Johnson. They tried to. He think Chris Johnson's played like a total of 6 minutes these last 3 to 4 games, and he probably has 3 turnovers. Like, that's not, you can't trust that.
It's not his time.
It's not his time.
Hey, you know what it is time for? It's time for the right call with my man Zay Collier.
Yeah, which we're just going to keep talking basketball. But, yes, the right call coming up. Got to let y'all know about Covert BK first. The Covert Auto Group, family-owned group of automotive dealerships that have been in the Austin area for over 100 years. And they've been doing it and doing it well. Like LL said back in the 90s, they got 7 terrific brands to choose from: Dodge, Chrysler, Ram, Jeep, Cadillac, GMC, and Buick, and they have been committed to providing customers with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. They want you out that bucket, man. They want you out that hoopty. You shouldn't be driving around in your granddaddy's 1978 Pinto where you hit a speed bump and you go boop, 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 boop. You don't want to hear all that stuff. You don't want to deal with all that stuff. Go to Covert BK, get hooked up the right way. Go to covertbcave.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And yeah, we got 2 minutes or so, but that's just enough for the right call, Chip. I'm going to piggyback a little bit of what you were talking about in the chip shot, but I'm going to go to Jamal Shed and the 25 points he had and the Central Texas native that he is. Manor High School was a 3-star recruit coming out. 3-star recruit. Shaka Smart didn't even look at him. Didn't even pay attention to him. One of the best players in the city. But just because he was a 3-star recruit, Shaka said, you know what? There's better out here. And that goes to show. Sometimes you want those guys who are hungry, that got it, from the mud. Kendall Weaver's the same thing. Coach Terry, he realized that, Chris Beard, when we saw him playing coming out of that Houston area, we saw him playing in the tournament. We liked him. We just didn't think he was there yet. Then he had that 1 year in Arlington, and hey, you realize this dude deserved to be playing at this stage. And Jamal Shed never should have gotten out of Austin. That was personal last night, Chip. The way that he was going at the horns, that's tough to do. To come back to your home city, he had all types of kinfolk in the stands, all types of family, former coaches, granddaddy, moms, all types of family in the stands. And what did he do? He carried U of H on their back with a 25-piece, every which way possible. That Houston team, they might not be height-wise the biggest squad, but when it comes to mass and strength, they're as strong and as tough as anybody in the country, and it starts with their point guard. He's so damn physical. When he was crossing up Tyrese Hunter, throwing up floaters, going off the wrong leg, throwing up floaters, hitting up fadeaways. He shot the ball right in Max Asmith's face in the first half. Max Asmith played good D, but then he just elevated, used that athleticism, shot it right over the top. And you could tell he's gotten better year after year, because the sophomore year, which he had a really good season in the American, he wasn't a three-point shooter. Marcus Sasser did a lot of that three-point work for them. He wasn't there yet. Now he's shooting around 35%, and he's a lockdown defender. That's right, Russ. He's a lock-up defender. He's so hard to go by. He causes havoc. He causes absolute havoc. So, yeah, that was a miss for Shaka Smart, and that's a big reason why he's not at University of Texas anymore, for letting guys like that get out. And I say that to say this. The city of Austin has talent, man. Don't sleep on Austin. I get it. We're not San Antonio. We're not Houston. We're not Dallas. Do not sleep on the talent in Austin, Texas. Like Coach Terry, he tried to get Josiah Mosley, that plays for Stony Point. That's a 4-star player. He tried to get him. Josiah Mosley said, nah, I'm going to take my talents to Villanova. They have a little bit better basketball program than the Horns do right now. With Jay Wright, even though he's gone, what they've done in recent years, I think that fits me more. Can't knock it. Rodney Terry tried. It was in Josiah Mosley's top 5, but didn't get him. There's a kid at Lake Travis right now, Chip, named Hudson Greer. Go after him. Go after that kid. Don't think that he can't play for you. He's a 4-star player. I know he goes to Lake Travis, so there's an assumption that he might be soft. Hell no. He's 6'8" and has a ton of Luke Axtell in him. Super athletic, super skilled, only a junior, McDermott at Creighton wants him bad because that's what McDermott loves. He loves those underrated athletic white boys. His son was that. And now his son's out there playing for the Spurs. Like
Who can shoot.
His son was a 3-star player. He could flat out shoot. And they develop over there at Creighton. So if you're Rodney Terry, you got to go after all the talent in this city. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just no excuse not to bring guys like Jamal Shead on. 3-star or not, you got to see their development later on. They don't have to be one and done. You know, you should have been able to see something that Jamal Shead early on. Like, I remember watching them play back in the day. He was guarding the center for Maynard. He was there. He was guarding centers for that Maynard team. They had nobody above 6'3". Jamal Shead would have to guard the biggest player every game, and he would give that guy work and make life hell for him because he's always been that strong and stocky. But the talent and the development just kept getting better, and the skills just kept getting better. He's worked out with Zach Urbanus at BTY, same person that's worked out with Dylan Dessou. I don't think it's as consistent because he stays in Houston a lot of the time during the summer. But, yeah, man, what he did last night coming back home, that game, you could tell how personal it was for him. And, yeah, what Fran Frasillo was saying, that wasn't no cap. He has a huge chance of being Big 12 Player of the Year. And it reminds you a lot of what 11 used to do in the Burnt Orange. He does. Like Jamal Shead, he just has that, like, TJ Ford toughness mentality. And now TJ was doing
TJ had such speed.
Yeah, that was what separated. CJ's speed was different than anybody's in college basketball, probably history. But, you know, he didn't have the strength that Jamal Shead had.
No.
TJ was probably the better athlete. I want to say there's like a rumor that TJ Ford's vertical is like 45, which I wouldn't put it past him. That seems a little steep. But if you ask folks of Houston, like what his vertical was, and watching them doing those Willow Ridge days when they went like 75-1 in 2 years, back-to-back state championships, 2001 and 2000, they would say TJ Ford's vertical was like 45 or 46. It was nuts how athletic and gifted he was, man. God.
Dude, TJ was so confident. Like, Daniel Gibson told me a story about how, like, after the game, you know, when those two met up, TJ was like telling him what to do to improve his game. Like, and Daniel Gibson at the time was like, oh, wow. Because TJ was a legend in high school. Like,
oh my gosh. Chip, I'll never forget this moment. I'm 10 years old. This is 2001. I'm 10 years old. Willow Ridge is in town for the state championship at the Irvin Center. So they have to practice somewhere. The Willow Ridge coach and my pops go back, you know, way back, you know, to the 80s and shit. So they practice at Bowie. And my AAU team at the time, we had practice that Saturday morning before they got there. I'll never forget it. My dad doesn't introduce me to any high school player because it's Bowie High School or nothing. My dad made me go shake TJ Ford's hand. And he said, hey, this is TJ Ford. He's going to be at Texas this year. And in my mind, again, I'm 10. I'm like, okay, so? So what? And then that night we went and saw them play. And I was like, okay, this guy's 5'10" and throwing down 2-hand tomahawks at the state championship and doing anything he wants on the floor. I get it. I didn't think it would be what it became, but I knew it was going to be something because CC, again, wouldn't introduce me to nobody. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'll never forget that moment, man. That was pretty iconic for a 10-year-old Zay Collier.
oh, yeah. Yeah. TJ, that dude was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Kind of like Trey and KD. What's up, fellas?
What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Oh, man.
Just living, fellas. Just living.
Living it up. Ready to watch.
I agree with CB.
Agree.
Yeah.
Most impactful Texas basketball player outside of Slater Martin.
Yeah, outside of Martin. Yeah.
Don't forget Hank Dudek, Kevin. Come on.
Hank Dudek. Yeah. Hey,
don't forget Bill Wentlet. If we're just going to keep going here,
I love Bill. That reminds me, I need to call Bill. Bill was a good player. Also played at Westlake. But
Westlake.
Hank Dudek was legally blind on the Penders team. Seriously, I'm not kidding. We had a legally blind power forward.
The only guy I can remember who wore rec specs because he had to. I think Dexter Cambridge had to wear them for a little bit for protective reasons, but Hank Dudek had to wear them because otherwise he literally couldn't see where he was going on the basketball court.
Yeah, Dexter Cambridge had to wear him because when he was mowing the lawn on the money that he got for the summer job, blades of grass would get in his eyes.
Yeah.
That's an inside Texas joke right there.
Oh, that's terrific.
All right, guys. Great job, man.
Hey, have a great show, fellas.
Bye, guys. Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing today?
Good. One of those days. You got good days, bad days, and busy days, and somewhere in between. So, but I'm breathing.
This one's in between, or is it a bad day?
A good, bad, busy, everything kind of. I hit every emotion in life professionally. So that's the way it works.
All right.
How about you?
I hope it ends well. Today has been good, I guess. I quit coffee yesterday. So I'm in day 2 of that now, which means that I'm pretty low energy and the headache thankfully has faded away. But it was a good day from the standpoint of getting to talk to you, which I love to do every time you and I speak.
Agreed.
The show I did with BK was good, but I also got to interview Lenny Clark, the famous Boston comedian.
Yeah.
And that went on for about an hour, and that was a great conversation. So,
did you guys talk Geraldo at all? Because I think he was tight with Geraldo.
Fuck no! God damn it, dude! I knew I should have texted you to ask you about. Yeah. So he's performed he's going to be headlining at the Comedy Mothership this weekend, and for anybody who's listening right now, I'm not pumping the Mothership. It doesn't need to be pumped. They sell all their shows out, but there are actually still a few tickets remaining for his late shows Friday, Saturday, and then there's one show on Sunday. There's a few GA tickets left for that. GA is general admission. You can be first there and you can get to the front of the stage. There's VIP tables, in my opinion, are not as good as some of the GA seats, but those are all sold out. Anyhow.
What did we have? Do we have a VIP table?
If we were sitting in a booth, we were at a VIP table.
All right.
Which we sat in a booth for the Dave Smith show. But I completely lost my train of thought. Thanks, lack of coffee.
By the way, I guess how many coffees I've had in 2 months, dude. I'm pretty proud of myself, man. This took a lot of fucking self-discipline. I heard you and Baker talking about it. Man, Baker drinks a bunch. But I'm really proud of him. That's cool that he proved that to himself. But I've had 2 coffees.
Wow. In 5 months, you said?
No. In 2 months or 2.5.
That's incredible. Congratulations. I would like to get back to that point. I love coffee. I will never stop drinking coffee. But when I'm drinking 2 coffees a day, most days of the week, that's like I'm drinking too much coffee. And so I can dial it back, which is what I'm doing right now. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. So Lenny Clark is performing at the Mothership this weekend. I asked him if he's performed stand-up in Austin at any other point. I assumed he had. He said, yeah, I performed there one other time. I came down with Sam Kinison, who had started at a club here in town that is no longer in business, but the club was shutting down. And so we went as a sort of farewell show. And he talked about doing ecstasy for the first time with Sam. Somebody came to the club, and Lenny is open about the fact that he used to party hard. And obviously Sam Kinison did too. Sobered up before it was all said and done, and then ironically died in a car accident that had nothing to do with drugs or alcohol. But so he said somebody came to the green room and is like, hey, do you guys want ecstasy? And they're like, oh, how much is it? And they're like $10, $15 a gram or tab or whatever it is. And Sam why am I forgetting the fucking guy's name? Kinison. Yeah, Sam Kinison said, we'll take all of it. And so all the comedians just end up taking ecstasy, which is not a drug that I'm all that familiar with. But at one point, Lenny said he can see Sam lifting up off the ground. It's like he's about to float into outer space. And so he grabs him by the shoulder and pulls him back down. And somebody standing next to them is like, hey, why'd you put your hand on Sam's shoulder? And Lenny just kind of looks at him. And he's like, oh shit, I'm out of my mind right now. And then Sam looks at Lenny and is like, thanks, man. I was seriously about to float away. So just one fucking time to perform in Austin, he came down with Sam Kinison of all people, and they closed out. Do you know what club he was referencing? Because I only know of Cap City going back in the day.
Cap City, I think there was one near Esther's Follies off 6th Street, although he wouldn't have been talking about that at that time because, I mean, my Uncle Keith worked at Esther's Follies for like 20 years.
Are you talking about the Velveeta room?
Yeah, and the Velveeta room would have opened up in the probably early 90s.
Yeah.
So, yeah, my parents used to take me to Esther's Follies at 9 years old. It was my uncle. So, but like they were, and that was when comedy was comedy, man. They were ripping on both sides, ripping on everyone, and it was pretty dirty. Esther's Follies back in the day was good, man. Carry On was very talented. My Uncle Keith was pretty damn good. Shannon, like the whole cast was really good. But I don't know what club you would have been referencing. I wonder if Bill Hicks would have been there because Hicks and Kinison ran in the same circle.
So I asked about Hicks. I didn't ask specifically about that night, but I asked if he had any run-ins with Hicks. And he said, yeah, Bill's incredible. Bill is brilliant. He did a showcase for Rodney Dangerfield at one point with Hicks. Surprisingly, he didn't get into any good Hicks stories because Lenny's one of those guys that once you just wind him up and get him going, he'll just keep talking. He's got story after story. He's just one of those dudes. He's just a naturally funny, affable human, great heart too. Anybody who has spent time around him, but he didn't have anything crazy Bill Hicks related. Talked about opening for Kinky Friedman for a while, and Kinky is like if he's like I don't know, is he a more underground version of Bill Hicks? Kinky Friedman had a political career at one point. I don't really know, other than knowing that he was a funny guy and he wrote and he did a little bit of stand up. I'm not all that familiar with Kinky Friedman's work.
I thought he played music too. I mean,
that's what it is. He played music, so he opened up for him and his band.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Kinky was a musician, but I know what you're saying because he ran for political office. He seemed funny, affable.
He had a best-selling book or two.
Yeah. Seemed like a very dynamic guy.
Yeah. Double D, you asked why I quit coffee. One, it is to prove myself to be stronger than the substance.
Yep.
Two, I thought I was going to be doing the master cleanse starting on Monday, but the universe is telling me not to do that right now because one thing after another kept getting in the way of my need to go to the grocery store for one, to get the ingredients and just properly prepare myself. So I quit coffee on Monday thinking that at some point on Monday, I would be able to get to the store to do that. But here we are afternoon on Tuesday, and I realized the diet thing's not going to happen. So at this point, I'm just going to cut back on coffee for a couple of weeks and gradually reintroduce it into the diet, I guess.
Yeah, that's what you should do. I mean, it was as hard as quitting snuffing for me. Like it was, I mean, the headaches but especially what I was doing and especially what I'm doing now, but what I was doing then. So it's not as important for me now. I get up naturally early to be working at 7:30. I'm not going to be calling people about investments at 7:00 in the morning. They got stuff to do. They can look at it and we want to meet at 4. We can meet at 4. You want to meet at 7. We can meet at 7. But I was getting to that mid part of the day and I was crashing.
Yeah.
And then I was a fiend, so if I wasn't getting coffee, I was drinking an extra cherry Coke. And it just, I realized that I was dependent on it. And so it was more to kind of prove to me, but also if you can't get a coffee and you get those headaches, like I can't deal with headaches every day because I don't have coffee.
Yeah. The physical withdrawals are legit.
They
are not quite as bad as quitting sugar or at least for me, when I cut sugar out, I feel like I have the flu for a day or two.
Yeah.
And it's legitimately just physical withdrawals from sugar. But yeah, coffee's a tough one. Coffee, and I've done it multiple times now, was in a lot of ways as hard as cigarettes were for me.
That's my next one. That's my next one. And sugar. I mean, I'll never cut out sugar, but I need to cut it down. I've cut down pretty much everything except for sugar, and I've cut down on smoking a ton. And I'm using some of those bags now. You know,
the non-nicotine dip pouches or whatever.
I got the patch. I mean, I quit snuff back in the day, so I can quit this, and I want to now. And I've cut down so much, but those are the next two for me. And I just know they're going to be tough because coffee was not easy, and I was not as addicted to coffee. I guess, as I am sugar. I know that.
Well, yeah, look, I never want to quit sugar altogether because sugar is one of those enjoyable things in life, but there's a point where it becomes very unhealthy for you. And so sometimes you need to recalibrate.
Yep.
I had to stop. Oh boy, this is going to go way too far, but hey, it's Texas Sports Unfiltered. So this is what it's all about. I quit conscious ejaculation for 40 days and nights because I was settling way too much on 6th Street, and they were settling on me too, by the way. So I was like, I need to refocus here. So I quit jerking it for 40 days and 40 nights.
Wow.
And I started to have some crazy wet dreams. Crazy wet dreams.
I haven't quit jerking it. That'd be like quitting sugar. I did when I came back from Austin. Was like, you know what? Like, I got to focus on stuff. I did purposely not have sex for 6 months.
Similar thing. Yeah. Going celibate for that amount of time.
Yeah. I beat off 3 times a day, but I didn't have sex.
What was that about?
Just getting back and running into women and just realizing that, that's going to take up a lot of my time. And it was the Longhorn Network. And I was like, I got to find a place and I need to get readjusted. And I just had too much stuff going on. And I was going out and meeting chicks. And I was like, you know what? Next 6 months, nothing. It was like work, getting your life in order. Boom. That's it. And then after that, go for it.
The hardest thing to ever try to quit has to do with language. Not just cussing, because I have tried to quit that before and gotten pretty good at it too. Create a cuss jar, put money in the cuss jar. Helps you to quantify how much you're cussing or how much less you're doing it. The hardest thing that I ever tried to quit, ironic that I'm saying it like this, is referring to myself in conversation. Stop referring to yourself in conversation. Good luck with that one. I was never able to get a handle on that.
Like third person, Ricky Henderson style?
No, just stop referring to yourself in conversation at all.
I don't think, but that's not very natural.
It's tough.
I know, but why? Why do that?
There is a thoughtfulness that comes into play, like really thinking about what you're about to say, which I've been told I have issues with at times. And also a sort of empathy that comes into play for others as well, because you start thinking about other people more than yourself within the flow of a conversation. Ultimately, I agree with you. Conversations, human interaction is about that shared experience, and sharing the experience means sharing your experience at times. But it was an interesting case study, I guess, if nothing else. And it did get me to really think more about what I was going to say and be more thoughtful of others too, and just other people's situations.
I think that's important. Probably tightening up. Now we're doing this for this, so we're going to end up talking a lot more than you and I usually talk, but you and I are usually pretty quick, back. I don't need a 4-minute monologue. Although when you give one, it's usually pretty good, but you rarely do that. But yeah, I think part of empathy or sympathy, heck, the other night I had something with work and I was just trying to, I'm trying to figure all this stuff out. So I called someone who really knew it, and they went through their life story gave really a good anecdote and example of what I was going through that they went through. And so that could have been them talking about themselves, but it was incredibly helpful for me. And it was empathetic on their part. They were trying to share. So I didn't get off the phone and thought, well, that was all about you. I thought, well, that was great. That was really cool that he gave me that, and that he gave me some really good advice. So I think that's just part of being a human being. You're not a computer.
Wait a second. What's the difference between sympathy and empathy?
Sympathy.
Maybe I meant sympathy and I just said empathy by mistake.
Oh God, I haven't thought of this first. Sympathy is you've been through it empathy is you haven't, but you still really feel for them.
Okay.
I believe that, right?
And apathy is just complete indifference.
Apathy is what I realized with women that really is the nectar of the gods. It's the kryptonite. That the more apathetic you are, it's a turn on to them.
The less you care, the more they do.
Yeah. I'm not proud of that, but I figured it out. It's like a weird math problem you figure out. And it doesn't work for all of them, but it does.
Did you watch the basketball game last night?
Hold on. I did. I want to get to that. Sympathy, feelings of pity and sorrow for someone else's misfortune, understanding between people, common feeling. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of. And empathy. Boy, it's funny how this thing just flies whenever it's... Yeah, and empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. So I was right about that. And apathy, Kevin's key to life. Oh, wow. I'm on there. How about that? I did watch. I've watched all of the last 3 or 4 games, and it's a talented team. It's a weird puzzle they're putting together that I see what all y'all were talking about when I wasn't watching for the first month. I'm rooting for hell like Rodney Terry, but I'd root for every coach. I see this online before we get to the game and the team and where they're at. This whole, after a couple of losses, then after a win, we're all the Rodney Terry haters right now. I truly hope that all of Longhorn Nation, there's not one coach on the staff who I don't want to become the best head coach at that sport in school history. It's easier for us. I hope every single person works out. Now, if there's a personal beef, there may be someone and say, they're working a Longhorn Network. What an asshole. Hope this guy's gone. I don't know any coach on the staff like that. Certainly not Rodney Terry, not David Pierce, not any of them really that I knew. I hope they all work out. I hope they're the best. Every president I either voted for, more importantly, didn't vote for, or voted against, you could say, or just didn't vote. I hope they're the best president in the history of the world in America. My ego's not tied to, I voted for you, I didn't vote for you. It's good for me. And so rooting for Texas coaches is good for us. So this whole back and forth on Twitter I see between both, but it's certainly the Rodney Terry haters. It's a little out of control. All of us are rooting for him to succeed, right?
I don't know if that answer is yes, because after the Baylor game, I just put out a very general, so happy for those guys, huge win for them. That was a lot of fun. And I had somebody respond, a Texas fan, Terry was a bad hire. I'm like, oh, God damn it. And so my response is like, well, look, regardless of whether that's true or not, like, I hope you were able to enjoy what just happened here.
Good answer. Because
he's like, I do. And then at some point, because this continued for a little bit, and I really try not to engage on Twitter these days, but I was just humoring myself, I guess. He asked, do you think Rodney Terry was a good or bad hire? And I said, you're asking the wrong question, man. You're asking somebody who doesn't care. The way that I look at these things now is I look at the pros, I look at the cons, I look at why something has happened. I look at the challenges that person may have in front of them in doing that job well. And that's where it really ends for me. Have I heard a lot of the criticism as to why Rodney Terry is a bad hire? I have. Do I understand why Rodney Terry how he earned the job based on what happened last season and what he was able to do and steadying the ship and getting this team to a certain point, a spot in the tournament that the program hadn't been in 16 years? Yes. And was there a little bit of an emotion there? Yeah. But there's always at least a little bit of emotion that goes into a coaching hire. So to just say it was an emotional hire, I think sells short the nuance of the decision that was ultimately made and also the work that led up to that point too. That doesn't take away from the fact that Rodney Terry has been an average head basketball coach at his 2 other stops, but based on last year, he did earn that opportunity. So at this point, I'm going to sit back, use my eyeballs, watch, pay attention to the things that I consider to be his biggest challenge, and that would be constructing a roster. And it's been a mixed bag so far this year. And if you can't get the roster construction right in pretty much all college sports now, but especially college basketball, with how much player movement is going on each offseason, rendering the sport even less watchable than it was even a couple of years ago, then you're probably not going to be long for that job. Or if you are, you're going to be doing things in a pretty mediocre manner. And the program itself, the athletics department, of the fans, they just don't have higher expectations for what can be achieved with the program. Texas fans, even though it is third or maybe now even the fourth seat at the table, the athletics table, after football, baseball, of course, volleyball now, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, the table to me is football, baseball, basketball, volleyball, swimming.
But basketball has taken a step back, but people want to like the basketball program. And with the new arena, you're maybe going to have a little bit less time than you might have in the Frank Irwin Center, because they don't want to see that
Who are the people?
half
Kids?
full.
Who are the people? Kids or people 35 and older?
I would probably go early 20s and up.
Okay.
But I don't know how many people actually care for the basketball team right now. That's why with the volleyball, with the recent successes that they've had, have taken a pretty big step forward. But there is still passion for the basketball team. BK was at the game last night. He said the crowd was awesome. It's a much better environment than the Irwin Center was on a night-to-night basis. So, although for a game like that last night, the Irwin Center would have been rocking too, as you and I have talked about in the past. That's one of those games where the Irwin Center, like its sheer size, would have worked to Texas' advantage. But whatever, that's neither here nor there.
You would have students right there, though, and I mean it's a much better atmosphere, no doubt.
And you and I, when we were students, were clamoring for a long time for them to stop screwing the students with where they had them sitting. And so I'm glad that CDC and the planners got that part of it right. I think that was a great idea. It was an easy idea. You're still giving great seats to the alumni that wants to pay a lot of money for those tickets. You're just putting the students right there on the level with both benches, including the opposition bench, which, much to Rodney Terry's chagrin, led to some Longhorns down after UCF won a game a couple of weeks ago. So it's things like the Longhorns down where I'm like, God damn it, Rodney. Like, I want to root for you really hard right now. We can't have things like this happening over and over again. And it's an apples to oranges comparison, but you think back to Charlie Strong and how it was like one thing after another with Charlie, where it's like the coin toss and then some other things, some game mismanagement stuff here and there. And then it's like there's enough of it starts happening to where you realize that it's probably time to move on sooner rather than later. Tom Herman, in a different sort of way, those sorts of things were happening where you hear that guys were afraid to say hello to him in the football offices his last year in Austin, on top of the fact that Texas was openly trying to court Urban Meyer at that same time. It's like, all right, this is going to come to an end at the end of the year. Rodney Terry is not going to get fired at the end of this season, even if they were to lose every game the rest of the way, unless there was something really embarrassing that happened off the court. So he's going to get a couple of years. So it behooves us, to your original point, to have this Texas basketball team reach and exceed its potential. They were supposed to be a top 3 team in this conference this year. Right now, they are in the bottom 3 or 4 teams in the overall standings. That's not great, but it's true on year 1 for Rodney Terry. He's going to get a second and possibly a third, too, to prove that last season wasn't a flash in the pan.
Yeah, a lot to unpack there. Some really good points. Getting back to, I'll see what I can do here. Getting back to the Twitter or the tweet you got, it's all good to say Rodney Terry was a bad hire. He was at 2 stops and was not good. He did have the look and appearance of a really damn good assistant coach. And we've seen guys that are great OCs, DCs, pitching coaches, whatever, and it just doesn't translate to the head job, especially with roster construction now being as important as it is. I would also say for all the preseason stuff now, it was always bullshit. Even if he had 5 guys coming back that had played 3 years together, that wasn't as bullshit. You kind of knew they were going to be good. Now, who knows with preseason? It's just a completely different team. So you kind of have a feel, but he has every right to say that. But I would also say in year one, like getting back to my point about presidents, I mean, I truly have rooted for I hope everyone roots. I know they don't, but you should root for every president, even if you hated the person and they're going to kill the country. All right, well, prove me wrong. Good luck. I mean, next 4 years, it impacts me. So I hope you do well. And year one, and this, you could say this is year two, but year one would have been good because he got to the Elite Eight. But year one of him being the official head coach, I'm not sure you can pull the plug that quickly or be that absolute that it's definitely not going to work out. There may be a lot of things like if you voted for that president or didn't vote for him and he's elected and you're like, see, told you, I knew this would happen. He talked about it and here we go. So that may be what some of these people that are really frustrated, but I'm with you. Let it play out. I have no doubt in my mind this was the worst Big 12 since the inception in '96 in football. No doubt. I'm pretty open to discussing sports. It's one of the fun things, or are very few absolutes. That's about as close as it comes. That's almost an axiom that it was that bad. And Texas won it, which is great. This is as good a Big 12 basketball league or competitive as I've seen. I don't want to say good because it's obviously gotten worse as college basketball has gotten worse. And the fact that was the number 2 team in the country right there. They're cute. It's a cute team. But Big 12 is really tough this year. So it's not an excuse for Rodney Terry, but it's the reality of kind of where they're at. And they're going to have to win some of these tight games, but they're obviously in a really tough spot right now. The 2 threes and he's a really good player. He's for college basketball now, he's a great player. But Jamal Shed you can't let that kid get out of your backyard. But those 2 threes he hit when Texas had the momentum, that was it. I felt it then. I'm like, oh shit, they're gonna win this. And it got to OT, obviously. So Texas had a chance.
Yeah, within that loss, I think Rodney Terry found another piece of the puzzle that fits with this idea that they can make it to the tourney in March. And that is Kendall Weaver continuing to receive more playing time, probably starting, but you are definitely putting him on the opponent's best offensive perimeter player, I should say, going forward, if you can. Tyrese Hunter's a good defender, but he gets in his own head far too often. Max Asmus is undersized, obviously. Kendall Weaver, on top of the whole lunch pail, dirty work thing, better score than I think a lot of people realize, myself included, is a really good perimeter defender. And Houston found that out last night. I think it was after those 2 threes were hit, Kendall Weaver ends up going to guard Houston's best offensive player, and that was it. That was it for him. He was having a hard time just getting the basketball after that. Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Grant. So silver lining in a loss. Even a close loss to a top 4 opponent doesn't really matter all that much with Ken Palm and the other rankings that make a difference in whether or not a team gets that nod come March or not. But Kendall Weaver is going to likely see his role increased after last night.
Yeah, I mentioned that in that the games I'd watched he really stood out. Obviously, very bouncy, very athletic, and I think you got to be careful with Weaver, Cunningham on the floor. I like what Horton can bring. I know he hit 1 3 last night. I feel like there's stuff there that this could be a really good team. I think they probably got their closing rotation set up, it feels like, the last couple games, but something's missing. But they're also really damn close. That's a game that could have turned the season around. But I get the sense this team with this league is just going to be game up, game down, game up, game down, 2 games down, 2 games up type of team. And dude, they just got killed on the glass. And I understand there's just really no size in college basketball anymore. Juwan Roberts is a big dude, but he's fucking 6'7". 6'7" was in 1990. We were 6'9" and 6'8", and we were laughably undersized. in the post. We got crushed, man, and too many offensive rebounds. And some of those are just kind of go out and get it. Now we'll give this to Kelvin Sampson and that program. It's probably I would say the best program in Texas right now and has been the last couple of years. You could throw Baylor right there because Baylor obviously has the natty, but the last couple of years specifically, man, they got some grown ass men, and that's what you don't see in college basketball at times. And they took it to Texas when they had to, but Texas still gave a hell of a fight. I was proud of the team. That one actually hurt,
Which game?
Houston game last night.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. It was painful, but it was also expected to. But the fact that they were able to claw back is a good sign because they kind of rolled over in Provo, and so that same thing could have happened last night. So for them to get their act together coming out of the locker room after halftime to force OT, if Tyrese Hunter hadn't tried to hurry things a little bit too much at the end of regulation, they may have had that final shot and a chance to win it before it ever got to OT. But it's a baby step process right now. It's 2 steps forward with the wins over Baylor and Oklahoma, and then a step back with BYU. And last night is probably standing in the same spot, and they're going to have a couple more chances in these next 2 games to add to that resume. At TCU this weekend. And then Iowa State comes to town next week. And Iowa State is a top 12 opponent right now. TCU hanging on for dear life in that top 25. But I feel like, and this is not just basketball specific, of course, I feel like Texas has had a hard time winning games in Fort Worth over the last several years now. So I'm certainly not taking that matchup for granted.
They have. They take, and obviously the last trip, so they're going to take it pretty seriously. My niece just graduated from there, and they're definitely anti-horns and all that. So take that as a badge of pride. But I watched a ton of college basketball this weekend. Even watching NBA. I'm making myself get into it, and I watched TCU Baylor. That was a hell of a college basketball game. I will say this. I mean, I watched Kentucky, Arkansas too, which set the sport back 35 years. And even Jay Billis, who is a paid mouthpiece for the sport and acts like it's still as good as it was, even though he knows it's not, at the end of the half said, well, they're not going to be replacing the nets, but they may be checking the rims to see if any screws are loose. Oh, God. But there were some really good games. And so Baylor TCU was a great one. Triple overtime. I don't know if you watched it. They have Jameer Nelson's kid who had 30. It looks
wow. Okay.
Obviously not as good as Jameer, who played 12 years in the league and was a damn good college point guard at St. Joe's. Yeah, Delonte West. And who's the third guy with them? Remember they had the bald East Coast coach, Phil Martelli?
That's it.
Yeah, Phil Martelli. I keep this right here just so it doesn't look like a total penis. But who was the third guy with Delonte West?
Delonte West on that team? I didn't even remember that.
Yeah, before LeBron's mom.
Before LeBron's mom and before he was hustling on the streets of Dallas. And I wish I was kidding about that.
Yeah, it was a newer version at that point of kind of Georgia Tech in '90 with Brian Oliver, Dennis Scott, and Kitty Anderson. Like I'll get Brian Oliver first. I just had to remember the name. But kind of a 3-guard look. I want to say they got to the Final Four, didn't
they? They made it to the regional final.
Got it.
Losing to Xavier in the A10 tourney and Oklahoma State in the regional final of the NCAA tournament. So the big guy
wasn't a big guy. It was a guard.
Pat Carroll.
No. Pat Carroll.
Dwayne Jones.
Pat Carroll played at Notre Dame. Huh? No.
Yeah, those are the only 4 guys who are highlighted on Tyrone Barley, Dwayne Lee.
Maybe it was Dwayne Jones. Who was it?
He was a big guy, though. He was 6'11". Pat Carroll is 6'5".
Maybe it was Carroll then.
Tyrone Barley.
No, none of them are coming back. Anyway, Jameer Nelson at TCU could play. They have who else do they have? They have They have Charles O'Bannon Jr.
Really?
That was a hell of a year, 95. But that was a great UCLA team.
Yeah, it was. Toby
Bailey, baby. Number 12,
Bailey.
true freshman. You had Tyus Edney, Cameron Dollar, who came in for him when he hurt his wrist, which is why I thought the Arkansas championship game was going to be tough. Bailey, Charles O'Bannon, Ed O'Bannon, George Zedek, J.R. Henderson, Chris Johnson coming in off the bench. That was a hell of a team. And O'Bannon made some really good plays. Both those guys are pretty good. TCU's a good team. That's not going to be easy at all. In fact, I would pick TCU to win after watching them.
And Ed O'Bannon is responsible for shaking up college sports and getting the video games to go away for a few years, but ultimately everything coming out the other end looking very different, which is going to be completely honest. I'm not saying better or worse. It is completely different than it was 5-10 years ago.
Do you remember when we had Ed O'Bannon on the show?
Yeah, I do.
And do you remember I said, hey, man, I totally get why you're fighting for this. You have every right to fight for it. I loved you as a player. You seemed like a great guy. Why the hell did you do this to all of us? And he started laughing. He could not have been a cooler sport about everything, but he was a really sharp guy.
I forget why we had him on. That was you and Chad doing the afternoon show. I don't remember what he was promoting.
He was promoting something, but clearly it was one of those where on radio or TV shows, you can tell that they want to promote something and you just want to get them on to ask them about Taylor Swift or whatever it is. It's like, anyway, my energy drink. Yeah, we'll get back to that. So what's she like?
That's the name of the game. That's the you scratch my back, I scratch yours bit, you know?
Yeah, it's the way it works.
And it's a much easier process for the promoter than a lot of people realize too, because you end up answering the same questions over and over again. So I like the amusement that he got out of you saying that, because you were saying it somewhat tongue in cheek. You were saying it jokingly, even though
I made it sound a lot more tongue in cheek than it was.
Yeah. Oh no, there was some seriousness to your tone as well, but you said it in a jovial manner to where he kind of chuckled about it. And didn't he even admit that he played the video games back in the day too?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I loved him, but he was also fighting for the right thing. I totally get it.
Exactly.
That was just me being incredibly selfish.
Or sticking up for video game players everywhere.
I was sticking up for the Klan. They couldn't get out of mom's basement. Couldn't get a ride that day, so it was all up to me. I was the only one with the javelin.
Tube socks unite.
So are they? You got TCU. I've got it up in front of me.
TCU, Iowa State.
I watched Iowa State, Kansas. That was a pretty good game. I'm telling you, I was picking and choosing, and it was probably more bad basketball than good basketball. But I saw a couple games, and that was one of them on CBS. That was really good. Iowa State's not going to be easy, and then West Virginia comes here, but we know how that went the first time around.
Yep. Then at Houston.
Oh, they're fucked. They're not making the tournament.
Who knows? But you're probably right about that. You have a better idea than I do at this point because you're actually watching other games. The only college basketball I watch is Texas right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't call 1 week a big bank, but yeah, I'm starting to get into it.
It's not a big bank. It's still more than I've watched.
Yeah, my account's not loaded, but at least I'm not in the red.
Right, exactly. That is
correct. What else is happening, buddy?
We had 2 conference championship games on Sunday. Congrats to your 49ers for making it to another Super Bowl. Close call, but they got their shit together when they needed to. Brock Purdy, after throwing what could have been not a game ender, but it would have made things much more difficult for San Francisco to win, had the Detroit defender caught the ball and not let it bounce off his face mask and into Brandon Ayuk's hands. He got his act together after that, made some plays with his arms, and maybe more importantly, some plays with his legs too. And it just is one of those things that you and I have seen time and time again in sports where you see the looks on the faces of one sideline versus the other, and you can tell exactly what's going to happen, even though there's a quarter and a half left.
Yep. Although, look, they got outplayed. There were two bullies this weekend. Two teams that came out. When I say bully, you may hear that and be like, "Oh, you think that was illegal?" No, playing bully ball, which the message was, let's go intimidate them, beat the shit out of them, and do everything we can within the rules now to physically impose our will. And Baltimore came out that way, right? And it ended up, sometimes you got to play that fine line where it ended up being undisciplined, machismo, meathead type mistakes that crushed them. Detroit did that, and it worked in the first half. I told you that the perimeter defense, run defense for the Niners was bottom 5, and it showed. And you got a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs and a pretty good physical line. I thought after the first couple of drives, I thought they're going to get blown out. I really thought that. When it was 24-7, I was glad it was 24-7 to show you where that game was. Niners played really well, made some adjustments, made the big plays when they had to. Niners got really fucking lucky, man. Yeah. I can say that as a Niners fan. They got lucky. And they played really well, but they had to have a lot of stuff come together outside of the fumble. Campbell was too aggressive. He was. And saved but that's what they've been doing all year. All right. What are you, 10?
Nothing is binary.
Right.
Decisions should be made situationally. And I would argue that he could have justified going for a touchdown at the end of the first half, but he very quickly chose to kick the field goal. Those other two scenarios, he needed to kick there. I'm sorry. Anybody with half a brain realizes you kick there, but he got caught up in his own, I don't want to call it machismo, but his own ideology, his own dogma, his own dogmatic principles about things. And unfortunately, he lost his head in the process because it was the same rationale that led to him kicking that field goal in the first half that should have been in play that would have put them up 17 in the third quarter. And then as we got closer to the end of the game, you needed to tie the game up right there. I know you would have loved to have kept that drive going and taken a lead. You just needed to tie the game up. You needed some sort of momentum going back your direction. Maybe you didn't think that the field goal is enough of that, but yeah, he's going to have to eat that one for a long time. And even though he said in the press conference after the game that he doesn't regret either of those decisions, I hope that as those moments sink in, he does realize the error of his ways, because otherwise he is the rat that continues to try and shock itself to get that cheese, and he's never going to get the cheese. The Lions fans or any other franchise either.
Yeah. Yeah, he did a hell of a job, and that was a really good story for them, for the Lions, who have just been bad our whole lives, my dad's whole life for the most part. They've been bad for a long time. And that city, as we've talked about, has gone through a lot of shit. That it was a good story, but they got to feel like clearly today that yesterday they just gave one up. And the Josh Reynolds drop going across the middle on one of the fourth downs. Yeah, it was behind him, but Reynolds, I think it was Reynolds, probably should make that catch. The Ayuk, oh my God, interception. Oh, now it's going to turn into pretty much a free touchdown a play later. There are just some things. The fumble coming on. I mean, it's down 2 touchdowns. Boom, you're in. A couple plays later, you're right there. That thing was tied in a heartbeat, and that changed the momentum everywhere. And that's when I think a lot of us thought, okay, Niners are probably going to win this thing. But at the end of the day, I'll still take Goff over Purdy if it comes down to a throw. I mean, Purdy made some plays with his legs, but the jury's still on him, just how good Brock Purdy is. And I'll give him a lot of love. He played very well, but I feel like there's a version of Brock Purdy we get with Dak Prescott where the differing opinions and the up and down week to week is pretty funny.
Yes, it is. And if San Francisco loses to Kansas City in a week and a half, it'll most likely be because Pat Mahomes did what he does in the Super Bowl, and the Chiefs defense is really good. But at some point, it's not even lax play. I don't even know what you call it. There's just the way that he plays the position where he's just kind of throwing the ball up for grabs. And he had some success with it at Iowa State, but he also shot his team in the foot at Iowa State too. We haven't really seen that manifest in really negative ways for the 49ers just yet. And maybe it's something that is continues throughout his career. He's able to get rid of some of those bad habits and not really have it harm his team too much. But it feels, especially after these last 2 weeks, like it's inevitable that we do see some of these really bad moments for him become turnovers.
Yep.
So
think of this. So the first 5 Super Bowls the 49ers went to, they had arguably the best quarterback of all time, was argued that for a long time. On a resume, you couldn't give that over Brady now. You could certainly say eyeball-wise, I think he's better than Brady. Mahomes is different. Mahomes may take both those cakes at the end of the day. But they had Joe Montana and Steve Young, 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Steve would have been the 5th one in 94. 94, he had the highest quarterback rating in the history of football to that point. I'm sure someone's passed that now. Since then, they've had Colin Kaepernick, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Brock Purdy as their quarterbacks in the Super Bowl. I can't think of any more, differing talents than that. They've been able. The quarterbacks led them to the Super Bowls for the first 5, and they've been like Rex Grossman-esque in the last 3. So clearly Niners are a favorite. Clearly the advantage is with Kansas City.
Yeah, I'm just to the point where I'm not going to not believe in Pat Mahomes anymore in the postseason. Like, this is a Chiefs team that was extremely flawed coming into the playoffs, and all those warts have gone away. Coincidentally, Kadarius Toney not a part of the active roster anymore, but the receivers aren't dropping the football anymore. Pacheco is running like a pissed off dude. The defense is still really good, especially against the pass, but Baltimore also bailed them out in that game in the afternoon because they got away from what got them there to begin with, and that's being really good at running the football.
6 carries for their 2 running backs, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, Todd Monken's done a hell of a job, but yeah, that's not putting them in a good spot. They're also a lot like San Francisco. I say that San Francisco the last 2 weeks has proven me wrong on that, but they've been this Shanahan that they're front runners. And Baltimore's not good. Lamar Jackson's super talented. You don't want him back there having to throw to win a game, period. No. He's gotten a lot better at it. That's not his game.
Nope.
But you're right. I mean, they went to a lot of spread formations and just didn't. I was surprised. I was really surprised. But Kansas City also probably could have been up 3 touchdowns that half. Like I felt like they completely dominated that half, and Baltimore needed to be up in that half.
All right, guys, I'm going to step away for a sec to go grab the kid. I'll be back.
Sounds good. How we doing, buddy?
Oh, fantastic. Yourself?
I'm doing great. How was last night?
It was good. Yeah. Heard y'all talking about it earlier. Great atmosphere. Full house. Fans brought it. Kelvin Sampson and a couple of the Houston players in their post-game press conference talked about how it was one of the toughest places they've ever had to play in. And it wasn't hyperbole. It was a really, really good crowd. And obviously, because the game was as close as it was in the second half and in overtime, it gave the crowd plenty of reason to get amped up. So fun atmosphere. Team played well. They fought hard. I thought it was going to get ugly the way the first half went down, but I'll give them credit for battling back. But unfortunately, me giving them credit for battling back does nothing in the eyes of the Big 12 standings or the eyes of the NCAA Tournament Selection Committee. So they let one get away. Would have been a huge win, and now they're still looking for that really huge win this season.
Yeah, they are. And boy, it did slip away. That one hurt because it did feel like, obviously, with the second half surge that they were going to get that done. The 2 threes, I was telling Trey, that Shed hit just to, quickly stop the bleeding and turn that around. I'm sure in-house you could feel the momentum and feel that energy swing. It certainly felt like that watching it. I want to ask you, what would you do what would you do with this team? Whether it's lineup wise, whether it's running different sets, whether it's different defense, is there anything that you see as a basketball nerd like you are that personnel wise or anything that you would maybe change? Or
Yeah, like there's obviously examples from within each game of coaching things that I would change. I think one thing that needs to happen, and we're starting to see it happen more, is Kendall Weaver getting more minutes.
Yep. 26, man.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate him starting. Now that's one of those things you got to feel it out, right? Because some guys are just better off the bench, right? You look at Lou Williams made a great NBA career coming off the bench. Whenever he started, he wasn't the same player. So maybe that's Kendall Weaver. And Texas doesn't have much depth right now, so I would get Rodney Terry wanting to have somebody good coming off the bench, but getting that type of energy from the opening tip doesn't feel like the worst thing in the world. So more Kendall Weaver minutes, maybe starting him over IT Horton. And they already made that change, IT over Brock, and it's been a little bit better. But maybe Kendall Weaver being a starter, so he's guaranteed more minutes, is something this team could look at. Brock Cunningham, speaking of him, I mean, he's getting less minutes, but I want him standing in the corner. I don't want him being as involved in the offense as he has been, because it feels like he's a log jam when he runs around and tries to.
Come on.
I know he did. And then he hit the backboard on another three.
Wow.
No, see, I'm saying I want Brock standing in the corner shooting threes, even though he didn't. Yeah. So
when you said that, I thought there was like some timeout spot in Moody Center where maybe like you wanted him near the tunnel. I don't want you on the bench, bro.
Yeah. And then honestly, like the biggest thing that I would change, and I don't know if this is changeable because I think this might be more of a player issue than a coach issue. Like Tyrese Hunter should be this team's point guard. Like Max Asmus is the size of a point guard. Hell, he's the size of like a high school point guard. No offense. I love him. Great kid. The best scorer on this team. But he's a two guard. He's A.J. Abrams. Like Tyrese Hunter needs to be DJ Augustine. He's not anything close to DJ Augustine, but like he should be this team's distributor. His skill set should allow him to be this team's true point guard, to where he is facilitating to let Asmus get better looks, to let Dessou get better looks. Like that is the one fundamental thing that I think needs to change for Texas. I don't know if it's possible at this point in the season. I don't know if Hunter wants to do that. I don't know if he has that dog in him, to use an expression the kids use, because he's a no-show in way too many games. So I don't know if like his personality doesn't allow for him to do that. But to me, it's like you literally have a two guard as your point guard right now. And the guy who I think could be your best point guard is just a non-factor in too many important moments. So that's sort of the biggest thing. I kind of work backwards there, but that, like, if there's one fundamental change that I really think could turn Texas around. And look, I don't know if Tyrese Hunter's a true point guard. I don't know if they have a true point guard, but I'd like to see what this offense could look like if he is a little bit more ball dominant than he has been.
I totally agree with that. And as someone who's kind of jumped on a lot later than I usually do, I've noticed that the last week or two, or the last four games, I've really watched all of them. And yeah, has that been like that all year long, pretty much? I mean, it feels almost like a code duty, like we both have undersized guards, and it's going to be, and we've seen that work too. Damon Stoudemire, Khalid Reeves, early 90s Arizona. But it almost felt like both were. I didn't know Damon was more the point guard, but both their skill sets work, and they could both score with that. I don't get the sense that's the case with Abness and Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Asmus actually leads the team in assists this year. It's a marginal lead over Tyrese Hunter, but people just rag on Asmus for shooting as much as he does, and he does shoot a lot. And I'm cool. I think I'm cooler than 99% of this fan base with how often he shoots, because he's the best shooter on the team. So his shots are more likely to go in than just about everybody else. But for as much of a ball hog as he's been, he still leads the team in assists, which I think shows you two things. Number one, he's not as much of a ball hog as you think. And number two, it shows you that he probably has the ball a little bit too much in this offense, whereas Tyrese Hunter should be the guy distributing it a little bit more and bringing it up the floor a little bit more. So, the numbers kind of back it up. I mean, I guess Tyrese Hunter, maybe it's a pipe dream. Maybe it's stupid. He's been in college basketball long enough, and maybe he's just shown us that he's not that true point guard that if he wants to be an NBA player, I think he needs to be. But I would like to see that tried a little bit more in these last 10 games that Texas has in the regular season.
It's been fun to watch Dylan Mitchell. I was watching local news and heard him talk. And one of the things that has bothered me about college basketball that I love about college sports and always have, I love to watch these guys grow up, right? It is so cool to see someone coming at 18 and just be a kid and then watch them leave at 21 and they're turning into a man or already a man, but a really good young man. And it's been cool to see Dylan develop. He's better than he was last year. I don't know how that's a first round pick with his lack of skills right now. I understand the P word, potential, and the talent, but he ends up going for 16 and 10. Where are you with him right now in his development?
Yeah, he looked like a first round pick last night to me. And you got to remember, I know this is just annoying to you because we've talked 100,000 times about this, but the NBA draft is so much about potential. And last night you saw all right, that's potential. But the problem with Dylan Mitchell is that we don't see that every night. Like if we saw that every night last year, he wouldn't be on Texas because he'd have been a lottery pick in the NBA.
Oh, he's gotten better in a year too. There's no denying that.
Yeah. I mean, like you look at Greg Brown, like Dylan Mitchell in college is significantly better than Greg Brown. And Greg Brown's on the Mavs. Like he's a deep bench player, but he's an NBA player right now. So if you're a great athlete and if you've got like Dylan Mitchell's a better rebounder than Greg Brown and he's a better defender than Greg Brown. So if a guy like Greg Brown can bounce around the NBA and stay on a team for a few years, I know that's not what Dylan Mitchell wants. And I know that's not what any Texas basketball fan wants because we're talking about a guy who was a top 10 recruit in the country last year. But like he's got an NBA future. If he keeps stacking performances like that together, then okay, even though his offensive game is far from polished, he's going to be, late first, probably not a lottery pick at this point, but late first, maybe early second round draft pick.
Yeah, he's athletic as hell and really did some impressive things on the glass. I mean, hell, even the follow that he had on his missed shot just shows you how bouncy and athletic he is. But yeah, I just would like to see. I'd like to see guys like that come back for one more year and average 19 next year, and not just have the little jump hook, but extend a little bit, and then maybe you're betting on yourself and not robbing the bank just to be the Mavs. It's more banking like, no, I want to make a couple all-star teams and I want to play for 11 years, bro.
Dude, he should come back for another year. I don't think he will because that's just the culture that we have now. But yeah, I can't disagree with you. Like a year would do wonders for Dylan Mitchell's development. And you look at a guy, if you went to Kansas?
Well, I mean, just to get coaching.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That would probably help.
I'd stoke it up a little bit.
Yeah, well done there. Because his fan base is, it's fickle. I just want to be a basketball school so bad, and it'll never happen, and my dreams are crushed by that.
Man, that was a hell of an atmosphere, though. That, and I'll also say this: it's like we talk about racism in America, man. It's nowhere where it needs to be, but man, it's gotten a hell of a lot better. And so you do have to acknowledge where you're at and where you want to get to. And Texas basketball has gotten so much, just the energy and environment. And this is even back at the Drum. I'm talking about the 80s when I'd go to games, or even in the 90s at times. Pender's got it. It was fun because it was up and down and running gun. But I'm with you, man. It'd be really cool to be one of those schools. And maybe we're moving that direction. Maybe we are. I don't know. It'll never be Duke. I'll tell you that.
Sure.
Or Kansas.
Yeah, it's you need a winner, I think, for people to fully invest. And people are just upset with the way the whole Chris Beard situation went down, right? Like that's just what it comes down to. And you should be upset.
Upset at Beard or just upset at the situation? Because Texas, they pretty much had to do that.
Yeah, they didn't have to do that, but I'm not going to get mad at them for doing that. Like
that's fair.
There are schools in that spot that would have not fired Chris Beard. Like they would have suspended him for the rest of the season. They would have let the legal process play out. Beard would have been relieved of his charges. They would have like under the table late Friday news dump. Hey, he's coming back, kind of thing. Like, but I can't get mad at the school for like doing what they did. Everyone's just mad at the situation because people realize like if Chris Beard was here, this team would not be 14-7 and in 12th place in the Big 12. That's why people are mad. It's like they know that if you thought you had the guy who was going to be here for 20-something years. It's like if God, I hate even putting this out into the universe, but like you feel like you've got that with Sark. And if something happened to Sark this offseason where you had to fire him, it'd be that depressing tenfold because it's football versus basketball. But it's like you finally feel like you got the right guy. And it's like, shit, we don't have to worry about this for decades now.
Yeah.
And then it's just like in the blink of an eye, it goes away, and you're obviously in a better spot than I think where you were at the end of Shaka, but you're closer to that than you were to where you thought you would be with Chris Beard in what should be his third year here.
You hit the nail on the head. That was well said. And I think as Texas fans, we're always looking at it. I don't know if you heard our discussion earlier, but clearly you, me, and Trey are rooting for every coach on campus because we're Texas fans.
Yeah.
There is no personal grudge. I know you don't. Trey probably has a personal grudge with half of them, if not more. But like, we're together on this. I hope you end up becoming the best coach in the history of the school at that fucking sport. All y'all.
Yep.
But you're going to also be real about it. But we also always, ADs do this, but fans do this. You're constantly looking at inventory and looking about where the company's going and looking at projections. And with Beard, I'll say the main three. Hell, I'll go main four. Main four for me, and really the main four for the school. Football, baseball, basketball, volleyball. You had two of them locked up where you didn't even think about having to move on. Chris Beard and Jarrett Elliott were going to be here until they want to leave, right?
Yeah.
Like Eddie Reese's deal, bro. This is your job until you want to go. And then when you tell us that, we're going to do everything we can to keep you around. Sark, we didn't know. Feel a lot better about that. Then at that point, it's just David Pierce, who's got a really tough job with the baseball program because those expectations are stupid with the program, and understandably so. It would be kind of nice just to have that one. And also believing in Pierce, being like, hey, he's done a good job recruiting, and he's gotten to Omaha, and we're not that far away. And it sucks that you kind of feel like Sark's the only answer with obviously Elliott. And I don't know with Terry and Pierce. I'm just being honest about that. I'm rooting for both. And I hope I like both personally. I hope they win the whole fucking thing. And Pierce goes down with the other four legends. And Rodney Terry goes down as, man, yeah, he was better than Barnes at the end of the day. He won 2 natties, But we're always, you know what I mean? We're always gauging that like I said, it's like inventory,
Yeah. Look, people love being right. I'm not breaking any news to anybody. Even the most humble people in the world love being right.
You're right.
And that's where people are. Like, I don't care if I'm right about Rodney Terry. I didn't think he was going to be great here. I hope I'm wrong because I'm rooting for this team. If you don't believe me, I'm sure there's some camera inside the Moody Center last night of me going nuts throughout the entirety of that game. Like, I care a lot, and I want to be wrong. I want to eat crow. I want to sound like an idiot forever doubting this guy. But I think a lot of why a lot of Texas fans are, tweeting out what they're tweeting is like, they didn't think Rodney Terry was going to be the right guy, and they want to be right. Like, I told y'all. I told you so. This guy wasn't going to work. He was the wrong hire. Y'all should have listened to me. Y'all doubted me? Steve 42069 on Twitter. You doubted me? What are you thinking? So I think that's part of, what I was listening when y'all were talking about it earlier in Trey's, Twitter interaction post Baylor game. There are just people who they care more about being right than they do about like the betterment of the program, which that's weird. It's weird, but that's how society works. It's not just Texas fans. That's every fan base in sports and politics and whatever you believe in. That's how it goes.
You're right about that, but it's just, there's two things on that. One, you don't like your school or your team as much as you claim to. And two, grow the fuck up.
Yeah.
Talk to you, Trey.
Clearly.
Oh, man.
Okay. Are you going to make it, man? You look, this coffee thing is crushing you.
I've done it enough. It takes 2 days. I'll start having lucid dreams tonight, and tomorrow I'll return to my normal energy levels. But it's just, I'm fucking detoxing from caffeine right now. It's not fun. It's probably why I shouldn't be drinking multiple cups of coffee in a given day, because I'm going to have to do it again at some point, and it'll be hard the next time too. I don't know, maybe next time, because I am required to be a little bit more on than off, talking and using my brain during the week now. I should probably try and pull a stupid stunt like this on the weekends to where it only affects my family.
That's how I started it. And I took a Friday off, then I was like Saturday, Sunday. And by Monday, when you really need it, I was 3 days in. That was the hardest day by far. But you're getting there. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm already through the caffeine headache portion, which is the worst part for me. Yep. I hate headaches. And it didn't set in until last night, right before bed, too, weirdly. So it was kind of there this morning. Went and did the cold plunge this morning. That helped knock it down, although I have no idea why. I guess there's an inflammatory property to the caffeine headache.
Of course.
Yeah, now I'm just low energy. Now I just need to get a good night's sleep, and I probably will sleep really hard, and I'll have crazy fucking dreams, and tomorrow I'll wake up my normal high energy self.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, whenever we can tell that you have low energy, there's something wrong.
Yeah.
You gonna make it these last 48?
Yeah, I'm great. I might sound like I'm having a stroke a couple times, like on the midday show, but that's
no. You look like you're about to fall asleep.
Oh, do I? Maybe I should go smoke some weed or something. But...
Well, that's not going to help.
Oh, help me.
God, if I smoked weed right now, I'd be asleep in 20 minutes.
I cannot smoke and sleep. That does not work for me.
I can't smoke and not sleep now.
Yeah. That's where I'm at too. All right.
Hang around. All right, hang around. If he dies, get on first, then call 911.
Yeah, priorities.
Priorities. Come on.
We got an audience.
Find my dead, lifeless corpse at some point.
Yeah, the dogs will get to it. They'll help you out.
The dogs will definitely eat me given the opportunity. So don't let that happen.
Dogs have a lot of payback, man. You'd be the first one in that house that's getting eaten.
No, the first one in the house that gets eaten is the first one who dies, because that's how dogs operate. Dogs will.
Well, I mean, you're all dead.
You think that it's cute when dogs come up and lick you? Dogs are licking, 1, to see how you taste, and 2, to see if you're alive. And if you're not alive, those licks will eventually turn into nibbles and then full-on bites. And there is scientific research to back this up, too, by the way.
Oh, I'm leaving.
True.
Yes, it is. It's true with all animals, too. Your cats, had you died when you still had cats, they would have eventually eaten you had the body not been discovered.
Oh, I knew that. I mean, we had discussions about it. They were very, very cat-like and very frank and upfront about it.
Cats are pragmatic. Dogs are not. Dogs are are loyal to the next hand that feeds them, or in some cases, they're loyal to the next corpse that gives it like 3 days worth of food.
Hey, quickly, have we re-signed the pact with Hastings, with Chad, about getting his calves when he dies?
Do we need to re-up on that? I thought that was just written into the will at this point.
I don't know. BK, you down with that? We're going to grill up Chad's calves.
I'm down to watch. I'm not going to eat, but
I'll mainly harvested human. There's no moral dilemma here.
The moral dilemma is what happens if the human tastes good and I can't go back to eating other meat.
Great point.
As Frank says in Always Sunny, once you get the taste for human meat, there's no turning back.
That's my fear. I can't become a cannibal. It's not good for our business.
Oh, God.
At least I don't think. All right. Love you guys.
See you. Love you too, bro. Hey, you want to do an ad?
Sure.
Couple here. Let me, why do I keep on doing that? Jesus Christ.
What do you...
No. I'm such an idiot. I'm looking at my screen here, my phone screen, but I have the computer on, and I was going to try and mute myself on the computer. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. I don't know how I get out of bed in the morning.
That's fine. You figure that out while we run some ads here, starting with Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife, Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
And we continue with Audiovisual Consultation.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audiovisual Consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
And now, Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
And one of the newest supporters of Texas Sports Unfiltered, that would be Big Hat Cocktails. You can find out more info at bighatspirits.com. They also have mocktails that you hear Bucky talking about in the mornings on Bucky and BK. I'm talking about the alcoholic variety of these drinks, and there are some delicious flavors in store for you. They've got the Texas Mule. They've got the Blackberry Smoke. They have the Prickly Pear Paloma. They have a ranch water that I had when we were in New Orleans a few weeks back. It was delicious. I love these drinks for a lot of reasons. Beyond the taste, the alcohol content, they don't use syrups, are gluten-free, non-GMO, BPA-free, 100% natural, real spirits, no added sugars. You know how big of a fan I am of the whole personal health bit. Not sure why I'm not drinking coffee right now. Coffee is healthy for you as long as you're not adding a bunch of the other junk. Someplace else that doesn't add a bunch of the other junk, Big Hat Cocktails. Again, go to bighatspirits.com to find out more info. You can find them at 34 Wine and Spirits, Specs, and other places. Stay tuned because that reach could be expanding as well.
Good work. Good work. Hey, is the Covert one running?
Is the TV commercial running?
No. I mean, didn't you play a Covert ad?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear it. I was on the phone, but
you didn't hear it.
I had it. I put it up on my computer. It was breaking up though, so that may have been part of it. That's why I'm asking.
I don't know. Have to go back and listen a little bit later, I guess.
Trying to think of what else. There's actually a lot of stuff to get into. Are you surprised Belichick got squeezed out the way he did?
No, because he was going into job interviews demanding to have control. And as we've learned over these last several years now, you let the guy coach. You probably don't give him too much say-so on offense. You let him have a lot of say-so on defense, and that should be it for him. But he's used to the way things were. And when you are used to the way things were, on top of having the pedigree that he does, you're allowed to demand what you will to take another job, but they're also allowed to look at the big picture and see what was working and what wasn't in New England and say, no, this is actually a little bit too much for us, which is, I guess, what happened with the Atlanta Falcons. We decided to go with Raheem Morris instead. And so Belichick, unless he wants to take one of two situations that, quite frankly, don't look that good, Seattle or Washington, then he's at least going to sit out one more season or one season before he has another opportunity. But you start to get so far enough removed from the game that you wonder if this is it for him.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head that it's just weird. The GOAT and someone that you thought there would have been some meeting in the middle to where, look, you're not going to run personnel. You can be involved, certainly defensively, with that and run the whole defense, and you're the head coach. So there can be some say with who you hire on offense, but clearly teams weren't willing to do that. I just thought there would have been more interviews, but people don't want to go that. I mean, you know what I mean? Even courtesy interviews.
Maybe they reached out and he just said no.
Could be.
Not totally sure. But you're right. You would have thought, I guess the Chargers were set on Jim Harbaugh all along. So that one wasn't.
Which the show called in September or October, I believe.
Yep. Credit to
we
you.
weren't the only one. That made sense, you know.
You're the first person that I heard say that, though, and it did make sense.
Well, I was the first person in the world who thought of it.
When you spoke it into existence, then at that point, it just had to happen, you know? But like the other job openings, like if I'm Bill Belichick, I'm not looking at rebuilds. Like clearly he still wants to try and win Super Bowls, but he's also staying in the game to try and set that wins record too. And so if you go to a Carolina, a Washington, Seattle, like how much longer is that process going to take? Seattle is better built to try and turn things around quickly, and they're also not stopping from as low of a place. But like Washington, you're going to get your pick of Daniels or May in the draft after Caleb Williams gets selected by the Bears, or if a team moves up, like trades with the Bears and moves up to get Caleb Williams. But I don't know. They've got decent receivers, okay running backs. The defense seems like a bit of a mess, though. I think Belichick targeted Atlanta as the best team to help him get to where he wants to be as far as being a world champion, but also getting that wins record. And unfortunately for him, he overplayed his hand. He wasn't willing to look in the mirror and see what wasn't working for him and acknowledge that and say, I'm going to trust you guys. Y'all have done a great job of stockpiling talent other than quarterback. But I'm going to trust you guys to still make really good personnel moves. I'll have say so on that. And I'll come in and handle the some of the game day stuff. We'll be a more detail oriented football team. We'll play a pretty salty brand of defense, and we're going to find somebody good to call plays on offense. I don't know if he maybe floated Josh McDaniels as his next OC, which could work, I guess, but he may need to start from scratch at offensive coordinator the next time he gets a head coaching gig, if he gets another one.
Yeah, I got to think he will, but he's chasing, 15 to get Shula?
Is that what the number is? I don't even remember.
I think it's 15 around there.
That's 2 seasons.
Yeah. Of average football.
Of average football, which is very doable because the NFL, half the league is right around 500 now.
Yeah. Yeah. And they look 500. So I don't know. The Harbaugh hire made a ton of sense. It just, there was no way Harbaugh was going to stay there. And heck, I think we said that before the Ohio State stuff. Or before I say Ohio State, before the Ryan Day's brother investigating and the whole sign stealing deal. So once that happened, it just made sense. You know, Sharon Moore does feel like, we get back to Rodney Terry, almost a forced hire. Like, did a great job during at Penn State and Ohio State, I believe. Did a really good job. Obviously, the job as an OC, but you just feel, and it's not a shot against Terry or Moore necessarily. It's, dude, this is one of the top jobs available. And so think about any job, right? That you have someone in-house who's been good. Do you necessarily give it to them if you're one of the top companies and you've got applicants from all over the world that want to apply? You should probably think about the company. And he's doing okay. He's going to be all right. He can stay here or go somewhere else if he's really pissed off. But, maybe it'll work. But Harbaugh ended up working. I bit that for a little while because I just figured he was going to work there because he had worked everywhere, San Diego, Stanford, San Francisco, and just turned him around. And he finally did.
Why did it take so long for him there?
They couldn't get the signs. No, I'm kidding. It was... A lot of it was talent. A lot of it was defense. So he got more sophisticated and brought in his brother's guy the defensive coordinator mentor. But when they had Don Brown, and Don Brown was a good DC for a long time, that's when they just got caught out in space against Ohio State in that game, where Ohio State put up 56 or whatever, probably the last time they beat them, or maybe the second to last time they beat them. And so he had to figure out the program and figure out college football. So he gets rid of Brown, who was, like I said, a really good coordinator for a long time, but definitely the game had passed them by, or that game had. And also, I think with personnel, the other thing they do a better job than anyone in the country, even Oklahoma and beating ball, even Alabama, and they do a great job at this, but really developing offensive linemen and developing linemen. Their lines of scrimmage have been different. And so once kids really bought in that we're going to hammer people, and by the third or fourth quarter, they're going to be worn down. We saw that in Columbus last year. We saw it with Michigan this year, that I think the team really started to buy into the bully ball that they're running.
I think part of the reason why Michigan went with more, and I agree that there was an element of cohesion there, I guess, if you will, maybe even more so than Rodney Terry, because they just saw Alabama have to deal with a mass exodus when Nick Saban announced he was retiring. So part of the hire was to keep that from happening. But Michigan,
short term, though.
I agree. But according to those who know, like, Michigan is, much like Texas, set up really well to succeed in the NIL era. So you can't be afraid of that, because as many guys as may jump ship, and by the way, you're already going to be replacing a ton of dudes off of this year's championship team next year. Texas should win that game going away, as I say confidently, at the end of January.
Yeah.
But even though you might lose a bunch of guys, there will be a bunch of talented players looking to come to Michigan at the end of the semester. The problem for you when you lose your coach this deep into the new semester is that there's no way to reload. So you'll likely be playing spring ball with significantly depleted numbers, or having a bunch of walk-ons filling in for scholarship guys.
Yep. Have there been any rumors about who may be leaving, who may not? I mean, I heard, Mason Graham and Will Johnson are the guys that if I could grab two off their roster, that's who I'm grabbing.
Who are they?
Mason Graham's number 55, the badass, and then Kenneth Grant Jr., who's number 78. Those are the two guys who are wrecking shop all year and in the playoffs. Grant's a big brother with length, almost has a Sean Rogers type of look to him. He's not that explosive with his punch, but is a damn good player and made some plays. And Graham is the white, almost undersized guy, but he can fucking play, dude. Graham, he's 6'3", 322. Graham is a stud. And then Will Johnson is their best cornerback, who's lengthy and 6'2", 200, and can cover. Will Johnson would be the number one guy. Graham 2, Grant 3. Texas lost out. They lost out on Muhammad.
Yeah, that one always felt like Oregon's to lose. And it was great that he came here and visited, and it gave Texas a chance. But the Texas coaches were also very aware of upsetting the apple cart by bringing in one too many guys, even though that seems like a good problem to have. Like, they feel good about the overall rapport in the defensive backs room, which my opinion is maybe a little bit overcooked if that's really what's going on. You get good players in to challenge and make other players better.
But what happened this month? They were dog shit for a lot of the year, including the last game.
Well, them getting a couple different guys in the portal, including Makuba, Jahdae Barron coming back. They like Malik Muhammad, of course.
I do too. And I like all those guys. Makuba's probably not going to be the difference maker. Ed Reed's not coming in, but he's a good player.
Yeah. Well, I'm starting to feel that way about some of the receivers also. The guy that people are still really high on, that I'm like, look, like, if he takes steps, great, but we also need to have a contingency plan here if he's as up and down as he was in 2023 as Terrence Brooks.
Yeah.
You need to tell me that you're that certain that Terrence Brooks is one of your starting cornerbacks next year. Like I know he started all season long.
Right.
What's that?
He's got to get a ton better for that to be the case. If you're happy with it.
A ton better. And if he's the reason why you didn't push harder for Muhammad, then I think that's a mistake.
Agreed. Totally agree.
See, the receivers, I'm starting to wonder now and looking at just their basic stats, their catch and yardage numbers and touchdown numbers. I'm starting to wonder if we fell a little bit too much in love with guys who burned us, but were pretty pedestrian throughout the season. Like Matthew Golden's numbers were okay. They were only okay, though. He didn't crack 500 yards. Nyblack from Alabama looks like he moves really well. He didn't have a game with, I think he had one game with more than 2 catches. Every other game, he had either a catch or 2. And his best player of the year was that catch over the middle versus Texas, where half the Texas secondary looked like clowns trying to tackle.
I saw that play the other day, and that was just going in my head.
Dude, it's so embarrassing. Like Benny Hill music, cue the Benny Hill music. It's such an embarrassing play for that defense to watch over and over again. Because when he committed, BK and I watched that. I couldn't stop laughing at how bad like 3 or 4 guys looked.
Yeah,
trying to make a tackle on that play.
And they've gotten, by the way, we've had 10 years of that for 4 quarters every game. It felt like, or 3. So tons of improvement. You know, Houston's second half felt like more of an aberration. I mean, an aberration. It was in the minority compared to the majority of how y'all played, the angles you took. The coverage still isn't great. They don't flip out. They don't flip out like Rain Man when Jeopardy's not on when the ball's in the air anymore. But there's still there's room to improve with ball skills. Is that fair?
Yeah, that is. There's also room for improvement with tackling sometimes too.
Yep. And that's gotten better, but there's room to improve. And that's what Michigan did. That's what separated Michigan. And once again, oh shit, I should have busted BK's balls. BK is like, I think Baltimore is a great team. I'll get them later. I'll get them on Thursday. No separation in the pros, all matchup driven. Same thing in college. One thing Michigan did do that did look different than other teams, boy, they fucking tackled. And they tackled face. Any of these bubble screens, slot screens, anything just trying to get Donald into the perimeter and quick. One-on-ones. I mean, that's the toughest thing maybe in football to make that play. And guys were going to the ground. Will Johnson was great at that too. God, I want Will Johnson. Come on, Will. Come to Austin.
Michigan was the team that I said was doing an insane job at arm tackling. Like, you're not supposed to arm tackle. Like, they clearly worked on their grip in the offseason.
You brought that up. I thought that was a fantastic point you brought up. And I want to get more into that. But you're right. And Johnson had one of those tackles. Remember the armbar tackle?
Yep.
That was the perimeter one-on-one with a Washington receiver, which they're not easy to get down. I think it was who was my boy? Jalen McMillan. Who their slot guys, Jordan Whittington in space on the perimeter. Well, if he makes you whiff, I'm not going to call you a loser. Like, you're not going to get pulled. That's a tough play. And he almost did. He cut in, armbarred him, but then with that one hand just got him to the ground, 4th and 4. Like, those are the little things. I really saw Michigan, getting back to your question earlier, they got really, really good and detailed on the smaller, subtle things in football. And not that that's small, but little things like that. They're blocking, their pulling schemes got tighter. And they just got, their angles with tackling got tighter. Their tackling got better. They just kind of incrementally got there. And you look at the last 3 years. And that's what I'm hoping for with Sark, Hey, what do you know about? I haven't called them yet. I need to call Zach Sealer, who's with the Dolphins. I told you we had more Dolphins players than anyone, but he's a defensive lineman. Great guy. He owns 2 alligator farms. His wife is a badass. When he was at Baltimore, they lived in an RV lot. And yeah, it's pretty crazy. And she's a badass, man. She was like, she runs all the alligator stuff and runs a lot of his businesses. really cool couple, and both are smart. But yeah, they lived in an RV camp. So he's like, yeah, I knew, I'd probably get cut. And if I got cut, we'll just get out of there. So they took the RV down to Miami, and he's been there ever since. But he's the defensive lineman for them, number 92. And I really want to find out, what this guy brings to the table. He was the assistant defensive line coach, Baker, right?
Yeah.
What have you heard about him?
I mean, this is third/fourth hand information that I get from the insider sites, but a really good developer of talent and an enthusiastic recruiter too. He doesn't really have the recruiting skins on the wall, but he was also at much smaller programs leading up to his time here at Texas. But I'm guessing that he interviewed really well, and Steve Sarkisian got the sense that this is a guy who not only eat, breathes, and sleeps football, but wants to get better as a recruiter as well. And that's pretty much the bottom line for anybody that wants to be on this staff. Is the football is important, but the recruiting is just as important now, for it being a year-round process, but also having to stay on top of guys who are within the program. I mean, it is a thankless job. I do not understand, Kenny. We wish you the best here at Texas. Hope things work out. I don't understand why anybody would go from the NFL to college these days. I talked with Justin Wells on the air about it the other day.
Well, he was
in the same boat. He's like, this job just got so much more difficult because of NIL the recruiting cycle being 24/7 now, that it's burning a lot of guys out in the process.
And it's the re-recruiting that would piss me off the most. I understand. Look, I've got 6 guys I got to get from this high school class, and I'm looking at sophomores and juniors, and we're going through evaluations and grading, and then I got to go kiss their ass, kiss their parents' ass, probably give them a bag, whatever. I get all that. But it's the re-recruiting. It's like, kid hasn't lived up to his billing. We're doing everything we can. We think there's still potential there. But now he's thinking about, man, I'm going to transfer after my sophomore year. Oh, please don't. You've been such a pussy and really not that good of a football player. And we had to get your grades and all that stuff in order and get you off 6th Street. And then you started lifting weights. Please stay, please. Like, God, that would drive me crazy. I guess all of us do that to some degree. I just don't. We don't have to do it like that,
Yeah, there's like a groveling that starts to come into play, and a sucking up. Like that's not your or my style.
No, we're not good at that. It's also why I was talking with somebody the other day. They're like, I know why you don't stay in relationships. You just won't take it. It's like, what do you mean by that? Like, that's not it. It's like, no, you won't take the bullshit that a lot, things have changed and there's a lot of stuff guys just have to swallow now, and you won't. Once again, that sounded bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's some truth to that, but you're also very.
There's a lot of truth to that. Justine's not listening. Viv may tell her, but.
Well, there is some truth to that, but it's also a matter of you being so comfortable with your own independence that it's really hard to operate on somebody else's schedule.
That's fair. Yeah, and some people could call that selfish, which is totally fair. I would say it's my life, and I mean, living your life, if you call that selfish, I guess.
It's only selfish if
it'd be selfish if I was dating someone and not, that's when I've been in relationships. So I'm like, this is too much for me, and it's not fair to her.
Yeah, somebody who says it's selfish is like, well, how much do you like the other person? Because if you don't like them that much, it's not being selfish. It's you living the life you want to live.
And that's what I shouldn't have said in the exit of the last relationship.
I only like you. I don't like you enough to be less selfish.
I was trying to be honest. Didn't go over well. It didn't get the reception that I thought it did in the mirror, or that my mom agreed was a good one on the phone. Yeah.
Well, the last girlfriend did provide a great foot in the mouth moment for me, where I started hammering on people who wore watches, and she's sitting there wearing a watch.
You hammer on people who are wearing? Did you not look before?
I don't know. I'm just a fucking You and I get one another going sometimes, and that was just one of those moments for me where I'm like, Jesus Christ, what is wrong with me?
Oh God!
I said the same thing. What is wrong with you?
Oh no, I've had too many of those in my life. I'm like, what? Why'd you open your mouth? And just go and look around a little bit.
You could have taken 5 seconds to look around to make sure that the coast is clear before you said that, before you started hammering on people who wear watches.
I mean, who would have thought he'd been wearing pink Crocs and you would have been ripping on it? But, sometimes life matches up that way.
No, sometimes the person wearing the pink Crocs needs to hear an authentic opinion about how stupid they look wearing pink Crocs.
I got news for you. If you're wearing pink Crocs, my opinion's not going to change anything for you.
No, that's true too. Crocs are the wave of the, not even the wave of the future. They're the wave of the present with people under a certain age.
You got those popular?
Was it Batali?
Mario Batali.
What is he doing these days? Is he just investing in places and not showing up at the front of the house?
No, he divested everything with the company that he had with Joe Bastianich. And yes, that is Lydia Bastianich's son, who owned a great place on the Upper East Side called the Lydia. But they owned Baba, Esca, Lupa. We went to almost all of them. Del Posto, Casamono were big. They had their own winery. Were big investors in Italy, which obviously came over from. I'm pulling the Craig way here, and I love Craig to death. But Craig will talk 6A football. Well, obviously, I mean, Schulenberg's Pookie Wukaduk is going to be out this week. Well, obviously, I mean, there are people in Nigeria that know that. Yeah, that's common hand knowledge. So I'll stop that. Italy is this big, huge food, HEB products, everything, you name it, 5 stories, and they brought that over. So they were all part of that. And so he had to divest after everything that went down. He's living in Michigan, and he's trying to do a web series now. He's trying to get back and trying to get back on. And I'm not sure how that's going over. I didn't pay the money for the cooking classes, but crazy stuff, man. He was such a big part of the village, that, and all that went down. I knew enough being a Bobo that I wasn't totally shocked.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a long-winded answer.
No, it's Michigan. I would not have guessed that.
Yeah, his wife's from Michigan. His wife was part of the Coach family. So he even had some seed money when they started Poe, which would have been his first restaurant off Cornelia Street, which would have been right across 6th Avenue from where I lived off McDougal. I mean, maybe my favorite block in the whole fucking world, Cornelia Street. It's just so New York. It looks like Seinfeld set up there, and they did the set in LA like they did. It just screamed New York. But yeah, she was part of the Coach family, but she's from Michigan, so they had a lake house out there. And then whenever it went down, he did say apparently in one of those chats or cooking classes he's doing that he's totally done with New York. New York and him are done. It's like there are too many assholes there. And I was like, yeah, you were one of them. And Joe was a bigger asshole than Mario. Mario was just a drunk and obviously was grabbing too many people.
Handsy, yeah. Very handsy.
Yeah, very handsy.
Regardless of sexual misdeed allegations, I could see how somebody could get burned out on New York.
Oh, I did. And I wouldn't say I got burned out, but it's funny. It was like quitting coffee. Once I got back here, there was a certain spot where I got to where I just didn't want to go back. And that was when New York now is like living in the late 70s without the garbage strike. It's dangerous. Like where I lived in the East Village, where you and I would walk back there at 3:30 a.m. And we ain't taking the subway either. And these are the most liberal New York friends I had who still live there and have lived there forever and go down with the ship. And they're shocked at kind of where it's gone. Hopefully, cyclically, that'll change and get back to it. But even before then, I was done with it. And I think a lot of that's age. I lived in New York City at the perfect time, at the perfect age. It was perfect, and it's done. And once they clean it up, I'll go back twice a year and go eat at Maria and all my spots and go walk down to all the stores and restaurants that are closed now. And, someone once told me, Nick Tosches, the great writer in New York, told me, he said, New York is, and I think he may have mentioned this in one of his books, New York is the great thing about New York is you can go by, if you've been there long enough, and go to all these spots. And yeah, the signage has changed and the restaurants changed, but you can kind of close your eyes and remember what it was like when it was your New York. Because everyone has their New York that they remember.
You and I were in our respective big northern cities at the perfect time, because I feel that way about Chicago too. If I were in Chicago right now, I wouldn't romanticize it nearly as much as I do. But I caught Chicago at a great time, and it was just a great era for me as well.
Yeah, and it really it just makes me, I don't care about the political shit, and I understand some of it is politics, a lot of it maybe, but just can we get New York, Chicago, and San Francisco back to tour worthy, at least weekend worthy? Can we? I'm not asking for much here, right? I'll pay crazy prices. I'll pay fucking $18 for a Crown and Coke. All right, just let me go without getting mugged or thinking about that.
Well, like you said, even riding in the subway during normal hours, like everybody's just become accustomed to the person or two in every subway car who is like having really loud conversations with themselves, whereas like something's about to go down here. And I guess a version of that has always existed, but it's like the problem's just gotten more magnified now.
Well, the difference was always someone who was talking to themselves, but it was more funny. And they didn't have a knife, and they weren't threatening anyone. In fact, you felt bad for them, and on the way out, you gave him $1 and said, "Hey, man, or a couple bucks." Said, "Hey, man, just go get something to eat. Go get some crackers." I mean, I give him a couple bucks, and what are you going to get to eat for New York with that? But you know what I mean? Where you felt bad for him, and it wasn't this aggressive, oh shit, someone may die right now.
Yeah. So Jerry Jones he spoke with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, I guess, a little bit earlier, and said, "We will be going all in 2024. I would say that you will see this coming year, not build it for the future." So
yeah, and the Texas secondary is in a perfect spot.
I don't know what that means for the Cowboys. They are getting Dan Quinn back apparently, so kudos for that. They're going to get some guys back who were hurt partway through the year, who turned out to be key pieces by the end with Diggs and Van Der Esch.
By the way, if I'm Dan Quinn and I still have some leverage, even though their defense looked like shit in that last game, say, hey, y'all like me? We're going to have to, personnel-wise, we got to get a little thicker inside. We just have to. It's a joke around the league that there's not many of them, but there are a couple teams that we're going to face in the playoffs. They're going to shove it down our fucking throat unless we get better personnel up front.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Cowboys go with a T'Vondre Sweat type with their first round pick, maybe even T'Vondre Sweat, because he is so much more geared to be good against the run right now as he starts his NFL career next season.
Totally agree. I was watching him and Christian on NFL, the Senior Bowl practices earlier. And God, he's such a big dude. But you're right. He's more ready to come in and be a 2-gap run stuffer. And Byron Murphy's more prone and more developed to come in and be a 3rd down pass rusher. Boy, I'm seeing Murphy go really high. Remember when you asked me, it was early on in the season, you said, and I said that you asked me, who do you think is the most valuable defensive player? And I said, Byron Murphy. And it ended up being Sweat. Sweat deserved what he got. But Murphy blew me away as much, if not probably more than anyone on this roster in terms of just how fucking good he was. And I thought he was good. It's not like he came out of nowhere, but I didn't think he was All-American good, first round good.
He was 1B. If Sweat was 1A, he was 1B in terms of the importance of the team. Jahdae Barron was at the top of that list for a while, but he had a weird end of the season. Jalen Ford was a bit erratic throughout the year. So yeah, it was those two guys together. There's a reason why Pro Football Focus for much of the year had them rated as literally the top 2 interior defensive linemen in college football. And the defense and how well it held up against the run was largely the result. I mean, it was a team effort, of course, but those guys, how well they controlled things on the inside made it so much easier for everybody else.
Yeah, it really did. Yeah, you're right. Barron's one of those. He's obviously not as good as either of those guys. He may have been as important because we just,
Broughton and Collins were pretty damn good coming in. So that was such a strength that the secondary had to have a guy like Jahdae Barron.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought there, because when Barron went out, or when he had to come back in the Houston game where they wanted to sit him out because he was hurt, they didn't have anybody else who could step up and become that sort of playmaker. I guess Muhammad started to be that by the end of the year, but like Ryan Watts was dealing with injuries, and we know that he's a little bit limited with his coverage skills. Derek Williams did have some moments. Michael Tapp.
Safety, by the way, Watts is.
He is playing safety at the Senior Bowl. All right, well, good luck, Ryan.
No, I
probably would have suited you better to stay at Texas and play safety for a year, but hey, good luck. At least he realizes that at least he's not trying to force the issue at cornerback and find himself completely on the outside looking in.
No, he's a smart kid, good family, and he's got his priorities straight for sure. I can tell you that.
Look, he has a chance to be a really good safety at the next level. He is physical, he's big, he's lengthy, he's got great athleticism, especially for that position. He lands in the right situation. Probably not going to make a huge impact in year one, but I could see by year 2 or year 3 him becoming a solid player in the league.
Yeah, I mean, you look at so we know Zion McCollum, the two Sam Houston State twins, the McCollums, Zion and Tristan. So Zion was, I think, late first round pick, maybe early second round with Tampa Bay. And Tristan's a guy who started with the Texans, and now I believe, he was with the Eagles. Or no, forgot who it was. Whoever he's with, but he's a 6'4" guy who's a practice squad guy, and they've developed him. So if you have that size, Watson's 6'4", but he's 6'3" and rangy like that and physical, get him back there, and he won't have to be turning his hips as much. And it'll be, most of the stuff should be more in front of him, not always at safety, but more so. And maybe it's just a better angle. Maybe it's a better view for him, and the game comes to him more naturally. I mean, heck, he had some good coverage at times. I just didn't feel like there were natural ball skills.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Well, go ahead.
He was the product of just some exceptional execution in that Washington game, because he was sticking with those receivers and starting to turn his head around. But when the receivers are giving you no clue that the ball is coming, there's only so much you can do. So
we talked about it after the game. The funny thing is, that was some of the best coverage they've had in a long time. It was actually really sticky coverage. If you get the Michael Penix a week later, and Michigan got him off his spot more, I understand there's things to go into that, made him more uncomfortable. But just that accuracy, Texas probably wins that game.
Yep.
Because outside of Brooks on the crosser where he's way off, I mean, Watts had some damn good coverage in that game. Like the back hit ball that they threw that snuck in there, you can't get any tighter than that. I mean, that was like Kyle Hamilton guarding Kelsey on the first back shoulder fade.
He had 2 of those too.
Hamilton?
Watts. So Watts, where he was tight on the receiver, and they still somehow completed the pass.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, I mean, some of those you just, I was mentioning Hamilton and Kelsey. I don't know what you do. Kyle had they're hand fighting, and he had perfect leverage, perfect coverage. And Patrick Mahomes throws a perfect back shoulder ball, and another Hall of Famer catches it who's got more length than you. Get him next time, champ. What should I do differently? Nothing.
Do you have any thoughts on Taylor Swift and her presence at Chiefs games?
Not really. I don't. The only thing I know about her is my niece, and I helped her get tickets. Got her tickets for and her friends. So I mean, I know I don't know one song, and I'm not saying that to be cool, clearly, or be cool on the other side. I'm so above it all. No, I'm 45, so I'm just not listening to Taylor Swift. She's clearly super talented. I laughed at it at the beginning. It doesn't bug me. It's a quick cutaway. It's not. They don't have her on post game trying to break down, the 4-3 that they're facing. So it's whatever. And I don't know if it's a real relationship. I don't care. I don't know either of them. Hopefully they're happy. And if they're just doing it for publicity, then have some good sex and make some more money.
How dare you be so indifferent about
Sorry, I don't know
in
this.
America.
I know I'm weird. I mean, and I say that Anthony Bourdain dies and it crushes me. So I'm not saying that just because you don't know anyone personally, but I like Kelsey, but I don't know Swift. I think this is more for the Swifties than anything, right? This is more for them to where their world's getting connected to something because it doesn't do anything. They're probably wanting a whole camera on her, right? At all times.
There's probably a camera committed to Taylor Swift's box, which sounds
boy. Yeah. How trend is it?
There's probably a camera on where she's sitting at all times, as there should be, I guess. You know, my family watches a fair amount of sports together, and we've had a lot of fun watching Texas games and some other games. Other than Texas games, I don't know if you've ever had more fun watching a sporting event together than the Chiefs-Bills game from a couple weeks ago, because it turned into me and Calvin fake griping about Taylor Swift being on the screen again and Justine and Vivian being jazzed about getting to do that. There I go, using the word jazzed again. But it turned into a funny running joke amongst the family. So from that regard, I actually appreciated it.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I understand why some people, they're not bitching at Taylor Swift. It's like a lot of things in life where there's one little thing. It's why you should also flush stuff out and get stuff out like you and I do with irrational rants every Tuesday and Thursday. But something just, it's the last straw and it's the last thing to set the volcano off. It's not the most important thing that got the volcano to go. That was 8 months ago, but it's the last thing. And I feel like there are a lot of sports fans like that. They're not so much pissed off about this as they are about everything else with entertainment and how it's been just woven into sports when us sports nerds really don't give a shit about it.
Yep. Yep.
I've been watching a lot of History Channel, man.
Oh, yeah? Any particular subject?
Just a lot of different stuff. Well, American Built, what is that on? It's either on CNBC or Fox Business, which are different than Fox and MSNBC, by the way. Yeah, Golden Gate Bridge, Empire State Building, Pebble Beach, Stinger missile was good. That's a built. And then what did I do? Oh, with some of the history stuff, I saw a really, really good show about Ray Kroc and kind of the invention of fast food and how all that started. So Ray Kroc was the McDonald's CEO who ended up buying it in 1961 from this couple in San Bernardino. He was a milkshake mixer salesman after getting out of the Army. And must have been a real ball buster, but was pretty damn good. And so his third in charge, Don Smith, ends up leaving to go take over Burger King. And then that's how Burger King copied a lot of McDonald's stuff. But it was pretty fascinating looking at the rise of everything. And then Kroc retired in 1973, worth like 600 mil. God knows, probably worth a lot more because I'm sure he was still invested. That he buys the Padres. And then dies. Yeah, died in 83 or 84, but 84, the year they beat the Cubs, the Leon Durham series in the National League Championship Series, they were wearing patches of him. So pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, the Ray Kroc stuff was really, really fascinating. Got into, there was one on spirits and how Smirnoff really got started and how Pabst beer got started. So yeah, it's that time of the year. I'm watching more college basketball, but I also forget when I watch this stuff just how much, you know, I've been doing sports so long and I still love it, but my brain just my brain knows a lot of it. So with this, my brain just soaks it up and saturates it. And the Golden Gate Bridge one was fascinating. So was the Empire State Building. And actually Pebble Beach wasn't bad. How they really invented Pebble Beach, the creator, they sold like a little bit of land for what they get like $60K and then ended up just buying it back for $8 million. So like that's what fascinates me, just the prices and how everything's changed and how certain markets change. All right, that bored the hell out of y'all.
I want to check out. What's that?
I said that bored the hell out of y'all.
No, not at all. I want to check out the Golden Gate Bridge one. I mean, there are plenty of modern marvels, as the name suggests. Like the Golden Gate Bridge, every time I'm around it, I just look at how massive a structure it is and how it just doesn't make sense to me as to why it is so sturdy. But clearly there was a lot of science that went into that too. And I'm sure that just the undertaking, considering just how wide a waterway it's spanning, was probably wrought with a lot of problems for one, but to be able to pull it off in the end is impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. And I haven't seen all of that one, but there were people that were dying, you know. They had to put nets up, and some of the people went through the nets, you know, tough economic time. So, I mean, construction began January 5th, 1933. So,
wow.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of a different time. Project cost more than $35 million. That'd be $590 million in 2022. But yeah,
that seems light. I understand that's a lot of money, but that does seem light for modern times.
Yeah,
especially in California, where things end up starting as a certain cost and then end up like 10 to 20 times what that cost was in the end.
Right.
All right, brother. My steaks are going off in the oven now. So good job today. Thank you for slogging through with me in my No Coffee Tuesday. I will talk to you off the air before we speak officially on the air on Thursday.
Sounds good. Y'all be good.
Thank you to everybody for watching and listening today. If you have not already, please do subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube. Download that free app as well in your app store on your phone or smart device. For Kevin Dunn and everybody else at Texas Sports Unfiltered, I am Trey Elling. We'll talk to you tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. with Bucky and BK. In the meantime, have a great rest of the evening and hook 'em.
Hook 'em!
Come on.